And we're live! Finally. Hello and welcome to a special episode where we are going to be celebrating Hex's third birthday. Now, we have a number of amazing special guests that are going to be dropping by throughout the day. So, this is actually going to be a 12-hour stream. So, to get your engines fired up, go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. My name's ALLin. I'll be with you all day here, celebrating Hex turning 3 years old. Now that's not super old for a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or for the dollar or something like that, but 3 years. Today is going to be a really special day, and so I'm so glad that you're here. Thanks for tuning in. Go ahead and share out this stream. I'm going to bring up some guests here, and one of the first topics that I have for us today is that I've actually been interviewing an artificial intelligence called GPT-3 about Hex, and so we'll have to see what the AI has to say about our favorite cryptocurrency. Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, Maddie?
Hey, Maddie. Happy birthday, Hexicans.
Yeah.
We made it, guys. We made it. It's been 3 years. Actually, it's been like 5.
52 years more to go.
So when did you guys get into Hex?
Well, I can start, I guess, because nobody knows me. I haven't been on a Hex stream yet before. But I mean, I got into Hex basically from the beginning. I saw it live announced on Richard's streams. I think I'm tweeting about Hex since 2018, basically since Bitcoin Hex. Yeah, so I mean, I'm in the backgrounds, tweeting a little bit about here, talking to friends, telling them about it, going to meetups in person, talked already about Hex to people in cafes, in crypto cafes in Lisbon, just asked them what they think. Was always a mixed reaction. And yeah, and I think I might be the first one who posted a price of Hex, calling basically the first price of Hex like 3 years ago.
That's what it says on your Twitter. You have a screenshot of that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anybody claim that, so I thought, okay, I just claim that to be the first one.
Very cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
And happy to see you guys like evolve and see all the other streamers. I was basically watching everything related to Hex. Yeah, that's basically me.
Well, we're very honored for you to finally come on stream, and it sounds like you've been in since the beginning. I'm a day 3 Hexican, so you've been in before me.
That's nice.
Of course.
It's all the same. And
so,
I brought a present, but maybe for later.
Sure. Yeah. Jump right back in whenever you have something to say. Welcome to the world of Hex streaming.
That's nice.
Yeah, there ain't no going back.
Oh shit, Johnny! I thought
you're out now, man. Just deal with it.
Still here.
So I got into Hex day 5. Like I've followed Richard Hart since the 2017 top, and when it finally came out, I put in a smaller amount because I didn't know if it was a real deal, right? Many of us thought it was a scam, right? I put in like 0.2 Ethereum in the beginning. And if some of you know me, I'm a bit of a degenerate. I came from the S-coin space, and I had the strategy where I would sell off on a double every time I got a double, right? And I pretty much lost my whole position because I came back to Hex like 6 months after the launch, and I checked my MetaMask. I'm like, damn, this is like the selling opportunity, right? Because I've been stacking Bitcoin since 2017. I was a maximalist back then. And then big payday came. And I was one of those guys that saw that 100% opportunity to get into big payday and double my money. And we all know what happened, right? So I sat down 80%, and that I did more research in my life that one day than I've ever done, and staked out monthly for 6 months, and we all know what happened then. I was up massively, and then I got addicted, and here we are.
Are you still waiting for penny HEX?
Me? No.
Yeah, you still waiting for the penny?
No, I'm one of the guys that have called bottoms over and over again. You could even go now. Jenkins is tuning me already because Hans has spoken. Price will surely fill the week now. So he's always attacking my calls. Yeah. No, I'm pretty bullish. I'm not one of those guys waiting for 1 cent. I have no dry powder left. I'm just staked and chilling.
And making awesome YouTube content. Where can people see your YouTube?
I recently changed my name to Hans Crypto. So you'll find me if you just search Hans Crypto HEX, and yeah. It's pretty boring right now. I'm not like Matty that knows his fundamentals in and out. So I'll just cover a bit of the price every day, and if something cool happens in the space, I normally cover that as well.
Yeah, I like your reporting because it's matter of fact, and you drop in some TA with some current events and stuff like that. So, yeah, good channel for people to check out.
Yeah,
I played the trading game early too, man. I did the I did the 1 Satoshi, 2 Satoshi game, and then the price moved away, and now I've been ever since repenting and telling people to watch their ass because once the price moves away, it moves away, and it's quicker than you can catch it. So that's from my own experience of trying to think I was going to double my bags at low price points when I should have just been buying more.
Yeah, don't trade, just stake in HEX. All the airdrops is worth it by now. I mean,
yeah, and it's asymmetrical risk. It's such asymmetrical risk. When you calculate it out, you go, okay, fine, you buy $300 worth. Oh shit, it goes down to 2 cents. Oh, now you got $200. Okay, but it goes back up. Oh wait, you got your $300 again. So it's like it's asymmetrical risk. To the downside, what's the worst you can do? You could lose $300. To the upside, what's the best you can do? Well, a lot. So
yeah,
every penny move on 10,000 HEX is $100 in your pocket, and 10,000 HEX right now still right around $300, and it's affordable for everybody. So
even if you've sold the top perfectly, the local top, it feels terribly when the price starts moving against you, especially to the upside. Like sitting down 50% doesn't feel as bad as your 15% the price is moving against you. So
very true.
I definitely agree with that.
It's nice to have a ticket on the bus instead of waiting around for a cheap deal on that ticket and missing the bus altogether. I want to know I got my seat.
The only time I lost crypto was because of trading as well. It's right before HEX launch, I lost half of my stack.
Wow.
I really thought that, Bitcoin will go up, and I tried leverage trading, and I thought that I figured it out finally.
Don't we all?
No.
And I just got 1 or 2 months before HEX launch. I got basically liquidated, and just one day after, right after I got liquidated, it just shot up. The price just went really to the moon.
Almost like they know where you placed your stop orders.
Definitely, it's really like that. It was, and I thought about putting some more into it, but I'm like, okay, I don't risk more than half of my stack, and then that happened. Maybe they would have even liquidated me on my full stack.
Wow.
So stop losses are there so you can be comfortable with losing less instead of losing it all. It actually conditions you to be comfortable with loss, right?
Yeah.
What does staking do? You get more coins every day. It's always positive gain in coins, right? When you leverage trade, you are taking a risk that those coins can be gone. And that's how it was done. That's how it's been done, right? So this has become the acceptable thing. People are comfortable with loss. They believe they have to give their money to somebody else to earn money because they don't know how to do it self-sovereignty. This is a totally different concept that is still catching on than people are just now catching up with, because they have learned this behavior for such a long period of time, and they've been told this is the way you have to do it. So it becomes acceptable and they get comfortable with that loss. It literally conditions you. So you'll be like, oh, but I'll make it back. I'll make it back on the next one. It's okay. It's okay. You make excuses. It's okay to give your coins away. You're literally just bleeding out funds while you're trying to play the leverage trading game. And it's the most unhealthy thing you can actually do with your crypto is leverage trade, because you are literally risking everything instead of saving. Anybody that held their coins did better than the leverage trader. Anybody that held the coins did way better than the leverage trader, you know?
Yep. And I had to learn it the hard way.
We all do. We all do. I've been scam wicked more than I can think of, and I've gone to sleep with anxiety and tension, wondering, is my stop loss triggered? Did I get liquidated? You know, maybe I got to get up and check. You know, and you're up and you're checking every 5 seconds or so to make, okay, it's safe, it's safe, and then you finally fall asleep and you wake up, scam wick. Price goes exactly where you knew it was going to go right after you get scam wicked, and then you realize the system is rigged. You are playing with your cards face up on their system. They know where your stop losses are. They can run the calculations and decide, okay, if we move the price this much. And here's the funny thing. How can they move the price against you? Because you don't own coins. They do. When you give them your coins, you get a proxy. They actually hold your coins in their own little wallet, which they have access to. And they can move the price by selling those coins or buying those coins, because you gave them the power to wreck you. That's the really disturbing part, is because you get a proxy and you literally gave them the coins so that they can not just take your money, but they don't have to reimburse you because now you're liquidated. You don't really have your coins once you give them away. You just give them the power to liquidate you. It's terrible. It's like,
that's a really hot take on the whole SBF, FTX, Alameda debacle that's going down, because it seems to be more about this, about whatever stories people can tell, and about, like, you know, Sam Bankman-Fried just going on there. And I mean, it seems like he has a strategy. It seems like he's choosing his words very carefully
by talking in circles.
He's talking in circles. He's not answering questions directly. He's like using the same tactics when different questions are asked across different shows, but there's still, like, you know, even more layers to that ruse that he's putting up. So it's really, yeah, it's really fascinating to me. Oh, and the chat is starting to throw lemons as an indication of love from the hexologist days,
days, yeah.
Which will be back in the future, I hope. And so that's really cool.
See, the thing is, SBF just ran business as usual. That's the problem that people don't understand. SBF was running business as usual. Literally.
I like the way you explain it, where they have the coins so they can set the price of stuff.
Yes.
And then they
print their own coins and then set the price of that too, because it's through their Oracle. They can buy their own coins and set the price wherever they want to. They can buy their own coins with the money you gave them.
Well, I was trying to make sense of it all, and I heard this really hot take. I don't remember exactly where I heard it, because I listen to like hours and hours of crypto content every day. But definitely this idea that the reason why Alameda got created in the first place, and why a lot of stuff happened in the crypto space, was actually due to post the 2017 bubble. Like, so there were a bunch of companies that came up, like BitMEX and all these leveraged exchange places, right? After like your Bitcoin China, like BTCC exchange got shut down. you know, back, you know, there's been a long history to crypto, but the bottom line
Yeah,
is,
Dr. Hayes still being hunted down. I don't know. Is he still
he's
wanted?
like
Or they just
tweeting,
like
like
throwing their
people are
hands up
talking
here and
about
said,
BitMEX again. So like, I think BitMEX might be running. I saw some really weird Bitcoiner tweeting about it yesterday, like a popular one. And yeah, so anyway, it was Wall Street that came in with their AI stuff, with their high frequency trading bots and stuff, and just like wrecked all these companies that were just able to do really simple tricks to steal money from people who are gambling, right? Like even if you listen to Sam, you'll listen and he'll say, US customers should be solvent. And everybody knows that people would go from the US and use like VPNs and stuff to create accounts. And that's what part of what FTX was in trouble for prior to them blowing up, is like them not really holding people to standards globally. And so that means that a lot of US investors did get their funds stolen. And
they get you because you used the VPN. You lied about where you are. We don't have to give you back any money. See, that's part of the problem.
Totally. And that's what Binance does, right? Is they just keep your money, instead of like, you know. But most people gamble with it. Most people do the leverage trading. That's how they lose before they ever find out that they can't even withdraw.
Exactly, because they don't actually have to have any coins in their reserves if they're not making any payments. And that's where it went wrong, was that there was a bank run, and then they were discovered. They were only discovered. This scam could have went on forever, because what happens is, because leverage trading is set up so that you lose, it was a win-win for them. They took your coins, they gave you a proxy, and as long as you lost your money and didn't claim, they could just keep spending it. Because it wouldn't matter, because you didn't have a claim, because you got liquidated. You no longer have the IOU for those coins, so they never had to pay you. So where they went wrong was they assumed that everybody was going to lose their money, and they got overconfident with the amount of coins that they could spend. And then when it cascaded, when people started selling off and pulling their coins, that's where it fell apart, because then they had to show, wait, well, we can't do that. We have to inflate our token in order to buy this currency to pay our creditors. Well, they couldn't, because CZ sold the token that they inflated, which they were using to purchase things. So then they didn't have enough coins. They didn't have enough. It didn't have enough value to buy the coins back, and that's how they became insolvent.
And I think the reason CZ wanted to do that, or had to do that, or the conditions were created, was because new competition had entered the market. And so Alameda had to get more risky with everything it was doing, because they couldn't compete anymore. They weren't able to get the same revenues. And so it was like a hit job from, you know, from these high-tech Wall Street firms that are not, when they go into crypto, they're not bound by the exact same rules as they are within regulated finance. And so I just think there's definitely history being made in this bear market. But the real story isn't just BitBoy chasing down, you know, the security guard for Sam Bankman-Fried down the Bahamas on YouTube, and with a freaking exchange in his description that you can click on, like, he wants you to join this exchange instead. And guess what? That's a centralized one too.
Yep.
So some people never learn, and some people, they get the most attention this cycle. But I think the more that Hexicans continue to work together, I think we'll be the ones that everybody's paying attention to next cycle.
The lesson here is centralized control failed in crypto, not crypto. Centralized control of crypto failed. And I think this exposes a lot, because people don't understand that what the centralized exchanges are doing is basically fractional reserve crypto. They are not your coins. They never were. You have traded them for a proxy.
That's not crypto at all. Crypto is supposed to be peer-to-peer. No third parties.
And you just get a proxy.
So
you get an IOU for the crypto that you deposit, which they may or may not honor. And people coming into the space are looking for something familiar. So they're looking for the next middleman to give their money to because they're used to banks at home. And they need to understand you are not in crypto if you are not holding your own crypto. You are cosplaying as a crypto person if you're holding your coins on exchanges because they are not your coins. And you only have a proxy that says that if you turn this proxy in, hopefully they have the coins in their reserve to actually pay you. And as long as they keep reserves, it works. But when they over leverage and they get confident that everybody's leverage trading and losing their money and they don't feel that they're going to have to pay anybody back and they move that money and they do stupid shit with it, they don't have enough coins to pay you back. And you got to watch these things because the exchanges that can print their own coins at random, and they still exist, can leverage those coins. So it's basically like buying real cryptocurrency with monopoly money that is at their whim. They can print it. And this goes a lot for the stable coins too. You got to watch this. Okay. If they have infinite printing ability, that isn't locked by code, it doesn't have a set cap, they can pretty much play the Fed where they can just print another $1 billion tomorrow. And you got to watch that. It's very important to understand centralized control. And these other coins exist too, right? It's a matter of how it's managed or how it's manipulated or what their intent is. So just be careful out there, guys.
Yeah, be careful out there. And crypto is like cash. You wouldn't send it to a stranger or to somebody on the internet.
Can you imagine? Are you guys, anybody have a friend that they just, or walk up to a total stranger and hand them $10,000 in cash and go, hey, dude, can you watch this for me for a little bit? I'll be right back. Yeah. Because literally that's what you're doing when you're leaving money on a centralized exchange because those people are not accountable.
But people have never done that where they had a digital dollar or a digital store of value, anything that you couldn't just claw back through like a chargeback on a credit. Like people don't know that why they're protected or safe with legacy finance, although there's other ways that it'll bleed you dry in the end, right? 20% inflation, that's like my health insurance is going up 20% this year. Like that's just taking money away from people. That's a really high fee to pay on using something as a store of value. 20% a year, that's a really high fee to pay. Like you should pay me. You should pay me for me to store my value in a currency. But like everything's so backwards right now with like I get it when like the population is exploding. Classical economics tells us like print more dollars so that you can account for everything without people going into hoarding mode. But at the same time, you can't just keep printing into infinity as long as technology isn't creating abundance into infinity, which it sometimes is. But you can't keep doing that when the population isn't becoming more productive or larger. And so I really think that it's an experiment that the economic experiments that have been done in the modern world, like have done a great job of bringing together like global trade. I mean, and there's a great expense when the US exports are inflation to other countries, and that creates poverty that people don't ever link back to like the true problem of the dollar. But yeah, so at the end of the day, if you have a type of currency or a store of value like HEX, where you're able to time lock to prove your savings, then that becomes a valuable thing because it creates scarcity in the here and now. Whereas in the future, we could expect 5, 10, or 15 years in the future that technology might make things a little bit better, and that would pay for the 3.69% or the 36% inflation or whatever it is that you're getting to at that point. Usually technology and in cryptocurrency adoption is what pays anybody who's using a store of value and wants to switch back to the old thing. But a lot of people in HEX are focused on preserving the ability to create more HEX, to having a share of the future inflation. the future compound interest, and that's a reward that's justified because you're holding up the price for everybody else. So there's like a willing buyer, there's a willing seller, and there's a willing staker. And in that kind of a model, when you say that the staker is somebody who's being rewarded for saving and for creating certainty within the system, we know the future market supply. We know when your stake is coming out. So that's another disadvantage you have as a staker. So the system, it allows the market to balance itself out. And I think it's a really beautiful system that the world will probably end up adopting at some point.
Dr. Dahar says, I'll join live stream after Johnny Chaos leaves so I can get a chance to talk. You will have your chance, mister, because I am not sticking around for long. I just wanted to come in and wish Hex a happy birthday and support Matty and his show. And for the troll, we've got Joe Ventu here. Careful, Johnny. Some family members believe that Pole Sacrifice was given money to a stranger on the internet. No. Pole Sacrifice was to be part of the sacrifice set, to possibly receive a zero value token, which I'm sorry to tell you this, you already did. It's Pulse, Test Pulse. You received the zero value token. Obligation over. Sorry. You got exactly what you wanted. You also got to be part of that sacrifice set, which allowed you to qualify for other airdrops as being a part of that sacrifice set. You did not give your money to a centralized authority in order to earn profit on it. You sacrificed your money to be part of a sacrifice set. If you thought you did something other, you did not follow the instructions. However, on that note, I'm going to say adieu and wish you guys a wonderful day and have a good one.
Johnny, thanks so much for coming on. You are the best.
Take care, guys.
Take good care.
Cheers, Johnny.
Ciao.
Do you guys know that in 2020 they changed the rules that banks don't have to hold any reserves anymore? None at all, right? So this would make it not illegal. So. You can Google it. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to find the video because Da Vinci Jeremy.
I mean, 5%, 10%, 0%. Like those are all very low reserves now, aren't they?
Exactly. So it won't be illegal for GBTC to have no reserves, right? For Coinbase to hold no reserves for them. But let me find that regulation quickly.
But trusts can be regulated in their own way, can't they? I mean, like a trust could have certain rules. Like there are different types of trusts too.
Don't they have a banking license?
Well, they need multiple. They fall under different regulatory agencies, and they have to be compliant with like multiple branches, I would say.
But I think banks have to. There are these Basel requirements, Basel 1, 2, 3, or something like that. They are called, and those are capital requirements which banks think need to have. And they're quite international. I mean, what does international mean? But I think American, Europe.
Well, it's also like, that's a great example. I did a show this past Tuesday for Game Theory Gang, and we were just trying to think out loud and like discuss why anybody would ever buy like a Grayscale ETH or Grayscale Bitcoin, because like that shit's 50% off. And that's like, I like $600 ETH these days, you know, like that's cool to me. But I could only force myself to even put like 1,000, maybe a little bit more, like in between 1,000 and like 1,500 into it. Cause I'm like, and I put more than that into HEX just like last night. Cause well, all right, yeah, there's a lot of things I'm excited about with HEX, but like, I think it's important for us to understand the banking system, but I think it's also important, like it's really cool that we're able to have these discussions as a community, to have guys like you who pay so much attention to the state of global finance, and you know, to be able to compare and contrast how HEX is different is I'm interacting with a smart contract that is decentralized and nobody even has the admin keys to change anything within the code. And then if you want to get any more brilliant than that, you can. Like there are so many rabbit holes within the rabbit hole of HEX. That's why people build whole communities here. Is like, you know, like the OA, the origin address is like, you can never have a more perfect way to deal with vampire attacks, to deal with, you know, if you had a Sybil attack, if you had, you know, there are so many attacks in crypto that like actually exist. And it's like, you know, we know about the attacks and we know that they don't happen that often necessarily. Like in crypto, not that often is like, oh, it didn't happen for a year or two. Like, yeah, maybe, you know, like, but if the system keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, we would want something that had way more certainty than just, oh, hey, look, that can be vampire attacked super easily and super effectively. And so I believe that the origin address is like a really, really, really important technological innovation. I think HEX could get 2 or 3 Nobel Prizes in economics if those kinds of things got handed out to the right people. You know, in maybe it might take another 5 years or something, but
there's definitely something to it. I mean, just if you think about interest rates in general, in economic theory, there is an interest rate, a safe interest rate, and they always talk in theory about it. But when it comes to reality, what is the safe interest rate? In reality, they always approximate to something like a LIBOR, which is interbank interest rate on loans from a bank to a bank, which is not really risk-free. And there are other interest rates which they take. And these are basically not really safe interest rates, whereas in theory, the economists use something like that. And if you think about HEX has an interest rate which is actually a safe interest rate because it's basically programmed in a certain way. And of course, it changes based on how many people stake and how many people participate basically in the market. So that I think definitely should deserve like a Nobel Prize. But as we can see, the Nobel Prize of Economics is always given for something which was made like 20 years ago. Like,
well, I'm always gonna keep bringing this up no matter how many times people get tired of hearing it. But like, they gave a Nobel Prize to a couple of psychologists. I have a psychology background, and but Daniel Kahneman got a Nobel Prize in economics for saying that people are bad at saving, and that's why you should be forced into a retirement plan that takes money from you, basically taxes you your entire life. Like that was the big brilliant solution. That's the breakthrough they had, is people are bad at saving. Well, guess what? People are not bad at saving. It depends how much the inflation is. If you just go back and adjust all that by inflation, you could see it has nothing to do with the people. It has everything to do with the money. You could even look at every different economy today, and you could see that the savings rate of the people is based on how much purchasing power they lose over time because of how much the store of value is being abused. The more dollars that get printed ad infinitum like that, that's a tax on everybody else. And you know, that's why over the next 2 years, probably based on what happened with COVID, like prices will double. Prices, once you go from like 2020 to 2024, 2025, somewhere in there, you're gonna have, in effect, probably like a lot of prices that have doubled. And normally that's not supposed to happen in like maybe for about 10 or 15 years. And so that's a really aggressive rate of money printing that's really stealing a lot of value from everybody. And that takes away from your productivity. Like how rewarding work is to people is based on how much purchasing power they're able to put into a store of value. And that's why we see Occupy Wall Street. That's why we see GME and the meme stonks, right? That's why we see Dogecoin that has no technical utility whatsoever. That has like it's not just no technical utility, like it's programmed to go down. It has negative fundamentals, right? It has fundamentals basically, and so. But the reason you see people getting behind all that stuff is because they're angry at governments, and they would rather just give the middle finger or a meme, you know, to the man and like put real money into that than to hold on to the real money at sometimes. And so, so that's why I think it's really important for people to understand how HEX is different. And so, to do that, I was wondering if I could share with you guys who are on the screen with me and everybody who's watching live, well, this is I have the results of the first time a HEX broadcaster has interviewed an artificial intelligence about HEX.
Oh,
okay. So I stayed
exciting.
up way too late last night. First of all, I'll preface this story with, I was supposed to die like 26 days ago in a terrible car accident. I was in a car that had a top speed. I can't say how fast it was going, but I can say the top speed was over 150 miles per hour. And that son of a bitch flipped like multiple times. Right? So somehow I survived. I don't have any brain damage.
You made it.
There were 15 airbags that went off, that sort of thing. And you know, so that just seems incredible to me in the first place. Like I'm, you know, like I'm still shocked, like, to be alive and that and be well and have such an awesome community to report back to. But it's also just wild to me now. Anytime something cool happens, then I'm like that much more impressed with the world. Like, holy shit, I lived to the point where I could type back and forth with GPT-3. Like, I don't know how many people in the HEX community know what GPT-3 is, but I wrote an article like 2 years ago. My first article I ever wrote was basically just going to be a fluff piece before I started writing articles about HEX. And this is right before I became a HEX YouTuber. So this is like my origin story. It's like I wrote this like fluff piece and it got published in The Startup, which is like the #1 publication on Medium at the time. It's like a lot of people, they like go to school to write. They like work really hard and then they can't even get in The Startup on Medium. And so somehow, like, I had written this amazing article about GPT-3, and this was 2 years ago, and it was it was like, so it's the story of how I ran across a Twitter thread of somebody who was passing information between GPT-3, which is the world's most advanced AI computer to process human language, and so like, when you talk to GPT-3, it seems like it's sentient, like it can write books for you in like the matter of a second and stuff. It's like, it's a really wild technology. But I ended up making this article. I'm just going to throw the title here on the screen. Just so you guys understand the context of how wild my conversation was last night with the AI that I taught about HEX. Okay. So so this is back on October 23rd, 2020, you know, like early days still for HEX. And it says, AI takes to trolling Twitter, plays dumb, plans murder. And so basically what had happened is, this guy was passing notes in between, basically in between GPT-3 and the people who were reading the updates on Twitter. So like, people were posting, oh, that AI computer like doesn't know, like doesn't seem real. And then the AI like comes and like starts like stalking these people and talking about all this crazy shit. So like, anyway, so that was my only really interaction with GPT-3. It was like, I got really excited because I wrote a really cool story. Basically, it's like, you know, like I fulfilled my dream to be published in some cool like little corner of the internet. And but so that was kind of like a negative spin on GPT-3, but now I think I have a much more positive one, which feels better for me. Have you guys heard of GPT-3?
Yes, yes. Hans, you're muted, by the way.
What is the website? OpenAI.
So OpenAI supposedly was co-founded by Elon Musk, or he was one of the early members, and then he like spun it off into a not-for-profit ish or something. So I don't think Elon Musk like is involved with it anymore. Kind of like he's not involved in PayPal anymore. But Elon Musk was one of the founding members of OpenAI. And I think he was supportive of the idea because he had quotes back then, 5-10 years ago, saying he was worried about AI destroying the planet or something.
So where can you chat with this bot or this AI?
I think they just released basically a web interface where you can chat with it, like Chat GPT.
Yeah. It's Chat GPT. So I'll and all you do is like you sign up. Like I signed up with my YouTube account just to log in, and then they let you at it, which is not how it was 2 years ago. It was not like it was basically you had because I looked into it, you had to like apply as a university researcher or some journalist or something. But now when you sign up, don't say you're a journalist. Just pick any of the other options, and then it'll give you access. So
what were the results?
Basically, what it is it's an artificial intelligence that is basically it's a team of researchers that wants to figure out a way to use AI in a way that will be healthy for people and that won't lead to Terminator. Timothy Benjamin, what's going on?
Hey, Maddie, it's good to see you. I am at a charging station in Las Vegas with my brother, and I thought I got a half hour. I thought I'd check in and say hi.
Oh, awesome. What's going on?
Well, my brother has had quite a bit of fortune here in the city, and I've been in Pennsylvania for the last 2.5 months with my motorhome, visiting family and visiting friends and people I onboarded and stuff. And when I left, I brought my brother with me to give him the HEX lifestyle for a week.
Oh, and that's what's up, man.
Yeah, we went to Tombstone. Yeah,
I was going to say,
Tombstone.
Whenever I met up with you down in Miami, I got to see a little bit of your nomad lifestyle, but it seemed really, really awesome because you just helped introduce me to a bunch of famous Bitcoiners and all that kind of stuff. So I bet you and your brother are having a great time, huh?
Yeah, it's been great. It's just been a blast, especially for him. You know, he doesn't get a chance to really get out on the road and, you know, get escorted around the country for a week, you know, without having to drive and stuff. It's just been really awesome. Tombstone, Arizona is definitely a place to go. It was great. So he's leaving tomorrow. He's catching a flight back to Pennsylvania tomorrow. So but yeah, it's been, and now that, you know, HEX's birthday is happening here at the end of this, really just this 2.5 month journey for me is just kind of like the cherry on top of the cake. It's really great.
That's awesome. Well, it's really great to hear from people who are, you know, living their best lives, traveling and, you know, just living life to the fullest. So before we go into this, because I want to, this is perfect building anticipation for the conversation that I had with the AI. So before I get into that, Timothy Benjamin, can you tell us a little bit about when you got into HEX and what it's been like since then?
Sure. I got into HEX on day one because I was acquainted with Richard since 2017. So I've had the privilege of not only watching my bags grow and my stakes grow, but watching relationships grow over the last 3 years. I just literally responded to a tweet that Motley Investor just posted about, Hex's birthday. And I made the point that the quality of relationships, various relationships that I've developed with different Hexicans over the last 3 years just trumps the worst FUD imaginable. It's like there's a whole other value system that we're creating here that goes beyond just mad gains. I mean,
Yes.
It's great to watch your bags grow. It's great to be able to have enough T-shares that you can live off of your yield. That's a certain awesomeness, but being able to share that with other people just takes it to a whole other level. And that's really, that's the thing that I am most excited about and most thankful for, as far as being in HEX altogether.
Dude, you're making me want to plan another conference.
Well, we're in Vegas.
That's really inspiring, man. That's a really good pitch.
There's a part of me that wanted to be in San Diego today, but it's like I had already invited to take my brother out on the road, and I wasn't going to cancel that. So we do need to have another conference. So
That's right. And we will so we will have the guys on this stream. They're going to hop on from time to time. Everybody who's in San Diego for the HEX meetup there, being organized. I shouldn't even say sponsored. It's being put together by KSB.TV, which is Abit and Patrick, that everybody knows did the 46 city tour around the United States last year. I went to like 6 or 8 of the stops. I went to like 8 of the stops. Plus, I held the last event, which was the in-person HEX conference March 6th through 9th last year. That we had 650 people show up. It was really incredible. And just for the record, that's the one where we broke even financially and had no sponsorships, and I did not profit from that. And I'm very proud that I didn't sell my audience, and that that people were able to just get together and do their thing in HEX, which is to build community and to have these like Timothy Benjamin saying, like, have these like really deep, meaningful friendships with people who just really are some of the best people in the world to hang out with. And so, I was thinking to myself, I shouldn't do another in-person conference just yet because of the bear market. Because I think that, for especially people who are new, it's important for them to have meat on the bone. And I worried that like doing an in-person conference might take away some from what new people who are enthusiastic would invest or something. But at the end of the day, the last one, it was only $369 per person for 4 days with lunch and merch. So I'm pretty sure we could afford it.
In a way, it seems like the bear market is the ideal time for people to come together to build each other's morale. If maybe have something that's more low profile, maybe not have it more like a meetup. Like the first conference you held was really just a glorified meetup. We met at Dick's. I thought it was awesome.
Thanks.
But any opportunity that I would have to meet up with Hexicans, I always keep that in mind. Somebody made a tweet the other day about hosting a meetup in Texas and wanted to know who would show up. And I responded, it's like, if it works out for me to be there, I'd go, even though I don't live in Texas.
I think, I love regional meetups. I think that the small, like any small group of Hexicans or large that contacts me, usually if you come into my live stream comments on Tuesday and Thursday nights, is the best way if I don't respond to DMs. But I'll promote you for free, your meetup. So if I find out that there's a group of Hexicans getting together, I send out a message on t.me/Hex meetup. And so that was the original first meetup Telegram. And then t.me/Hex conference. even if it's not a conference, I'll get the word out there too, and because that's got about 1,000 people in it. And so now for me, like as an organizer, the biggest thing that I've seen that people want is the meetup style thing. As an organizer, I worry a little bit because as HEX continues to grow and everything, I mean, just security can be a totally different, picture whenever you're doing something where it's all in one place versus it being spread out. So it's like, one of those things, you need centralization in some tasks and in some elements of a system. And it's really important to have decentralization in other parts, checks and balances, and how how things organize themselves in safe and efficient ways. And so, so I've been to events that I didn't have to plan, and I loved them. Okay, I loved them.
Yes.
Running the event itself is like signing up to have a stressful event for like 6 months straight. But at the same time, I guess what I'm saying is like, before Timothy Benjamin got on, I was like thinking maybe not do a in-person HEX conference this year, but now maybe I'm going to change my mind. So,
well,
thanks, bro.
At your last conference, I showed up early and I was helping you put together the name badges and all that stuff. And I thought that was fun. It felt good to actually help contribute to the organization of the conference itself. So that's something that I'd be willing to do again, to do something, hands-on to, help with the logistics of it all.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was so incredible. That's how we got to do a whole conference for 4 days in a conference center for $369 per person, with all that was included, is because everybody volunteered.
Yeah.
There was an entire team of volunteers. And that's another situation where when I was trying to explain this to the people who own that space, normally they deal with like professional event organizers, and I'm like, hey, I can wire you the money now. Like, I already sold enough tickets. And they're like, what? Like, really? Because it's like, that's not how events get created. They don't get funded. It's a big liability. You borrow money from your future self. And I'm like, I'm not doing it that way. Like,
right.
And you have to like build reputation and stuff. And then you have to like create all these contracts, and it would have doubled the expense of the conference maybe, or increased it by 50%. If we just didn't have a community that already trusted each other and had so many volunteers who weren't in it for anything except to be of service to others and, to experience the joys of getting to meet everybody.
Another thing that a lot of these venues deal with in relationship to these conferences is that a lot of these conferences are just corporate functions. You have a large company, they're bringing their people together, and a lot of times half the people that are there don't even want to be there. So it's like they have to serve alcohol to keep people occupied while they're there in the room. And it's like, our conferences are the exact opposite of that. We're there because we want to be there. We want to be around each other. And, the fact that we're not serving alcohol at these conferences increases the security because, I don't want to drop names, but I've been to a private party after a HEX conference that was full of alcohol and somebody got poisoned. Somebody's, girlfriend got poisoned. It was just a really bad scene. And I wouldn't want to contribute to that kind of environment.
So that was one event. And then at the conference I didn't organize, there was an after party where somebody got roofied, and it appeared that their Rolex was trying to get stolen.
Oh,
basically.
See that? Yeah.
So security is an issue. in this type of group now.
Right. Well, fortunately, when you're having a conference in a public place like a convention hall at a casino, it's harder for that kind of shady stuff to take place as compared to, a private residence, things like that.
Yeah, look at all these people. Crypto was partially invented for privacy and mostly for trust, but in crypto, you normally don't see a lot of people showing their faces. In Hex, it's very, very different.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Again, it's the nature of the community that builds the value of the asset. I mean, Bitcoin's value proposition was originated by anarchists and libertarians, which are people who generally don't want to be public. So, if that's the type of people that want to, revolve around that particular asset, let them. But I'm the opposite. I like being out there. I like meeting people. I like engaging with people. So I'm glad that HEX has gone in that direction where we've had an opportunity to get to know each other.
Yeah, totally. This picture is like it's so zoomed out because you couldn't fit everybody in any other way. And like
I know.
This was maybe half the people who are at the conference. Like maybe half.
Yeah, exactly. I remember, you told me that you had sold like 600 and some tickets, and I don't think you had a turnout of that many people. But still, I mean, that picture speaks volumes. How many other, cryptos can organically put together a conference based on its own users and then have other users within the product, voluntarily show up to participate and draw a crowd that size?
Yeah, for sure. This holds the record, by the way, as the largest HEX meetup of all time.
Nice.
And then, then the other thing that really, I think, is a totally different vibe is the online conference, which I'm going to host again this year, January 6th through 9th, 2023. And that's been the same dates. This will be the third year. So this is not the third HEX birthday party that I've hosted. I hosted last year, and I'm hosting this year. But it's just, and it's even funny, like anytime we're in HEX and I know there's lots of like SEC agents watching, like taking notes, like, oh, this is actually a good way to do things. But, when I say we put together, I'm hosting, like, I don't ask anybody for permission. I just I just do it. I just volunteer, and I'm not getting paid for it either.
And that's the beauty of it. When people do things that they're not getting paid for, it's so much more genuine. When you're getting paid and you have quotas to meet, that's when people get all fake, and that just takes all the fun out of it. Yeah.
It's so much fun to just try to do better every time.
Yes.
It is.
Well, I've had conversations with other Hexicans that we've talked about filling stadiums and, having HEX meetups big enough to fill a stadium. And the fact is, I do have past experience being involved in networking organizations that actually accomplished, assemblies that size. So I don't see that. I see that as an inevitability for us, that we will eventually have enough Hexicans interested in gathering that we can fill a stadium. That would be so awesome.
I went to Texas to scope out a really nice stadium that they had there because I was going to rent it. This was in between when Eric Wall said Richard can't come to the United States.
Right.
And when Richard did come to the United States, but there was a time in there when, like, based on what I thought that maybe if I got everything set up, that Richard would say yes to come in and doing a stadium appearance. And but it turned out that before that could even get worked out, because it was a matter of scheduling really like an artist, basically like I was going to make it into like a concert basically.
Right.
And then we were thinking about making it into like a business seminar. There were lots of different ways you can fill up a stadium, but but at the end of the day, Richard ended up proving that he could go to the U.S. when his mother was having serious medical issues, and so anyway, yeah, and then he ended up doing a ton of appearances in the United States anyway, without me lining up any stadium type thing. But I think someday, maybe not too far in the future. We were talking earlier about just kind of what the state of the world is and technology, and like why do people send $10 billion to an exchange that is not a crypto exchange, because in crypto you hold your own keys.
Yeah, real crypto.
And it's just people don't know yet what real crypto is. Like there's too many people telling them a different story. Yeah. But eventually the story, it'll come out. The truth always comes out in the end.
To give you an example of just how big things can get, while we were here in Vegas, we were walking the strip yesterday, and there are cops everywhere. And we were like wondering, is the president coming into town or something? And so we walked up to a cop and asked him what's going on. And they were basically just directing traffic because there were so many people in town for Amazon Web Services. They were having some kind of conference, and there was like 40,000 people or something in town for this conference, and they needed police to govern traffic so everybody could get to the venue and stuff. And I thought, hey, that's a goal for us Hexicans. We don't just need to come to Vegas. We need to occupy Vegas. Yeah. We need to shut the damn city down because there's so many of us here.
Well, and it's the vibe that you're gonna get from an event like that, where the organizers are not in it for the money. Like that's gonna be a whole thing too. I remember talking to like Big Kurkowski about maybe it would be more like a music festival, like what would be a good type of Hex meetup or a Hex conference or something like. And so I'm still waiting for the day that Big Kurkowski puts on a Hex Fest, because I think that'd be really fun to like go camping or to just have some sort of infrastructure set up to where it's more like people gathering for music, or in a style that's not just go to a big city and then go into the stadium and then leave.
Well, he needs to look into something called EDC, which is a big festival. They have it in Vegas. They have like multiple stages, multiple booths.
Like that.
It's like a whole circus carnival, multiple stage concert, everything. And they have it at like the racetrack there in Vegas is one of the places. And because I have a friend who's in Hex, him and his wife go to that every year, and he showed me a picture of it, an aerial view of it on his computer. I'm like, we need to have one of those for Hex, have it Hex themed. My brother,
and Big Kurkowski specializes in that type of organizing on that scale. Like that's his.
My brother says we need to call it Hex stock.
All right. Yeah. And there's all kinds of people in the chat here: Freddie Quotes, Moondog, Serena Alonzi, Jay, Joe Venturo.
Nice.
What's up, everybody? War Ants, Susie Q.
I just saw something there from Freddie Quotes.
Free speech. Yeah.
Freddie and I are really good friends. I visited with him while I was in Pennsylvania, and because he was within driving distance, so it was nice to meet up with him and his family.
I'm expecting everybody to get on the stream at some point during these 12 hours. So we're an hour and 4 minutes in. It's a 12-hour stream. So if you're just in the chat, if you're like K4K stopped in at the very beginning and stuff, but like I need all you guys to get on screen at some point, and that'll be something to look forward to for sure. I know I messaged a lot of people at the link. A lot of people.
I hate to cut it here, but my charging is almost done, and we got to get
all
back
good.
So I do need to step out. Maybe I'll check back in later today. But I'm going to be on the road for about the next 6 hours, driving and charging, getting back to my spot.
Sounds good. Yeah.
So
we'll see you in 6 or sooner.
All right. All right. Talk to you soon.
Have a good ride.
Thank you.
See ya.
All right.
Just
Bye.
Crypto Stylist. Oh, please hop on. I haven't talked to you in a minute. Yes, Freddie Quotes is coming. All right. We got a good show for you today.
I'm ready for a birthday present.
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. Could take a little longer because maybe you want to check it out.
Okay.
I was always thinking about how I can contribute basically to the community. I was always doing it in little steps. For example, when HEX started like 3 years ago, I had a little group with like 200, 300 people in it, where I was posting like statistics in it. And it was going on well until actually the statistical websites came up. And they automated all the process, so I didn't have to do it. And I'm like, okay, maybe trying to do something else. Then I tried a podcast, and I did one episode actually with Steph. Back then, it was from hex.live, and the episode is still on. I think you can find it on Spotify even. It's called Benny on Hex. It's basically just one episode, not much traffic. And it was Steph's first interview, actually.
Oh, that's gold. That's gold. We're going to find that right now.
You can check that out. And the funny thing is, he told me back then on that, yeah, we should be consistent of what we're doing. And I was super inconsistent. I just did that episode. But he continued to make Stake Rap and everything. And you guys came and you started, Discourse Syndicate started at the same time in 2020. And I thought, okay, other people basically do that and they do it better than me. So I will do something else. And then I started last year to work on something that I wanted to do for myself. But it's something basically HEX related. So I want it for everybody to be enjoyable. And that's open source code, which I wrote now for 1 year, started 1 year ago. And I thought it would be great to have all the data from the Ethereum blockchain, which is HEX related, in a database, in a data warehouse. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the data warehousing concept, but it gives you access to the data and you can query very easily all sorts of things from the data to have charts, dashboards, you name it. And
all right, Crispy man, this is your call. We need to get you in here. I know he's listening in the chat. This is somebody who's gonna be able, he has maybe similar dev skills as you, so he'll be able to ask the right questions. But please continue. Please continue. Yes.
You can get him on.
He's listening. He's listening.
And so I developed basically a pipeline. It's a data pipeline, which connects to your Ethereum node and pulls out all the HEX data and like makes and structures the data really nice so that you can write basically queries to it and create your own dashboards. Yeah, and I just released a code. It's with an open source license. And what I think is that everybody should run their own code, meaning that's kind of like the HEX ethos and the crypto ethos in general, that you run your things on yourself. And we have,
you know what
really
they say,
nice,
not your code, not your something.
Not your analytics.
Okay.
So it's an analytics platform, which basically you can run yourself. And of course, somebody from the HEX community could take that. It's open source and can host it for everybody. And yeah, I can even show it today. It's up and running on my computer. And if you go to GitHub and you go to my profile, it's called Benny's Presence.
How do you spell Benny?
There is like a repository, and it's called HEX. And that's one. I can even share my screen. And there are some instructions of how you can run the code. And it's a little bit more difficult, especially for people who are, let's say, not technical or haven't run open source code yet. But I think it's something that everybody could learn, especially hexicans. They're just really smart people. They know how to run things. I mean, to have self-custody and everything related to that. So I'm pretty sure. How do you
spell Benny?
Benny, it's like Beni, and then S for Benny's Presence. You just write it in. Maybe I just share you the link in the chat here. And you can find it under the repository. It's called HEX. And you can find even an entity relationship diagram that's kind of like a map of the database of how my code structures that. And it has instructions of how to run it.
I think this is really valuable. I feel like I'm getting a pop quiz or something, and like blockchain tech, but it's like the way blockchains work is like you can have a chain explorer or you can have like a block explorer for like each chain, but you also have a lot of addresses that could exist. So if you know the address that exists, then you can go after the data. But just organizing, having all the data and having things that, like are being emitted over time is actually, it's super valuable to just be able to catch everything that's being emitted. Is that correct?
I think so. Like, I really love it. For example, I'm creating currently dashboards, which you would see in the Staker app, or you would see on Hex.vision. But you can individualize it, and you can make it so you can, for example, see your payouts, your daily payouts, like daily on a chart, which you couldn't do anywhere else. Or you could have the average stake and fee of what people pay, or whatever you imagine related to HEX. You could basically query that. And for me, the whole data just loaded like recently, and I started to use and started to build some dashboards for myself. That code can be posted in another repository, and you can use that as well. I would love to make it available. And I can show it even for you today, how something like that looks.
That's amazing. I'm really excited. I know that the general audience doesn't always understand everything when it comes to dev level stuff, but I have kind of narrowed my audience to be the people who are much more technically savvy and interested in the things that they don't know yet. And so, if I were to tell you that, GPT-3 can code certain things, maybe at some point, Benjamin and I can do an episode and we can play around with that and see if we can crack the code on how to tell GPT-3 to like write a little React code to like make a dashboard just with regular human language. Literally, I think humanity reached that point like last night or something. So that'd be fun to do at some point and see if that plugs in to what you've already done with the pipeline of HEX data.
Well, the great thing is I'm using a visualization tool, so I can really show you some charts already.
Ooh.
You want to see?
Yeah. I mean, so
okay.
Like, I think we should do a special episode about it. Like, I don't have any plan for like how this 12-hour thing is going to go. So let's definitely put a pin on all that as we introduce the people who are joining us now, and then we can come back around to each person and kind of keep yeah, and I want to get Crispy on here to like address what you're saying. If there are any other devs out there, just
and check my code so that like other devs should check my code so that I don't like upload some virus to you, of course.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. Always a good idea there. And you know, even if a virus did get uploaded, then you would still Hexikins would
testing 1 2
have
3
backups. And hey, what's going on, Crypto 7?
Oh, hello. Am I in?
You're in.
Hey, Matthew, thanks very much for the invitation. Welcome from the United Kingdom. The votes for the Eurovision Song Contest are Hex is a winner.
That's right.
Hi, guys.
And we have Dylan as well joining us.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for the invite, Maddie.
Hi,
My
guys.
pleasure. Thanks for you all being in the Hex community and for showing up here on the 3rd birthday. Can we check in with both of you and see what you got going on and what's exciting to you today about Hex?
Sure. Shall I go first?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm very excited. I've been in crypto a long time. I was talking to Richard a while ago, got busy and distracted, missed out on Hex. My dad taught me never make the same mistake twice. So I was the first to get in on the Pulse Chain, Sacrifice, and PLSX. And while I started covering PLS just for fun. And because I was connecting up with people who were also in PLS. And that's when I fell in love with Hex and the immutable code and all the rest, 100% uptime, 0% downtime, all that sort of thing. Hex is very much the tonic, isn't it, for what's been going on with FTX and all the rest. They say that a great idea is an idea whose time has come. And I think that the non-confiscatable, self-custody, etc. That is the idea whose time has come. Obviously, Richard's been banging on about it for ages, but to the rest of the world, it's going to seem like this Richard guy has suddenly come from nowhere. He suddenly got this idea about decentralization. He suddenly got this idea about, having your own keys, etc. And yeah, it's very, very, very exciting. In the time I've been in crypto, one of the guys that I was following in the last bull market is a guy called ALLin on Tech who's got about 500,000 subscribers. And he's very, very knowledgeable. He's also a coder. And as you guys will know, I'm sure, he's also looked at the Hex code and he's given it the thumbs up. So ALLin on Tech, who's a big influencer, has given the Hex code the thumbs up. Now, in the last bull market, it was very interesting because it was Richard Hart who was saying when the top was, and it was Richard Hart who was saying it's time to get out, guys. There was one other guy saying it, and it was ALLin on Tech. In fact, he had this tune, he had this theme. This is going to sound silly, but I'm a sentiment analyst, and I'll tell you about sentiment now. He had this tune which was whipping people up into a frenzy. I mean, try and imagine this now as we're at the bottom of the bear market, but now the inverse, and this would be, Matty, using your time machine to go back a couple of years, or not even that, in 18 months. Anyway, ALLin on Tech, like Richard Hart, realized we were at the top. He had this tune which was whipping people up into a frenzy. So they were just going on Binance and Coinbase and going, buy, I want more crypto. And he realized he needed to pull this tune because it was influencing people. I mean, it really was that strong. And you might have seen it. Anyway, I'll put it on my channel if anyone wants to watch in the next day or two now that I've mentioned it, because this was something I was actually preparing for my channel. Anyway, ALLin on Tech had this tune and it was whipping people into a frenzy. He realized that he needed to basically stop playing it. And the exciting thing is, we've come full circle. And the reason I mention this now, guys, is he's brought the tune back. So it's like pump it up, and it's really good. And it's just really catchy. And everyone's like, yeah, we got to buy. And he's got this guy on it with a mustache, and it's hilarious. Anyway, I'll show it on my channel sometime. We're not shilling my channel. So yeah, very excited. And the point is, I'm finishing with this point. When you got guys like him who were deliberately saying, look, calm it down, cool your jets, everyone. We're at the top of the market. It was him and Richard Hart. Now he's come back. He's come back after an 18-month sabbatical. He's got his channel going again. He's got the tune going, and he's saying it's time to pump it up. It's time to go. Well, that's got to be good. And logically, Hex is likely to go a couple of months before Bitcoin, because Bitcoin started its bear market a couple of months after Hex. So if he's now saying the overwhelming probability is we have bottomed, if the overwhelming probability is we've bottomed, and the overwhelming probability is that Hex is going to go first in terms of the bull market, which is my belief, then it's at least a 50-50 we've bottomed already. Richard's saying it's going to be a wick. We'll see. I don't mind wicks. We'll sleep through wicks, and off we go to the races. Anyway, thank you very much, and that's my summary. I hope that's helped pump things up. It is the 3rd birthday. Thanks again, Matty ALLin, for inviting me, and that's it. I'm going to shut up now.
Wow, that was an awesome, epic presentation, my friend. So
thanks very much, dude.
You and I are also going to have to do a one-on-one stream.
Love to anytime.
Yeah.
Crypto7 is such a good speaker. He's fast becoming one of the top streamers in the community.
Thank you very much. That's very, very kind. Thanks, Hans.
I can see why.
Yeah, that was some spitfire stuff right there. That was pretty good.
Hey, thanks, dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Now, just to throw in and highlight one of those ideas, there is like how I've heard other people say. So this isn't my idea, but it's really ringing true to me that like how many cryptos really do a huge all-time high before Bitcoin. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I haven't studied 10,000 different coins, but it seems like the top of the altcoin market is always what, a month after a Bitcoin peaks or something. I mean, it's like, and all the liquidity is tied up with ETH, and so it's just kind of, you just know that that's how it's going to go. There's a whole reason why they have the term altcoin season versus everything, versus the other times, and so so I think it's really interesting that HEX, but we also have to remember like let me give you my reasons for why HEX peaked before Bitcoin. So Richard had called the bottom, and he said that HEX could do a 10,000x in 2.5 years. So that is really important because people began to front run that. Everybody with time locks. So with time locks, everybody like me, who's just like, oh, like I don't even know if I did anything to the 2.5 years. I was doing every year on my birthday. And a lot of other people, though, I think just they were taking the 2.5 years, 10,000x that Ethereum did. They were taking that literally. And so people front ran it to the point where you had too much supply coming out in 2.5 years when there actually was the period where the Bitcoin top was going to be. And so it was like 1.8 years in is where you saw day 656. And that's because you had fewer stakes coming out at that point, because you had all the people had to get shaken out. Everybody who likes to sell when it goes down 80%, and everybody who likes to sell when it doubles or when it triples or goes up 10x, all those people got shaken out so many times between like the, I don't know, 4 major ups and downs that HEX had, or just the 4 major dips that HEX had up until that point. So I think it makes a lot of sense, but then I could just as easily see HEX bottoming really, 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 and I don't call these things, so it doesn't really matter to me, but but I could really see like once Richard calls the Bitcoin bottom, Hexicans are gonna have so much money on the sidelines. It almost doesn't matter to me where I DCA down here, is because as long as I DCA before Richard calls the Bitcoin bottom, because that's where I see all the money on the sidelines coming in, waiting for that moment.
I see. That's really, really interesting. That's fascinating talking to you, because you're obviously around from the first day, and it's really interesting because that had never occurred to me before, that one of the reasons why the HEX bull market maybe stopped a little bit sooner was because there were so many people, so many big players in the HEX community that were just listening to Richard Hart. And now this other point you make as well, that it might also be what actually slows the HEX bull market down a little, or rather only when we get the floodgates really open on the HEX buying is when Richard gives a signal. But one of the things that occurs to me is they could be missing an opportunity there, because with the run up to Pulse Chain, with the 8 hype cycle events, as I described them, from hearing about testnet to good feedback from the developers on testnet to get all the way to getting a block height, I think I could see HEX running up a lot. There's a lot of investors who are basically saying, yeah, okay, talk to me again about HEX when we get testnet. Talk to me about HEX again when we get the final testnet. So I do think we're going to see a run up. So for people like us who are staked in HEX and we've got our HEX bags, it doesn't really matter, does it? And we can wait for Richard to give the signal. But if you're new to the RH ecosystem, if you're hoping to get hold of more HEX in order to be able to trade in the first days of Pulse Chain launch and things, it's quite interesting to think that actually we could have quite a significant run up in the price of HEX over the coming weeks and months.
Definitely.
But that's really interesting, Matty. Thanks for that.
Yeah, it's good level discussion for sure.
Thank you.
Dylan, what's going on, man?
What's going on, sir? Guys, I remember 3 years ago sitting at my computer, waiting for the day to tick over to free claim my BTC or whatever, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah.
And the day one of the AA lobby, where the rate was absolutely horrendous, but it was still very exciting. I don't know if anybody else was there for that particular day, but it's been 3 years,
For sure.
guys. This is something else, really. It's been a journey, that's for damn sure. been enjoying pretty much every moment of it.
So I was checking back every week because Richard said don't go in on day one. So I was like, I'll hit it at some point if I just check, because I didn't realize how big HEX was going to be. I didn't realize how important it was going to be to the future of crypto and everything. But I was following the instructions of like, don't FOMO day one. But I also didn't understand HEX. And so there's there's different types of Hexicans who like understood HEX. And so they were like, I don't care, I'll FOMO day one, whatever, because there was all this built up. So I want to go around the room real quick and then come back to Dylan and find out more about his story. Like who here was a day one FOMO and who here was wait until the middle of the week or whatever? I'm day 3.
Interesting. This should be interesting.
I'm day 5.
Day 5.
Nice.
All right.
I made the top.
Yeah, I did some funny stuff. Like I didn't FOMO with everything in on day one, but I took some because I couldn't wait. So I definitely got in day one as well, as on other days as well. So it's almost like DCA. But I did also some funny thing, which is because you were receiving basically HEX for free if you had Bitcoin. Before the snapshot, I thought, I have some, credit, which I can take on. And I could buy some Bitcoin and I can get some free HEX. But of course, the market is volatile. So I took like 10% of that and I shorted Bitcoin with 10x, so that basically if it moves into any direction, I just get free HEX, and then I just, after the snapshot, I just sell off my positions. And
okay, and did that work for you?
It worked perfectly. Got some free HEX there with the credit amounts that I was be able to get.
I heard about that strategy, but I wasn't like, I don't know, I wasn't experienced enough to do it at the time.
Yeah, it was a bit risky, but it should work, and it kind of worked. So,
right on.
See, I remember all the live streams and all of the hype of, guys, there's going to be 1 billion coins on the first day, and then it's going to be cut in half the next day. Oh, guys, there's going to be 1 billion coins on the first day. There's 1 billion coins on the first day, guys. And so I didn't heed the warning of, hold your wad and wait, a couple of days or something like this. And I don't know. The message received on my end was there's 1 billion coins on day one, and make sure you get in. So I FOMO'd day one. So hey, is what it is.
Me too, man.
It is what it is.
It wasn't that long till it found a bottom, was it? Was it 31 days or something?
It was literally like 30 days. Yeah.
That's not that bad, is it?
Day 34. So if you went by the closing price on hexdailystats.com, day 34 is the lowest day.
Got you.
But if you go on like whatever you could have actually gotten on the real market was like it was sometime during day 33. And so that's how you get that's how you get from day 33 to day 656 with the all-time high. And Tangent is here. We are going around the room very quickly to say what day you got into HEX, and like, were you a day one FOMO, or were you somebody who waited
you guys
your
talking
turn?
about it.
Okay, cool. And then we're gonna get back to Dylan, and then we'll come back to you.
Sure.
So Tangent, what was it like?
Me?
Tell us your week one strategy for HEX.
Yeah, I was day one, but I I wanted the opportunity to be able to go across multiple days. So I just saw that as just one of many other days. So I was there day one, but I didn't go all in. It doesn't sound like much, that 30 days and it found the bottom. But remember that I wouldn't use that as the stat. I would use the stat how long it took for those day one guys to believe that they weren't underwater by ratio is how that dragged out in terms of those people being somewhat concerned that they had got a bad deal.
Yeah, that's the psychological point that counts.
Yeah.
Was it like a third of a cent on day one, and then I know what the all-time low was.
I can't remember the ratio, but
yeah, it was a third of a penny.
Bad.
So it was a third of a penny.
It was wrecked.
And then you went to 0.00055.
Yep.
Of a dollar, and then you went up to about 55 cents, which is exactly a 10,000x, which means people set their limit orders there, and people bought all the way up to the prophecy of what Ethereum had done, and Ethereum, did that in 2.5 years. Hex did it in 1.8. And then our little friend Shib came along and did it in like 250 days or something crazy. And, people wonder like, how is that possible? And like, what does it mean for Hex? It's possible because dogs are the most popular pet in the world. And because people are angry at their own currencies. And that's why you get Occupy Wall Street. That's why you get Wall Street bets. That's why you get meme coins and stonks and people just giving the middle finger with their money, right? Which, I mean, that's cool. So you could have something like Hex that's designed well and very few people understand it. But when people understand it, then it serves them really well. And then you've got, everything else in the crypto space, which is mostly just marketing and, magic internet money. Give me your money, I'll give you magic numbers on a screen that eventually get rug pulled by people in very big hair and big stories to tell. But anyway, back to you guys. So Dylan, I wanted to hear more about your story and then we'll go to Tangent.
Yeah, so I followed Richard. I found out about Richard in 2018 through one of his interviews with Roger Ver, where they were arguing, and Roger Ver got really pissed off and flicked Richard off and ended the stream, and Richard just started hilariously laughing and chuckling at the fact that actually happened, right? And ever since then, I've been watching Richard and seeing what he's been doing and following closely about everything. And I've been around in the community since day one. I didn't join the Telegrams day one. I was in the Telegrams I think in February, and of course the first question I asked was about recycling, and I went on the Block Explorer and I looked for myself. I learned how to use the Block Explorer on Etherscan and everything, and looked, and basically what they were doing and what I saw was the flush address was just filling the pools up at the end of the day to match the market price, which I thought was fine. I didn't see any malcontent or any bad stuff with that. So I stuck around. Eventually I became an admin in most of the chats, and been in the trenches for I think over like a year and a half now of Telegram, but I've enjoyed every minute of it.
And you're really in the trenches. It's fascinating to hear how people hear about Richard, but also people such as yourself who actually, were part of a group of maybe 75 people who were chatting together to help develop game theory about Pulse Chain and Pulse X, and really to do a survey of everything that's known within the crypto space. What experiments worked, which ones didn't, to piece together the parts that will become the future, what I believe to be the future of crypto. How did you get the crypto experience necessary, or how did you build the trust with Richard Hart in order to be included in some of those some of those kind of like academic think tanks?
Well, you know, I found out about, well, I've known about Bitcoin since I was in high school, right? But I was a high schooler and I didn't have the wherewithal to, you know, go buy anything because I had no money, right?
Yeah.
But once I was in the workforce and everything and stuff like this, I found about, I actually looked into Bitcoin literally at the top, and I watched the top that night in December. I watched it hit 19K, and then wake up the next morning and it was at 17K, and you know, blew my mind, and I was hooked. But I really took my time. I didn't buy Bitcoin. I bought Ethereum first. You know, bought as much Ethereum as I could. Watched it top. Didn't sell a fucking thing. You know, got my ass wrecked. Right. I think that's the crypto. What do you say? Rite of passage. Right. You know, you got to get wrecked at least once. But yeah, I mean, you know, I took my time. I just was slowly buying, basically Ethereum, and then eventually into Bitcoin. And you know, I was just studying the markets as much as I could as like a hobby. So, you know, every day I would go and read about something that had to do with Bitcoin and not follow these fugly influencers. You know,
Where did you
trying...
go to read? Because for me, I got in the same time, and I was spending an hour researching every day, and I was not getting the truth.
So it's interesting because, you know, I started going and just learning about the Fed and what they were doing. And then I started learning about I was reading Reddit forums.
Okay.
You know, because Richard said, he mentioned that, you know, he would go on the hacker Reddit forums like every day and read about shit like that. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to go on the Reddit forums. I went on our cryptocurrency, went on our Ethereum, our Bitcoin. And then like at one point, I was such a noob. I went to RBTC. And I was like, why are you guys shilling Bitcoin Cash in RBTC? Like, this makes no sense. This is Bitcoin. What are you talking about Bitcoin Cash in here for? And I literally got laughed out of the room because I didn't understand. But they were like trying to psyop to the BTC ticker with Bitcoin Cash. Anyways.
Okay, yeah,
so
you and I were in different worlds because I was following like the No 2X and like the New York Agreement and all that kind of stuff, but I didn't. But what, you know, even that is kind of like debated now as to like how real that debate ever was, like who started it. Tangent and I could get into a bunch of we get into a whole stream just about that.
Yeah. That rabbit hole goes deep, but I mean, hey, the price chart speaks for itself, right? Bitcoin Cash was then forked again, and I think Satoshi's Vision and just Bitcoin Cash in general, or ABC or whatever it is, both are fucking wrecked, anyways. So, but yeah, man, you know, I did as much research as I could and tried to stick as closely as I could to what Richard was saying, and you know. I ventured out a little bit on different, you know, high alpha, I guess you could say, YouTubers that were relatively small, and they still are to this day. I still watch a few of those guys. You know, there's this one guy that I noticed that was, I think, I wouldn't say the worst streamer or, you know, YouTuber or whatever, but that Crypto Crew University guy. I mean, dude, the videos he would make in 2018, like fucking clown shows, right? Like, oh, here's the 50-day, you know, MA, and here's the 20-day MA, and oh, here's the 7-day MA. Guys, look, oh, they're gonna cross. Wow, this is so bullish. Oh my gosh, blah blah blah. And then, you know, you see him now, and he's like regarded as this high alpha YouTuber, and it's like, dude, this guy is a fucking clown. What? Like, why are you guys watching this dude? But yeah, I mean, I stayed away from people like that for sure. You know,
very good advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's it, man.
Awesome. Well, yeah, you're another person who really gets a lot of the game theory in the space. So thanks for being here. And
of course.
We'll keep going around the room here for 12 hours long. So we're gonna have lots of people jump on.
Yes.
Super big shout out to €100 super chat here. Happy birthday to Hex and all of you. This is the best and most loyal community in crypto. The future is bright to all of us. Glad to see Matty alive and well today, doing what he's best at, connecting and helping people. These gatherings are important for Hex to scale. Thank you so much. You rock.
Epic.
Tiago. Very good.
Speaking of bad YouTube channels, you guys remember those 3 like really young kids that were like, we're gonna tell you about these hot cheap alts? Like Doug Polk used to give shit to them. He made a whole video giving him shit. Anyway, I wanted to rush on when I saw that Crypto 7 was on, so I could mention sort of in person that I'm a fan of the channel.
Oh,
I love the fact that you use all the Lambo footage as the intro, and I find that I think the reason I started following your channel was I saw you on an interview was it with Funding Jim, or it was while Richard was in the US or something? You were on you were interviewed on a show.
Oh yeah,
and you represented Hex incredibly well.
Was it with Adam Stokes? Was it with Adam Stokes?
That might have been it. Yeah, that might have been it. It was. Yes. Yeah. And so I started following the channel.
Richard retweeted that one. That was cool. Thanks. I gave it my best shot. I think Richard said, I'm not sure what I just saw there in commenting on me. I think he said, I'm not sure what I just saw there, but I'm giving it 10 out of 10 for effort. And I thought, well, I'll take that.
Nice. That's probably how I saw it, because I do follow Richard's tweets, and I recommend everyone does that in terms of going to his Twitter and just smashing like on everything, retweeting the things that you like the most, and that sort of thing.
Turn on notifications.
I do find that I don't get rattled easily, but when Hex went below 2.5 cents or around that level, I was like, oh shit, am I going to have to apologize to all the people who I said that we won't see 2 and 1 cent Hex? And I found that your streams were calming in terms of, and I know you said that you are an optimist, so that some of the things you say are on the optimistic end, but sometimes we need to hear that stuff where it's just a level-headed commentary on the positive aspects of what's going on, so that we don't start panicking,
Thanks very much, man. Yeah, I've been through a couple of cycles, and I did the same with Ethereum. I thought I thought I'd go all in on Ethereum. I started Ethereum mining, and I dollar cost average down. I was buying loads at 800, then loads at 700. And in hindsight, it's not the optimum strategy, but I just knew that it's going to have a future. So if I just kept buying, the lower it went. I've just done the same with Hex. I just don't see it going much lower now. And absolutely, the entire community's got buy orders at like 1 cent and 1.5 cents. And we've done polls on Crypto 7. We've asked people, and we found that more people were praying for Hex to go lower than to go higher. And it's like a really extraordinary sentiment. And Matty, you'll like this, and I know you're into this kind of thing. But basically, the Hex community are praying for lower prices. And once I uncovered that, I thought, well, that's it then, isn't it? We're kind of like the community has dictated the bottom, really. And so thanks very much for that tangent. That's brilliant.
And the only thing I'll say about my in that AA period was I had this theory that on Christmas Day no one would be paying attention, and that I might be able to get a really sweet ratio. And I think it was better than average, but it wasn't. I thought it would just be ghost town, because everyone's busy doing Christmas stuff. It wasn't the case. There were enough enthusiasts to bring the ratio back.
That was still a good entry though. I must say, yeah.
We definitely have a power panel here of people who have been in Hex since the beginning, and so I want to maybe bring up a couple topics that are more on the newer side of things than the early days. So for example, there's a lot of tools that the community has now that we haven't had in the past. Hexfire.io is something that I've been featuring on my Tuesday night show, which I've done now Tuesday and Thursday nights every week for 105 weeks. Every once in a while, like last night, I had a personal issue come up, so I had to reschedule that stream for a different day in the same week. But Tuesday nights, I've had for the past 5 or 6, maybe 7 weeks now, Crispy Man from hexfire.io, which is just like a really badass site that continues to get built out super quickly to give us all ways to analyze all of the data in Hex, people's entry prices for when they staked. I mean, just looking at every single stake that's ever occurred, being able to filter out by the OA, all these different features. So that's definitely something to keep in mind that OGs should know about if you're interested in that type of thing, like the data approach. There's a couple topics I think some of us might be able to speak to that might be fun to talk about. The second one is how Hex is doing on this other chain, Ethereum proof of work. But maybe first, I just want to see if anybody has any thoughts about what your evolved thinking is these days about the Hex inflation. Because when I think about the Hex inflation, it seems like, there's the story that I've always told that matches up with the code and everything like that. But I think that there's layers to a lot of this stuff. And so, for example, I saw a tweet this morning that said something like the actual inflation rate in Hex, it was something like 1.5% for this for the past year, and then the year before that it was very similar. Maybe it was 1.2, maybe it was 1.4 or something. It was somewhere in that range. We also know that like the Hex contract itself inflates at 3.69% annual inflation, and we know that there's there's a difference between when Hex is burned to create T-shares. That's like one accounting system, and then there's the system of coins that are liquid, and there's a relationship we know between like if you have your coins locked, that means you can't sell them, and like that's something that's pretty well understood, I think. But when I really try to drill down into like what's my next understanding of Hex, I start to wonder, like, especially when we're in a bear market, when I'm trying to judge like how much do people have to sell. It's really interesting to me that Hex is so much different from a human behavior point of view, that like you have a stake where you could have a stake coming out today that you paid $100 for, and you're getting out what, $20,000 or something like that. There are a lot of coins that have been sent to the future, and now we're starting, like, this is part of the future, right? And so the actual, so I think that there's lots of different ways in this new paradigm of because there's never, to my knowledge, really been an asset that was decentralized and had a fixed economics and game theory policy, and then at the same time it's based on user behavior. It's based on how many people lock up their coins. And in Hex, it goes way deeper than that, because you have the origin address that is not locking all of its coins, and that's allowing, if you stake an average duration, which now is all the way up to 6.5 years, you're getting something like 36% APY when 10% of the coins are locked. However, we also have discovered in the past year that 75% of the that 75% of user-controlled coins are locked. And so if you take out what is suspected to be the OA, you start to paint this really interesting picture to me, where like there's a lot of people who have liquid coins, maybe who have really strong hands because they got tested by all these 8 different 80% dips, and like so many it doubled how many times? Does anybody know? Did Hex double it 8 times, 10 times?
13 times, I think.
13 times. So it doubled 13 times. It dropped at least 80%. We're in a 95% dip, or have been in the past couple of days. So there's there's a lot going on there. And if you consider only user controlled coins, I think there might be an argument to say at least the accrued inflation is closer to actually 36%, which still shouldn't scare you off. but it helps to show you how early we are. And I think when you realize that the market is telling us what the price of HEX is, what people are willing to pay, whether people want to delay gratification by time locking the coins, there are a lot of people who have liquid coins now because they were locked before. They got unlocked in the bear market, and you know, like now they're going to sit on those liquid coins because they know that the price can go up to 55 cents, and that's going to put a lot of sell pressure until those people are gone. But those people had to be created a long time ago, and so they will run out. At the end of the day, what I'm kind of like bouncing between all these different like kind of like conceptualizations, and the people who are critically thinking themselves, like the viewer is the one who should decide, like, how scarce do you think HEX is? Do you think now is the best time to buy? Like, I don't know those kinds of things, and I don't even really play those kinds of games. I would rather DCA in, DCA out, even if I'm trading, you know, 4-year cycles now for the first time or the second time or something. Like, it's just something to keep in mind, because as Tangent pointed out in one of his shows, there really hasn't been more than 1 or 2 or 3 maybe cryptos in the history of crypto that ever had a subsequent all-time high against Bitcoin in a subsequent cycle. And so it's what we have to acknowledge right now is that it is very, very unlikely from a historical point of view and from a statistical point of view of all cryptos that HEX will ever do another all-time high. But it's also, HEX is very, very different. It's got different game theory. It's got different community. It's got way more layers to it than anything else. And I really think that HEX has the right game theory, that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter whether HEX is going to go to 1,000th of a penny or whether it's going to go to $10 very soon. Like, it depends how long of a game you're playing and when you started, and when really just, even if when you started is now, if you're more patient than everybody else, then you could do better. And if this gets adopted by more people, then that's another force multiplier against whatever's happening with your delayed gratification. So people can buy HEX and hold it liquid and do really well. People can also get more HEX by only time locking. That's the only way you can get more HEX, is by time locking or paying for it. So that's my rant on like kind of where my thinking is with, like, maybe the inflation rate is way higher than anybody's like really talked about that I've heard. But at the same time, you know, if you 10x the community, then you know, if you double the supply every 3 years or every 2 years, and you 10x the community, that's it's still it's a fight against time. And it's I think that HEX is you know, it's got the Nobel Prize worthy mechanics that people appreciate eventually. What are your guys' thoughts on any of that?
I would just rephrase part of that slightly, just to make sure that viewers don't get the wrong idea. When you said it's unlikely HEX will make a new all-time high against Bitcoin, I believe that what you meant is statistically the odds are against it. So in our opinions, it's actually likely that it will, but if you were to consider it as just another, like if someone was looking at it as this is just another altcoin, then they would say going on historical data, the odds are against it.
Yes,
but we know, and then you went on to say that this, and you're right, it's got all these special attributes that make it that it is actually more likely to achieve that goal.
That is what I meant, and it's wild, because if you looked back when we all got into HEX at just how likely people thought that it was going to do a 10,000x in 2.5 years, you can see, because there's proof on the blockchain of who got in and who didn't. You can see how much people believed that was going to happen. And all of the people that are as early as we are in HEX who are still here, like, those are all people who did something right and who got something right. And so we have the receipts, we have the proof, we have the capital, And we're in a lot of ways, we're the ones who sacrificed for Pulse Chain. And so it's really going to be interesting to see how this long-term game progresses, especially when you look at all the airdrops people got. I mean, it pays really, 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 really well to delay gratification in crypto. It pays really, really well.
By the way, one other thing, I'm not going to name what those other coins are, but I can tell you that the thing that those coins all had in common was strong community. Legit. That was a common theme among those 3 coins that did make new all-time highs against Bitcoin.
Can you tell us what those were? Or how many, or what the stat is that I'm trying to recall?
Could I just jump in there? Well, I'm building on Tangent's point. One of the problems with that statistic, and it's a true statistic, but the problem is that 98%, in fact, 98% of all cryptos are scams. And so when people wheel out that statistic, I should say, Matty, I know it's something that we get confronted with a lot. Most cryptos don't do a second all-time high in a second cycle. It's because 98% are scams to start with. They're rug pulls to start with. I think in the HEX community, one of the problems is we've got a lot of knowledge of the potential sell pressure due to on-chain metrics, etc. You know what's going on with EtherScan and who's got what. But I think often we lose sight of the potential buy pressure of actually the potential for the prices to go up. And we had Richard Hart jump on with BitBoy in the Bahamas, and that Twitter Spaces was full of wrecked FTX people, and I thought it was extraordinary that Richard took an opportunity to basically say to these FTX people, look, as great as Justice Pawn is, you guys are wrecked on Celsius, you're going to stay wrecked. You guys are wrecked on BlockFi, you're going to stay wrecked. But there is a chance if you buy HEX now. Now, I don't know what the totality of all those FTX people that are hearing about HEX now and hearing about, decentralizations and etc. is. I think the buy pressure there is tremendous. And it occurred to me that Richard's got to be doing that because he thinks that's their best chance, because otherwise it's akin to going into a children's hospital with a load of medicine and saying, look, this is great medicine, you kids should take it, when you know it's not right for them. And he's not going to be doing that, is he? So I think he's very optimistic. But yeah, I think that the buy pressure is immeasurable and profound and extreme and from all different circles. And yet, but we know all about the sell pressure. And I think sometimes that distracts us a little bit and makes us think. And that's why I think, I am so confident that we will see higher highs for HEX in this cycle.
Nice.
Cheers. Adding to that, I think we're all looking basically at HEX and we're thinking about if it will be decorrelated from the other assets or not. This is, I think, a lot of us asking these questions. And we saw that HEX was able to do that before, but it was basically in the adoption phase at the beginning. And maybe it was due to that. But we might decorrelate, because if I try to think, if I wouldn't be in crypto, how would I think? How should I store my value? And should I put it in like stocks or something like that? The interest rate is actually defining of how stocks perform, and because they raise the interest rates, stocks are plummeting. So that doesn't sound good. All the fiat currencies are eaten up by inflation, so they're not good as well. So what has store of value potential? Then people who are not into crypto, they look at gold, but we know it doesn't really perform that well. And their crypto comes in mind, but do you really want to buy something that all the venture capital firms basically bought, or all the banks are already in, which is kind of some like Bitcoin or Ethereum? And you think, you don't want to buy after them, they already bought. So why don't you want to buy like a coin which has a really strong community, and especially one which actually gives you an interest rate which is higher than the inflation, which HEX can. So even if HEX doesn't go to new all-time highs, for a new person, if he understands HEX, then he might be able to see, all right, with this I can get a 12% to a 40% interest rate per year, which is higher than the inflation rate. And maybe if the price doesn't move or it stays the same, then maybe I could stick it in and save my value and store it there. That's how I try to think about it. And maybe that's the kind of thing that makes HEX decorrelate from the rest of the crypto market.
Can I also just throw in very quickly that even if HEX didn't make a new all-time high against Bitcoin, which I personally believe it's very likely that, to me, it's almost certain that it will, but I won't use such strong language. It still can easily make new all-time highs in dollar terms. So when you look at it that way, that's still minimum 15x or whatever if it went to a new all-time high in dollar terms. Yeah. So still, so even if you thought that it wasn't going to make a new all-time high against Bitcoin, there's still massive potential for gains.
Yeah.
Are you guys talking about the X versus BTC chart?
We're talking about sort of all cryptos against BTC in subsequent cycles. So yeah, in this case, so basically that because for HEX because it obviously outperformed everything, Bitcoin, ETH, dollar, well, obviously the dollar, in that first cycle. But the stat that Maddie was talking about is that often cryptos have basically one pump cycle. And even if it appears that they pump again in a subsequent cycle, the pump that they have in subsequent cycles, it only looks like that in dollar terms. And when you compare it to Bitcoin, it actually doesn't make a new all-time high.
Yeah, so you're talking about the altcoins versus BTC chart.
Yeah.
I used to exclusively trade altcoins against BTC because the narrative always was altcoins were like a leveraged position on Bitcoin, and people always used to trade it to make more Bitcoin, right? Yeah. And I still see that narrative is very much still alive yet, but in this cycle, there was more stable coin pairs and more coins trading against BNB and such.
Yeah.
But if I look at the charts, and I won't name names, but many of them did make new highs against Bitcoin versus their Bitcoin charts. Not.
Nope.
I have the charts in front of me.
Only three, but we're talking from cycle to cycle. So I'm not talking about short time frames. I'm talking about into a new cycle.
Yeah, new cycles like Dogecoin.
So that's one of the three. I wasn't going to name non-HEX coins, but Doge was one of the coins out of the three that was on the list.
I mean, even if the US is or fiat currencies are continuing to be debased. If you just look at the Bitcoin chart, the store of value narrative came later, but the reason that Bitcoin has performed it well is because of the massive debasement of the US fiat, right? And I don't see that ending anytime soon, right? So I'm pretty sure HEX will retake its all-time high just by going off that narrative that they'll continue to increase interest rates. There's another. We're pretty much coming into the 18-year real estate cycle, and we're halfway through this cycle now, the 18-year, and the larger expansive wave is coming now. So there's going to be more money printing coming in the future. So,
do you guys want to see what happened when I asked GPT-3 what the Fed was going to do, but also talk to it about HEX first?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I'll give
you never got to that yet, did you?
So I'll give you this. So this is a tweet that was written by GPT-3. I had to come clean with you guys. I had to tell the truth because I have been a fraud for 5 hours now, and I couldn't live with myself. I represented this tweet as my own, and it was actually written by an AI. There you go. It got 75 likes and 13 retweets in 5 hours. I give it like a medium grade, maybe a C or something. But the actual conversation that I had with the AI before, at the end, I jokingly asked it to like write all my tweets from now on. That's where the real meat is. So let me bring up, I've actually got the chat log of me chatting with ChatGPT, which came out just last night, as far as I know, on Twitter. It's like OpenAI used to not let you just like go for it, and now you can, I guess. So I stayed up late chatting with GPT-3, trying to make it understand HEX, trying to understand it. So in green is what it said, and not in green highlight is what I said. And this is a advanced, it's the most advanced AI that's been trained on human language. So you can talk to it just like you're talking to a human, and it has the knowledge of all languages. It can give you computer code. You can say like, like create, you could probably tell it to like create a front end, like in React, like blah, blah, blah. And like tell it what buttons to put there. And like, it'll spit out the actual code that you can plug into the internet. Like this is going to be a huge revolution, but the language part of it, so there's going to be ways that people can combine lots of different pieces together. But so this is the interface where it wants to basically start out a conversation, and it's been preloaded with like the instructions, like just act like two friends texting back and forth is like what the AI's instructions are. And so it like gives you the script already to say you start talking about some science project or something. I don't even know what like the base thing was, but I rewrote it to just say, hey, what's up? And then it said, then it asked me, like, it said, not much, just hanging out. How about you? And so I said, time locking cryptocurrency, thoughts? And so then, still not getting anywhere, it says, that sounds pretty interesting. Can you explain it to me? So I'm like, because I've already read a ton of examples of like how people have used this. I studied this for a month or two, like a couple of years ago. And so this is my first chance last night to actually play with this new technology. And so then I like accidentally hit the back button, and And so I lost everything I typed. So I like started over basically. And so I said, a cryptocurrency that inflates to reward the behavior of time locking that cryptocurrency. Thoughts? And then it finished writing the rest of my input. Okay. So I did not write this. So that's what I wrote is I said a cryptocurrency that inflates to reward the behavior of time locking that cryptocurrency. And then it said, this is the AI speaking without me putting in anything else other than what you can see I already put in. The AI says, it's a way to incentivize people to hold on to their cryptocurrency for longer periods of time, as they will be rewarded with more of the currency if they do. So I'm like, all right, yeah, that's what I meant. Continue. And then I like put on the next phrase and said, plus time locking tokens prevents selling. So this creates less current supply. Are you guys following me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And now it got mad at me for leaving a space at the end of each prompt. Okay. Creates less current supply. And then the AI writes, that's really interesting. I'm curious to see how this will play out in the market. Now I know where this is going. You guys don't know exactly where this is going, but this AI gets really knowledgeable about HEX just based on the simple ideas that we have been drilled into our heads, right? So I said, do you see any problems? Because it wants to see how it plays out in the markets. It knows about markets. All right, okay, bet. It knows about Twitter. It knows about markets. It knows about human language. Like, let's go. So I said, you see any problems? Of course, concern trolling, middle of the night. Don't worry, I'll say some good things about HEX, but I wanted to know if it knew anything I didn't right away. And so the AI said one potential issue I can think of is the incentives for time locking could be too high, leading to hoarding and creating a shortage of tokens in circulation. So now I'm getting really excited because I'm like, dude, I thought of that too.
Up only.
Yeah. So I'm like, wow, okay. So like, that's what I've literally been saying for a while that I don't think a lot of people agree with me on, is like the OA should actually stake more. And I'm not saying that this AI is saying that, but I'm just like, I've been on that point in the past couple of weeks to people privately and on stream probably. So like, so there's no connection there. It's just like, that's, I think, a natural thing to think is like, well, you could overpay people for time locking, and that would be a potential problem. But that's a really high level problem to figure out on the first question, where it's really demonstrating something. It's like, wow, okay, you do understand economics. Like, let's continue, right? And that, well, I said, why is that a potential issue, right? And then it says, because I still want to test the AI and be like, well, what do you really know? What do you mean by that? Like, let's see what it says. And then it says, hoarding can lead to a lack of liquidity in the market, which can make it difficult for people to buy or sell the token. It could also lead to price volatility, as there may be fewer tokens available for trading. All right, what should I have said next? I want to see if anybody can like guess what I'm going to say next. If I wanted to educate this thing. So it says price volatility could be a problem.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Correct. All right. Now, so I said price volatility in crypto is a feature, not a bug, as it transfers wealth from the impatient to the patient. What potential issue do you see if incentives for time locking are not too high or low? All right. And now it's going to take this through. It can come back to this information later on in the chat as like, now it's kind of going to agree with me, but kind of integrate that into what it knows. And so, so I'm like, all right, we're like past the pleb shit that you learned from like the regular market. And now we're on to like price volatility as a feature, not a bug. All right. So I'm still concerned trolling it though. And like, as any new person would who's thinking critically. It says if the incentives are not high enough, people may not be incentivized to time lock their tokens, leading to a lack of demand for the tokens and a decrease in their value. On the other hand, if the incentives are too low, people may not see it as worth their, and I said, worth their what? And it said worth their time to time lock their tokens. So that's pretty deep. Like I was asking like, what potential issue do you see in this case? And then it kind of went through both of the cases of like, if you're not paying people enough, then maybe they're going to hold liquid, right? And that's how it goes, right? So some people hold liquid and some people time lock.
So the AI liked HEX.
Do I need to speed this up?
No, we've got lots of time.
All right. So, because Crypto 7's over there with his finger on the buy button, like I was last night, where I finished this conversation, I'll tell you how it ends. I bought more HEX.
Great.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
So I said long-term. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just going to jump in.
Commentary along the way, please.
Oh, okay, thanks. Sure. It's just something that struck me was that this AI likes HEX. It's an interesting way of cutting through to the Eric Walls out there, but also something I heard Richard say was, I think he said it a while ago, but I heard a clip of it recently. He said dummies got HEX, the dum-dums got HEX, price goes up, they got that, and the geniuses got HEX. That would be the people presumably that, you know, got behind the code and things, and the inflation aspects and all the rest, and the T-shares. And the guys in the middle, they didn't get it. They thought it was too good to be true. So it's quite interesting that it's not the dum-dums got HEX, the geniuses got HEX, and also AI got HEX.
Yeah, by design. That's so true, kind of.
Yeah, but sorry, I just thought I'd show that it was quite interesting. Carry on.
It is, and just like you said, it is going to cut through to some people coming from an AI versus coming from somebody else. Like, because and it also tells me as a content creator more about like how the conversation goes with somebody who is familiar with different concepts and you know, you can, so with GPT-3, I could take this entire conversation and it has a whole panel to just explain it to a second grader.
Oh, wow.
So it'll rewrite the entire conversation so a second grader can actually understand it. And that'd be a fun thing to test. So there's going to be an infinite amount of like noise, right, in like this whole, which is why I wanted to do it on the first day and stuff. So here we can see it says long-term thinker. So here I'm trying to educate it more. I said long-term thinkers would see it as worth their time to time lock their tokens for a lower incentive, which transfers value to USD price appreciation. So that's been one of my narratives that I think is just kind of the mechanics of it all is like, you know, I've been designing Time Pays Me as a way for people to time lock their Pulse Chain and Pulse X tokens. And I don't even know if I'm going to charge a fee. And I don't even know if I'm going to make a side game on top of it or not. But I know that the more pure something can launch, the better. And so I've been considering the possibility that like people don't need extra incentives to time lock stuff if they understand time locking is the most successful strategy in investing, especially if you're doing it on a drip where you're able to dollar cost average out over like a period of years on a weekly basis or something. So that I won't go into that too much as a side tangent here, but I do like, I have thought very deeply about like what the trade-offs are. And if the OA decreased the APY to stakers who are already up 500x, then it would probably transfer more value into price appreciation when the supply and demand like met anyway. And so I'm not saying it should do that. There's pros and cons. That would be a whole debate. But like I'm just trying to tell the AI here, like, look, it's this is one of my kind of important principles that I see. And so then I got done telling it that, and then it finished my phrase with the question, thoughts. So it was like saying, you should have asked me what my thoughts were, right? And so then I hit like the submit button again. And I'm like, all right, yeah, like I want to hear your thoughts. And then the AI said, that's true. And it could be beneficial for long-term investors who are looking to maximize their returns. It could also help stabilize the price of the tokens as there will be less volatility due to the time locking. I mean, we're having a real conversation here, people, like, as far as I'm concerned, because, you know, it's not telling me exactly what I told it. It's like kind of, it's searching for things that are true that are related to that on a very conceptual level, I think. And then I said, less volatility for investors who time lock. True. However, price volatility could be greater for those who hold liquid and are tempted to sell short-term ups and downs, don't you think? Very leading question, I know. And it said, yes, that's true. Price volatility could be greater for those who hold liquid tokens, as they may be more tempted to sell during short-term ups and downs. However, if they're able to resist the temptation and time lock their tokens, they could potentially benefit from the... I lost my spot.
Dude, that's nuts.
Benefit from the long-term appreciation of the tokens. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you understand HEX now. Like, it's nuts. Then I said, see any problems with delayed inflation compounded by price appreciation? Do rich people sell more or less? It says if the inflation rate is delayed, then the rich people who own more tokens would benefit more from the price appreciation, as they would have more access to the tokens. This could lead to greater wealth inequality, as those with more tokens would be able to take advantage of the price appreciation. Okay, but that's not really accounting for time locking and not time locking. So then I said, not if the inflation dilutes those who don't time lock. So we're going back and forth to really explain what is HEX. Is like, that would be true that crypto increases wealth inequality. However, I think if you have to stake in order to hold on to your share of the future compound interest, right? That's what a T-share is it's your share of all the HEX that will exist in the future that's not diluted. So I kind of put that point in, and then it said, that's true if the inflation rate is designed to dilute those who don't time lock their tokens, then it could help to reduce the wealth inequality caused by price appreciation. It could also incentivize people to time lock their tokens in order to benefit from the price appreciation and inflation rewards. And then I started giving it like actual stats on HEX, like how much faster do you think a time locking crypto that pays high incentives and has 75% of tokens locked for 6.5 years could appreciate relative to Bitcoin? Now I'm getting greedy, right? Because like I'm not sure if the AI overlords are gonna like shut off the chat now that I'm bringing up Bitcoin, or like if I like shill HEX or something, like I'm not sure if I'm gonna get turned off. But I'm gonna get more and more like bold the longer this conversation is allowed to continue, right? And then it says, the AI friend says, it's hard to say for sure, but it's likely that the appreciation rate of a time locking crypto could be significantly faster than Bitcoin, especially if the incentives are high and a large portion of the tokens are locked for 6.5 years. The rewards from inflation and price appreciation could add up quickly, making it a very attractive investment. Okay.
Damn, man.
That's great.
Ask when Pulse Chain is coming out.
Steph did that this morning.
Is this financial advice from AI?
It was not as satisfying to see Steph use this technology to troll. Although Steph is a technologist, he understands this stuff better than I do, and he is giving away $2,000 worth of crypto today for people who guess the price of HEX rate. So shout out to Steph. Then I said, no one likes waiting, but I guess that's the target behavior of investing, other than picking the right asset with the right game theory. And it said, yes, it's true. Investing is all about patience and picking up the right asset with the right game theory. A time locking token, and then it says time locking tokens can be a great way to incentivize people to practice patience and invest for the long term, as they will be rewarded with more tokens if they do. And then I was like trying to plug in numbers like how many years should a 35-year-old male with moderate risk tolerance lock? Now I'm getting greedy at this point, guys. Like, this is kind of embarrassing, right? And then it says, for a 35-year-old male with a moderate risk tolerance, I would recommend locking up their tokens for at least 3 to 5 years. This will give them enough time to benefit from the rewards of time locking without taking on too much risk. Now I'm like, all right, fine, cool, answered that. Now I said, how high could the U.S. Federal Reserve raise rates, right? Because now I'm just like, now I'm really going all out. And it says, the U.S. Federal Reserve has the ability to raise rates as high as it sees fit, although it is unlikely that they will raise rates too drastically. The Fed typically sets its target rate between 2 to 3%, and any rate increases are usually done in small increments. Fact checkers. I have a panel of people who are brilliant at understanding finance. Is it considering the correct rate?
So the current rate sitting at 4%.
Correct.
And I wouldn't say 75 points 4 times in a row is not too drastic. That's pretty drastic.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I mean, well, GPT got cut off in 2021. They haven't given it access to the internet since then. So I guess we'd have to tell it. So that's what we'd have to do is we'd have to go back in and we'd have to tell it what the Fed did and then ask it and then ask again. That's the move there.
I think these are the highest inflation rates since the 1980s. So it's probably drawing on history there. The Fed have actually got a hard task. I think they're going a little bit higher. I think they're going to 4 to 5% is where they want to stop. But we can't blame the AI for that because, as you say, it's not been updated with the latest.
It got cut off in 2021. Correct. It was a much different world back then.
So we're probably going to see 4.75.
Okay.
Sorry if you've already covered this, but did you give it the training data or did it just go searching the internet?
It just takes what it already knows. It doesn't get to search the internet. It just has to go off of what it knows.
So but it knows about HEX.
But it knows every computer language. Like it learned about HEX because of what I told it about HEX just there. So that's the only knowledge it had about HEX as a cryptocurrency. But you'll see when it starts writing my tweets, you'll see everything it remembered from earlier in the conversation. So just to like cap off this part of the segment, I think there's only like a few more slides left. So just the final part I asked, go ahead.
The last time we saw above, so in 2008, we had 2.64. So he's pretty much correct for the last, what's that, 14 years?
All right. Sweet. Because that's not what the mainstream media is telling me, like, buy, sell, fear, crazy, war. You know, like, it's just nothing.
Well, war is pretty good. If you go back to 1929, we had the Great Crash, or the Great, what was it called? Anyway, the stock market crashed 89%, and it just went up from there, even throughout World War II. So yeah, war is pretty good for stimulating the economy.
Yeah, as long as you're on the right side of the winning team.
Yeah.
So to finish out the questions I think that I was asking before I made it write my tweets is why is it so emotionally hard to invest when prices are down? And then I hit a comma instead of a period. I hit a comma instead of a period, and then it finishes the question. I was just going to ask, why is it so emotionally hard to invest when prices are down? But it finished and said, and why is it so emotionally easy to invest when prices are up? All right, I accept the rest of the question, and I accept the answer. Investing when prices are down can be emotionally difficult because people tend to fear losses more than they appreciate gains. My girlfriend is, like been trained at PhD level in like, behavioral psychology. And so part of their field is behavioral economics type stuff. Like that's true. That's what the research says. Like that's a very, very, very high level point that I think a lot of people would miss is like, that's exactly how people are, is that they fear losses more than they appreciate gains.
That's why after you've reached a goal, you feel pretty empty, and you tend to fall back into old ways. Yep.
Yeah, and that's something we can use. I hope we can use in the future is with the products that I want to build on the blockchain is like for people to be able to reward themselves for their own behavior and pay yourself to quit smoking, to eat right, to do whatever behavior change you want. And but here the AI goes on, when prices are up, people tend to be more optimistic and eager to invest as they are hoping to capitalize on the gains. True that.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, so that was that's the fun that I had last night.
You should have asked at the end if he knows about any of a crypto which is similar to that?
Well, I already told her about HEX.
Okay.
And so it was, I can bring up the, I'll just real quick bring up like because it doesn't really demonstrate unless I tell you the tweet, how it summarized at the end, basically everything that we had learned. So I said, why is it so emotionally easy? So we just did that one. And then I said, can you create a good tweet that's new about our time locking crypto called HEX? So I read off everything I've ever explained about HEX to GPT. And here's the tweet that it comes up with. There's two of them. The first one says, invest in HEX and get rewarded for your patience, exclamation mark. Time lock your tokens and get more HEX tokens with inflation rewards. Hashtag crypto, hashtag investment, hashtag time lock. And then I asked for another tweet and it said, get ready to hashtag hodl, exclamation mark. Time lock your HEX tokens and get rewarded with more tokens and increased price appreciation over time. Hashtag crypto, hashtag investment, hashtag time locking.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
It's dope.
I think Richard would love all this.
Yeah.
I think it's cool that you've wheeled it out on the third birthday as well. Is this the first time you've aired and shared all this, Matty?
Oh yeah. I just
awesome.
discovered this last night.
That's very timely, isn't it? That's serendipity then, isn't it? On the third birthday. And it's like, you kind of, when you hear, you know how you hear different people say the same thing that you're trying to say, but they say it in a better way or a different way. And listening to the AI, it's like, oh wow, I've not heard it. I've heard these things said in this way. You know, as a sort of marketing guy, you know, straight away I was like, oh, that's a different way of expressing it, and that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm gonna dip out as well. Give someone else a chance, and I really thank you. And it's been really interesting. Oh, I loved all of it, and particularly the AI stuff. But it's all been really cool. Thanks for meeting you guys. It's really cool.
We're gonna do the online HEX conference January 6th through 9th. So I'll DM you with the details for that as well.
Just subscribe to your channel.
Oh, thanks very much, man. Yeah, and I liked your comments. By the way, you were talking about how I was interested, it's Benjamin, isn't it? I was interested that you got a HEX airdrop being a Bitcoin holder, because I haven't heard of many Bitcoiners that got the HEX airdrop, and I know there's some. And I think Jack,
that's how I heard about HEX.
Yeah, that's right. You did as well. Sorry. Yeah, as more of a newbie, it's I'm not so familiar with so many. I was just going to say, do you still have a little bit of Bitcoin, or can you say? Are you still in that community? Do you have influence in the community?
No, I don't.
No.
And I don't.
I think it's interesting when you. No, I can understand that. Anyway, thanks very much for having me. That's brilliant. Thanks, guys. I'll see you soon.
Thanks.
See you.
Cheers. Awesome. Count me in for the conference. That's cool. Thanks.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Somebody says they're glad that they accidentally came here. That's what I like to see in the chat. Very good. So we're celebrating HEX being 3 years old today. The official start of the HEX birthday was actually at 7 p.m. Central Time yesterday. And so we're going to be running all day here for 12 hours. We're going to be bringing on lots of people within the HEX and Pulse Chain community who are just going to hop on whenever they feel like getting on. And if anybody is already a streamer, like Randy here, speak of exactly what I need is more people who know how to stream to hop on. And I will message you that, Randy. I'll send it to you on Twitter and Telegram.
I think I'm gonna also leave, guys. But it was nice, like 3 hours, no, 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
It was really cool, and for the first time actually, to be with you. And check out Hackspace as a data warehousing tool and an analytics platform.
I'm going to drop the link again right now into the live stream chat. So
thanks,
people,
Mikey.
even if you're watching on the replay, we have usually thousands of people who watch on the replay. You can, when you hear this, just open up the live chat, even though it's not live anymore, and you'll see that the link is github.com/BENIS presence PRESENCE/Hexspace.
Exactly. And I will tweet about it a couple of times. But yeah, I hope you enjoy. That's my little gift for the Hex birthday.
Yeah.
And see you soon.
That's a badass gift. Thanks for coming on. We'll see you next time.
It was a pleasure. Bye.
We got Finbear coming on a little bit later. Hopefully Randy Hilarski is jumping on now or sometime in the future. What time is it for you there, Hans?
So it's coming close to 9 o'clock now in the evening. Okay. So the EU time zone for me.
We have 210 people watching live, 2.5 hours into this 12-hour stream. And then, like I said, I mean, usually, I mean, even at the bottom of the bear market, when people who have thousands of followers, sorry, hundreds of thousands or millions of followers are not getting a couple thousand people watching on the replay. We got myself and Randy Hilarski is another one who has been crushing the YouTube game from much earlier days than me. And I'm so excited to have you on the channel, Randy.
Thanks.
Streaming daily,
I don't know what's going on, but my my sound is not coming in. Oh, jeez, that's why. It's not plugged. Hold on.
At least we can hear him.
Yes, we can hear you.
There we go. All right, cool.
I was just saying how excited I am to have you on, Randy. You're a great streamer, and
I appreciate that.
So it's you're a great Hexican, and I follow your channel. So everybody, both of these guys who are on right now, I listen to regularly. So go subscribe to their YouTube channels immediately, please.
Yes, please. We're growing slowly. I'm about to hit 7,000. You know, I've had my YouTube channel for 12 years or something. I just never did anything with it until Hex came along. You know, never took it serious.
Do you guys have a certain schedule of when you stream?
Go ahead, Hans.
I try to do it. I should do it every day at I don't know what your time is, but in the middle of the day for me, so everybody can watch me, the Australians, the Europeans, and you guys on the East Coast. Probably the West Coast is a bit early for you guys.
Beautiful.
And for me, it's 10 p.m. Eastern right now. And that's only due to the clocks. And if they still continue doing the stupid clock changes, then it'll be 11 p.m. Eastern when the clocks change.
And Randy, which days do you stream?
Sunday night through Thursday night. Tonight I have a special stream, but I'm still going to stream tonight. But normally I don't stream on Fridays and Saturday nights. My wife wants some time outside the house. You know, go out to a restaurant or something, and not have to worry about me going to set up a stream.
If you're streaming at 10, so I'm planning to end this at 10 Central, but if you're streaming at 9 Central, then I might just raid you and make it an 11-hour stream.
Cool.
Heads up.
But my stream tonight is about gold and silver, so it's kind of like takes it off the Hex subject. Yeah.
Then I'll just announce it. I'll announce it for people to go over there.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm interviewing Cash from the Gold Standard DAO tonight, and they're out of Australia, so it's a good time for him. You know, it's right around 1 p.m. for him, so I figured, you know, I'll just do it in my stream time. Perfect.
Cool. So, Randy, what's your hot take these days on Hex?
Okay, so I announced last night that the Aurochs indicator did go green on the monthly for Hex.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's big news. We could, you know, typically when you're changing from a bear market to a bull market, it'll probably be an Aurochs indicator 1 month green, 1 month red, 1 month green, 1 month red, or something like that, and then we take off, right? And who knows how much that takeoff is going to be. but it's time for accumulation phase, right? If you're not accumulating right now, I don't know what the hell you're thinking. Who cares if it drops to a penny? But from here, you can still accumulate at a penny and drop your average by 50%. If you buy now at 3, buy again at a penny, you can 50% lower your average down to what, 2.25 or something like that. So I wouldn't be worrying about the prices. You're not going to care when the price is 20 cents, 30 cents, $1, $2 that you saved a penny, right? I know that a lot of the HEX OGs, they got a much lower average price in HEX than I did, because I just bought during the first 10 days during the AA. And then I started buying again once I started watching Hexo in March. And during that time, the price had already gone up a whole bunch. That's when the God Wheel came in. So I was buying at those prices too. So I got like 2/200ths of a penny at the launch during the launch week or something like that. And then we got it again at 1/4 of a penny is when we started buying again. And a lot of the HEX OGs who were buying in February and in January, like you, Manny, you guys got much lower prices than I did, but it all works out. You know, when you look out 3 years from now, when HEX could possibly be $2.50 or $3 or something, you're gonna look back and you're like, damn, I'm happy I got in at 2.5 cents or 3 cents. So we're all gonna be very thankful that we're buying at this time.
Oh, for sure. I think so too.
Yeah, very few people actually get to buy the exact bottom.
Yeah.
Many people on Twitter will tell you that they do that, but very few people actually buy the bottom and sell the top. Extremely rare. And an average price, I mean, what more can you ask for? It's pretty much, the volatility is so low compared to the massive candles that we had while we were coming down, right?
Absolutely.
Pretty much flat on the ground if you look at it. Just zoom out a little bit.
I wasn't able to sell the top because I didn't have a HEX stake available during the top, right? Excuse me. By the time my stake came out, large one, it was 44 cents, and I was able to sell one big large stake in September of 2021, and that is what tied me over through this whole time. Seriously, you know, I bought a new truck, went on a trip, and you know, my life paid for my bills. I can't complain.
It's because you survived all those ups and downs.
Yeah, and the big thing I learned in this bull market is what I've learned over the years since 2014 is to take profits when profits are good, and to, you know, hunker down when times are bad, and don't give up your clients. Because I have a small business, we do social media for people, and you know, those kind of things, and we have sponsors, and I decided I'm not going to do that this time. I'm not going to kick them off, and thank God I didn't, because that's I don't have to touch my crypto right now. I just use my money I get from my salaries and my sponsorships.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing, man. You're accumulating in the bear market.
Yeah, exactly. You guys got to do it. War Ants. That's a cool logo.
You're muted.
Thank
you.
Go. Sorry.
Look at that logo. That's badass.
It's very good.
First off, thank you, Maddie, for letting me join. And I hope you have a speedy recovery.
Thank you.
To add on your AI conversation, I just tried myself a little demo, and I was asking what would happen if you have a wife and 2 kids and you would suddenly die or something. And it actually responded that you would have to have a funeral notice where you explicitly put your HEX rewards to your next of kin, so to speak. So that's kind of crazy. It actually knows about laws and cryptos and how you should deal when things get rough for you, you know?
Wow. Yeah, it's very impressive, isn't it? It's like
the
start of a new era.
Thank you for sharing this.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, can you tell us something about your HEX story?
Sure. I came in about 1.5 years ago when I was being shilled by some dude named Fastcoin. He was shilling some helium miners. And yeah, as we all know, that thing went down to shit. And when I saw his YouTube videos, all of a sudden on the videos you may like, there was this guy wearing a top hat, and he was called Richard Hart. And I was like, okay, who's this guy? So I just clicked on his video and I started listening, and he was mesmerizing. The way he talks, the way he's like, that was in his HEX logo wearing time, and he was just cursing at everybody and everything. And I was like, oh man, this guy is next level, you know? He's not some shill just being paid by other influencers or project owners. He's got his own thing going on. And I have to find out more about this guy. And I learned about sci-fi. And I was like, okay, this guy actually knows what he's talking about. And it helped me because I was having a hard time with my now ex-wife, and I was being a problematic drinker. Actually, Richard Hart helped me quit drinking.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was smoking weed like 24/7 at work. I didn't care so much. And now I'm, done. I started realizing that, like, what I spend on alcohol and what I spend on weed, I could also invest on HEX, because at the time HEX was like trading at 5 cents or something, 5 euro cents, maybe $6 or something. So I was like counting that. I was like driving my car around, you know, just doing bullshit rides, and I was like, man, I could save on the fuel. I could put it into HEX. So I started making my expenditures on beer. I made a stake every day, just small amounts, and my expenditures on weed, like a gram of weed here cost 10 euro. I started making stakes. Hey, what if I stake 1 gram of weed for a year from now? See what happens. And I started getting the hang of it, you know?
What a beautiful thing, because it was allowing you to improve your health and to save and reward yourself in the future. That's beautiful.
Exactly. I didn't even know about the community. So I went on the Twitter, and this next level, damn, there were people flocking all over. They were like, bro, we are Hexicans. And I was like, okay. So last year, Richard Hart went to Amsterdam. And that was awesome. That was so awesome, because I'm just a pleb, you know. I'm a trash man. I collect garbage for my work, and it's fun. I drive a truck, and it's great. But I showed up at this 5-star Amsterdam hotel, and I was like, oh shit. And I was like, okay, I'm here for Richard Hart. And the desk clerk was like, who's Richard Hart? And there was this Dutch guy. He was just plain talking English to me. I'm like, bro, you know Richard Hart? He's checked in here. Am I at the right hotel? No, I don't know any Richard Hart, sir. I'm like, okay. Let me rephrase this. I'm here for a conference with Hexicans. Nah, I don't know any Hexicans. Oh, are you that Bitcoin type of guy? I'm like, yeah, Bitcoins, cryptos, you know? He's like, yeah, that's it. I checked in at 5 my local time, because I misread at the time. It was actually at 7. So I had to wait in the lobby for like 2 hours. And this guy walked up to me, would you like some champagne, sir? And we were like, oh, shit. I was wearing my Nikes, you know, everybody was wearing leather shoes and just fancy suits. And this guy walked up to me with beard, and he's like, you're a Mexican. I'm like, yeah, I'm here for Richard Hart. He's like, can I sit next to you? And like we started discussing things, and turned out he was this scholar type of guy. He was pretty cool. And all of a sudden, Richard Hart walked by, and a lot of people started flocking into the hotel room, you know. And so all of a sudden, we went into this room. Richard Hart started doing his talk, and everybody was like, okay, this is pretty cool. He started talking about HEX. Like I said in an earlier tweet, he treats it like his, how do you say it? Like if it's his child, but he also let it go. You know, it got born, but it was also instantly 21 years of age. So It got wander off in the wild world. Sorry.
What an incredible story. That's very unique, and I think inspiring to a lot of people as you continue to probably dollar cost average with your bad habit money into the rest of this bear market. That's an incredible value proposition for you to be viewing the money that you're investing as something that you would have lost anyway, that you would have harmed your own health with.
Let's call them ganja stakes.
Yeah. Ganja stakes. Yeah, but it's true. It's true. I was destroying myself because I was living in a toxic relationship, and I didn't know by that time. But to be honest, like 6 months ago, my wife had a psychosis attack.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I came home from work. She wasn't there. We had an argument the night before, but yeah, this is not easy. But anyway, she called the police that I was wielding a samurai sword in the living room. Well, in fact, I was just eating a pizza. So there was this knock on the window, and I saw this, we have this window foil where you can't look inside into our house. But I saw these faces going on. I was like, oh, that's her dad and her brother trying to ask for an explanation, and she's going to be pissed, and she's going to stay over there for a night. Cool. So I opened the door, and there was this squadron of police drawn with weapons and tasers, and I was like, what the fuck is going on there? They were like,
yikes.
Yeah, you're arrested now. I was like, what the and I was just being thrown out of my house, and here we are 6 months later. HEX got me into a position where I can get a mortgage to buy a new fucking house. So
wow, congrats.
Hard. Thank you.
Those are bigger than ganja stakes then.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I got some help from the bank, but seeing as my stakes roll out after 1.5 years, guys, what can I say? Here in the Netherlands, you need at least 10% in your own capital for the total value of a house you're going to buy. Let's say my house is going to be 300 grand. I need 30K. HEX made me do this.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the Hexicans made me do this, because if it was just Richard, he would be just another shill to me. But I learned about this community. I learned about the Hexicans. I got to make these fucking fabulous bomber jackets, which, yeah, I'm a big fan of these hardcore parties, Thunderdome, and I collected the bomber jackets. And I saw people creating merchandise, and there's this Dutch thing called stroopwafels. So I just tried to combine them. I now make bomber jackets, which I sell for non-profit. I just like to do it with the pulsing logos, as you can see, with Just Being Black and Black Hexagon, Hexiquin, Hex Luthor as one, and some other Hexicans. I don't know their names.
Oh, nice. So you've moved into the design business and merch, huh?
Yeah, and Maddie, you will get a complimentary one.
Yeah, of course. That's very generous of you. Yeah, that's awesome. And I would encourage you to take a small profit and reward yourself that way too. Because just because you love what you do doesn't mean you don't need to get paid, or just do it for free like I do. Either way.
Yeah, it's cool to do. I don't make them myself, but I know this shop here in my town, and they're very good at what they do, and they make these fabulous jackets, and I'm like, yeah, supportive of them, because they've had Corona also, and I don't know if I can say that on your channel, but they've had hard times, and their shop burned down, and they're reopening. So yeah, it's cool for me to support them.
It's great to hear, even in a bear market, that people have the right idea of using HEX as a way to have positive behavior change and have better financial situation because you changed your behavior to thinking more long term. So congratulations to you, and bravo on being able to share that, and it very well can help other people that you've shared that too. So thank you.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because we are in a bear market, and this is the time. Just go wild, go wild. Things that you normally just waste, like expensive vacations, and driving around endlessly for no reason. Just
joyrides.
Save on it. Quit smoking. I saw this video from BitBoy yesterday with the dev. Hey, it's me, the dev, or something.
I saw that too.
Smokes. He's promoting Marlboro, so in effect, BitBoy is promoting smoking. Stop smoking, guys. Please do.
Yeah. Well, and that's what ABIT did. He's hosting where we're going to be checking in with later today in San Diego, where the in-person HEX meetup is happening. And I know that ABIT has that as part of his recovery story. Some elements are similar to yours, where he quit alcohol and abusive relationships and a lot of other things because he used HEX as a decentralized cryptocurrency. He found the community, and he took the actions that he needed to take in order to, improve and become the best version of himself that he can be. And so definitely shout out to both of you and everybody else who's using HEX for all the right reasons. Is that brings great joy to my heart. And that's something that I get really excited about.
Yeah, I can only agree. If it wasn't for the community, I would have been in a lot worse position, or I wouldn't have been here at all.
Now let me ask you one question, and I want to get Lou Brandy in as well. And so War Ants, when you were in this fancy hotel trying to meet up with Richard for the first time because you'd seen him on YouTube and you'd heard about HEX and everything, you were at this hard point in your life and kind of just blown away. You painted a very good picture there. Now I want to know, is that the meetup that happened before or after Sticker Guy, who I love, hijacked half of the meetup?
That was before.
Okay, all right. So you went to the one that was after that?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
Well,
that's fun. That's fun.
Let me rephrase that. It was the one where he got the actual moon boots, the big.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That one, because it was funny because we had this conference room, and all of a sudden one of the hotel clerks knocked on the door, and he said, "Mr. Hart, we've got kind of a problem." And Richard was like, "What's the problem?" Well, this conference room is full, but the lobby's filled with another 250 people waiting for you. And he's like, "Okay, no problem. We'll have another room, or we'll just open doors." And he's like, "No, that's not gonna happen because of, So Richard actually, he made this 15-minute talk in one room. Then he
had to walk back and forth. Yeah.
Going back and forth. But it was explicit because when we all got outside, we decided to do this photograph on the how do you say that? We call it grachten. On the streets of Amsterdam. And there were guys like, "What are you doing?" "Yeah, we're Hexicans. We're trying to make a group photograph," but the lighting wasn't good. And all of a sudden, the police showed up. They were like, "Are you protesting, guys?" No, we're not protesting. We're Hexicans. We're making a group photo. And they were like, "Hexicans?" And this one police officer, he actually knew about HEX. So he's like, "That's Richard Hart." And he pointed out to his colleague, "That's Richard Hart." Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. It was a great night. So Richard, if you ever see this, please do come back to The Hague this time, because parking in Amsterdam, €8 an hour, not gonna happen again, man.
These are really great anecdotes. I'm really happy with how the stream is going. Now, Randy, I want you to take us away in any direction you see fit.
I remember that day very well. I watched the whole stream. It was funny how Richard had to keep walking between the rooms. Then you guys are out in the street. Then he's showing his Ferrari. You know, that was a pretty cool stream.
Sorry to interrupt you, Randy. That was so funny because people they were asking, could you start the engine? And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna see how I can get fit into this Ferrari because I'm just a fat. Yeah, he was just genuine, you know. He's not like this superstar Prada wearing, look at me being all. He was so natural. He was just being Richard Hart, and that's yeah, man. I love the guy. I absolutely love the guy.
Yeah, I loved our our live streams where, you know, I've been a moderator probably since March of 2020 for Richard. Anybody who's been in the war room as a mod for Richard Hart streams knows how bad it gets. It was terrible in the early days. Man, I couldn't even watch the streams. I was just constantly having to delete message after message after message. People calling him a scammer, calling him fat. You know, it was really aggressive, and we took in a lot of negative. So we deflected that negative energy away from Richard. And you know, I, as a former psych nurse and mental health counselor like Maddie, it's not easy. You go home and you have to shed it off of you too. And I remember how exhausted I would be after a Richard stream, especially 2 to 3 hours worth of it. Just being a mod and just looking at my phone, and I'd be like, babe, I just need to go to bed. Let me go take a nap, you know, or something. Because it really was tough, but it all paid off, right? I mean, not just financially, but we have a community, we have a family of Hexkins that we didn't have, and those of us who, I mean, everybody lived through these illegal lockdowns that we had across the planet. It was the Hexkins, the Hex community that helped me get through it mentally, and not to have a total breakdown and go hurt somebody, because it was you guys that helped me get through. So I just wanted to applaud the whole community for that, for helping each other out, because a lot of people didn't have that. We had each other, so it was really cool.
Respect, and thank you to all that difficult emotional work that you did being a mod. It's very people are not very aware of it, the toll that it takes, and but thank you from myself and everybody else. Thanks for doing that job, Randy.
Yeah, Balliot, Bran, there's so many people. Hexo, everyone who's a mod. There's got to be at least 30 of us, but you know, not everybody makes it to every stream.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everybody.
That's what's up.
And that's
what other topics, Randy, do you see like zooming out? Like, what are current things that are going on in the Hex world these days?
Well, I'm kind of a big picture guy. Hex is like, it's one of my legs, right? I'm a gold and silver guy. I'm a anarcho-capitalist. I'm anti everything the government tells me. So, you know, I'm just one of those folks. So, as far as like for my streams and stuff, yeah, I would love to see growth, but I understand that my growth will be limited by how many people take a red pill, right? So it's not as open as most streams. Most people are just like, oh my God,
I disagree with that.
Really?
I myself, and I know other people who don't agree with everything that you say, that still tune in because we love how you say it, and just the, you know, that I think it's, to me, you've attracted an audience of people, and the reason why you have so many people watching you every time you stream is because you're just, you know, that's people who are critical thinkers don't have to agree with everything they hear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree.
You know, it's people are just want alpha, and Randy has alpha. So
I'm alpha with a little bit of chip on my shoulder. So I'm always wearing that chip on my shoulder, and I come across with a smile on my face with that chip. You know, and that's how I've gone through life. You know, I was one of those. I was an angry young man. Even though I performed very well, I did well within the system, and the military taught me that I wasn't to be part of the system. And just then for 10 years I wandered around life trying to figure out where to go and what to do, and I had to take my own path. And I found gold and silver, and then I found crypto, and then I found Hex, thankfully. And stop trading and stop doing those kind of bad habits and wrecking my financial future. I've told my stories, losing 7 Bitcoin in one day on leverage trading, you know, and sending a house worth of coins to the nether. The nether, it's just gone, right? And all the stories I like to tell you guys so much lost over the years just because it's been a whole learning experience. And I think HEX is just the top of the apex of the mountain as for my learning. And it's definitely improved my lifestyle, improved my family lifestyle, improved my relationships. Relationships with my family, helped mend some things. It's amazing what money can do to a family as far as mending relationships. For me, it's definitely helped. So I'm so thankful for what Richard brought us.
Yeah.
I have to agree with Randy on this, because when I was 17, I was forced either to join the army or spend in foster home until I was 21. When you know how it goes when you're young, you think you own the whole world. So I joined the army with my big mouth. I was sent out twice, and I saw some effed up shit. And luckily, I made it out alive. So basically, this crypto kind of thing started making me think about, what do I want in my life? Do I want to be going on recklessly? Do I want to go be a more adult kind of guy, or do I want to invest, like Maddie always used to say, invest in my future self?
Yeah.
Well, when I was actually the first European to resell the USB eruptors, like the Bitcoin USB miners.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you
That's
guys
old
know
school.
Yeah, that's pretty old school. That was back in 2012, 2013. And actually, there was this guy from Slovenia driving all the way to the Netherlands every month to pick up at least 50 of those USBs every month. So that, for me, that got me more Bitcoin and more Bitcoin and more Bitcoin. At some point, I was having so much Bitcoin that I bought myself a BMW M4 GTS. I was like king of the world, I'm like, yeah, I'm this Bitcoin king. 2017, bear market. People were laughing at me. Your Bitcoin's worth trash. Well, so was I at that point. I found out about Silk Road. I spent some Bitcoin on nasty things. But it got some of my friends, Antecessor and Very Foolish, I'm just going to name them, into the crypto scene. Like, can you do that with crypto? I'm like, yeah. And eventually, now they're into HEX as well. They're all cleaned up, and but that was their first initial contact with crypto, that you could buy drugs with it.
A lot of people.
The Netherlands is known for its export of drugs. Just ring up somebody and you'll have drugs delivered to you. And there was this new phenomenon where you could use your computer to buy drugs. Like, what?
So that's a full circle for you to go from seeing crypto used to buy drugs, and now you're using HEX as a way to not use drugs.
Actually, I was into kind of crypto before that, because when I was 10, my mother died and my grandma took care of me. But eventually she got older, and when I was like 12 or 13 years old, and I got my first computer, and I learned about internet, and I got to this website where you could click emails for 1 cent, or 2 cents or something, and you could see banners and click them for 1 cent, but you would have to have 10 euros to get a payout. That's like 1,000 clicks. And I was like, F this shit. I need to be on the other side of the chain. So I started creating my own script, which was called Creator Get Paid. I call it. There was this concurrent called Cash Crusader, and I called my Creator Get Paid. I started creating plugins and SQL, learning PHP, SQL, and then when I was 14 or 15, it was 98. Also in the soccer cup time, I was placed into a foster home, and then you didn't have a computer, you barely had food, You had to fight for a slice of bread in the morning, and that toughened me up. Like I was this softy computer typing nerdish kid, you know, and I was making money off internet, and people were like, "How is he doing that? It's not possible." And I was selling lottery tickets. I was selling telephone subscriptions. I was selling ringtones. I was selling mortgages, and it was just basically earning money to support my grandmother. And people were like, "How the f is he doing that? This little kid, he's making money off internet." And at some point, it got me to. I worked at the supermarket, and as an how do you say that? I don't know the English word, but I didn't have a contract with the supermarket. I worked for an employer that got me there. And this guy, he noticed.
You're like with a temp agency.
Yeah, this type of thing. And he tried to get internet, but it wouldn't work for him. So I put internet into his computer, and he was like, "Bro, I know this party where you should go to. It's in the Bel Air Hotel, and there's this computer geeks going around." And it turned out to be the launching party of Amazon Netherlands back in the days, way back in the days. So I was talking to these computer geeks, and I got this little Amazon gift bag, and I didn't know I was talking English the whole night, and I didn't know what the f I was talking about. I was talking about my clicking emails and just selling my mortgages and ringtones and coffee machines, and they were like, yeah, that's the next big hype, and we're gonna do the same kind of thing, but we're gonna open a store, like this huge warehouse online. I was like, man, I gotta get into this. So they gave me 5 shares just as a gift, and I kept them forever. I still have them, and now maybe back in the day they were like worth €2 or something. But yeah, thanks guys. 2 thumbs up.
Yeah. You'll take it to the bank. Well, that's another great anecdote, and I want to ask Randy and then more Ants. So Randy, you're not a hex maximalist.
Not at all.
You talk about other things. You're very transparent. You're a rare breed in the crypto space and in the in the hex space as well. For you, I really like your take that even though you don't think of hex as the only asset to be in, you prefer native hex stakes over tradable shares. Can you tell me a little bit about why that is for you?
Sure. I've been, even though I have HSIs, I have, Maxi and, perpetuals and things like that. I still, because I know who I am and I know how weak I am when it comes to my liquid funds, that it's better for me to take my coins and stake them out long-term using a native stake and not have access to them, because I have weak hands, and I know a lot of you do too. And when I see these people say, especially the new folks coming into hex, they're like, "Oh, I don't need to use that. I got HSIs. I'm just going to use an HSI stake." Great. When my hex is 100, you've already sold yours at $2. That's how it's going to work out. And then you're going to complain, "I sold my hex." Yeah, because you stayed liquid. And well, if you have a HSI stake, it is staying liquid. I understand the game. I understand why HSI stake is good. I understand why having ICOSA is good. Staking ICOSA, earning ICOSA, staking Hedron, earning Hedron, all that. That's all great. I have it all. Okay. And I dabble in it. But still, more than 95% of all my hex is a native stake. And it'll continue to be that way. And I still earn Hedron. So what I do with it, I earn my Hedron, and I turn my Hedron into other things. I do it all the time. My Hedron is my... yeah, that's my money pot. I keep turning into other stuff. So it works out really good. So I tell people that native stakes are still the way to go. At least do 50% in native stakes just to save you from yourself. And have a staking ladder that way. The other thing that I never did in the beginning, I call myself the Jackson Pollock of Hex because I took my stakes and I just threw them at the wall. I didn't look at a staking ladder. I just, my average stake is 11 years. I got times where there's 2 years between a stake because I wasn't paying attention, right? So I'm the Jackson Pollock of Hex.
Yeah.
And so you got to pay attention. DCC, Dollar Cost Crypto, he did a really good job. He used to call me a lot back in 2020, and we used to have call at night, late night calls, go to 2, 3 a.m. sometimes for me. And we would just discuss different ways to capitalize in the future of Hex. Remember, Hex was still under a penny at that time. And he's like, okay, you got to start doing staking ladders. But I'm like, man, I've already spent all my money on Hex. I don't have anything else. And I've already staked it out. But his what he said was sound. You know, have something come out every 6 months or every year, and just keep going heavier as you go on further out. And it worked out for him. You know, he made mistakes. He did too many stakes in his ladders. There was a couple people that did that. You know, they were doing daily stakes for a while, and then the ETH price went through the roof, and they can't afford to unstake their their Hex stakes. So yeah, I have weak hands, so native stakes are best for me.
And I would argue that everybody has weak hands. Everybody.
If I was liquid,
when you're talking 1,000x, 10,000x returns, when you're looking at what Bitcoin did.
If I was liquid in September of 2021, I would have sold every single Hex I had, for damn sure.
Yeah.
and I wouldn't be renting anymore, right? I've already bought my penthouse. And I probably would have spent about, 2/3 or 1/3 of everything that I had, just because I know how I am. So it's better that I have it broken up over time, further out, and get to enjoy the increased appreciation of the token, just like your AI was saying.
Yeah,
you get to experience the increased appreciation with the Hex inflation. So I'll take that.
Yeah, and it's funny that you say that, Randy, because I had HSI stakes, and I had to just sell them off because my ex-wife tried to screw me over the lease of her car, so I had to pay €4,500 up front in a 30-day time notice, or else they would have repoed the car. And I was just staying over at a friend's house, and I was like, God, and I'm just like you. I'm not just a Hex maxi. I've more tokens on different chains like ETHW, but also Hex, and I had to sell every single effing token I had.
All your liquid stuff, right?
All my liquid stuff, and I had to borrow from some friends. And I was like, damn it, why? But it worked out in the end. The car isn't owned by the bank anymore. I still have some of my Hex stakes left, but they're all long term.
Yeah, Hex saved us because when we did our unstake last year in September, and I bought a brand new Touareg, Volkswagen Touareg, and we went on our trip. We went to Europe for 3 months, and we did all that. We get all that out of our system, and now it's just okay. We wait for the next bull market to come, and just keep working, keep our heads down. That's why I don't mind streaming 5 nights a week. Just keep helping the community and teach people how to be able to take profits and not listen to people during the FUD time that are telling you the price is going to go down forever. Don't listen to the people that are also telling you the price is going to go up forever during the FOMO time, because they'll get you wrecked just as bad as the people that are going to get you wrecked to keep telling you that the price is going to go down. Then you're going to get left behind when the price does a 10x, and you're like, oh man, I should have bought some. This person told me it was going to continue to go down. Randy's not that guy. I'm telling you right now, we're in accumulation phase, guys. This is the time to start a really good DCA. I've been saying DCA for 6 months, but we've been at 3 cents for almost 6 months, right? We've been just trending sideways. We've had a couple dips down. We went to 1.8 cents or something like that. I don't know what the bottom was, but if it does dip, it's not going to stay down there long. And just make sure you're ready. If you could buy once a week or once a month, you should be fine. And just start buying all the way up too. That's how you build wealth.
You know what's fun? I've had this really good talk with the mortgage guy, and I told him about my crypto and what I earn in a year, and I was like, I've got these stakes going on, and he actually knew about Hex, but he never invested into it, but he was looking into it. So he's like, how big of a stake do you have? So I'm like, I've got maybe 500 euros coming out in 2023. So he's like, I'll add this up to your income. Let me see how that works out for you. So basically, he's like, bro, I've got to spit it out to you. The coming year, we're going to make a new recalculation, but we're going to give you green light to buy a house because you're good to go. And I'm like, yeah.
The bank said that the bank looked at your crypto assets
without HEX, because my basic salary isn't enough to get a mortgage to buy even a simple house here.
Oh, I know your houses are ridiculous. My Dutch friends that live down the road, they sold everything in Amsterdam and moved here. They bought a nice they bought a $750,000 penthouse over here in Panama, and left all their stuff in the Netherlands. Just said bye. Wow. They put everything in storage and moved here. So they're ETH whales, so they're not Hexkins, they're ETH whales, but it's still the same thing. Crypto.
But it's funny because I live in one of the capital cities, and if I move downwards to Germany, I could get a property five times the size and maybe 0.75 times as cheap.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. I know.
But is that something that I want? It's like a big decision to leave everything leave my friends. I don't have any family because I'm an orphan, but to leave my job, to leave my friends, like take a 225-kilometer trip to see my friends. And would they do the same for me? But
no. I'm telling you right now, as someone who moved and left my country, no, your friends will not visit you. You will make new friends. That's how you'll have a new tribe. That's how that works.
Yeah, but it's a big decision to make, because I'm almost 40, and if I'm lucky, I'll make it for another 50% of my life. But it makes you wonder,
Absolutely. If I were you, I would just make the move, but maybe not to Germany, maybe somewhere else a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
Maybe Portugal.
But they wouldn't allow me because I'm not the staff.
Oh, yeah. We know how that is. My family, we can't even travel to the U.S. because we haven't taken the juice. So I don't want to get Maddie's channel banned over talking about that.
No. I'm not using words, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm even careful on my channel, even though if it gets banned, it gets banned. I'll just go over to Odyssey or something like that. But
but if you guys want to talk about censorship, I was messaging everybody for this stream, and Telegram bitched at me saying I can't send any more messages. I was only sending to people I've talked to before. That's how hard. So please, GPT-3, save us from the difference between identifying whether something is spam or whether it's just somebody sending an invite over and
there
over
must
again.
Have been somebody that reported you, because
that must be
by itself.
So what kind of asshole is sitting out there who's come on my stream before and who's reporting me?
Fuck him.
I don't know. Well, that's I don't think doesn't sound right.
I'll put it.
But it's important. I think it is important, that we remember, I don't want spam, but I would rather have a little bit of spam and be able to message 50 people the same thing than total censorship.
Better off having your own group. I know what's his name does that. Cabana, we have our own group where he just messages everybody.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I just saw DJ Cryptomatic just got banned off Twitter today.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He did the same thing on Twitter with DMs. I got the DM and it said, "Oh, you can't reply to this because the person's been banned."
Same here.
Look who it is.
Hello.
Guru Finance, welcome.
You know what I think is funny? DJ Cryptomatic gets banned, and there are 3 Hexagon girls now, where 2 of them are scammers, and ALLin doesn't fix it.
Yeah, there's not just 2. There's a lot more than 2.
Yeah, there's a lot more, but DJ Cryptomatic is one of the most generic guys I know. He does live streams. He doesn't do anything wrong, Yeah,
and the tweets, even the DMs, even gone now, and it was just him saying, "Look, could you get a Christmas message together and send me your Christmas video? Because he wants to do a 2022 Christmas video.
Is that what got him banned? That sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Because he sent it. Minutes later, it was gone. He was gone.
Okay, that must have been it. Yeah.
I got the DM and I opened it and it was gone. I was like,
I just was looking for it right now and it's gone. It's off my Twitter now because I just received it like 2 hours ago.
And the stupid thing, I thought Twitter was
switching gears a little bit. Let's get back on the Hex wagon with Furu Finance. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Hi everyone.
Welcome.
And so you are an up and coming Hex streamer.
Yeah. I've been streaming. I've started streaming. It used to be just regular pre-recorded videos that were like edited, but figured that if you just stream and then you have like a bunch of clips you could release, it's just better for everyone. Every day, I try every day at 12 p.m.
That's awesome.
It's only been like 3 days, except for tomorrow. So Sunday I'll be there.
Very cool. And you've been streaming with one of the other YouTubers who's new to me that I tune into, Ben.
Ben. Yeah, we've been streaming a couple times. It's been going very well. Yeah.
Cool. Well, what's your take on Hex right now? What brought you to the community, and what's part of your backstory?
Yeah, I mean, I said if you're in crypto for a given period of time and you're open-minded, you have you're intelligent. I think you're just inevitably going to end up seeing Richard Hart, and you're going to end up in Hex because everything's very opaque there, and you just get screwed enough times that, that's really the place that treats you best. So that's really what it is.
I'm dropping the link to your channel here, as I've done for others, and we'll get that in the show notes.
Ask about that.
For people on the replay.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Everybody go follow.
Oh, I'm already
subscribed. Drop again, Randy's.
And, I appreciate that. I'm subscribed to you as well, Randy. So
awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. Great Twitter also.
So what is it that you like about Hex? So you like that Richard was right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I liked it before it was even confirmed. Right. So I was actually in Celsius. I was watching the Mashinsky AMAs every Friday.
Okay.
Underratedly good AMAs, like very informative. He's a smart guy. He knows a lot about finance. He knows a lot about crypto. So I did learn a lot there, but obviously I was in it for a little bit, and then I started watching Richard because he's smarter and more informative and he doesn't screw you, right?
There's that.
Yeah. And he said, I did listen. I answered the call. He said, if you have money in BlockFi and Celsius, pull it. And I did pull it just because of that. And I bought Hex. Richard called the Bitcoin top on the day. I bought the Hex top on the day. So that's right.
Wow.
You bought my bags.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. You're going to regret that. You're going to regret that.
Would you have lost your crypto investment if you hadn't pulled it out of those centralized exchanges?
Yeah, wait, I have my Celsius letter. I just got it. Should I see if I just got a letter from Celsius today. I have like a few dollars from like one of those, if it's in there, if you have like Bitcoin in there long enough, if you deposit a certain amount, you get free $75 worth of Bitcoin or something. So I still had that in there. So I was a depositor, so I get the I get the letter, like bankruptcy, what you need to do. And I feel so bad because basically, like, there are people that really thought they really made it in crypto, and they thought they were going to just live off the interest. I remember Mashinsky was talking about how you don't have to even work for your money. You make your money work for you, and you put your USDC in the Cell wallet, and you get like 10%. You get 10% on your USDC, so you could just like live off the Monday payouts sort of thing. So I'm sure people are really suffering, and this is a great opportunity to really, like point them towards Hex. And you have like people like Simon Dixon coming out and telling everyone, yeah, we need, like, and I'm not trying to say he's a scammer or anything, but he's he's a TradFi dude. He's been working in finance. He's been working on, like, I think the trading floors at these places. Like, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. That's what I said in one of my last streams. It's like, he just never learns. And like, all these lending platforms goes down, and he wants to find a more regulated and a more regulated and a more transparent lending platform that's not going to screw you. It's just like, yeah, it's like, why don't we just, hey, how about you put your crypto into something that trustlessly pays you yield? Trust what is trustless, right? Trust what is trustless. But people are going to fall for the same thing. I remember, so he got all this clout, Simon. He got all this clout of like, because he was the guy that stepped forward. And to his credit, I think it was a noble thing to do. I think he's a good dude, but he stepped forward and was, trying to explain how what Mashinsky did was terrible. And then all of a sudden he brings his users to Salt Lending, and he said that was the alternative. And Salt Lending actually just went under. It wasn't as big.
I'm friends with Sean Owen, the founder of Salt Lending.
Yeah, listen, I mean, whatever. I'm not saying they're scammers, but that you can't teach the old dog new tricks. I mean, maybe you could teach them about HEX. I don't know.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
Hey guys, I love to stick around, but I have to take my son to football practice. Football with the FUTBOL. And I'll be back tonight. I'll be gone for a few hours.
Sounds great, Randy.
Okay.
Right, cheers.
See you in a little bit.
Right.
Have a good one, Randy. Furu, I think the problem is that Richard always says, I don't work for you. Where influencers and shills, they get paid to work for them.
Yeah.
We see that many times. How many times have they sold their coins?
Yeah, it's
bizarre.
Yeah, I know I'm sort of making headway because I got a couple emails offering me to.
Yeah, but we see these. I think they're creepy, like Ren Noner.
Yeah.
He's shilling every single thing on the planet, and then shouts out to Richard Hart was right. What?
Yeah.
How many rafflings did you shill, bro?
Yeah, I mean,
Bitcoin crypto trying to do this facade turnaround. Richard Hart was right. Now he's with some don't buy Inu type of shit token, making this gangster movie going around. I'm like, why? If you're such a trustworthy influencer, then give up all that chilling. Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
like you said, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. They are gonna be shilling. Offer them a bag of gold, they'll be shilling any shit coin. We've seen that with some ex-hexicans that now are creating their own tokens.
Yeah.
How many hexicans are gonna give wrecked?
Yeah,
in
and
fact,
it's like, yeah.
Thanks for Big Black Clock for specifically pointing out some type of figures, But yeah, sometimes it's bizarre how crypto works. People are gonna fall for it because there's a big name behind it. They buy followers, they gain followers, whatever. They get big audiences on YouTube, on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. There's children falling for it. Like, it's bizarre. Children are giving up their allowances because their hero is promoting some shit gun.
It's true.
The thing that's never existed before is having something that is trustless, and that's going to take a long time for people to probably get, unless it becomes popular anyway. And whether it takes time or it happens suddenly, should really pretty much be irrelevant for somebody who's thinking more long term, who's preparing for all eventualities of HEX, going lower for a while, HEX going higher for a while. Like, people who are packing their bags in the bear market are typically the ones who are happier in the bull market. But it's that's why I like strategy of dollar cost averaging in and dollar cost averaging out. And I dollar cost averaged into HEX over like a pretty brutal first year. And then I started dollar cost averaging out of coins that did super well that I hadn't gotten rid of yet, because I didn't start out with 100% HEX on day one. It was I was a Bitcoin guy who came over from Bitcoin, and so I had Bitcoin and I had Ethereum and I had HEX and I had Mimble coin, and so I dollar cost averaged out of Mimble coin over like a year into HEX. I dollar cost averaged out of Bitcoin all the way up like into HEX, and now I have my ladder set so that I can dollar cost average out of HEX over 15 years if I need to. Otherwise, I can just restake, what I've got coming out. So it's and how it's played out so far is that I haven't had to sell all my HEX in order to make ends meet, and so that means I can stake it out further and keep playing the game and just see where it goes, because that's where I land on the delayed gratification thing. I would rather have more in the future than I would rather have a lot more in the future than a little bit more now, and that plays out really well in the HEX code because it gives me control over my own behaviors, whereas before I wouldn't be able to choose. I would have to make the choice constantly. Do I want to sell something that went up, or do I want to sell something that went down? I would constantly be faced with that decision. Versus HEX, it's only a certain percentage of my portfolio that comes out every year, and if I want to lock shorter, I can. But my basic staking ladder was 1 stake a year.
But here's a question for you. Let's say you're this type of influencer and you get offered $10,000 worth of coins to shill a project, which all works out. Here comes Richard Hart, this guy with the top hat and the Prada. Like, don't pick up pennies in front of freight trains. Not your keys, not your coins. These guys like Mashinsky, SBF, etc. You know how much money they could spend on just paying influencers to wreck Richard Hart? Like, I'll give you 5 extra grand if you say something nasty about Richard Hart. And they're like, okay, you already paid me 10K. Why not get the other 5K as well? I'll say something stupid about he's a fat scammer, whatever, because I'm paid to say that kind of. I wonder how many of those big names are eventually are going to come out. Yeah, I've been paid to say bad things about Richard. And I think that 1 or 2 may be a tip of the iceberg. I think there are a lot of influencers paid by big names such as Mashinsky, etc., to say bad things about HEX, about Richard, because he speaks the truth and nothing but the truth.
Well, even if they aren't paying directly for people to say bad things about Richard, if you're getting paid by Celsius as a part of their marketing thing, and then you see the founder of Celsius go on the biggest crypto show around the block with BitBoy, and you see him call out Richard and say bad things about Richard, then you're going to repeat those things, or you're going to be biased. And I think a lot of influencers become corrupted not because they start off as bad people. I think it's because the internet is mean to them. The internet's mean.
Yeah.
And so then you kind of you feel entitled. Once you put up with a certain amount of abuse, you feel entitled to at least I should be able to have my business, that's what they're thinking. That's not what I would be thinking, because I came at it from a different point of view of I need my audience to not be sold out, because I need them to keep me honest.
Yeah.
And
they want their viewing time. They want their, if you can't beat them, join them.
I could see how hard it would be. I could see really how hard it would be if you weren't doing it for the right reasons, or if it was just a hobby to you, if it didn't feel like such a cause of for me, it's I want mental health programmed into money. And I want the people to have an individual control over that, not some like China like mass control thing. I want people to have self-sovereignty over their money and their behavior. And the way that you get that is people are already used to working for other people in jobs they don't like or jobs they do like to get a paycheck. But if you can pay yourself to do anything that you find inspiring or to improve yourself in any way, that it seems like it would unlock a huge amount of productivity that the world is already looking for. So that's kind of my end game, is like, that's why I hope that I've arranged my my position in the community and position in crypto and position in everything. Like I've been very intentional to try to position myself in a way where I'm not really tempted by selling out, because there's such a more important thing to me that can be achieved by people time locking, and by that becoming the popular method for people saving and not getting robbed by governments.
But it's like we've discussed this earlier in the stream. It's like people are not used to having the right to stake their own coins. They feel like they should give it to to a centralized exchange, or give it to a middleman, because they will know what's best for them.
No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that, because it's if you don't give it to a middleman, then they're going to inflate you to nothing. So people in today's day and age are accused of liking centralized and of being bad at saving, but saving is a losing value proposition. You lose your purchasing power when you save.
Exactly.
And so when I finally went to other countries and talked about HEX, then I finally got it. And I didn't get it before then, that like everybody else's currency is inflating way worse than ours is. And so that's why time locking seems so silly to people now, is because why would you time lock something as your store of value? Because when you time lock, because store of values become less valuable over time.
That's a fact. I've seen this picture on Twitter today. I don't know if you've seen it as well. I think it was from Bolivia or something, where there were just bills lying out on the side of the road, which was worth absolutely nothing.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Bizarre. It's bizarre. Like thousands of bills just laying there on the streets.
We got another special guest joining us here.
And guys,
Gary, what's up? Funding Jim.
You know, Maddie,
welcome.
I'm just gonna go back to the viewing part, man.
All right.
And big shout out to Freddy Quotes, Hexy Quinn, and yeah, you know who you are, guys. I love you all.
Thanks for being on, Warrants.
Thank you, man.
Peace.
This won't be the last you heard of me.
That sounds great.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Hi.
Yeah.
You can hear me fine. That sounds great. Yeah, I've been in some of the different spaces earlier today, obviously celebrating the holiday of 3-year anniversary. Very excited, of course, about you doing this. I think it's a 12-hour stream and you're 3 hours or so into this. Pretty cool. I've been following Furu Finance for some time, so I feel good to be in the same screen with such a pragmatic and practical personality.
Oh, thank you. That means so much coming from you, because I'm such a fan. And thank you for retweeting me also a couple times.
I think that a measured response, if people are involved with stock, finance, real estate, I think that they tend to have a longer time horizon. And I think that when I first came into crypto in 2017, I was thinking of it as startup culture. I was thinking, okay, here's something that's going to be, 9 out of 10 times it's not going to necessarily have an ROI. So it's speculation. But I thought of it as people that were building something meaningful. That's what I thought in 2017. And I was trying to relate it to, real estate project or Silicon Valley culture to a degree. And I found that that's not the case. Like most of 17 was promise and nothing happened. Like, what's going on? And then, I realized that there's cycles later on in this journey. And I kind of came back to the table after being so upset and frustrated in 2019 because of HEX or some of the content that Richard had put out there, or others like Maddie as we started to grow a community around the concept before it launched. And then when it actually launched in December of 19, it's had this factual truth that can be referenced, which is how long has the code operated flawlessly? What has been the hex on the hex return? What is this idea of APY or paying yourself in the future? All the philosophies that I love about investing, and then I like about our community representing investing in cryptocurrencies. So it's really cool. People, like I said, food or finance, when your content started coming on board, and with regard to HEX or Pulse Chain or PulseX or all these other quant kind of commentary, I really appreciate you stepping up as a new-ish content creator. It's been really, really refreshing.
Thank you. And that means a lot coming from you, because so much of what I say comes from you and Maddie. Honestly, it's kind of like a repackaging thing, but yeah, no, that really means a lot. I don't really know what to say. I guess you said about the startup culture, I'd say that, like, yeah, but people don't understand that most things don't make it. Most startups and crypto, it's like even less likely. But the number one metric is community, and community is programmed into the code when it comes to HEX. That's why I don't think there would have been any other cryptocurrency where I'd have the balls to, live stream about something because it's just so risky. But in my mind, it's just such a sure thing. It's like community is essentially what gives something consensus. Like I went to I give the example of when I went to Yankee Stadium in a class trip to tour Yankee Stadium, and you go to the souvenir store and you see Hideki Matsui's pants, polyester pants, selling for $800, and you see these autographed balls selling for $200-300 of like Derek Jeter. And it's why is that worth so much? Because you have a community, as in the Yankees fan base, and they value it. And we live in a paradigm where money is not scarce, right? It's printed out of thin air, and it has to go somewhere, and it's going to go into things that people decide are worth something. That's just the reality of the situation. And that's why community is the number one metric. And that is really the biggest assurance of a crypto, surviving the test of time. And what better mechanism is there to ensure that the community remains intact than people having to commit to not selling for 15 years? That's really why I have such conviction in this project. And I was able to put myself out there, because I'm not the kind of person that would put themselves out there. So thank you guys so much.
I really appreciate those comments, and I wanted to again flatter not just you, but Maddie. Again, over this journey that we've had of 3+ years of the product and the community growth, and different experiments about what might work on adoption and promotion of staking and all these other things. What really is interesting, especially with the most recent content that's out there in the crypto space, dealing with centralized exchanges or fiduciary misconduct and stuff like that with other people's funds, is this is social capital investment. In Silicon Valley, yes, you have a venture capital kind of culture to a degree, and you have a lot of nepotism. Your neighbor's friend's kid might be launching a new app on the store, and you take some of if you've had a success in some sort, you say, okay, I'm going to put some of that toward this venture. And you have a little bit of social capital trade between, communities in that region. And yet, even if it doesn't work out, even if there's not, a successful intellectual property or invention, or, the founder doesn't have the same resolve as others that we know, like Richard or Maddie or others, there's repercussion for doing things that are fraudulent or just a promise without any effort whatsoever to deliver. You have social repercussion. Inside of cryptocurrency, I don't think you have the same social repercussions. I think that you can be a lot of faceless avatars. You can create a lot of buzz around a particular project. You can have a front man to a degree that might even be a hired actor. That happened a lot in 2017 and so forth. And so what I love about the community of HEX is, one, we don't have sponsorship. We don't have payment. We don't have, We're not getting people sent to leverage houses and platforms that have, basically they're going to have a higher return than the cost it is to onboard someone, which might be their referral fees or cost, or it might be their bonus for signing up for that particular platform that you see all over the internet, especially when it comes to crypto. And we don't have that. For 2 years, we had a single product. We didn't even have a variety of products. We had a single thing to talk about. And yet there were, over the course of the first year to 2 years, there were 100 people or more that were publicly facing. They might have been saying their home address or their first names, but they were out there. They were putting their face in an identifiable way, and they were cross-pollinating and cross-promoting. So I think that that's been the most exciting thing is, the product itself is immutable code. It's public. You can look at all 3,000 lines of it, or whatever the number of lines of code there are. You can see that, how much diligence went into modeling what might happen, the game theory of what might happen if you were there in the first days in 2018 and 2019. You heard about the results of Kyle the dev or Steph or other people that could run economic models or what might happen theoretically when this thing went live, right? And then you saw it play out. And so we have so many resources of data available to us 3 years later. We have so many people that have had experiments in their staking ladder, or experiments in staying liquid, or experiments in trading in or out on different cycles, or what they might read on hex.vision about, hey, this whale is coming out of stake, or this person just bought. Like, we have a lot of data, tons and tons of data that other products or projects or tokens or memes for holding something speculative don't have. Like, we have that and they don't. I think that's amazing. But on top of that, you have, again, this truism of, why are you doing this? Because if I onboard a new person and they decide to get involved with the community, or get involved by owning the commodity of HEX, the code, or staking it, I'm not directly compensated in any form. The whole community, or even if I might not even have stakes or even have the product itself, but I still would advocate for it, because I think that if someone is interested in the quote unquote asset class of cryptocurrency, I don't think that there's a better example of aligning incentive of the intention of the product and the community that uses it in that way, to basically deliver yield on hex returns and things like that. So it's even in turbulent times of a bear, or turbulent times of what's been recently going on as far as our community and government agencies and things like that, I never felt better about the product or about the community's potential. Like, I've never thought of it in as high of a ROI speculative nature as I have recently, even though I had 3 years or more experience with the product and the community myself.
Absolutely. And when the SEC bangs all my crypto addresses, they're going to see that I'm buying HEX right now. And I never got paid by anybody to promote anything.
Yeah, and it's interesting about this. Again, I don't want to derail the conversation. You may have had it before in the beginnings of your stream, and we may have it later. I don't really want to derail, because I think of this as a positive event. This is the annual, birthday event, and this is very highlight and positive. And there's just so many positive things. And even if honestly, I am framing the recent SEC related stuff in such a positive light, because if I look at any representative of quote unquote crypto or DeFi or, education or, monetization of audiences and things like that, any representative, I'm not trying to throw any particular, massive influencer under the bus, so to speak. I do know what their business model is. Everyone can see what their business model is. And it is, influencing price, or it's influencing adoption, quote unquote adoption, by going into effectively centralized exchanges and platforms that, put people in, I think, in peril. I agree with what Richard says in a lot of ways. I agree with an investor mentality and a farmer mentality that says, hey, let's plant some seeds, and this apple seed will later become an apple tree that will generate, a yield. I like that. I like real estate because similarly, you know, I don't think about the flip over the 3 months or 6 months to put lipstick or, you know, just pretty up a piece of property to flip it. That's not my mentality. I think about acquiring and providing a long-term service of housing and safety and security for tenants, and then being rewarded basically for my risk in that venture. So similarly, I think of HEX, the product, as standing above and beyond in so many different ways, because it doesn't have a lot of those, you know, high volatility, chop you up with trading fees. Here it's you know, leverage 5x, 10x, 100x. I don't like those mentalities because I see the statistics, you know, as far as a number, but then I also see the consequence with actual people that I know. I'm like, man, I'm sorry you got wrecked in your thing. Like, you know, I feel for you, but like, part of me is like, I told you so. Like, I've been telling you about what you should consider as an investment thesis versus you know, the adrenaline rush that the industry seems to feed off of.
Absolutely.
Could not have agreed more with like everything you just said. I don't even know what to say at this point, but I really want to thank you for stepping forward. I mean, that's when you know, when things like this happen, that's when you really see what people are made of, and such a testament to your character. And I don't know what to say, man.
I appreciate it. Another compliment again to Maddie. You know, these things don't, you know, the easiest path to take is to simply go dormant, delete all of your social media profiles, hide from, you know, some kind of agency or something like that. And that's the absolute wrong thing to do. I think that you should, if you have had any kind of contact with the agency, you definitely should, you know, in my opinion, get representation. And I think that, you know, if there are people that you trust in some way that already have representation, work with them. They probably have more knowledge and can save you at least efficiency of time, if not efficiency of cost, to be effectively represented. I think that that's actually highly useful and necessary in a business sense and in just being practical. We don't deal in these things all of the time, but people that they build their careers on dealing with these things all of the time should probably represent you. CPA, lawyer, cardiologist, doesn't matter. I think you should lean on professionals that their bread and butter is basically dealing with this kind of stuff. So someone like Maddie didn't have to put on this conference. He didn't have to celebrate this. It comes up on the calendar. He doesn't have to actually put himself out there. And, you know, to a degree, you know, many of us are doing it, but I think that he's taken a lot of the heat, so to speak. He's done conferences, he's done events. He directly, you know, has conversations with people that, you know, that I value their opinions and things like that. And he does a lot of social networking in different environments, you know, politicians and things like that as well. So, you know, us putting ourselves out there, and again, I think Maddie does it better than myself, is social capital that is effectively, in some ways, tragedy of the commons, but because it doesn't directly affect his net income better to be taking more risk than the anonymous, right? He actually does things, you know, like creating code, hiring developers. You know, you can have different business models in this environment, but a lot of our effort, which is social capital and social risk, is invested without net individual return. This is for the benefit of community. So when we do get highlighted in some way, I really want to support people. Like I want to support, you know, practical utility, functional knowledge being distributed, even in this this thing that's going on right now. So very happy to be here. Very happy about Maddie and Furu and Victor. I've had conversations with you as well in different Twitter spaces and stuff. So I like anybody that puts themselves out there. It really is helpful. I would like less, you know, jostling, you know, or jockeying inside of our community, or, you know, you're not doing it the way that I would do it, and therefore I'm going to, you know, kick you in the knee. Like I hate that stuff. I don't like this stress that ends up happening between representatives of our community. I really don't like that at all. I don't think it's useful. Just people have different personality types, and they're going to speak to different audiences. And as long as they're reasonable with their warnings about what they're putting out there, then I'm fine with you know, a gym rat or Someone that says, again, I'm just saying he's a personality type to me, someone that's kind of frenetic and, likes a lot of different things that are not necessarily long-term staking mentality only. So just because you have a certain way that you treat the HEX product and you represent a certain faction or group in the HEX community, I don't want to knock you. Like I want to say, okay, you're going to talk to an audience that I'm not talking to or won't listen to me. Like I like the growth element as long as we're reasonable with our explanation of what risk profiles are. So last bit there.
Couldn't agree more. I also wanted to say in the beginning when the whole thing started, like you said, like people could just like tune out and they could just shut off everything. I think that is like a bad look. I think in terms of, if regulators would see that, but I just think it through logically. It's like, this is the most transparent community. Like it's as transparent as it gets. I'm saying the trading is all on chain. The wallets are all on chain. No founder's not anonymous, completely out there in the open. I mean, everything's just out there. And if I were taking money to shield tokens, I would have been worried, but I don't do that. And I think if you don't do that, I just don't think there's anything to worry about. But there was a chilling effect in the beginning, but I think like people like me turn to people like you, Funding Jim and Maddie, like the OGs, and just seeing Maddie, seeing you not back down, and seeing Gary just come out there and say if anybody has an issue, like just DM me. It's like everything's gonna be fine. It's like you're not in it alone. So that was amazing.
Yeah, that's inspiring for me to hear that other people are getting something out of the journey as well, in terms of like knowing that we can all be confident talking about the things that we know better, I think in some cases, than the people who are looking into it. Whether that's somebody brand new or whether it's somebody from a government agency, HEX is very different than the things that are imploding in crypto, and that's something that will show itself over time. I also want to thank Gary for kind of seeing my efforts in the tragedy of the commons space. And I just want to make one point to that, is that while I can't say whether I am going to offer my crypto product, Time Pays Me, for people to be able to time lock their Pulse Chain and Pulse X, I can't say whether there's going to be whether it's going to be free, which would just be insane, or whether it's going to be if people are ending early and you're earning money from the impatience of others, maybe some of that goes back to the dev team and stuff. But it's like, I am very much trying to do something that maybe hasn't been done before in history, which is I'm just drawing people from the HEX community who are willing to volunteer to make code that is so good that it can stand up to being audited by Richard's devs, by Certic, by anybody, by Pulse Police, and that really provides something of value. And originally my thinking was I have to charge something, because if there's any regulatory backlash, I don't want to lose money off of creating something that I'm putting out there for free. But what this experience has taught me here in the past month or so is that it actually surprised me and changed my mind a little bit, that even when I got into a situation where I wanted to have a lawyer, even though I never took any money for promoting anything, I still wanted to have a lawyer to be able to handle that for me. I didn't have to go into my own money because people were willing to donate. And so that changed my perspective of maybe I can go for it and try to do something that hasn't been done before, because there are people who are there to support the tragedy of the commons, so it doesn't have to be so tragic. And that's the kind of community that's been built because of Richard Hart, because of people who care about mental health, who talk about HEX. The stories we heard earlier today from War Ants and from many in the HEX community, they got more out of it than just their balance went up or down. They got behavior change out of it. And so the more I get inspired by people, kind of backing me up on the stuff I'm trying to do for free. That gives me a lot of hope, I guess I can say, about the space, that it's not always going to be just pump and dump stuff that other people have done before. I definitely, so I want to thank everybody. I want to take that opportunity to thank anybody who sent money to my donation address, and just anybody who's a part of this community who makes it what it is, that attracts the right type of people. And I know Gary, Furu, Kyler, I know Victor, I know there are so many of us that people come here for because they see the good in us. And that's really cool to me. And I want to check in with Victor and Kyler because they haven't gotten a chance to talk yet.
Yo, what's up?
Hey,
Hey, can
Victor,
you
how's
hear
it
me
going?
guys right now?
Hey, Kyler. Yeah.
Hey, what's up? I'm using my AirPods. Sometimes they can get fuzzy, so I'm just seeing how it sounds.
Sounds good.
Cool. You can take the floor first, Victor. Go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Hexo's in the chat. Shout out to Hexo.
I was just
Victor, I think you're saying something.
Yeah, I was just would like to give a shout out to Gary for shelling HEX so professionally. And I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk that logically and that calmly about HEX and all of its benefits. So that was quite impressive. And also big shout out to you, Maddie, for hosting this live stream celebrating HEX's birthday and like everything else you did for the HEX community. I know you're currently having some problem with the SEC. I really hope you will get through that without any bigger damage. And yeah, big shout out to you.
Yeah, I'm optimistic about it because I will stand up to the test, and it will if anything it'll show how things should be done. So
yeah, and it just says a lot about the HEX community that you're able to put out your address and just get donations for such a noble cause to basically like fight the fucking United States government in the names of all Hexicans, basically crowdfunded by the community, and in the end just everybody wins. So yeah, I just really love the HEX community.
awesome. Yeah, and I know you build things that that have a lot of potential to popularize the things that we're all doing in the space, and so thanks to you for everything you're working on as well.
Yeah, sure. So like you are only one of 2 influencers that I've sent a preview so far. So you and Gerardo from Look Into HEX. So yeah, like we're just trying to keep it very secretive, but basically there's this big new thing for HEX that we've been working on, and personally I think that it has at least the potential to like double the value of HEX, because it's just solves so many different problems that we're currently having. Because like currently onboarding is super hard, actually interacting with HEX, managing your stakes, tracking your portfolio, and just learning about HEX, all of that is pretty hard. And I think that a lot of Hexicans aren't even realizing that, because we're just so used to it being hard. And yeah, I think we have found a way to solve a lot of those problems with this new product. We've been working on this for months, and I think it's like 90% done at least. So should be able to launch fairly soon, hopefully before Pulse. And yeah, I'm super hyped about this.
I'm very excited that you're working to solve those problems of like making onboarding easier. That's a amazing goal. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about getting new users into the ecosystem to drive the underlying value of HEX up, and then hopefully the price will follow and everybody wins.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to get the word out about what you're creating. Is it going to be like kind of like is it going to be a free tool for people to use?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we'll have to do an episode on that when it's ready.
Yeah, give me like, I don't know, 2 more weeks.
Awesome. Awesome.
I want to comment a little bit about what Maddie had said. Being an entrepreneur does mean that you're creating value where there was none. And, people making effort to create a new product, especially when, in my opinion, when they are, public facing, they're an identity. That has a lot of value to me. Like, I've never seen anyone go on Shark Tank wearing a full costume and you can't see their face. Like, everyone that successfully gets attention or gets support in some way, there's a human factor to that. And I really do like entrepreneurs such as Maddie that does a value proposition, invests of himself and his developers to put together code, explains the utility and the functionality and why that might be valuable to users or supporters or investors or whatever it may be. I think that's expected. It's weird that we have this, give me free things, but don't utilize any of, I don't want to be the product. So an example might be Google. People like Gmail. They like having Google Calendar. They like being able to use teleconferencing software, but they're super annoyed that they are a product. Like, where do you expect the value to support developers and invention without some kind of financial reward in a capitalist system, right? It's very interesting. So when Maddie's able to explain, here's the value proposition, here's where we are in the development of a product, and here's how we plan to support that development, if it already existed, to recoup our cost and to inspire others to build new products. You probably want to be in a profit position. You don't want to be in a position where he says, hey, I just spent 2 years of my life to give you this thing, and now I'm 2 years older and I broke even. Like, I think that there should be capitalist intention. And if that product or service has benefit to users, it gives them, more efficiency or better quality compared to other things that they may have available in their market, then I think that, again, capitalists should be rewarded. I don't like crony capitalism. I don't like, where it's a monopolized or, through some kind of regulation or some kind of authority that, others can't compete in a marketplace. And I think that people like Maddie should be allowed to compete in the marketplace. And if their product delivers something beneficial, they should be rewarded. There should be an element to it. Some of the stuff that I've heard recently has been, donation related and stuff like that. It's very interesting that some of the people that have made the most noise on Twitter about supporting the legal challenges that someone like Maddie or others have is, they're taking money from my pocket. Well, don't do it. Don't make a contribution. Don't make a donation. Don't feel like something's being taken out of your pocket. Don't. Like, I support people not to participate in donations. Just like I support that they don't have to buy American cheese and they don't have to buy, ice cream. They can do what they want to with their money, right? And yet it's very hypocritical, because if there is a benefit to an SEC declaration or, successful, if it's not a declaration letter, at least, this SEC inquiry being a nothing burger, then you're going to see the price change on the product of HEX. And who should be at least socially appraised for that? I think it is the people on the front line, like Maddie, like others, right? I think that those people should be not just socially praised, but I don't think that they should have a financial penalty for basically dealing with the issue on the benefit of others. Like, I don't think that there should be a penalty, right? Hexo said something along those lines in a tweet as well. Someone was giving him crap, and he says, and his response was something like, so I should have a $10,000 bill because you don't want to, like, you're not known. Like, some of this is a little bit like disingenuous that I see on the Twitter space. And I'm trying to frame it in a way that's very positive, because I think of it positively. Someone like Maddie's been out there for years, maybe thousands of hours invested into preparation before a live show, during a live show, afterwards, investing his own, time into understanding a marketplace above and beyond just the product of HEX. So like, there's people out there that are, bringing value to the community of HEX itself, but also to the broader crypto space, because there are people out there that get wrecked left and right, and they don't know why they lost all their money. And people like Maddie's content or products like what he might develop or release could potentially save that carnage and give them, reasons to participate in the crypto space as a whole. So again, kudos to people like Maddie, kudos to entrepreneurs. And I don't think that free things should be out there. The last comment I'll make about that is very similar to the 6 month, 28 cities, 15,000 miles or whatever it was that the KSP people did when they did their drive. And they logistically moved 10 or so people, housed them, fed them, did some events and things like that. There were also like their celebration event in Miami or whatever. But for the most part, that was them burning their own bags and their own expense for the most part, to educate, 30 to 100 people on average each site, maybe a few hundred people at specific sites that were very popular. And they put that out there. And what I remember when they wanted to extend the tour, they wanted to keep going, but they felt bad about like asking the HEX community or crypto, to sponsor instead of them sponsoring their trip and their tour, to ask for, support. So what I had said was, you're driving a supercar Audi. It would be great for a car dealership to support and sponsor because you're advertising Audis. Maybe you're using Airbnb most of the time, but you could choose to communicate with one hotel chain and say, we're only going to use Hilton. And every time that we go to a new city, we're going to promote that Hilton is part of the sponsorship of our tour, right? I think that we can be more inventive about where we get our support, is what I'm getting.
That's a great idea.
Even when there was going to be this DPoS thing of Pulse Chain, I had said something along the lines of, you can be a validator and you're actually validation, it may work the similar way. I really don't know whenever the proof of stake version of Ethereum, how that might be able to label, validators. But what I'm getting at is you could put an advertisement, and hopefully it's a big brand like Coca-Cola, where you don't have real conflict of interest about go to crypto project XYZ. I don't like all that crap. I think, I don't like those things. What I'm saying is, if you expect people to make money off of real estate and they're going to spend money from their real estate successes on a fancy car, why not get the fancy car maker to sponsor you? Supercar Blondie makes millions of dollars a year, every year, just covering cars. Like, her YouTube channel is only cars. And I think that we can do better with our support of education with HEX, instead of relying on, super speculation of the new thing that's going to launch that may or may not have been battle tested, and have our community, take that risk curve just to market. Like, I would like to see more conventional products supporting our efforts in cryptocurrency.
Great point.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I think it's only a matter of time. I think it's only a matter of time, because as the space grows, and the influence, the broadcasters, the HEX broadcasters, the people that have YouTube channels and maybe Instagrams and TikToks. I mean, the greatest way of getting more followers, for your social media. I mean, the thing that will essentially effectively boost social media engagement is price appreciation, which I think will inevitably happen because it's baked into the cake, for the reasons you've been saying. And I think at that point, when people like Maddie and Gary have like 50,000, 100,000 followers, I mean, that is such leverage to go to these companies and say, hey, you want to sponsor my show? Obviously not going to crypto currency companies. But yeah, I mean, just it's like, wow, and the engagement is insane. I mean, it's only inevitable being able to get good sponsorship from these companies and stuff, because like per capita, think about like these YouTube account. Like I saw my YouTube account, it's only got like 1,200 subs. I live stream, I got like 44 people watching, and it's not because of me.
Awesome.
It's
That's
because
awesome.
yeah, no, and I'm saying, and then I looked at this crypto account, had 20,000 followers. He was getting half the viewership I was. So I mean, what is that?
Look at that.
Yeah, and you go, and then I mean, yeah. So like, think about in the future when it only gets bigger. Like, what are these companies going to say? They are going to want to get a piece of that, you know, in terms of marketing for things like that.
We've got with us our Hollywood Hexakin, Kyler. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just
Thanks for
hanging
coming
out.
on.
Yeah, I'm just trimming up some of your grandma's glaucoma medicine right now. My friend owns a little farm. So, yeah, just wanted to come and hang out and everything. And then you guys started talking about such awesome stuff. Like, Gary, I love it, the whole concept of being a venture capitalist and kind of an investor. You're a creative. You know, it's been a big turning point for me because I used to rebel against like financial IQ and capitalism and stuff because I'm such an artist. I was like, oh, I just want to focus on the art. But you have to be able to eat and stuff. You have to be able to sustain. And then Robert Kiyosaki actually said that was where I first heard that thought. He's like, as a venture capitalist, I'm a creator. And I was like, God dang it. I was like, all right, I'm all about it. I love that. So I love that you said that. And I mainly just wanted to come on to say, you know, we're on our 3rd year and yeah, we're in a bear and some people in a gripe or whatever. I'm coming up on 2 years in this community now. And yeah, it'd be easy to have an ego and judge certain people and stuff, but I try to let those things go and find the value in people. And I can say now, like, I can talk to somebody from Freddie Quotes, or I can go talk to Kinetics. I can talk to Funding Gym, or I can call Rackham. I can talk to pretty much everybody in this community. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm just trying to say there's so much value. There are so many amazing people here. And yeah, some people may be wrong in certain moments, and holding people accountable is important. But we don't need to, we don't need to hate each other, because if you stop, you can achieve some amazing things. Like at the beginning of this year, a Hexakin flew me out to the Vegas conference that Maddie threw, bought my ticket, paid for my hotel room and stuff. A Hexakin did that. I won't name them because they wanted benevolence. There's so many things that have come to me on top of financial IQ and friendship. And that's the thing above all, is like just knowing that there are people in my corner that I can call, like even if this investment does completely go kaput, I know that there's going to be somebody like, I'll call Gary, like, well, fuck, you're fucked too. How do we deal with this? Come on, help me. So it's just a big, long monologue of saying, thank you guys for everything, like the past 2 years for me. And I'm excited for, another 15 at least. Onward and upward. Just thank you guys for everything. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I think as a follow-up to that is I'm really feel, again, privileged that I've got Furu that I complimented because I haven't been on stream with him or you've seen him live in content. And the same thing with Kyler. Kyler's been supportive for, more than 2 years or what the amount he was just saying. And what's been great is, he got a little bit of heat. I don't want to go into too many details, but he got a little bit of heat over, some content that was put out there that didn't really agree with some of his values about how to interact with people. And, to a degree, I probably should have spoken up more in that context too. I regret sometimes I should say something and then I sit on it and then the moment seems to have gone by. But what I'm getting at is, you can hold your values and you can write down your values and you can commit to yourself what your values or your points as you go through the journey of life are going to be. Like, what do you consider, a rewarding journey? What is that? Define it for yourself. If someone doesn't speak those in your community, I don't have an issue with people pushing back and saying, I hear what you're saying. I don't agree with that. And this is why. Like that kind of explainer, that kind of interpersonal skill of communicating, I think that we could be better, a lot better in that, both receiving and giving, both, right? Like receiving constructive criticisms and giving them, like how we frame things. I think that some of the stuff that we see on Twitter, because it's text and it's pseudo anonymous, maybe someone has a photo, but that's about it. You're not looking into someone's eyes real time when you're communicating. Like, I think we could be better with that as a whole. And I think that Kyler has been an amazing example of that, that personality type that, you know, he held his values and he spoke his values and he stepped back when he was frustrated and engages, you know, where he thinks he can add future value. Like he does that. I think he's a good role model in those ways for sure, especially when it comes to things like, you know, what is the value of social media? What is the value of 500,000 followers or 1 million followers? What does that really mean? Like, is that for your ego stroke or is that actually for adoption? What are you doing it for? Like that kind of stuff. I think Kyler's been a great role model for me on how to think about those things.
I think and thank you for all that. That's really cool. And then just because now we're having a conversation, hanging out, I do think it is so interesting because Richard does have actual real pull now. Somebody said it, I don't know who. Oh, I'm unhappy about who I'm quoting right now. I'm quoting Andrew Tate right now. He was saying how like, oh, he got canceled from everything, but he still had a lot of followers go to his alt accounts. And he was talking about how like Logan Paul or Jake Paul, if they got canceled off social media, that they just have viewers. They don't know if their fans would actually follow them. And so having an actual, like, people who support you is a real thing that can't be fake. Like Keanu Reeves does not have a social media, but you're going to know who he is when he walks down the street. Like there are people who really do have that, but it's like 1.1%. It's very rare. The real majority of how that stuff works, because right now I could take my past credits, this film that I just came off of, and I would go to my publicist and I would say, hey, I have this indie lead film I just came off of. Take this to the Hollywood Reporter, take it to Deadline, take it to whatever publication, and I would pay them money, and then they would go and they would run it, get tons of views on me, and then I would take that publicity, get the blue check mark, and then it would just rinse and repeat and constantly pay your publicist to take every single little thing that you do. I'd be like, oh, here's this picture of me and Jessica Alba on this show we just did. Go put that in somewhere. So it's really just a money racket that when you're not in the industry, I get it. It's just like, oh, what's going on? I want that. But when you see how it's actually made, I don't know, it kind of turns you off to where I'm just like, I could literally just pay my publicist and be the biggest. I'd have a bigger follower. No offense, it wouldn't be a true following, but I could have more followers than Richard and more engagement and stuff on social if I just wanted to pay it and use it more efficiently. There's just a way that it's done. And I think that's very interesting for people who are curious about that. It's just a money racket.
Yeah, it's a perception game. You know, that's why you can see that you can buy followers directly, or you can, again, through articles and, you know, just basically being in front of the front page of social media platforms and get some kind of gravitas that way. And it depends on.
I actually, so sorry. It was just, you inspired really quick. Because I was actually, when I was talking to Richard, because we talk about it and stuff too, I just let him know. I was like, yeah, in a way, all Forbes is and everything is they're just ad platforms and stuff. Like, yeah, if you're somebody like Mark Cuban or something and you do something that's going to draw eyes to their paper, they'll run an ad. But for the most part, you need to pay them because it's just an ad platform. And then it looks way more impressive when Forbes is like, oh, this person has the biggest diamond versus you're doing it in your own Twitter feed. So it's just an ad platform. That's all. It's a glorified platform.
Yeah, and if that reader or that person sees that content and they don't actually have a value proposition, Richard's been good about, you know, explaining, you know, we can put hex.com out there, we can put a logo out there, we can put stickers everywhere, but that doesn't really necessarily grow the community. Maybe it grows familiarity because you've seen that icon before or you've heard that word before. But like he said something recently, like, when's the last time that you went to a billboard, wrote down the website, and then, you know, committed to the product because of the billboard? Like, what is that actually doing, right? So I do like if you want to call it organic growth of community and the outreach that we do through our own content. You know, I think that's probably better because, you know, somebody's going to relate to Kyler that does not relate to me. Someone's going to relate to Maddie or Furu or, you know, anybody that speaks in a certain way or has some soundbite of, you know, useful information or instructional. You yeah, I think that community is really what grows it more than these platforms saying, Hex.com 38% APY things,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if I could say that, that's so. I found a good idea. I think the best outreach is directly to people that are already in crypto, because it's a huge market and they're more able to understand really what Hex is because they already understand blockchain and stuff. So one of the things I found was effective was my live streams. I don't just talk about Hex. I talk about like broader crypto news, like the FTX thing. There's the ECB, saying Bitcoin is inevitably going to fail, and then I clip it up, and then in my thumbnail I put the ECB and not Hex. Like, not all, obviously most of my thumbnails are still Hex, but like there's a lot of like current events and stuff, and if they see that you have a good take on it, that you're insightful in crypto, they'll pay attention to you and they'll be a lot more open to accepting Hex. I found that very effective. I got a lot of comments of people that never commented before. I talked about inflation, I talked about those kind of things. That was just an interesting thing I thought about. But I'm going to leave. So thank you so much and happy birthday, guys.
Yeah,
Victor and Kyler. I never was on a stream with you. It's really awesome. And you guys are great and really just an honor being on. And obviously funding Jim and Maddie. Thank you so much. So
thanks
really
for being here. We'll see you at the HEX conference in 5 weeks online. I'll DM you more about that.
Okay. Yeah. I love that.
See you, man. Good to see you.
Bye, guys.
So I have a question for Kyler. So his acting coach Chris was in one of my like wild harebrained like cameo things that I made back in the day, and I'm curious if you know, or if he would know, if his character in that last scene on Silicon Valley, I think it was the last episode they ever did, where he's sitting on a throne and acting like you might imagine a billionaire would, who kind of like can do whatever he wants. Do we know if the writers ever had come across Richard at that point, or is it a coincidence?
That's a really good question. I'll actually ask him. I'll be like, hey, Judd Apatow getting inspired by Richard. What Maddie's talking about, I'm just so very lucky with the people in my corner, that he made a cameo of this one actor called Chris Diamantopoulos, and he's from the Silicon Valley show where he plays like a billionaire, like the Trace Comma Clubs and stuff. Super great. He's also the voice of Mickey Mouse, which you wouldn't like. It's very surprising. He is the man. It was funny because it was about a year ago. You were doing this whole thing and you played that cameo, and I was at Chris's house and he was right next to me. And it was so weird. I was like, Chris! Almost woke up his kids. It was so funny. So I'll definitely ask that question. I don't know why I didn't think to ask that, but that was a really funny moment.
Because I was doing my research, and it had been an inside joke early on in the HEX community, but nobody really knew, and it
looks so similar. Yeah, I'll definitely ask him. He is definitely aware. He has said the name Richard Hart. It's come from his lips. He is aware of everything going on. So
good.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, and that's incredible that you're on that journey. What a cool place to be in your life, where you're able to have mentors such as Mickey Mouse himself.
Yeah. Well, what I'm really excited is for this new year, like how I'm gonna really be able to onboard people and like high quality people, not just like, oh, come check out this coin, is when I'm able to really, really put all of my time, like all these little side hustles that I'm doing right now to buy into the dip. So when I'm back in LA, I can just focus on being in acting class, making sure that I'm constantly having the most up-to-date shots and real footage and everything. And then I'm able to just stay in acting class. I just know once I get to a certain point as an artist, and then my friends can see the freedom that they have, and they're like, you're not waiting tape, you're not blah, blah, blah. You're not just waiting around for Hollywood to give you your financial freedom. Like, how? Yeah. It's going to be the easiest way to onboard people. And because another way too that I'm really passionate about, what I love about this my first jobs were Apple commercial and a Google commercial, and like I'm not ignorant that these big tech companies kind of do some things in the shadows, and I might not necessarily want to support them or have them use my image, but as an artist, that's the only way you know how to make your money initially. So what I'm really excited to is where I can be so financially free that when a company comes to me and they want to use my image, I can be like, I don't need your money. In fact, I can kind of tell you to fuck off if I wanted to, but I might not because I read How to Win Friends and Influence People.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
Options. I think that's what most people are choosing anyways. You know, there's the idea that you want to be mega super wealthy, which might be a nice thing. And, you know, some people may pursue a goal that far, but, you know, most people just want freedom. Like they want the optionality. Like, you know, I chose to come out of retirement to participate with HEX. Like I didn't have to do any of this stuff in 2019, but I chose to. And then, you know, you just want options in your life. I think that you should always be building a new skill set. It doesn't matter if you're retired financially and you don't have to worry about, you know, keeping a roof over your head. You should always be building a new skill set. I think it gives value to your time and your, you know, your mental well-being to have those kinds of things in front of you. And this is a great environment, a great, you know, endeavor, in my opinion, not just HEX, but like the idealism to me of, is this helping a relationship with government, or is this helping a relationship with, you know, new inventions or things that make people's lives better, right? You know, so it's worthwhile to have a goal to retire and struggle or work toward that goal. But once you're retired, like, what are you going to do with your time? You should ask yourself, if I didn't have to earn anywhere, what would I do with my time? And I think that maybe the first year can be like, maybe that's your vacation and exploration and wildness or something. But before long, that gets hollow. Like I was retired for a while, and then I was like, I need something to do with my time. And it happened to be HEX was really where I wanted to put my energy.
That's so beautiful. Yeah. That's exactly what I dream of, is to be able to like know that what I'm doing is purely every day out of the love for it, and not because I'm just like, I have to do this. Who just jumped in too? I don't think I've met you yet. What's up, man? Who's this? Chippy Man? Is that what it says?
Crispy Man, and he's the founder of HexFire.
Yeah, HexFire.io. Yeah, you can call me Chip. You can call me Chippy though. That's fine, man.
I love it. Yeah, that's a great website. I've gone through it a bit in the past, and it got talked about earlier today as well in different Twitter spaces. That's a great website to put together.
Good, man. I'm glad you're liking it. Glad people can use it. It's you know, it's our data. It's available. It's on the blockchain. So just trying to make it so that somebody wants that little extra bit of information, they can find it.
Awesome. And you may have been listening earlier when we had somebody else on who has apparently made a tool for people to access data and try to make sense of it on the blockchain. Can you help us interpret what we heard earlier?
I can try. I haven't gone detail into what he's done, but it looks like to me he's provided the instructions and the capability for individuals to set up their own nodes, Ethereum nodes, off your PC. With the right, I'll just use general phrasing, with the right piping to go get the data from the Ethereum blockchain for HEX. So that so you can go get HEX stake information, you can get transaction information, you know, some other information with plans to add more. So what do we care about that? Why do we care about that? Besides another guy providing really good stuff, right? Well, mutability, right? Separate, different stuff that, you know, there are different ways that we can get to the same information, right? So we can all verify and look at data. And then you can do it yourself, right? So you don't have to be relying on any middlemen to provide it. Like if my site goes down, you don't have to worry about going to my site. And then, of course, on all that information, people get to build more stuff, right? Like we haven't even asked some of the questions we want to ask yet because we haven't thought of them.
Yes.
You know, so there's a whole bunch of really cool stuff there. And
absolutely, and it's not just so easy because most people just go to Etherscan and they already know what transaction they're looking for because they know what address they're going to be looking under. But when you're actually trying to go back and make sense of history, you don't know all the addresses that ever existed in Ethereum, and so you don't always know what transactions to pull to be able to put together the full story of this person bought Ethereum when it was $1,000 versus this person bought Ethereum when it was a penny. And well, what it went down to what 20 cents maybe. So so from a data nerd point of view and from a dev point of view, I think that this is like much more valuable than would normally meet the eye. That like if you have people who are catching the data as it's coming in real time, you actually have a more robust system for analyzing things than you would otherwise have in some cases.
Yep. Yeah. And, you know, I'd like to say,
enough.
I'd like to jump on two things. First, Kyler, hello. I didn't get a chance to say hello because I was on mute. So you started talking. I didn't get a chance to say that. And then Gary, I appreciate you looking at the site. I think that for particularly types of people that you talk to a lot, I think this type of information could be real useful to them. Right? We all come to crypto with biases, thoughts, worries, concerns, right? Is it stuff real? How does it even have value? Where did it all come from? All that kind of stuff. Well, anyways, I imagine if I'm on the outside looking in from financial side and I'm looking at passive income, you can show me a protocol, a finished product that delivers 1% yield every 40 days. I mean, it's like a no-brainer to try it eventually. I mean, eventually you're gonna want to try it, right? Because if I'm trying to generate yield in the regular market now, I'm counting myself lucky if I can get 1%, you know, a quarter or a little bit faster than that. But you know what I mean. It's just that type of yield, and of course with HEX you can create better yield than that. So those are the types of things that come to mind for me. Maddie may have left us unsupervised. I don't know. He disappeared.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll come back eventually.
Hey, Victor, how are you?
I'm fine. Pretty busy.
If you guys don't mind leading the conversation, I'm just gonna take a 5 to 10 minute break and then I'll be back. Thanks.
Sure can.
You need a break? You're only doing a 12-hour stream, bro. Weak.
He probably has a cot beside his desk. You sleep there for a 5-minute crash.
5 minute, 10 minute.
Yeah, there are people that do that, right? Isn't it they sleep every 4 hours or something for 30 minutes?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Looking at like the sleep schedules of successful people, that's a fun chart. Right now, mine's all over the place. I'm like working overnight, stocking shelves at a grocery store, and then doing this, and then all the auditioning stuff for pilot season. Oh my God! Hashtag gotta get this dip. I'm loving it too. That's all. I'm not complaining. I'm super thankful for this opportunity.
So one of the things I've been working on, or not working on, but watching pretty closely. I've been watching the share counts. I don't know if you guys have been watching those. It's a kind of nerdy subject, but we're at the lowest share count we've been since well before Big Payday. And we broke the 10.3 million point today. You know, a whole bunch of people may come in and stake before the end of the day, but it looks like we might close below 10.3 million.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think the last time we've been at like this amount of t-shirts was late 2020.
Yes.
So quite some time ago, before Big Payday, if I remember correctly. And it's just great to see that t-shirts are working as intended and they actually are inflating.
Were you guys all in before Big Payday? Like all three of you guys?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Well, I would say I was in, but I don't think I was all in. If that makes sense.
It's cool. HEX was the first first investment I'd ever bought in anything, besides just myself and my own talents. So bluff it can suck it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, hey, not financial advice. I think that was a good choice. You got to say like NFA every other minute.
Oh yeah, I'm honestly a little bit nervous of even being on here. My team is kind of advising me of disassociating myself, but I'm not selling or shilling anything. No financial advice, and I've never received payment from anybody or anything. So
Yeah. All right, so you guys got a topic you want to talk about? I think we've got like 150 people watching.
So, Chippy,
I went to Art Basel today. I just put a link in that I just saw on Twitter in Miami, and this is an interesting curiosity. They have an ATM, and the ATM you can go and sign in with your debit card the same way that you would basically do a withdrawal. You can't do a withdrawal, you can't do a deposit, but it will show you your balance just like you would at your bank account. And except it also shows the leaderboard basically of anybody that's used the ATM, and it puts you in rank. So people are showing off what they have in their bank account along with a photo. So I don't know if I don't know. Is that like bragging rights? What is that?
I thought that was fake. That video was real.
Well, they have it, but I don't know that it's actually tied to your bank account or if it's just random number generator so that people, they can gloat that they're at the top when they probably are broke, or they can,
That's terrible, man. When the ATM asked me to even show me my balance, I say no. Don't show me the balance.
Well, it's funny because it has a leaderboard, right? And you're ranking yourself or whatever. And I think that the top rank, at least on this display, again, it's an art display. I don't think it may or may not be tied to a network of ATMs to know that your real bank account. But basically, it's interesting. It was a 2.9 million was the highest. That was the highest rank. Whether that's real or not, I don't know. But also on the video that I see posted on Twitter, when you walk up to it, it says, send 1 Bitcoin, get 2 Bitcoin back. So it may be just an out and out scam.
I mean, it's kind of the same concept that we have in Staker app with different leagues, right? It's also essentially a leaderboard where you can just show how much money you have.
Yeah.
I don't know who it was. It was either Gerardo or Balliet, but we were at the Las Vegas conference. Maddie threw. And then one of them was like, oh, we should get our Staker class pins. Like if you're a whale, you get a whale pin, or a dolphin pin. I was like, you just painted a target on everybody. Terrible idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea in the beginning until you realize, maybe you don't want to advertise
a bunch of wrenches just came out. That's strange.
Yeah, that ain't no joke. No joke.
Yeah, it's interesting what these centralized exchanges are trying to put out there about their balance sheets and sign a letter as a cryptocurrency exchange, but basically to put out a PDF file saying here's what we have. Like it should be on blockchain. Isn't that the whole point? Is that if it's on a public, you can read where it sits, and or at least that you can sign from that address. I think that was interesting stuff that's going around the past few days.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to only prove what kind of reserves you have if you're not proving what kind of liabilities you have, right? So maybe those exchanges are borrowing against the reserves, and that would kind of nullify the purpose of proving those addresses. I think some even are putting out signatures. I think Binance did that for some of their addresses. So everybody can just see what kind of reserves they have. For example, there isn't that many BTC and this isn't that address. But like in the end, just don't hold your coins on an exchange and you're pretty much fine as an end user, right? So we're in crypto. Nobody has to hold their coins on an exchange. Sadly, a lot of people do. but like just get a wallet or even just MetaMask, and it's still more secure than holding anything on an exchange, and then you'll be fine.
You know what I'm actually kind of happy about the whole FTX coming down is my mom, like everybody else's mom, loves Tom Brady. And I remember like about a year ago or whatever, he did like an FTX commercial, and it was just when I was like really getting into everything, and I was like, had just heard Richard say, don't put your money on exchanges. These people are just advertising to kids and it's gambling and stuff. So I went on that huge rant, and my mom was like, all right, you're a little intense and whatever. And then so now a year later, I'm like, remember what I was telling you about Tom Brady? Remember that? Now, yeah, he was right. And now she's, I don't know, just a cute moment.
Well, you know what's terrible about that situation, right? It's just what you said. Even some of us, I mean, I have to tell you that in the middle of the bull market, seeing that advertised prominently across many different areas by very prominent people, it made me say, hey, you know, should I put a little bit of my my wealth over there? And so I feel pretty terrible. I didn't do that, right? Because I'm part of this community and I have a different lesson plan, a different mode that I work in. But you know, can you imagine? I mean, you're thinking that it's safe, you know, and you put your money there and you lose a lot of money. You know, it's not even just the degen gambling part of it that could have happened or might have happened with people. They literally were putting their money in, thinking it was going to be safe and would, you know, fight against inflation, blah blah blah. And see, now you have all these individuals, companies just lost millions of dollars. Now, it's their responsibility, and of course, those companies' responsibilities. But it's terrible, man. But yeah, I almost did it, man. I almost did it.
If they actually wanted to be, you know, if a centralized exchange wanted to be noble, which I don't, you know, again, their business model probably is not about, you know, complete altruism. It's a different system for them. And I think that, you know, like I like the utility it seems to be is to convert fiat or financial energy in your local government currency into this concept of a cryptocurrency. And if they had a model which was something like 30 days, 60 days at the most, once you are on board, you couldn't hold your funds on the centralized exchange anymore. Basically, you would have to send it to your own hard wallet or soft wallet, or, you know, move it off of the exchange. You know, I could support a centralized exchange mechanism. Here's a learning curve. Now you're signed up. Now you've sent in some funds. You know, you learn the ins, you know, put your crypto from a hard wallet back into the exchange later, but it couldn't sit there longer than like 30 or 60 days, something like that. I would be like, okay, that seems like that would be adopting it. They're obviously making fees when people do want to trade in, trade out of a particular coin or product. But like the long-term hold, the honeypot mechanism, you know, it's completely counter. I know so many people that have, you know, they're investors or speculators. They think that they hold crypto. They hold it on Coinbase, Gemini, whatever it might be, and they just get absolutely wrecked. Like, stop. It's not crypto if you don't hold it. So the only centralized exchange I could support would be if they were to have some kind of mechanism like that, and none of them would make it. I don't think they would do that.
I think a big problem is that it's still very intimidating for new users to set up their own wallet. So they just don't and keep their money on an exchange because it feels more secure to them, right? Because they have like their secure password and two-factor authentication and email confirmation and whatnot. And like
I hear that argument, and you have heard that argument, and I agree with what you're saying about it's quote unquote too hard. But so is tying my shoes, and so is learning how to drive.
See,
so
yeah, it's exactly
you've learned. Everything you know because you went through a learning curve. You speak a language. You write words on a piece of paper that other people understand. Like, we learn things, and the idea of quote unquote it's too hard isn't necessarily true, because all of us on the stream learned it.
Yeah, but the problem
I didn't know. I didn't even know. This is how financially inept I was. Somebody, when they tried to tell me about HEX, they told me it was a certificate of deposit the first time I heard of it. went over my head. I never even heard of a certificate of deposit. I really, coming from like trailer parks and stuff, and I'm back like when I was in the holidays with my family, and a lot of them are, Oklahoma is like 48th in education, and it's just like, if I can get some of these hillbillies to understand that, hey, it's about self-sovereignty and freedom, everything that we believe in, just digitally, you know, like you don't have to worry about banks and stuff, like all these things. It's just about tying them to people's interests, and when they realize why it's so important, I feel like the learning steps to get there will be so easy, because it's just like, oh, that's what I need to do. Like, that's what I need to do, so I'm going to do it. So if you make the end goal clear to people and why it ties into their values and their interests, they're going to be like, oh yeah, what steps do I need to take to get there? Done. And like Gary was saying, we've all done way harder things, way harder things than learn how to set up a MetaMask.
The problem is that self-sovereignty is still very intimidating for most people, especially people who are new to crypto, because crypto is one of the few things in this world that you can actually own yourself. If you have money in the bank account, then other people can still touch it or take it away from you or sue you or whatever. But if you have your own seed phrase, nobody really can take that away from you. It's pretty much unconfiscatable if you're using it right. But this concept comes with a lot of responsibility, and this is new for everybody who joins into crypto. So that's why keep their money on an exchange and just don't go through the trouble of setting up their own wallet, because they're intimidated. If they lose their seed phrase, their money really is gone, and there's no support, there's no chargeback or anybody you can contact to get your money back. It's gone forever, and you really have to grasp that concept that you really own your keys and you are responsible for keeping them private, don't leaking them, keeping them in a secure location. And this is just way too hard to onboard new people.
Yeah, you're right. I got to reel back a little bit, because I remember like the first time I sent something to an ETH address, like how you're like, what? Just all these number letters, like that this is right. And so yeah, I get what you're saying. There's, when you're first doing it, is a little bit. Let me reel back what I said a little bit.
Yeah, and if you're sending money via your bank account to some other bank account, then this usually takes a day. And if you typed in the wrong numbers, you can contact your bank and cancel the transfer. Or if you're using a credit card at some kind of shop, there can be a chargeback if it's like the wrong amount or whatever. But in crypto, there are no chargebacks, and
Richard
you are
said,
responsible for what you're doing.
Yeah, Richard said that. My bad, by the way. I get so inspired when people talk. I don't mean to cut you off. It's just like what you say is so cool. Actually, I like that point too. And Richard just said that in his stream as well. How like, and it helped expand my mind, because I was all like, oh, fuck Visa and MasterCard, the financial cartels that are trying to censor us. But having, paybacks, or like things like that, so you can claw back payments in certain infrastructures, are very important if you're running a business and things. So there's a place for certain infrastructures. Did I make that point right?
Yeah, like we need chargebacks to do business in the legacy world. And if you're just using crypto to pay for stuff, then there are no chargebacks. And if you're doing business with a bad third party, then you're pretty much out of luck and you won't be able to get your money back. So having this kind of support and able to do chargebacks in legacy finance, that's great and that's needed. But that's what makes the sovereignty of crypto so scary, because, as I said, there is no support, and if you fuck up, you won't ever get your money back.
Oh, no, you won't. That's for sure.
It's a unique asset in that form, because I don't know anything else. Like I don't know. Like many people finance their house, their car, their education, whatever it might be, they finance. So this idea of actually owning something, you might think you own your house, but do you? Because if you stop paying your home, your property taxes, government will take it away, even if it was a paid for thing. You might think that you own your car, but if you don't do the registration, which effectively is an annual tax, then that can be impounded. You can have credentials that you might have earned. You may be a physician or something along those lines, but if you don't effectively pay the tax, which is your annual recertification or CMEs and so forth. Yeah, this idea of actually owning something outright is kind of rare. Like, yeah, that's a rare concept.
Yeah, I guess you could buy like physical gold and bury that somewhere, and only you know where it's buried. I guess you would technically own that, but like that's very rare. And as you said, like real estate, the money in your bank account, a car, or any stocks, you don't really own them. Crypto is different in that regard.
Well, I do need to shrink the room. It's going to go down to 3. I need to jump out. I have a different task I need to do, but it's been great, especially to meet Furu, Crispy Man. I love your website. It's very good, detail-oriented charts, everything available on it. Amazing. Kyler, I think, again, as a sounding board of interpersonal skills and communication, effective communication. You know, I appreciate you taking a leadership role in those ways. You're really great representative of the community effort. And Victor, I've seen a lot of your content in the past and participation, especially in the Twitter spaces. Keep that up. Really appreciate you guys.
Word, we're always looking up to you, man. You take care.
Thanks, Gary. Keep kicking ass.
Gary, you rock.
Oh, hey, Maddie. Yeah, hey, since you're
Hey.
back to Maddie, I'm going to take the same note and get back to work. Just hang out in the background. Thanks for letting me come hang out. Chippy, Crispy Man, it's good to meet you. Victor, good to meet you. Yeah, Gary, you kill it. Maddie, you have a great stream. Later you go.
It's all right, Kyler. Nice to meet you.
And it's just 2 left.
And 2 down. Hey, Vic. Hey, so what do you know about T-shares? You know a lot about T-shares?
Yeah, I guess. You have any questions?
So I figured out something that I probably should have always known, but it was kind of a new topic. To be fair, somebody, other people thought about this a long time and had already published what they call the max theoretical T-share count. Are you familiar with that term?
Yeah, I guess every single circulating hex would be staked for 555.
Yes, in one giant stake. And let me show you. Well, let's see if I can actually share my screen. See if we can get it up there. I don't know how to look.
I mean, we got a little bit something like that on the big payday when the OA staked for 1 day. But of course, for a max length stake with all hex being staked at least 150 million at once for the bigger pays better bonus, there would still be more T-shares. I think it was like around 50 million in circulation on the big payday. So my guess would be something like 150 maximum. Could that be?
Yeah, so what's cool about this is that we can actually go look at it and calculate it. So if we go all the way back to the beginning of HEX, this is very bullish especially for any math nerds, man. At least for me, it's pretty bullish. I like this idea because I can go all the way back to the beginning and go look at what the T-shares were, what the max total, theoretical total was, and then what the delta has been. Now we had that, that initial launch phase that lasted that first year, so it's not unexpected that both the max was going up as well as the total number of T-shares that were actually in existence. But that shows us right till right up until big payday. But when we take a look at kind of like more normalized data, which is on January 1st, 21 till today, the max theoretical has dropped from somewhere around 116 million T-shares to the max today is about 82 million. So even if with the hex that exists today, even if all of the circulating was staked, that's the maximum number of T-shares. Now, from a practical point of view, there's not a lot you can do with this information, but what it's reinforcing is that as it drops and T-shares drop, we can kind of figure out where it will go up, because it can go up as well. We can figure out what the delta is, meaning, how many more T-shares are there left to buy at any one time, and they are dropping like a rock. So back here in 21, you might have been able to buy an additional, 90 million T-shares, but now we're all the way down here where you could only buy another 60 million. That's just over 2 years. All this information kind of, in the way the system works, kind of conspires to making T-shares more and more rare. Just my little.
That's an interesting thought. Like, I wouldn't have expected that the maximum T-share amounts are falling faster than the actual supply.
Yes. And I mean, if I asked you the question in a different way, you'd say, oh, yeah, that makes total sense. But when we put all the pieces together, you're like, wait a minute. I mean, I didn't quite realize that. Even I had to see it to realize how much. So how do we know that that's really what's going to happen, right? Well, what's the system inflation? System inflation's locked at 369, right? Well, we also know how fast T-shares have been going up. Well, T-shares are going up 20-30% a year. So if the T-share cost is going up 20-30% a year, means you're going to get 20-30% less T-shares for the same amount of HEX. So you're going to end up with this angled situation, right? Where at some point they get really close to each other, and T-shares going to be really hard to get.
Yeah, I mean, as Richard said from the beginning, stake early, large and long, then you'll win. And like, if you understand T-shares, you're going to be able to win in HEX. And it's just super important to lock those T-shares in as early as possible, because for the same amount of HEX that you're staking, if you wait another year, you will get a lot less T-shares than if you start your stakes right now. And because of the T-share rate going up so fast and in an exponential function, it's also impossible to like accrue a lot of T-shares just with short stakes that you're repeating over and over again. But it's so much better to just log in your long stakes, if possible, some kind of ladder, all the way up to 5-5, 5-5 stakes as soon as possible, and then just keep those T-shares for as long as possible. While they're deflating, you will get a very large percentage of the T-share supply, just like the Godwell did right in the beginning. He locked in those max length stakes, still owns them, and in 15 years he'll probably, I don't know, owning 10, 20, 30% of all existing T-shares. So stake early, long, and large, and you'll pretty much be fine.
And so what would you say to somebody who says, oh man, I'm really too late? What would you say about that?
I don't think so. I mean, just look at the price. We're at 3 cents. Like, just going back to all-time high, that's like 15x roundabout. And regarding T-shares, we're only in 3 years, and the rate is like 25k, so 2.5 times larger than in the beginning. And I mean, it's just simulating the compounding interest, right? So it doesn't really matter when you get in. Of course, earlier is better, but if you get in now, you'll still be able to accrue those 10, 20, 30% APY in HEX terms every year. Of course, staking for long is better, but you will need some confidence in the system to start those long stakes. And like, I wouldn't advise anybody who's new in HEX to start super long stakes right away. Just get comfortable with the staking mechanics, play around with the system a bit, start some shorter stakes, learn how to end them, learn how to secure your wallet, because if you're starting max length stakes, you also have to make sure that your wallet will stay secure for the next 15 years. And that's quite a hard thing to do. So just get comfortable with the system and then start longer and longer stakes. Of course, the earlier the better. but I really don't think that anybody could possibly be too late, at least for now or for the foreseeable future.
Yep. I'm right there with you. I think that I don't think it's too late at all, but I I do hear that a lot from people, like, oh no, the games have already passed. Well, I think the system has enough meat in it to continue to be built out. I mean, the game theory is awesome, and so from a game theory perspective, the game of getting more hex, I think a lot of people also forget the day one guys are getting phased out. They don't quite understand, that even though I was there day one, doesn't mean that I did Quattro Cincos on every stake. In fact, Quattro Cincos weren't much of a thing day one. And so that means that I have stakes that are going to end, and they're going to end sometime. And maybe they end sooner, maybe they end later, and you can go look at the data, see which ones are ending. But all those day one stakes that end, they can't get recreated, right? So they're just moving out of the way, making room for the new guys. And that's something I think people forget.
Yeah, and you also have to keep in mind that everything in hex terms doesn't matter that much, because even if you started your stakes on day one with a gigantic bigger pays better bonus and staked until right now, you pretty much would have gotten a 2.5x in hex terms, which is nice. But like the price moves orders of magnitude faster up and down. So price went up 10,000x. The amount of hex you could have gotten through staking until now is 2.5x only. So pretty much nothing compared to the USD gains. So that's where the real money lies. That's where people should focus on. Currently, it's a 95% dip, so massive buying opportunity for everybody. And just don't get too focused with all of the staking stuff, increasing your hex bags. Just get in now, if possible. Further accumulate if you're already in, and like the price is way more important than the T-share rate and staking and the benefits you get from like benefiting from the inflation, increasing your hex back through stakes, because it's just tiny movements compared to the USD stuff.
I think there's an aspect of that I agree with, meaning that, clearly from a value, just strictly dollar value perspective, price appreciation can beat out yield. Sure. Yeah. And even Richard's mentioned that a couple times, right? I mean, that is certainly very true and possible in many cases, right? But I think there's some like intangibles. There's some things that are a little harder to get your hands around.
What's going on?
It's the party.
What's up, guys?
Hey, you guys, can you?
I am worried we're gonna get banned for the music. So let me check in with them and make sure that they're not playing copyrighted music.
Hey, Victor, you're finally on your thought. I think you're giving good advice. Well, it's not financial advice, but good kind of like an idea that it might be okay to approach things slowly, put together your plans. Not bad at all.
Yeah,
I'm really excited by the metric that you guys just went over and the conversation you had. I was listening while I was taking my break, and that's really good stuff.
Nice. The good thing is like the USD appreciation of HEX and the appreciation of the units of HEX that you own, and that increases through staking. Both of those multiply, right? So if you got in on day one staked until now, you got a 2.5x on your HEX back, and probably a gigantic number of X's in USD appreciation, maybe 100x, whatever. And those two numbers multiply, right? So you can benefit from both of them. You don't have to decide with anything. And like both the share rate and the USD price tend to go up and to the right.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
That's part of the beauty. Hey, look at all those familiar faces there. The KSB.TV meetup is happening in San Diego right now to celebrate Hex's 3rd birthday. We're checking in with them on their yacht. It looks like the weather is not too bad. It looks like people are warm and they got the sun out there a little bit. Really nice spread of food below deck, and just a lot of familiar faces there of people that we saw at the in-person HEX conference, at the HEX meetups that have happened. There's A-Bit. Looks like a good time. DJ Polly. Look at that HEX get up. Very cool. Yeah, everybody's raising a glass to, there's Yashdeep. All right. We saw Black Hexakin, KC, right? And I'm sure his wife Kaylin is there somewhere. There's Crypto Coffee. Sorry, Crypto Kool-Aid. I saw Crypto Coffee earlier. There's Dan of Crypto Sparbach. There's a lot of familiar faces. A-Bit's girlfriend there. And wow, what a beautiful thing there. 3 years of flawless operation. They got a nice banner aside. And there's, okay, yep, there's Crypto Coffee. There's a Wild SJ. Hey. Let me see if I can unmute them.
They cannot hear us right now.
Oh, we just heard you. That is copyrighted music. Okay. So they're showing us where they're operating the boat. Captain's quarters. Lots of comments here. Gold Key in the chat. Tarnwig. Archie S. J. MK Crypto. Sandy Beach. Lots of people are saying hi to the faces they've met in real life. Valiant Brand. Access Alive, what's going on? All you streamers, I need your help. I need you to hop on the live stream at some point. We've only got 6.5 more hours to go. So I know it sounds like a lot of time, but once we get everybody who has said that they're coming on, RH Max, once we have everybody click the link that I sent out, it's going to be a full house. All right.
I can definitely hear you, Maddie. I cannot see you guys because the phone is so far away, but I have such a beautiful view anyways.
Look at that. We can hear you just fine, A-Bit. Thanks for killing the copyrighted music for a second.
Exactly, like I was just taking care of that. The captain was taking off the music, and now I'm here with the Hexians. And maybe I can just pass around the microphone.
We would love
that.
Do me a
little favor. Do me a little favor and just tell the viewers out there what we are doing here today.
I don't know what you're doing out here. I know what I'm doing.
David.
You know what I'm doing. I'm partying, living my best life as a Hexican. Living the best life besides the bear market. Who gives a fuck?
David Morales is living his best life.
David is pretty cool. I'm hurting a lot. Like my heart is bleeding because of the HEX price. So I definitely want to see that going up. And it's looking so great, right? Haven't we just seen a couple of green candles last?
We got some green candles, that's for sure. Looks like the video froze for just a second, but we can still hear you.
Staring in a computer and live your best life.
Exactly. And now we are coming all together. Yesterday was already a great success for the event. It was like so full, all the Hexians. And I'm telling you, all the stories that I get to hear all the time are just amazing. I meet people and they're telling me their life-changing stories because of HEX. And this just drives me more and more and more every single time that we are doing events like this.
I agree.
So inspiring.
Granted, I usually don't understand half the people what are doing because I'm literally enjoying my best life.
Amazing.
Hey, but do you want to
I'm not
use your mic when he's talking? Because that mic might not be working for him.
All right, so Maddie is saying right now that the mic is not working. Try this, try to hold both microphones, because I'm right now thinking that the audio is actually coming from my earpods. So they will just keep on talking, and Maddie will give us a feedback if you can only hear me, or if you can also hear David. Because I believe if you can only hear me, then the microphones are dead.
He's drinking and not talking. I can only hear a bit. It's the headphones.
Okay, let me try to do another setting, and then we can see if we can fix the problem here.
Sure. In the meantime, we got Joe asking if you remember the shuttle bus in New York the night of the second HEX birthday. I'm gonna step in for a bit and say no comment. How about that? All right, they're
I
gonna
have
get
to drop
that
off for a
figured out.
second. Give me 1 second. I'm
No
back.
problem. Well, I was listening to that T-shirt conversation, and the fact that people can calculate the total number of T-shirts that can possibly exist, and to map that out not only currently but also going forward. Is that what I heard Crispy Man say?
Yeah, but I think it's just more of a thought experiment.
It's more of what we already know. Kind of.
Yeah, like I don't think this is too relevant in practice. I mean,
They're-
just know
they're-
that T-shirts are super deflationary.
Yes.
Get in early, get your stakes as long as possible, and you'll be fine. That's pretty much
The
it.
reason I like having like a new fact come out, I could call it, is it gives some of the people maybe in my position who are like constantly reporting, like constantly saying the same thing, like, what's my event to, like, you know, other than my yearly stake coming out and like restaking, what's my event to like take what I'm accumulating in a bear market and stake it out? It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to have an excuse to say, well, I already knew T-shirts were a good deal. I already knew that I like delaying gratification and all that. But, you know, now I'll leave it at that I always like any excuse I can give myself to create a stake. I think that for me, there was a little bit of FUD in the community when people were making the use case for Desi and Lucky and Maximus and all that good kind of stuff, trying to say that like single stakers aren't going to do well and this and that. I remember the good old days when we just didn't know that the ETH fees would go so high.
Yeah, I guess like during the bear market, we all need some reassurance every now and then, and
Yeah.
it's just fun to hear this kind of stuff and to see that the T-shirts and the whole share system is working exactly as intended. The share rate is only going up, as mathematically proven before, and they're deflating over time, and the yield is still there. Everything works perfect, 100% uptime, not a single bug ever in 3 years of operation. That's awesome. It's insane. I don't think any other crypto product, pretty much every high that, like not a single bug within the first 3 years of operation. It's just awesome. And like the price is going down a bit, but that's just more opportunity. And the product doesn't change. HEX is exactly the same product that it has been at 50 cents. So I don't see any reason why it couldn't go back to all-time highs.
Yeah, it's and you know, part of believing in something like HEX and having to make decisions about how much I want to pay my future self does come down to, even if I am not flooded out by the bear market, and even if, which I'm not, and even if I'm buying HEX at these levels, if I don't remind myself you need to send some of that to your future self, then I'm probably leaving money on the table, because I'll you know, sell on a double or a 10x or whatever, and not have as much stored over the long term. What's going on, Axis Alive?
What's going on, Maddie? Howdy, y'all in the chat. What's up? You called me out, so I had to come.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. I know you and I have been wanting to stream together for quite some time, and this will be a mini chance to do that, and then maybe we can do a special stream coming out.
Oh, of course, dude. The last time I streamed on your channel was my face reveal at Freddy's house, like over a year ago.
Yeah. Oh man, that's
So
what's
it's
up.
been a while.
Is this Hex Lion's phone, Patrick? They're basically working on fixing the audio from the Hex meetup in San Diego, and we're just
I saw some familiar
so
faces there.
happy
on
so
that
many people
yacht.
are jumping on. There we go. It looks like they're going to do audio from Patrick's phone and video from Abit's. Yeah, look at that. Look at that problem solving. You still sound very far away. Oh, Hex line is muted. Can you unmute the Lion phone? Give it a try, guys.
Is the audio not working, guys?
Audio's not working.
We can
See if
hear you, but it's faint. It's coming
see if you
through
can
a different.
unmute Lion phone.
Yeah, I can unmute Lion phone, but that gives you a clash, Maddie. My
Nope.
Lion phone needs to be in the lobby usually, I guess.
It's fixed.
Yeah, we can only hear through his phone, which is fine. Just
Yeah,
pass the phone.
it's now I am connected like with my audio and my.
Yeah.
It's just like your video and my complete audio.
There you go. That works.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Keep us updated. We were not able to follow your show today. So how's it going, everybody?
Fantastic.
It's going great. Hex has turned 3, and we've had so many people hop on stream. So many familiar faces, even people who have hopped on for the first time, even if they were in Hex since before day 1. There are people who have brought birthday presents for Hex, like check out this new website that does a data dump in a way that we haven't seen before. And then my little reveal that I did earlier today is that I showed off the first conversation that I think a broadcaster has brought from an artificial intelligence about Hex. And so I streamed that earlier, and I'll probably make a post about it later, just so people can see it really clearly. But that's what's been going on new is there's an artificial intelligence out there that understands Hex and does a really good job of explaining it. And then we've got you guys. You guys are one of like the main stories, of course, because you are doing a meetup in the true, spirit of Hexicans. People have been saying nice things about you earlier in the stream, and so we're really blessed to have you guys in the community and have you guys checking in with us at your San Diego meetup.
Thank you, Maddie, and I'm so glad to be part of the Hex community. It's just amazing that Hex is now 3 years. The time is going by so fast. And now we just had this amazing event yesterday, Kaylin's birthday, and then the Hex meetup. And like I said before, I get to know so many new people all the time and hear their amazing stories. It just inspires me and drives me to motivate me and to do even more,
So tell us a little bit about the event yesterday, Patrick.
Yeah, so yesterday, most of the people came in the afternoon, and then in the later afternoon, we had the birthday dinner from Blank Hexican, from Kaylin. And afterwards, we met in the 207 bar in the Hard Rock Hotel, where most of the Hexicans are staying over those days. And a few newer Hexicans showed up as well. And we just had like great conversations, some drinks, some smoke, and some good conversations. And it lasted until like around midnight, and then the group broke up a little bit because like today we already met at midday again for the yacht party here.
Some Mexicans are actually really tired out right now, and they use this party, this yacht party, to just relax, to sit, have drinks, and to conversate, obviously, with all the other Hexicans. And I think that's exactly what we should do. Maybe we are able to bring some Hexicans up here and just have a fun discussion.
your phone looks pretty good. It seems to be full. And my phone, though, on the other hand, could go low in battery in the next couple of minutes. But we'll figure it out, and I'll bring a couple of actions. You keep the conversation alive with Maddie.
All right, yeah. Go ahead. Are you giving me the audio because just in case that it doesn't break up? All right, so David goes and get some hexagons. Let's make some interviews and what else ready? So how is it going today on the day 1096 of our hex journey?
You know, it's like a lot of the days that came before, where Hex is paying trustless yield, and the community continues to grow in terms of new streamers becoming regular streamers for Hex. We've got people hearing about Hex for the first time. There were people posting in the live stream saying, "I'm so glad I stumbled upon this." And so we've been explaining Hex in terms of basics, but also gotten into very deep discussions as well. So this is definitely shaping up to be one of the streams of the ages. You know?
There is the camera. Sit down if you want to. I give you some audio.
Oh, there you go.
It's the left one. Yeah. So I'm here with Hex Asia.
Hex Asians in the
yeah.
house, baby. What up?
Is that Crypto King?
Yeah.
What's up?
How you doing, Maddie?
Are you sure it's not a cardboard cutout?
Yeah, not this time, brother.
Awesome.
I had to every opportunity I had to meet people, meet the Hexagons, go meet family in other states. I'm here. I had to do it.
Did you came in today or yesterday actually already?
No, I've been here since the 15th of November.
Since the 15th already. Okay, cool.
But I just came out from LA to San Diego to hang out with the Hexagons and the family. So
Awesome.
Having a great time.
Perfect. You like the yard so far? The ride and surrounding here?
Yeah, the weather. I mean, it's a little chilly, but
yeah, with the jacket, it's fine actually.
But it's good. Having a great time.
Crypto King is the person who brought Bitcoin Jesus to do a 1-minute clip on Hex at the Hex conference, and shout out to you. I might play that clip here a little bit later. But you're definitely an ambassador for the brand and somebody who really gives without asking for anything in return, just a super networker and cross promoter. So I just want to shout out and say thank you to you for everything that you do for the community. You rock.
Thank you, Maddie. That means a lot, brother. And yeah, I definitely love doing being part of the Hex family, and it's such a wonderful feeling to be able to show people Hex and watch them grow and see how happy they are with the results that they're getting so far. Even though with the dip, I mean, like Richard always says, crypto dips and it dips a lot, so nothing to worry about.
Cool. Agreed.
As long as the code makes what it does, 100% uptime, flawless operation for 3 years. So what are you excited the most about for the future when it comes to Hex?
Well, everybody's waiting on post-chain, so I think once post-chain launches, I mean, that's just going to really change the entire world. The space of crypto is definitely going to be set the mark, and everybody's going to be focused on what else Richard's going to be doing with the wallet and the exchange that he wants to do. And yeah, it's just going to be wonderful.
The idea of having low fees, no matter what happens and no matter how many people get onboarded into crypto, to know that we could still have high fees and onboard the world, what kind of a beautiful dream would that be?
Right.
Very few people realize that with crypto in its current form, you can't onboard the world on chain. And that's part of the reason why crypto, in my opinion, has not been mass adopted yet, is because it would literally have to go through centralized exchanges, and so we seem to be on the cutting edge of this stuff, and so that's a good thing, right?
Hell yeah. Before I dip out, I like to say konnichiwa, Hex Asians, baby.
All right.
Love it. You have a wonderful day, Maddie. Everybody out there.
Thank you. Yeah.
You too, brother.
Rock.
Have fun out there.
Thanks for joining, bro. Yeah. And give me the audios. Thank you. So, David, do you want to come here? Left one?
So by now I told everybody to come upstairs here, but obviously the Hexagons are just real chilled. Everybody is on their drinks. They got their time from yesterday. But in I think a couple next minutes, like Hexagons should come upstairs here.
Really, you didn't get anybody. Everybody wants to chill out. Like, oh no, not more crypto talk. It's like, we are done with that.
It just takes a couple of minutes to get the Hexagons rolling. I'm pretty sure we will deliver a good show in the next couple of minutes when everybody is ready.
That sounds great.
Let's got some questions ready.
Yeah.
What do we see in the chat?
Sure. So what are some of the moments that you've had with Hexicans there? Maybe not even at the meetup, but on your guys' journeys. What are some highlights?
I like a highlight for me was when one of the kids who showed up to the workshop won the giveaway. That was definitely one of the highlights for me. So it was like 4 times, I guess, that somebody under the age of 18 won on our 40 giveaways.
For me, it was the highlight every single time when we did the workshops, and I saw how many Hexicans showed up. I was always blown away. Like, it seems to be this was the highlight for me all the time. And then there's one workshop that really stand out, and was the one in Miami that Richard posted, and then so many Hexicans attended. And, it was like really goosebumps feeling for me. So one of the highlights for me, Miami workshop for sure.
My favorite one was Austin.
Austin, yeah.
Yeah.
From Miami, it just got bigger and bigger, and then the Texas Hexagon community is just so big, right? With Dallas, Austin, and Houston, you've been, right?
Yeah, we have Dallas, Austin, Houston, and San Antonio. 4 cities in Texas we made.
The other states were not like this. So shout out to all the Texas Hexagons.
Yeah.
How about
Beautiful,
the people
beautiful.
in the chat? What are they saying, Matty?
Let me see here. We got Finbear who just hopped on.
Hey guys.
We
What up,
got
Hi, how's it going?
Benny Blanco saying happy birthday. Suzanne Hexican, KSB, much love. Got Crypto
Shout out to
Gains
Suzanne.
Club, Ballin. We got Sandy Beach. Got Hex Pulse. Something Hex Pulsiant Crypto. We got Jay with extra A's in the middle. Tarnwig. Johnny Chaos. Yeah, Sandy B, that dude. Donald Brandt. Everybody's here.
I think now we got the Hexagons rolling. Everybody's coming upstairs here. I saw SJ, I saw Coffee.
You also see like Jory Hex like in the background making some videos.
That's right. Yeah.
She's developing so well as well. Like I see my development in the last
Did you
2
saw her
years.
like a Hexy dress today, like all in orange? Can you like make a walk? Of course, yeah.
And Joey is like just developing so much in the last year, getting better and better in content creation. And the beautiful thing about her is she gets so many likes and clicks and engagement. That's crazy. I'm doing this for 3 years. She outperformed me in like 2 weeks or something like this.
But you guys make
Here we
a
have
good team, huh?
the captain for today. Coffee in the house. The camera's over there. And this is just for audio here.
What's up? It's a little bit hard to hear you.
On the boat.
You're gonna have to talk into Abit's ear. Talk into Abit's ear, man. We
You guys
can't
are a
hear
little bit
you.
laggy right now.
Okay. We're thinking that it might be only your AirPod that's getting the mic.
Sometimes that's the problem, yeah.
But we can hear
seas, man.
Abit, and when Coffee talks into Abit's ear, then we can hear that too.
Okay, you just have to. Yeah, it's just gonna look like we're making out because it's so far away. Somehow
Yeah.
it's retarded. I don't know. Like let's first come here.
Well,
let's
it
get
already-
comfortable here a little bit. No?
Yeah,
So
it already
what
looked
are the
like
main
you guys were
questions?
making out.
Better out. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Abit or me?
I think I would look really good with your head actually, and you would look really good with my head. Let's see.
That's like 4 sizes too big.
How does that look?
See,
There we go.
immediately
Yeah.
you went from like a
SJ is
captain of a
laughing her
boat
ass
to a
off right
homeless
now.
guy.
She likes my head a lot.
What about a baller influencer? You know,
So
Yeah, that's better. Now that
Coffee's got
he,
the most. He's got the most
yeah,
subs, except for
now
Richard
now
Hart.
that
So
he
he's
turned,
doing it all right.
Is this how you do your thumbnail? Do it again. So come. Like I said.
That's a great thumbnail.
yeah,
So this party
Yeah.
is just to get started, you know. And like I said, everybody is tired from yesterday, and in a couple of hours, there's already the next night party going on, you know. And there's so many hex tickets will come because it's like only $25 a ticket. Even right now, if you want to, and you are in San Diego, I think you should come to the park and nightclub later on.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, you all heard it. 10 p.m. You have to be in San Diego. Ready, set, go. We're honored to have Crypto Coffee here, the most followed Hex YouTuber next to Richard Hart. So, leader of our community. Thank you
What up,
for
Coffee?
everything that you do.
Mad
up,
love to
everybody?
you, brother. How you doing,
Thank
man?
you guys. You guys are great.
Yeah,
SJ, a
man.
wild SJ appears.
So
Yeah, we
so
want to hear
so
a Richard Hart quote.
you're not actually in charge of the boat, are you?
Oh my God, no.
Who's in the cockpit?
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it looks
We don't-
like you're just blowing in the wind. Like I hope
Wait,
there's a
Who's got the cat?
there's a method to the madness.
You guys are
Or-
matching
or
really well.
Are you
We're
just
just
drifting
We're
down?
drifting around.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
even think
cheaper.
did somebody put the anchor down? I hope they did.
It's cheaper if you just drift downstream.
Yeah,
It's bear markets anyway, so drift downstream for a bit, and then
that's right.
when
that's
everybody
right.
else gives
Oh,
up,
it
you,
went. Oh, that was really close. The AirPod almost went overboard.
yeah.
Oh
and
shit.
hopefully
Um,
that's not A-Bit's AirPod because everybody's worn that.
So I wanted to see if it would be okay for us to ask Wild SJ to give us one Richard Hart quote because I gave her a quote whenever I was doing a cameo for her.
I like the one about scuba diving, right? It's like
I can't hear it.
Oh no,
It's
I
about,
can't hear.
it's about scuba diving, but we can't hear it.
We're gonna dub in the audio later.
Yeah. I'll dub the audio.
We can't hear
and
coffee.
we can do like a short about it. Coffee
is
can
really
do the
good
talking,
suspense.
and I'll do the dubbing. We didn't hear anything, man.
Are you guys still
Oh,
there?
man.
Can you hear us?
Somebody hit the mute button on the phone. There you go.
Let me. Okay, I just unmute.
You were
We couldn't hear
muted,
you,
man.
Coffee.
It's a big teddy bear.
We didn't catch any of what you were talking about.
Access Alive, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool.
So just to make sure, we
We'll
can
give
hear
them
each
their
other,
privacy.
right?
Like they can be, yeah, like.
And we can't hear you, man.
Original chapters and 2 additional later, Time and Space. The 7 original were meant to be like the light shining through a prism, and every aspect or facet of your life is a different color, depending on where you put your attention to. So, all the colors together make up a beautiful white crystal, and basically everybody is a crystal and all that. I mean, it was kind of elegant. He put it in better terms than I did.
More well said than
crystal.
I think I actually understand what he meant by that. But just
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
last
yeah.
minute.
So you guys are streaming for the whole day?
Yes, 12 hours.
Maddie, I think you're on mute, bro.
We are streaming for 12 hours. I think everything's running out of juice there, but we can hear them. Yeah.
Hey, bit.
Okay, so
All in the
basically,
reinforcements.
basically they were talking about some sci-fi thing that was actually really deep. That is how I think Richard Hart put in the first chapter. In the first chapter, he put something in there about like colors being a way to organize thoughts and ideas, but also having like deep symbolism and throughout history.
Yeah.
Can't hear anybody.
Yeah, colors are a universal language.
I see Mars. Maybe Mars could be our tech guy. Yes. Everybody's too like lit.
What is going on that boat?
Who's in charge of the boat?
Look, I've been to a lot of events with a lot of these guys, and like the logistics of something like this is really, really difficult and something to be very admired. And so just them hopping on is like, it's a fun thing because it's always a technical challenge. It's always, you know, it's always an adventure trying to live stream from anywhere Hexicans go.
So what has happened to DJ Cryptomatic? Has he been banned from Twitter or something?
Well, he should hop on our stream and let us know. I see him in the
Yeah,
chat.
he needs to address the community. Why has his account been suspended on Twitter?
Oh, but we could basically figure out he was asking people to send him Christmas clips, and so he sent too many people the same message, and they had just changed the rules, I guess, on spam filtering. So that's
that makes sense. Yeah, Elon just put out a poll like, "Hey, have you noticed that there's less spammers?" No, just the real people.
I don't think it's like, I think if we made a noise about it as a community, it could be a good way to like get in with Twitter, and like you just have to tag their devs.
Oh, yeah, he'll come back. It's just funny that the AI kind of did that.
Well, I could say as somebody who's been censored, like we all need to rally around them and make a big deal out of it, like because it's like, because when it happens to you, then it's like, you know.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, we can hear you.
Hey, Esther, come here. I think with this they can hear you as well. Then if you put that in, then you can also hear Maddie. How's the conversation going? How did you like it so far, Esther?
Hey, good to see y'all. I love y'all.
It's amazing meeting the Hexicans, huh?
I haven't met a single, like, everyone's amazing. Yeah. It's a great community. We're on running out right now, enjoying life, you know, with one another and sci-vibing together.
One of the things that I remember from yesterday, like all the barkeepers, they were just amazed that there was this group of Hexicans, everybody with their merch, right? Talking about this opportunity of a lifetime. Obviously, we were talking to every single bartender, right? Giving them tips, always writing hex.com on the little invoices and stuff like this. So that's just our lifestyle now. Talking about Hex all day. It inspires me every single day to do more.
Hey, Abel, can I give you some instructions so we can up the production quality significantly?
Please, please.
So basically what we need is we need you to use a separate phone that joins the stream for each speaker. And like, because the way those headphones work, they only pick one of them to be the microphone, even though both have mics in them. It's like a AirPods thing that just like isn't ideal. So we can hear you really well, but her, we can't hear her. And like the content that you guys are giving, just like off the cuff, with that view in the middle of your Hex meetup is amazing. This is like a beautiful moment to capture people just like popping to the back of the boat, you know, and saying hi. We feel like we're there with you. It's amazing.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So what we're doing right now, Maddie, is that Patrick will jump in as well, and he will also connect his earphones. And then we will have two speakers with great audio. Thanks for the feedback, and that's exactly what we need.
Yeah.
Patrick, how's it going?
Can both of you sit where SJ was sitting, like right next to the camera? Can both of you fit there? I know it's just hard to see like how big it is.
Yeah, I think that's way better.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, what's going on?
I have no idea.
This is amazing. We can see you and hear you, and you guys look so great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You feel great.
So SJ, we missed the part that you and Coffee were explaining, and then we caught just the end of it, and we kind of pieced together what you guys might have been saying about the the symbolism of colors in sci-fi. Was that the topic?
Yeah, basically, Poppy was talking about how before there was an edit, I guess there were 7 chapters, and then there were an additional 2. But yeah, the original 7 were basically the prism. So that's, yeah, that was neat. I didn't know that. That was pretty cool information to have heard.
What has it been like for you piecing together different nuggets of information, not only from Richard, but also the community surrounding your coverage of his self-help book, which I might add is not a book, but it's really a collection of books, being so many hundreds of pages. It's what, 1,500 pages or something?
No,
in
well,
original form?
no,
Both.
not that many. I don't think it was that many, because right now it's 500, and I did not take out much.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly a lot of information to cover. But that's what's been the most quirky or strange thing you've ever come across? Like, I know you were getting all of the HEX influencers to like say a line. I thought that was a fun exercise and everything. So what are some of the ways that you've added your own spin on things?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's difficult for me to always speak as Richard would, if you would. I know that, like, I try to use a certain inflection and a certain tone, but to really, like, I would just love to hear him. And I know that a lot of it is from things he says over and over again, right? Like, we've heard him say these things, but yeah, I guess just the inflection.
Well, I think as a community, we need to get you and Richard together to like have private conferencing about that, because it sounds like I could totally see where you're coming from. Like, you know, and it is like, do you ever like, so how do you see Richard?
What a lovely question. Maddie ALLin. That's a great question. I think that he's a genius. I think he's fucking brilliant. Like, it trips me out. I've started to study him, which sounds weird, but you were talking earlier, or you asked earlier too, about something that made me think about the collective smartness. I mean, that's not the best word, but just how brilliant everyone is. And like, I've learned so much from Richard in this community. And one quirky thing, actually, no, sorry. But would you re-ask the question? I'm gonna yawn.
Yeah, so I mean, there's so many facets to what you're doing, creating an audiobook of what I think originally was a collection of Richard's discoveries about life hacks about everything. And so it's not just a self-help book about one topic, but it seems like just a huge collection of wisdom. And so I was curious to see, like, how do you see Richard? You know, and you're saying like you see him as a visionary genius. What?
Yeah.
How else would you describe him?
I think that he knows what he's doing. He's very calculated in a way, and I respect that a lot. I think that he's got a lot of love to give, which is why like hearts and like it just makes a lot of sense to me that he came up with this idea. Like listen, because over and over again in sci-fi he talks about doing the best for everyone. Like, don't just focus on one thing or you or your business. Like, what can you do that's going to bring value and add to society? Because you have this life and you have that option. Like, that is something that is doable. So do it. The action piece of sci-fi is what I think speaks louder than a lot of it. It's just like, yeah, you're going to think about things and you want to like come up with business plans and ideas, but what steps can you take? what can you do right now that's gonna put you and society, I don't know if society is even the right word, but oh y'all, it's yeah, and it's awesome that we're here doing this right now in the like bottom or middle of this like bear market, my first real bear market, to be honest with you. So it's I can't, the next 15 years, just buckle on your seatbelts and get on the shuttle to the moon. We're going. I don't think that, even though so much has happened recently and there's a lot of real things to be worried about. There are. It's no joke that there are, forces involved, governmental and otherwise, that are trying to stop what DeFi is, what decentralization, I think, not even just DeFi. It's something I love Kool-Aid talking about. Sometimes I hear him, just, the captain. What's happening with the captain? Here, I'm gonna let you take over. Actually, I'm gonna bow.
Well, so
out.
can I ask one more question, SJ?
Yeah.
Can I ask one more question?
Will you take over?
What-
One question.
so-
Hold on. One question.
So what is it like being so inspired by the community and by HEX and by Richard that you're willing to volunteer your time?
I know in my heart that I was born for something. And so far, this, of all the somethings, makes the most sense.
That's a really epic answer.
There's communities within this community that are all things that I've already loved to do and to talk about. It's just this beautiful microcosm.
Thank
Love
you
y'all.
so much for everything
Yeah.
you do.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Well, hello,
RG3,
everybody.
how are you doing there, buddy?
Ahoy,
I'm
Captain.
good. Ahoy, crypto pirates! We're here, dude. This is cool. We're on a freaking boat, guys. On a boat, we're having a good time with the Hex kids. And what are you guys doing? Happy birthday, Hex!
Yeah. Well, we kind of feel like we're there with you because you've always been there for the community, and you've streamed to hundreds of thousands of people's homes, creating content that makes people a better version of themselves one way or another. So I want to thank you, RG3, and your Discord syndicate that brought me into the game of being on YouTube and speaking about things I care about. And so, yeah, thank you for everything that you've done for me and for the community.
Thank you, Maddie.
What do you think about that?
I appreciate the kind words, and that's all I ever wanted to do was influence people like you, and hope that better streamers would come, and they did. And you've done tons for the community. You've brought events and online events and everything else, and so thank you for doing what you do. I appreciate being part of helping to bring people like you into the community, man, because it's what it's all about. We were just talking about that down on the ship is how when we do these things, how united we all become when we get together and we share some food, we share a party, we share some words eye to eye versus this 2D world that we always seem to live in. And that's when the hugs and the high fives happen, and that's when the relationships are strengthened and solidified. And we start talking about unity, and we start talking about us as Hexicans going out there and changing the landscape of crypto, because that's the new message. We're the ones that have come out of this clean. We're the ones who have proven that Richard was right. We were preaching the right things all this time, and that's the new message in crypto, because they're all wrecked right now. They don't know what to do. This FTX thing isn't done. It's far from being over of the damage that it's going to cause, and we're going to be there to pick up the pieces, because true DeFi exists in the Hex ecosystem, and I believe that when all this is said and done, we're going to be the champions of crypto. And it's time for us to all get louder and our message to get more unified. So we need to keep doing things like this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for saying that. Thanks for being such a natural leader. And, it also sounds like we got a lot to look forward to in the community with the documentary coming out, with more streamers being involved every day, and with genuine meetups happening, like you said, with people in the 3D real world. That's amazing. What else are you looking forward to? What can you tell us?
Oh, geez, what can I tell you? Well, I'm hearing a lot of things in the background that are making me feel really bullish about about Pulse Chain coming soon, and about the direction in which we're seeing the regulating world going. One of the things that I've been noticing, and we were talking about this on the ship today too, was like I spent some time on mainstream media this last week, going over all the channels and listening to the pundits and trying to hear the message that was out there. And what I found was really astonishing was that all of the pundits, the financial pundits, and not just crypto pundits, but people in the market space that were watching what was unfolding in FTX were saying, "Hey, wait a second! If regulation's coming, this wasn't a crypto problem. It wasn't the individual crypto that was the problem. It was the custody. It was the centralized exchanges that was the problem." And when you start hearing things like that in mainstream media, they're speaking our language, the DeFi space's language. They're speaking the Hexicans language. So they're open to our message. And I think that the iron is hot, and we need to get out there and strike. And we need to strike in as many places as we can, as much public outreach as we can get, to start passing this message that crypto isn't the problem. DeFi isn't the problem, it's the solution. And they're starting to see that out there. So that's making me real bullish. I've been worried about this for the last year. That's why I went to DC and was trying to find out where all this money was coming from, why it was railing against DeFi, why we were the ones that were being targeted. And now it's all blown up in their faces, and now we can see it. We can see that this whole FTX thing was the reason why we were being hammered, and why there's naked people behind me, and why we were being made out to be the bad guys, because all that money that was coming out of those centralized exchanges was coming up against us in the lobbying shops. So this is good news. I like the way the direction things are going in.
Yeah, it's all about self-custody. It's all about not your keys, not your crypto, and Hexicans have been saying that longer than just about anybody.
You got that right, and it's the simple, easy tenets of what Richard Hart has taught us all. It's what you've been railing on: paying your future self, delayed gratification. The whole reason a T-share exists is about delayed gratification. Looking at the crypto space is not about trading. It's not about trading in the quick buck. It's about delaying your gratifications, putting money away for yourself later on down the road. And those are the tenets. That's the message. And once we start getting loud about that, I think that the regulators are going to start hearing us, and I think that we're going to be the ones that champion the next message that goes out into the space and gets adopted by them.
It's also Hex keeps getting older, but my T-shares, they don't get any younger. And the best advertisement for Hex is the price itself. And so the more that Hexicans time lock and practice what we preach, which we all do, the more it gets proven that Hex works.
Most definitely. I'm being hailed.
Right. Could you hand off to one of the other people who know how to talk into a camera?
I'm going to give it to King right here. It's his turn. He's waiting in line. Thank you again for what you do, Maddie. Appreciate you, bro. And wish you guys were all out here, but you're here with us in spirit. We'll catch you later. And I don't know if the F and Hangout's going to go on. Maybe we'll be doing it tonight. We'll see you guys.
Sounds good.
King, how's she going? Zeth. Right.
I'm just gonna mute while they're changing and then unmute.
Hello, hello.
There we go. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
It's
Sorry,
Yash
I'm not
Deep in the
crypto
house.
thing. Yeah. It's me.
I was hoping that you would come up here, man. Like, how's it going?
Oh, it's going great. We're in some bay over here. Just parked, having a blast. Having a few drinks, hanging out. How you doing over there, Matty?
Sounds like a good time. Man, feeling good about this third birthday of HEX. We've had quite the variety show today. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the part that's looking really, really cool, man, because we could see you so well, we can hear you so well, and then in the background, it just looks like you're having a great time.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught some of my twerk moves over there, but they don't match up with Richard Hart, of course. But I got some of my own dance moves that I'm waiting for when the bull market starts, so I can have another meme. I don't know if you've seen my dancing meme, but I'm gonna bring it back.
That sounds incredible. Yeah, I know we all got time to work on our dance moves, but we all got a lot of good dance moves already. So.
Yeah, man.
Well,
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man. Like last time that we kicked it must have been the Cubs game, I think.
No, I didn't go to that.
So it was in Columbus, and the HEX conference.
Yeah, Columbus. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen you there, but we hung out probably mostly in Columbus when we went from the Airbnb house that Crypto Smartbook had, and we drove to the whatever club it was in Columbus. Columbus is where. Yeah.
One of the Hexicans that came to that meetup that decided to start streaming after he met all of us is Gen Hex, and he goes by Craig Wadding, and that's so yeah, a lot of good things came from that meetup for sure.
Okay, wow. Yeah, I mean, I remember we just like spammed the entire place. We put stickers on all the tables, like it was everywhere. We had all these people like coming up to us, like, "What are you guys doing here? What is this on your hat?" They were asking about these logos and.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good onboarding. Yeah,
for sure.
Did you guys?
Yeah.
Is that HEX line? Is he showing the jump? Oh, they're doing
It's
it again.
very small on my screen, but it looks fun. It's part of the ambiance of what's going on there. I was gonna see. So Yashdeep, you've also lived some high life moments of being in Miami with like a lot of the guys that you're super close to in HEX and stuff. Like, would you mind like sharing maybe one of the highlights that you've had in HEX, like since let's say since the last birthday in the past year during all the bull market and everything? Like, what's one memory you have?
I think the one that pops out today on the birthday is the first meetup that we ever had out of all the Hexicans was myself, RG3, Crypto Vince. We had Brissology, and we had at the time he was still Litecoin Moses, but Dollar Cost Crypto. All of us, we were the first group to meet up, and it was a funny story. So I was living in California at the time, and I was going to go back and visit my family. So I messaged Vince, who lived in LA at the time, and I messaged him. I was like, "Hey, I got to catch a flight. You want to have lunch or something before I leave?" He was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll meet up." I'm like, "Hey, I think RG3 is in the area," and I was like, "Oh, let me message him, see if he's got some availability." And then I think RG was like, "Oh, Brissology might be available," and so he picked him up. And then I thought DC was nearby, and I messaged. Basically, I just started messaging all these guys, and it just turned up in this big meetup, and it happened to be the first HEX meetup ever. It's a very fond memory for me because during the time, right? So let me put this into context. Like we had the cerveza sickness and the lockdowns, and no one was able to go out and meet people, and we were all just on Twitter. We were on Telegram. We were on, watching the streams. We were doing all that fun stuff, but everybody by themselves. And so this was like the first moment anybody really got to meet the people that they knew on, knew on the internet. And so, yeah, it was just a great moment, and we had a good talk. We had a good lunch. Then we went to this park and we, sat together and just talked it up. And, RG3 did one of his famous speeches that, he's very well known for. And yeah, it was a great time, Good time.
Well, that's an incredible piece of Hex history that now is in the record books. I, of course, had to name my meetup the first mass Hex meetup. I will forever give you guys full credit of being the first Hex meetup of all time. That's something you organized, man. So that's incredible. Can you imagine, like in even 5 or 10 years from now, if Hex is more popular than Bitcoin and you're the one who can say that you created the first Hex meetup? That's not the online origin, but it's the in-person origin of an entire community that is now already like a serious community in crypto. So
yeah,
well done.
I'll take all the credit for the accomplishments of Hex. I just take it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, I mean
well
that's
done.
fun. Yeah, it's good history. It's a good memory for me. But yeah, I mean, just reminiscing today. And a funny story. Because I was like so like engaged into that moment, I ended up missing my flight, so I had to catch another flight. Yeah, I ended up because I was just having a great time and I wasn't paying attention, right? And I looked down at my watch. I'm like, guys, I really have to go. I have a flight to catch, and yeah, so funny, good times, funny moment. But yeah. I mean, I'll take all the accolades for Hex's success.
There you go. And there was a particular meme that came out of this first Hex meetup. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of that? I want inside information, please. I want to know who's responsible.
Are you talking about the RG3 picture?
Yes.
So, I mean, we took a group picture, and I don't know. Honestly, I love RG3. I give him a hard time, but I'm gonna give him an honest analysis. And it was just like the way he was standing, but it was like the 4 or 5 of us, and we were standing there, and he just seemed like the shortest guy out of all of us. And he's not that short. I mean, he's like average height, but it was so funny. And then obviously he posted on Twitter, and Twitter just took hold of it, turned it into a meme. They had all these like variations of like stretching him out or making him really short, and
yes,
it was great. Good time.
Really good stuff from the genesis of the community came all of this. So very good.
Mean, that meme still lives on. I mean, anytime he takes a picture, people always manipulate it and make him like really short, or and he's a good sport, so he handles it well. But yeah, it was a good time.
Hexicans are tall. I mean, I'm tall, and the Hexicans are like taller than me.
Yeah, there's a lot of I mean, like first time I met Corey the investor, he's here as well. It was the first Vegas meetup, and I'm walking down the street, and he goes, "Hey, Yashdeep," and I'm like, he's a really tall guy, and it was just a funny, there's a lot of tall guys around here. I'm not one of them, but there's a lot of tall guys.
Because it's weird to know people and their personality, but everybody's the same size on screen, and then you meet people in person, and it's just normally you would know how big somebody is when you get to know them so well.
There's quite a few guys that I thought were really tall, and they weren't.
So right now we are doing a group photos. Would you like to carry the conversation with Maddie? And I'm just filming.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Cool.
Let's go. All right, Maddie, I can hear you.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for everything.
Are we just gonna stand up here, or what are we doing? Are you coming?
Is he jumping now?
No, I'm not jumping. I'll tell you that. Definitely not doing that.
Does Yashdeep still have a channel?
No.
All right, we're in the group photo. Yeah.
Let's go.
That does look really, yeah, that looks great. All Hex meetups are great. You know about that, DJ Cryptomatic?
Yes, sir. Man, I'm so jealous. I want to be there, and especially since San Diego is like my favorite place
San
on the
Diego
whole
is the
planet.
greatest city in the world. Absolutely.
Hey.
Let's go.
All right.
Oh, they're
I
having a
would
ball.
like,
It's a pretty good
I
turnout.
would raise my arms up, but
This is not even
my
everybody. There's
collarbones
people
are
that
broken.
didn't make it to the boat. There's other people here.
Hey. I'll make my head as big as possible.
Oh my god.
Larry is a character. Sorry.
The DJ Pollywood jumping.
The scrambled audio is a must.
Yeah.
It is. All right, I muted it.
So what's going on? What is
Hey,
going
what's
on?
up?
Hey,
Yeah.
Axis.
What's going on, brother?
Thanks for doing the stream, Maddie. That's amazing. You're going for 12 hours, right? Have you got
That's right.
coffee and Red Bull and everything prepared?
Yeah, I got some milk here.
Got some milk. Oh man.
I got to
Yeah,
rebuild my bones. You know, I was in that car accident, so.
Oh yeah. But you
How you
got lucky.
feeling?
I saw a picture of that car, how it looked after it turned 4 or 5 times over. You got really lucky. So
You're looking good
I wish
today,
you
brother.
speedy
Sound good, look
recovery.
good. So I hope you're
Appreciate
feeling
it.
better. Yeah.
I'm getting there. I can't drive for like 6 weeks. I'm like almost 4 weeks in. So.
Okay.
Are
Just
you
call
getting
Uber.
into
But that's
a
better
car
than
again?
being dead. Yeah. Look at how beautiful the water is. I mean, I've gone on a couple yacht rides with Hexicans, and it's always a blast. All these events, and you know, I don't know. I was saying earlier in the stream that I kind of got inspired to maybe do another Hex conference in person. I mean, it's like months and months of work to pull something like that off, but
Yeah.
just the way that the community has stuck together in the bear market. I mean, it's like we know that these are the people who are going to be here, you know, going forward. I mean, this is 95% down. You know, that's a long way to go with a whole group of people. So you can tell why people are in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think definitely the community has grown during this bear market, which is totally weird because that's usually not how crypto works. Like everybody's there in the bull and everybody goes crazy, and then people leave and people stop streaming and people are not on their Twitters anymore. And then, but not in Hexico. Like we've been growing, and there's been activity. Okay, maybe with the rise of the perpetuals, you know, Hedron and Icosa, that helped, of course, that we had something to do and something to talk about and something to work on. But it's an amazing experience to see how Hex has prevailed during this really heavy bear market. I mean, we're going down. Bitcoin's going down since May last year. That's almost 1.5 years now. Hex also, like September was the high, also a little bit over a year. So it's a long time. It's a brutal bear market.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks because every time on the technicals, it looked like, you know, we might see a breakout and then we would see a breakout and then it would reverse. But
Yeah.
ultimately, there was a lot of factors that played into that, right? Such as all the new derivatives products that came out. So, I mean, it's been a phase of growth for the community, and now like we are double the stakers we had a year ago. So there's new users, there's new products built around it, and it all is underlined by the value of the T-share, which is where this conversation kind of started.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, you're looking at Coronado there. That's Coronado Island. That's like the most expensive real estate, I think, here in the back. Like these penthouse suites in these high rises, I think they go for over $1 million. So it's just for a little apartment.
Maybe bull market real estate purchases. Definitely not right now. Have you ever had that where you think about like the things that you like how much every dollar really means when you're buying something 95% down that's got the product market fit that's going to be here for years to come. Like once you really understand those aspects and those elements, it really makes you rethink about your money, your situation, what you want to
break
spend
it down for the people at home.
Yeah, I mean it's important to think about that. Like we're living in a world where your nation state currencies lose value over time to asset prices due to all kinds of different leaking holes in the economic systems. And so you want to try to find safe havens and hedges against that. And like HEX is a great example of something that produces a yield that can increase in value by a large margin due to the way that the liquidity is set up on a technical level. Like if there's only $1 million of USDC backing the price right now, and you put another million in, you double the price effectively. So the fact that we're at those same levels is roughly a little bit more than we had like at the all-time high, like right before we ran up to 50 cents from 20 to 50. It's bullish because there's been the selling, but it's just a function of the early guys leaving and then being replaced by 10 times the number of new guys. And so eventually that equilibrium flips and then the price starts to perform again to the upside.
Especially when the new guys are buying and time locking.
Yeah, so the time lock thing is obviously a huge fundamental, probably the biggest one in HEX.
But when you do some chain analysis, is that actually what you're seeing? That the big bags are being spread to many little guys, which is what we would like to see?
Yeah, they're not pumping the price,
spot
but they're
large whales getting even larger?
Well, yeah, the good whales are going to obviously buy the dip with
Both,
the cash that they pulled out at the top that are sitting on the sidelines, and then eventually that leads to an equilibrium flip where they have to start to follow in and chase, which creates these huge green candles, and that's when retail recognizes it.
I think we're
Think
seeing
about
the
how
whales
many
coming in
sharks
already.
and dolphins got eaten this bear market.
How many?
I don't know the numbers.
Oh,
but
there was at least 3 to 5 sharks that have been completely destroyed and gone out of the system.
So that's like what? That's like a third of the sharks almost. Like at least 25% of the sharks are gone.
There's like 100 of them. So
oh, that's right. Yeah.
We've lost 10 maybe.
I was thinking of whales, but still, even 5 or 10% of the big guys leaving is big for anybody else.
It's huge.
Yeah,
but I think we get new whales, right? I just saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, there's new ETH. Yep.
That they're from the 100 biggest ETH whales, they are accumulating HEX right now.
The top 500 biggest ETH wallets are buying,
Exactly. So HEX is under their top 10 of
like every
people buy right now.
In ABIT, like every day that passes that you see failures in centralized tools and products, it just proves Richard Hart right more. And so like eventually that compounds to the point where it's in your face. So what happened was with DeFi summer of 2020 was HEX started the bull run of DeFi of the Uniswap protocol, and then its first competition was Ampleforth, and then everything else came after that as a way people tried to create new ways to get yield without mining, without all the overhead. But they did it in a way that was insecure and broken in so many ways. And so HEX is now left standing, and now people are going to have to come along and try to figure out how to compete with HEX, which has 3 years of community standing and a huge pool of users. And they're going to try to do it in a way. But what the problem they're going to run into is like something that happened with like the Zen protocol, which is the price performance wasn't there because it was too free and too fair of a launch. So it's so that we're in a unique position with HEX because of things that protect us, like the OA, feature not a bug, and ultimately, like the Hexicans are primed and positioned, and they will just get more allies because people they follow strength. That's just natural human nature. So once the green candle prints, then the people will follow. But that equilibrium of users buying, but overtaking the big bag sellers is what we're waiting for.
And all right, you've got me captivated. So what happens next?
Probably if I was to give like a time frame, 2023 could be volatile, but we're near the lows. Like when you figure like penny wise, like how many more pennies can you go down? Not that many. There's only 3 pennies there. So percentage wise, like the amount of coins that you could dump at 10 cents is 10 times less what you'll be able to sell at a penny for the same dollar value. In other words, if I sold 100 million coins at a penny, it's 10 times less the amount of sell pressure on the price as if I sold 100 million coins at 10 cents. So the effectiveness of a whale is less now. So that's why, as you know, the ratio of buyers to sellers is usually like 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 on any given day. That effectively gets us to this point where the 3 to 1 ratio is what's going to get us for it to break that equilibrium, because the bag size of the dumpers isn't like, there's just not that many big bags that have enough or are willing to dump that much of their coins that can affect the price. Like not many people have a billion coins to dump at 3 cents, and that's not that much USD relative to the bid pressure coming in. So if you can imagine it like a seesaw, like eventually the sellers don't have enough weight on their end and they get launched to the sky, you know. So it's just, you know, if you watch, like a lot of us technical guys, we're watching the chain analysis and we have bots like tracking wallets, and there's just not that much ammo left in the bad guys. So it's like ultimately what this ends up happening is the buyers outweigh the sellers, and then the price starts to rise, and then there's a second wave of sellers, and then the price falls, and that creates this volatile year next year. And then with what's going on in the macro, with like the dollar basically finally showing its top and coming down by a huge margin now in the last like 3 to 4 weeks, it's showing that so U.S. bond prices are rising, gold is rising, people are getting defensive, people are exiting the dollar, and so that's the premonition to what will eventually lead to an asset bull run, and it may start with equities. But you know that when that crypto moves the fastest, so even though it might start in equities, it'll end up showing its true power in crypto because it can run so hard because of the low liquidity of things like Bitcoin, ETH, and HEX relative to the overall global markets, which are trillions or quadrillions of dollars in derivatives.
But how do you look at the DXY index? Do you think that is now going down and down and down for the next couple of months? Because I was a bit surprised to see that the Dow Jones almost totally recovered this week. So to where it was, that's a bit weird.
Well, so there was some stuff going on there with like with the transports, is like there was the transportation industry was like trying to go on strike, and then Congress said that they'd solve it. So then you saw a pump in the Dow Jones, and like it's showing strength in the regular economy that way.
Yeah.
But so as far as like the dollar doesn't just like fade. I mean, sometimes it just dies off, right? If you look at the chart, if I pull up, I mean, I could pull up the chart, but it's seen a sharp sell off, but that doesn't mean that next year it can't rally back up to the high and then sell off again, and then rally up to the high one more time and then sell off, and that would create this like year-long bottoming pattern in crypto. But then into 2024, you know, by that point, like you could see HEX be at like 10 to 20 cents into 2024, and then that's when you really start to see the parabola form, because the dollar will really, you know, die off then.
I love this analysis. That's really good stuff that I think people like to keep up with and like to understand where we're at with the dollar strength index, with stock markets and stuff. And you have to always question, like, what are you valuing your wealth in? What's your unit of account? And even the dollar itself, you know, it's usually based on purchasing power. And so that's what people even care to store value in money for, is purchasing power. And so even the dollar has something to be accountable to, theoretically.
Yes.
But
how much of something can you get for your dollars ultimately? So if
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna add to that, like, so if the dollar is, so the dollar is not the be all end all, like it always comes down to, like, it's like one of those, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, what came first, the value or the price? Was the value inherent in the HEX protocol immediately and immutably, or did the price pump first? Like, what was there first? The value was there first, right? and then the price performance reinforced the value that was already there in the code. And
well,
so
because there was an audience built before Hex was launched.
Correct.
Hex was launched as a finished product, so of course it had value to the people who were invested in it mentally. Like they had learned about it.
And if code is law or code is synonymous with monetary policy, like your Congress people put forth or what the Fed puts forth as monetary policy, that if that's where your value is in whatever the rules of the game are, and those rules in the legacy world are ever changing and volatile and essentially down forever, but in the crypto world they're immutable and verifiable and permanent and immutable and shared amongst consensus, then those are obviously stronger values to hold than the ones that change based on a 4-year cycle or something like that, like Bitcoin or like your presidential cycle or any kind of human cycle. So what this does is it takes your monetary value and makes it like a crystallized, perfect, like as much as close to perfect thing that you could ever imagine, just because the policy is going to be the same forever. And it rewards those who are in early that are good actors in the system, and it punishes those that are coming in late with bad intentions or that were here early with bad intentions. But it still allows for that free market to play out. So that's why you get those huge crashes.
I think we're creating history even now on this stream. Like there's nothing more Hexican than having like high level economic analysis that's like so cutting edge that we're not just on the cutting edge of finance, but we're on the cutting edge of DeFi. And then in the background, we're watching Hexicans like celebrating the fact that Hex has been around 3 years. This is the 3rd birthday of Hex. Like, what better way to celebrate it than by educating an audience and entertaining and celebrating all at once? Like
it's pretty awesome.
I'm really, really moved by this. And we heard from Yash Deeb just a few minutes ago about why, or like what it was really like to be at the first Hex meetup of all time, even before the mass Hex meetup that I organized in Las Vegas, where we had 369 Hexicans show up, and we drove tanks over cars that had high fees.
Wow, I wasn't there.
I was riding on top of the tank with Kareem, and my dad was driving the tank, and we drove over a car.
That's incredible.
It's it's all these moments that people are creating even off screen. Just like the friendships that are being formed, and people who came together from a time when everybody was socially isolated in the beginning of Hex. When Hex launched, it was during lockdowns and I guess
just right before. It was
just right before.
Yeah.
And so it's like, how far have we come? Just as like a huge community that formed. People bridging the online and the in-person stuff is just really, really inspiring. And to see what Hex has done, being told time and time again that Hex was a scam, that it was going to zero, and no, it didn't. Like it did exactly what it was supposed to do, which is reward people who are long-term thinkers and wreck everybody else. It's like a crash course in how to be an emotionally intelligent and otherwise intelligent investor. So somebody who is able to store their value because other humans recognize this makes the most sense out of any made up imaginary money, right? And so I think there's like this is just such a cool thing for us all to be here on screen, and broadcasting this out to the world, and I've got a lot of hope for Hex in the future. Oh, is that a dolphin?
That's a Hex. That's a Hex shark over there.
One of the early,
one of the ones that we lost at sea.
As a result, it's really I'll use the word entice. It really entices new generation of streamers and new generations of Hexicans like me. I wasn't here for the first birthday. I was barely here for the second birthday. I mean, I got introduced to Hex and Pulse Chain around October of 2021. So I really wasn't involved in all of the community functions and getting to know the community. I dare say to maybe, 8-9 months ago. So, you know, seeing communities like this is very different and unique. You don't see this type of celebratory ethos in other communities. I've been involved in many communities since 2017, and I've never seen this almost amalgamation of fraternal and a sorority type brotherhood, sisterhood that I've never seen before in a cryptocurrency project or a community, where literally it's more than just, you know, making money and then leaving. It's almost like it's a community that really actually sticks to principles of what cryptocurrency once stood for. It's one of those last bastions of actual the approach of what DeFi and cryptocurrency should be, not what policymakers think it should be. And that's why I feel I have a lot of respect for Richard. I have a lot of respect for HEX, because in a lot of the ways, HEX is like an anachronism in a very positive way. It's basically that one component left that embodies why I got into cryptocurrency, that libertarian, self-sovereignty, liberating economic idealism that you just don't see anymore in cryptocurrency. And we see that HEX users have been unaffected from decentralized exchange collapses. And we see people like Matty ALLin who in the midst of, even with a major car accident and persecution, you know, has the fortitude to come back on here and have a 12-hour stream. That takes a lot of fortitude. That takes a lot of sense of
soul power.
doing something. Willpower and a sense of doing something that you believe is truly right and will help people. And I think, and it bothers me that people like Maddie and people like Hexo and people like the guy with the T in his name, I don't know how to pronounce it, are being persecuted, where other real people who have real crooks who have done people wrong, whereas Maddie and Hexo and all of them have done nothing, are basically being persecuted, where others roam free on and speak.
Yeah, it's not right.
It's absurd. It takes a lot of
thanks for saying that. And Corey, I want to ask you about your HEX journey. You went from, it seems like you had a meteoric rise, going from, like, you know, being willing to interview, like, you know, people who had never been interviewed before in the HEX community, all the way up to like streaming with the biggest crypto YouTuber, I guess, in terms of follower count, BitBoy. So what can you tell us about your HEX journey and how you see like the crypto space and versus HEX?
Sure. So I got into crypto in 2017. I feel like for the first 3 months, it was the last bastion of that zeitgeist of libertarian virtue. And then fast forwarding, I got introduced to, if you guys check my pre-pulse chain content, it was specifically for a protocol called Icon. And my subscriber count went from like 30 subs to like 600, but there was no reason, there was no, the support that I've gotten from HEX and Pulse Chain's community is like no other, and I'll tell you why. So when I first got into HEX and Pulse Chain in October of 2021, about a year and a month and a half, so about a year and 2 months now, I was a dying channel. I had, what's up, Golkey? How you doing? 600 subs, and it was a dying channel. I wasn't working with Icon anymore. I was not a community ambassador anymore. So my subscriber count went from like 600 to 630 to about 500. And I stumbled upon Pulse Chain. And the way I found out about HEX was actually two ways. So I got a postcard in the mail at the time, because I believe the reason why I got one was because of the whole Ledger, the Ledger database hack. People were sending the postcards around. And I didn't think much of it. To be honest with you, I really didn't think of it at all. A week later, I go to this Transcendental Meditation course, and I'm in this pizzeria after class. And this gentleman comes up to me who was part of the who was doing who was doing the meditation, and asked me, you know, who I was, what I did for a living. And I said, I'm in cryptocurrency. And his wife looked at him with the dirtiest of looks and said, please don't get him started. He just got into crypto 7 months ago. He doesn't shut up about it. So he asked me about HEX. And I said, I've heard about it before. I know who Richard Hart is, but I never really, got into the protocol. So then, because at the time I cashed out of cryptocurrency in May of 2021, I was kind of bored for 4 months, not involved in the market at all. So then someone on Twitter by the name of Illiquid Markets, his name was Harry, brought up Pulse Chain. And it was a new layer one. And the person who was interested in layer ones before, I went down the rabbit hole and looked at layer ones. And I looked at the Pulse Chain ecosystem, and I realized, wow, this is a major, major community. I saw like 80,000 almost people in total at the time between HEX and Pulse Chain. I started realizing that HEX and Pulse Chain were synergistically related, basically sister communities. And so as a result of that, I was like, you know what? My channel is dying. Let me do one interview with this community. If it works, I'll continue to do it. If it doesn't, oh well, opportunity missed. I tried. So I did my first interview with Eric, God rest his soul. And the first community interview I ever did with Pulse Chain garnered into the pizzeria. I see the comments. I got almost 4,000 views, which is more than I ever got at a 600 subscriber count. And I went from 550 subs to 560 to almost 700 in 2 days. I'm like, okay, this is real. So I started interviewing Jesse the Pit Boss. I started interviewing, who else did I interview? Jesse, Gunther, Crispy in the beginning in my subscriber count, and then Richard, and then Hodpril. And that was the one basically where he retweeted it. And I went from like 700 subs to like 1,000. And I really started realizing, okay, this is a new layer one. This is a community that really cares about those who actually reciprocate care. So I was like, you know what? Let me continue to do this. So I started doing content about Pulse Chain and a little bit about HEX, because I didn't hold HEX at the time. And, I was really focused on Pulse Chain getting into this. And the niche, I started realizing raviolis are good. If they have no spinach in them, I'm not a big fan of spinach. So I started really going down the rabbit hole of like, you know what? I don't see a channel that's interviewing hexagons and third-party projects launching on Pulse Chain that I feel like have goodwill towards Pulse Chain and HEX. So let me carve out this niche for myself and let me give these people a voice. So I started doing that. And basically the HEX and Pulse Chain community has been so large as a result that I've been able to have interviews. If I look at my calendar, which is right behind me, I've been able to have interviews almost every day for the last 7 months. So it kind of speaks volumes about this community. And as a result of that, as my channel grew as a result of Pulse Chain and HEX, I was able to...
Wait. If Abit is listening, we need 3 high fives equal a 15-year stake. So each person... I don't know if he's listening. We'll just count it. We'll just
Looks
count
like
3
he's
and
listening.
1. Yeah. We'll just count 3 and 1. But
Corey's ability to comment on Italian.
We'll do that next year. How about that?
So
yes, meteoric rise.
Yes. Yeah. So at the time I was able to I also had a lot of contacts in cryptocurrency as a result of my previous ventures in cryptocurrency. So I knew David Gokhshtein, I knew Crypto Wendy, I knew these people. So after I saw David Gokhshtein interview Richard Hart, and I saw...
Yeah, but all those people, they're fake. You're real. How'd you get so real, man? And how'd you stay real?
Humility. It really is. It's just like, like you realize that when your community is the whole reason you're here. It's what it is. Like even when I went on around the blockchain, the reason I said it in the end, because I only had 30 seconds to say something, But I was like, the Hex community, the reason why I'm here is because the Hex community, they're the ones who propped me up and gave me this opportunity. Because, I think that's a major issue with a lot of streamers that come and go in Hex. They don't realize that the whole reason why they're here and they have value and they have principle and they have a voice is because of the community that basically that props them up and gives them that opportunity. And I think that's something that every streamer that gets involved in Hex should always be aware and pay homage to. So, that's my journey in Hex, and Pulse Chain. And
how did it go for you today on that show? I wasn't able to watch that yet.
Well, I won somehow, some way.
Oh, you won. Nice.
I did. Yeah, I did. They asked me if I would write scripts. Then they asked me if I would come on the show again, and I speak with BitBoy almost every day. He's very aware that I'm involved in Hex and Pulse Chain. He's very aware of that. Even the guys at ATB, we spoke about it off screen. That we spoke about, me being involved in Hex and Pulse Chain. So they're all aware of it. They're all aware of who I am and how I've been given some sense of a name as a result of this. So,
beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just love watching this. Like, I'm enthralled in this, I'm enthralled.
Right?
Yeah.
It feels like we're walking around.
Yeah, exactly.
The Hex meetup, and we're just chatting with each other at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
That dance off was crazy there. Like, I'm still bamboozled by Blue Bum and Crypto Kool-Aid. They have the moves.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that I don't have to tell them like that this is good content. They just know.
Yeah,
they just
yeah.
know that like this is the perfect
dance
content,
now.
and they just keep filming it without
Exactly.
any like direction. It's perfect.
Yeah, amazing.
It's just like real raw, like amazing stuff.
Cryptomatic, if you don't mind me asking, what happened to your Twitter? I saw your message
Oh,
today.
man.
I saw your message today, and I was gonna send you something, and I keep trying.
Exactly. Yeah. That's all that happened. We last year we had this this big Christmas special stream just before Christmas, and we had Richard there watching it, and the thing was we had some traditional Christmas songs, and in the middle of the songs I would always have the guys from the community, especially all the popular streamers, give a little shout out and a little Christmas message for the guys. And last year that show turned out really big. We had 2,000 people watching, and I have live on
That's awesome.
On Twitch. That was like really big. I had totally blown my expectations. Like, I had hopes for this stream, but I had no idea that it would have been this big. And so I've been asked again this year to, of course, do it, even though that's very hard to top, but we got to try. So then
Asked by who? Is someone paying you?
Yeah, exactly. That was a lot of work that went. Last year I had to set up
You volunteered.
140 scenes in OBS to make this show happen, and then run through it all live. No, of course nobody's paying me.
You
I'm
did this
just
for
doing
free.
this.
Yes,
I'm doing this for
amazing.
free.
Thank you.
I'm a fan of Hex. Like, people are
it.
fans of football teams, so that's
Yeah.
all it is. And I'm doing this for the community support. But no, of course I'm not getting paid for it. I'm volunteering all my free time to do this.
Love it.
So since it's like 3 weeks out for Christmas, and I've been asked actually by some of the guys in the community to do this show again. So this morning I started prepping for it, and I started sending out batches of messages to all the people I came across on my Twitter feed, and said, hey, can you please send me a small clip for this stream, which is going to air on the Thursday before Christmas, on December 22nd. And then I guess at some point Twitter probably something got picked up, or somebody may have reported me. I don't even know what it is, but they completely shut down my account because I was sending too many of these messages. So now I'm in read only mode, so I can still read people. I have to say I'm a bit blown away by the support of the community that I'm getting for
Yeah,
something
it's
as
absurd. I was
stupid
trying
as
to message
this.
you. I was like,
I'm
"Are you serious?" Like over
Yeah, I'm
something
seeing
like
these
that.
free DJ Cryptomatic messages everywhere. So
Yeah,
that's
well,
amazing to know
it's the
that the
birthday. Yeah.
community has my back like this for
Yes.
something that's silly. So I can only imagine if something serious really would ever happen, then the
Let's be
community would
here.
definitely be here for me. So yeah, and that's what happened. So now I filed an appeal because that's annoying because I worked really 2 years to build up that Twitter account, has a lot of followers, and
Yeah.
that's really annoying to lose that or something. So I filed
Yeah.
an appeal, and let's see what happens. Some say that it takes 48 hours until they react. So far, I haven't heard anything back, but I will keep on fighting to get my account.
No,
back,
best of luck, man. That's so
you know.
unfair. That's ridiculous.
And that's all it is. So nothing really. But they probably classed it because it was always the same message. Probably classed it as the spam. Now I'm the real spam king. Somebody said on my stream earlier in relation to Richard's story with the spam king. Like now I'm the spam king and get banned off Twitter for the time being. So let's see what happens there. Yeah,
Yeah,
but thanks everybody
It
for the
says that
support.
they're cracking down on bots, so even some automated
Yeah, it's
stuff
probably that.
you used to be able to do in messages may trigger a ban. And I hope K4K comes on the stream. I sent
Yes.
you a link in your DMs, so I'm hoping you can hop on at some point before the end of the 12-hour stream.
Yeah, God bless you. Doing 12 hours, man. Sitting in one spot for 12 hours. That's not easy. So, good for you.
Yeah,
Seriously.
yeah. Now that Hexo got to move out of Richard's dungeon, now I'm locked down here. So
It's on you.
It is what it is.
But Hexo did the 24-hour stream, right?
I really
Yeah.
wish that we were able to meet in Vegas because I saw you at Glen.
We did meet. You were running into the bathroom.
Yes, I had to pee very, very, very badly. And
I was going up the elevator. Yeah.
I saw you at Glance, and I was gonna come and say hi, but I had to take a tinkle so bad. It was very bad.
Dude, that's the desert, man. It'll get you if you don't stay hydrated.
Exactly. So Cryptomatic, I'll send you a little video on your Telegram. I did get your message. So
yeah, I think everybody got the message, but they can't reply to it now. So Telegram is the way to go. I'm at DJ Cryptomatic without the underscore as like one word, and then you can hit me on Telegram. That'll be nice. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll absolutely send you a message. 15 seconds max. Okay, I will absolutely do that. So
yeah, just a little clip with a Santa hat on. That'll do.
Oh, thank you, Maddie. I see the comments. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. This is a good comment. Thank you.
Happy to do it, man. DJ Cryptomatic, do you have a YouTube?
I do have a YouTube, yes.
Yes, he does.
I always see you on Twitch, but
yeah, I'm not really.
What do you want me to drop? What do you want me
the
to
Twitch,
drop?
please. That's twitch.tv/DJ_Cryptomatic. That's where my action really happens. YouTube, I have those two mixes with all the HEX music. That is also available on YouTube, but on Twitch, I'm more freer to play around with copyrighted stuff. That's really the problem. That also the Christmas stream last year, I tried to upload that onto YouTube after it was done, like the recording, and they were immediately like, they wouldn't even let me upload. They were like, hey, what are you trying to send here? So like they're really strict on, because I had the Frank Sinatra in there, and the popular from the Great American Songbook, some songs, and then of course they wouldn't let me be. But on Twitch they let me do it, so that's why I'm on Twitch.
What about Cryptomatic? What about Access Live? What's your
Abbott, hey.
What's your YouTube?
I think Axis said a couple of minutes ago that he would be right back. That was at 527.
What's up, Abbott?
What's up?
Man, the footage that you guys were getting while we were having like a super in-depth conversation, it just it hit really well. So that's really good stuff you guys were doing, just surfing around the party.
Thank you very much. It was a little bit weird for me because I was listening to you and getting alpha right while dancing. So it's really, really funny right now.
Yeah.
I think like everybody should like be like this. Party music in the background, but you got your education in the ears.
I know, right?
Yeah, so I was able to listen to all of your stream, and I see it's gone on already for 6 hours and 50 minutes. Amazing job, Maddie, bringing
Halftime.
us all together here on this stream. And it's only halftime. Great. Like in 1 hour, I think we will dock the yacht, and then we will head to the next party. But Hexens will always jump in.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks so much for checking in with us. We'd love to check in with you later in the day, later in the night. I've got your YouTube link brought up on the screen right now. People, don't delay. Just go really quick and hit the subscribe button right now. Just like drop off the stream for a second. We'll still be here when you come back. Go subscribe to youtube.com/@KSBTV official. And
thank you, Maddie, for the shout out. And I want to say it's actually really worth it going there because I'm doing those quick cuts of Richard Hart, those shorts on YouTube. They are a thing right now, and actually they're getting thousands of views right now. And if the Hexagons could just jump on KSB TV, like you said, and watch those streams, those shorts, that would really help the algorithm. So check those videos out. By now, I think I got really good at it, and that's why they are blowing up. So jump over to KSB TV and check them out. And yeah,
all right, I'm gonna link that page.
Amazing, thank you, Maddie. I will now jump off, have a little bit more fun with the Hexagons because I got to know that they will put on like crazy music now, and now the dancing really going on.
Sounds
cannot
good,
show
man.
everything.
All right.
See you guys.
Well, happy
Bye-bye.
birthday.
Happy
Peace out.
Hex birthday. Hashtag Hex birthday is already trending on Twitter. How amazing is that?
All right.
Wow.
Hashtag
Okay.
Hex birthday. Bye.
Such an awesome fella. I met him in Vegas too. Very nice fella. But I do
met
want
you in Vegas, Corey.
Yes,
It
you
was a
did.
pleasure.
Yes, it was. Likewise.
Are we still on for Monday?
Yes, everything is. Where the hell is my?
And Maddie, I owe you a nice deep dive one of these days as well.
Yeah, I need you to come on a Tuesday night.
Tuesday night. What is that? Game Theory Gang?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Gang.
Yeah, we're good. It was. It's for what I have here. It's 2 p.m. on the 5th. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to do all that. I'm actually ramping up production of content going into 2023. So
Good
it's going to
stuff.
be pretty wild. I'm actually broadening my own knowledge base and learning a lot. So when I do that, it's usually pretty impactful for everybody. So because I do like to share things. I'm kind of altruistic in the same way that Maddie is and Corey is, EJ Cryptomatic is, and Richard Hart is. Like we all kind of, we're not really like the type of finance people that like wants to like keep tight-lipped about everything and keep an edge for ourselves as much.
Yeah.
I think like the Hex community is in something that's a winning strategy already. So it's definitely exciting when you start learning about the global ecosystem and then being able to apply that knowledge and watching money flows and stuff so that you can be ahead of it and then let your buddies know. You know, that's pretty cool. Because really, we're just a small little pool of fish right now. So sharing information now doesn't have the same impact as it will in a few years when there's hundreds of thousands or millions of Hex stakers. I'm excited to grow together, you know, going into 2023 and 2024.
Yeah.
116.
To be honest, that's what I like most about this community, that the support and the network and helping each other. Because before I was in the Bitcoin community in those years, 2016, 2017, and there it was one gigantic shark tank, like where you always were fudding each other, but friends like fudding each other, trying to get in a better position and trading and all of that stuff. Whereas in Hex, my experience has always been that the focus is more on education and helping each other and teaching and learning better all of us. Like
I was gonna say like part of that comes with like the transparency of the blockchain and like being 96% all of our coin is all traded on chain. So you can't hide and run. Like we know the data.
Shark Tank, I hopefully know Kevin O'Leary.
Oh boy. Nobody's gonna be getting murdered here.
We should get Johnny Chaos on stream. I see him in the chat.
Yeah,
Johnny, hop on.
Yeah, I see some names I wanted to see
well,
on here,
call him
like
out because
Johnny, K for K. I mean, there's a
Yeah.
bunch. People have been hopping in and out.
All right, I'm gonna send to Johnny's phone.
Maddie, Cryptomatic, and Axis. I'm gonna head out. I wanted to stop in for like 30 minutes to say hello. All I want to say is,
Yeah.
guys, thank you so much. It was an honor to be invited to this. Maddie, please keep doing what you're doing, man. And the kid in the face of adversity, you press on. It's an honorable.
Thanks.
It's an honorable.
Seriously.
Yeah, seriously, it takes a lot of fortitude.
I can second that 1,000%, Maddie. That it doesn't go unnoticed.
No, it doesn't.
Thanks, man.
You,
Appreciate it.
you amalgamate that with a horrific car crash, man. It speaks volumes about your character. Ignore the noise, man. We're here to support you, and
Thank you.
We're really here for you. If you need anybody to talk to or anything like that, we're here. I'm here. So God bless you, and God bless everybody here. Happy 3rd birthday for Hex.
Yeah.
Has a higher maturity. Hex being 3 years old has a higher maturity level than SBF at 30.
That's good.
Thank you. So you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will check in later on since you guys are going for another 5 hours.
Sounds great.
Be
Yeah,
well, guys.
hop back on later.
See you Monday, Corey.
Bye.
Later.
Great community. Yes, Johnny, we want you, and we love when you talk your perfect rants. So, I mean, and both of you guys are also very strong when it comes to like analysis. I think we have a all-star panel here with Johnny and K for K. Hopefully, they're hopping on with the 3 of us. That's something
Pretty
people
good.
are going to stay tuned for going into hour 7.
Well, I'm more part of the entertainment fraction, really, in the Hex community. But I know my Hex, so don't get it twisted. I know my way around. I was streaming always on Tuesday, Thursday on the Wake Up Hex crew with Papa B, very security focused, and yeah, we can't. I know we often get hung up on the hardware wallet topic, but you can't stretch that enough. How important that is, and it happened to me in that
I think you
first year.
can. I think you can stretch it too far. I think we're not going to onboard millions of people with hardware wallets all in one foul swoop. I think people need to dip
You
their
think
toe
it
into
gets too
crypto
technical?
before they spend $60. I think it's how much is $60 worth if you bought the all-time low in Hex? How much is one Trezor or Ledger worth?
They're like over $100 now for one.
How many tens of
Crazy.
thousands of dollars? How many tens of thousands of dollars of Hex could you have gotten, even at a 95% dip? Even
Yeah,
at a
but Maddie.
95% dip, how many tens of thousands of dollars? And then run that against the number of people who actually get hacked. Look, I'm making a product that reverses hacks by setting up a pre-selected recovery address, and you have your smart contract owning the crypto, even though you have it in your own MetaMask wallet, which can, of course, we want people to have it connected to their Trezor or Ledger. But just the fact that the crypto space, it doesn't have to stay the same always. That's where Bitcoiners went wrong. It's like they said, we can't ever change anything. But like in crypto, look, I'm proving it, and people can tell me if I'm wrong, once the security audits come out and stuff. And once I read my seed words for $10,000 worth of Pulse Chain tokens, I'm gonna read them on my channel. Just you wait and see. And then I'm gonna reverse the hack, because the ownership of the vault of those coins that are Pulse Chain or Pulse X coins, the ownership of that vault is going to be in cold storage. That's not the same as the seed words that I'm using in hot storage. And it's just like, I think people having I think the reason why crypto didn't find this idea already is because people aren't used to waiting for their coins. But in the Hex community, it's the norm. We'll wait 6.5 years for our coins and just pray that they haven't gotten hacked by then, by clicking on the wrong thing or by whatever it is. But for me, I know I already had hardware wallets when I set up my stakes, but I feel for all the people that I've onboarded that didn't, and I feel for the people who even get socially engineered and everything. Like, it's such an easy problem, in my opinion, to solve. Whereas like the education, like, you guys are doing the hard part of the job, preaching that, right? So,
But I got hacked. It happened to me. Like,
you got hacked.
I got
Okay.
hacked. Like
Okay.
in
Well, then
in
that's
20
different.
in 2018. Like, I'm the walking example of a noob coming into the space back then on what not to do. Like, it was the ICO craze in 2017, and I didn't know what I was doing. I was listening to these furus that Johnny Chaos likes, and and they shilled the ICO of the day, and I said, oh, this sounds interesting. The promise coin space. And then I sprinkled an Ethereum here and Ethereum there, like, without a real strategy. That's how I came into this space 5 years ago, and I'm sure many people come into this space like this. And back then, an Ethereum wasn't worth much. So you think, okay, it's $300 lost. Do I really need to secure that? But then at the top of the market, that became $20,000 from a couple of hundred. So that was a big increase. That crazy bull run in 2017. And at the height of the market, I got hacked on my wallet because I didn't know about pasting your private key into websites, that you shouldn't do this. I didn't know that hardware wallet were even a thing. And if I would have had a hardware wallet,
Wouldn't have
that
mattered.
would
It would not have mattered.
happened.
If you pasted your
Would have
public
not
keys,
happened to
it
me.
still wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, it was the seed phrase. It was the private key. And the problem was, it was on my Ether wallet website, which during the time where I was using it
I remember
was
when it got
DNS
hacked.
hacked at the back end. So they were able to read out everybody's private key, even though you were not on a phishing site. It was the actual site, but this came out later, 3 months later. This was uncovered that they were hacked at the very end of the backbone of that website. So there's nothing any user could have done against it besides using hardware wallets, which never exposes
Or
your,
besides
your
using
private
Time Pays
key,
Me once
or
we
Maddie
put it out.
Allen's
Yeah.
project
Seriously.
that's coming up soon.
Because you'll get a notification that somebody's trying to move your funds, and you'll get a chance to stop them using a pre-selected recovery address. But you still have to have separate cold storage seed words, and so that is going to be leading a person down the hardware route, of course. I just think that, like, if I want to onboard somebody, it's not going to enter the conversation just a casual, like, hey, like, do you want to put $50 into crypto? That's not even enough to, like, buy a hardware wallet. But yeah, at the end of the day, the more we can educate people, and I am
Yeah, for me,
intentionally right
because
now
I
baiting
experienced
Papa
that
B.
was a very
baiting him to come on this
touchy
stream.
subject. Yeah,
I'm baiting him to come on this stream because I really want Papa B to come on and educate us. So I'm saying a bunch of things, but it doesn't have to be. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that.
People in the chat are they're going there like
contentious.
Black Friday deals now for hardware wallets. So
What do you guys think?
You want to bait
Johnny
him to
and
get on
Access?
here? Watch, I'll bait him to get on here. If you talk too much about security, you can scare people off because they're afraid.
Thank you.
That'll get them
Thank
on
you.
there. It's really actually true. I mean, literally, during a conference, I watched half of the room walk out.
in Vegas, yeah.
Physically in the room as we were talking about security.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens because people are afraid. And look, there are absolutely things that should be addressed, but some of the tonality and scaring the shit out of people and picking them up and shaking them, going, no, they're like, oh, skip that. I'm just not going to bother. I'm just going to go over here. Thanks. Cool. Nah, never mind. So some of the tonality on how you address it is very important. So.
But
There
the
you go.
important
Now we're set.
aspect, I think, is that the pulse chain might not be worth much in the beginning, but it can, of course, grow to being worth millions. And you want to protect that properly. so I'm coming into this now with having had that very bad experience. Back then, we always said in crypto is not a question of if you get your stuff taken, it's a question of when you get your shit taken. So it will definitely happen at some point. So I learned the
Well,
hard way, and in a way, it was a expensive
time
course
locking
that I
is a
took.
special
But
case where
yeah,
you want to get it right, and I think you know, different people have different ways of teaching that to their on boards, and we're a diverse community that uses different strategies, and that's a strength in and of itself. We have our community's very own expert,
he
Papa
is.
B.
Hi.
the gloves
Hi,
are off now.
Maddie. Hi, Johnny.
Inspector
Going on?
Gadget.
Wie geht es Ihnen, Kryptomatische?
Papa B, I'm fighting my own corner here.
I know. You guys really muscle my boy around a little bit, and I'm really happy. I'm very happy that he's being very polite, and he's not backing down.
Always polite.
Because I'm sitting there trolling him from the chat, saying, you better not back down." And I know you guys were baiting me to get on here because you're the masters of baiting.
Oh boy, here we go.
Let me tell you guys one thing, and I don't want this to look. This has been a long time. It's been almost 3 years, and from the very beginning, there was this dude. His call sign was Old Man Hex, and I tell this story a lot. I think I've told it on several of your streams, Maddie. But there was this one guy, Old Man Hex, and I hope someday he's either dead or, he's been hacked and he's long gone. But this guy was the first guy I locked horns with about using a hardware wallet, and he just said, "No, you know what? For getting people onboarded, it's just too much. People my age, all the people around me with lots of money, they just, they will never understand anything past this whole MetaMask thing. So that's the way I'm going to do it, and I'm sticking by that." Well, he disappeared, and let me tell you that the people that listened to him in his wake were the people that DM'd me over the next 2 years that were saying, "I wish I would have known at the beginning, because now I've got this thing with MetaMask. I've got these stakes that are 15 years long, and the best I can do now, you're saying, is I can only migrate them." Well, shit. You know what I mean? So, so Maddie, yes, perhaps you've made a very great, beneficial type of solution. I really look forward to playing around with it, and I know that you're very conscious of the back end and everything like that. But I'm telling everybody from a security standpoint, having a good security posture. And yeah, it's boring, Johnny, and yeah, people leave the room. But those are the same people that leave the room are the same people that are going to DM me later, and I'm going to be this post-mortem freaking guy that only offers a shoulder to cry on and how to get things done straight. So mark my words, those people, they walk out, you get up, you go grab them, turn them around, and bring them back into the damn room. Why didn't you do that, Johnny?
We're gonna train GPT. We're gonna train an AI on Papa B's methods and his sarcasm and everything, and then he'll be able to kick his feedback, and we will have the chatbot respond to people who've been hacked.
Yes, that's very scalable. I like that, because I'll be dead soon, and then they should. Who else is gonna say, "Damn it, no"?
Hey,
y'all
know he's like 2 years older than me, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm fatter and balder, so it's okay.
Damn it, no.
Hey, Futras.
Hey, how you going?
Thanks for
yes,
joining.
Papa
Are you
B.
here to yell at me about?
100%. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Hear you. Start yelling.
Can you hear me yelling?
Yeah.
Get a freaking hardware wallet.
Yeah, woo! Hardware wallets are sexy, man.
Yeah, I mean, the seed phrase, the private key, all that stuff never leaves the device. There's no way to get it out of the device when it's plugged into your computer or anything. If your computer gets hacked while your hardware wallet's plugged into it, doesn't matter, still can't get the keys out of it. Your transaction goes to the hardware device over a dumb serial line, just like a typewriter. looks at the thing, signs it. If you press the right buttons on the screen or whatever, it sends the signed transaction back across the dumb wire, just like a typewriter, like an old telex machine. And then that signed transaction gets sent out on the internet. I mean, you got to have one.
This guy knows his stuff.
Stakes. You just got to have one. I don't, you know.
Okay, can I take it one step further, please? Hold on, Maddie. Hold on, Maddie. Let me take it one step further. We're going to make our case first, and then you can continue, okay?
Sounds good.
I'm going to say this guy knows his shit. That's really good stuff. I'll take it one step further. We have a known vulnerability in the two chief makers of hardware wallets, Ledger and Trezor. If a sophisticated hacker breaks it open, they can use a chipset reader and extract the seeds. We understand that. We accept it. I'll tell you, if you use a passphrase, though, you expand, you increase the security to a magnitude of like 1,530 or something like that. So you use a passphrase as well, and the passphrase is never held on that device, even locally. It exists only in the real world. So that's what I'd like to add on. But future man, very good.
Yep, no, that's absolutely. And I built a Trezor one from scratch. Got the PCB made, soldered all the components on it, went through all the source code and whatnot. And for a long time, I wouldn't do like updates of the firm. Well, I couldn't because it was my firm. I had to compile my own firmware and install it on my Trezor because you can only put the official firmware on an official Trezor because of the way they sign the code and everything. So I learned how all that worked as well. And past version, was it 1.6 or 0.6 or some darn thing when the firmware was upgraded, that getting the seed phrase out of them with a chip reader thing is much harder now.
Correct. You have to actually extract the chip off of the silicon and put it into the chipset reader. Hold on a second. One more thing I wanted to add to that. This is great, by the way. What do you think about that charlatan that put out the YouTube video about I hacked the Trezor device, but he used the old pre-2017 hack that you're referring to that was very easy to extract the seeds. He didn't even crack it open and extract the chip. So that guy is dangerous. And would you hex marry me right now, future us?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can always use another one. Yeah. Come to my harem.
Guys, the feeling, like there's nothing worse than the feeling when you go to your wallet and you think you have $20,000 worth of tokens there and you open it up one day and it's gone. There is nothing worse than this initial feeling of thinking your tokens are there and then you, oh my God, am I on the right side? And then you see, they've all been transferred out an hour ago. That's like a punch in the stomach. I don't wish this on my enemy. That's like the worst feeling. And it's such an intrusion into your space, and a hardware wallet can really protect you from that. So I've been through it. That was my lesson learned. I'm only using hardware wallets.
But it doesn't protect you if you connect to the wrong DApp and you still sign that signature from your thing.
That's what I was going to say.
That's correct.
That is
true. Still safe,
that is true.
Right? But your keys are still safe.
In that case,
one time. One time you get hacked because you did something dumb and signed a transaction, but they don't have your keys. They can't go off and sign any other transaction now. So
it sometimes only takes that one wallet drain transaction. So be careful with your free airdrops and your advertisements and your bullshit.
If you've given authorization,
that everything gets marketed to us. So
yeah. And the big one, of course, is the allowance one, where they say they're doing something and you're claiming you're claiming an airdrop, but you're actually just giving permission to some other smart contract to drain your account.
Your thing.
Don't do that. But I mean, at least they're never going to get your seed phrase or your keys. So if you do something stupid, the consequences of that stupid thing end there. Whereas if you're using MetaMask and somehow your computer is hacked and they're using keyloggers or whatever to get all that stuff, if they get or if you just type them in somewhere or paste them somewhere from a phishing attack, well, that's your keys. That's the whole bank gone, right? So
And that's the big problem, is that people will take a snapshot of their keys, or they will take a screen save, or they load it into a Google Doc.
That's a dangerous
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
but you know what, Johnny, our community, I feel that just from osmosis, from getting the word out, and so many great security practitioners in our community now, eons beyond any other community. I think that we're beyond taking a screenshot of our keys just because that's the first thing we tell people not to do. But that's a great point.
And here's
It's a
the
great
thing.
point.
One of my onboards did just that. They literally took a picture of their seed words, and I made them delete their wallet and buy a new one.
Yeah.
Good. Very good.
But cracked me up because I said, "You got your seed words written down?" "Oh yeah, I took a screenshot." "I told you not to take a screenshot." Then I had to go through. Look, every application that you download on your phone, you give it permission to read all of your photos.
Correct.
You give it permission to read all of your files. If you're storing that shit on your phone, any app that you may download, the stupid gem game or some shit, could literally be reading your files and you wouldn't even know it. And then somebody pulls that data and figures out what it is, you're screwed.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point, Johnny. Look, I used to work for a company that dealt with, high security, secure comms, right? It was a handset that you could actually toggle that type of thing. And people just wouldn't ever turn off those allowances from the apps because it would break the apps. They wouldn't work. They wanted their gem game more than they wanted their privacy and their security. And that's what everyone's trucking around in their pocket. Personally, I don't like anything on mobile for crypto, period. And I know, Maddie, we're going to go to you in a second, and you're going to sell us on your great idea that's going to convince me eventually. I'm hoping it will. I really hope it will. But today I think that Gnosis Safe is maybe the only thing that I would say is mobile ready, with the exception of Maddie's bright idea. I'll give him that. I'm not familiar with it. I've sat through the videos. I saw that stuff. I want to play with it myself. Maddie, tell us about your wonderful thing.
Before Maddie does that, Papa, before Maddie does that, I would like you to take a look at Orex and look at their simulated transactions and stuff. And I'd be interested in hearing your opinion later.
Thank you.
On
yes,
when you have time to
I will.
Maddie,
thank you.
I think somebody said it maybe in the past hour or so, that there's a lot of things that get done in the HEX community, not just to profit or something, but just because we're enthusiastic and we're not always like withholding alpha, just because it's exciting to understand how all this stuff works and how it can work in the future and everything. So for me, like, I am working on building something, and at the same time, I'm also excited about talking about it because, whether I come up with the best version of it or somebody else does, at the end of the day, I want crypto to be in a place where it's easier for people to hold their own keys without losing them, without getting them hacked. And game theory ends up being a very complicated thing that is really fun. I really enjoy working on it. And, it's like the whole idea behind Time Pays Me was really about time locking Pulse Chain and Pulse X tokens. And as we all know, as a community of time lockers, it's, you really take security seriously when you're doing something so forward thinking. And that you can lose it all. Anything can happen in the future. Like I might not even be here if there wasn't for so many airbags being in the car that I was in 25 days ago. And so it's just, it's like, you want to be prepared for everything. And if there are clever ways to stop people from getting hacked, even if it's a little bit of inconvenience, that's kind of where the idea came out of. In part was thinking like, how can we use the strengths here of the HEX community who likes time locking, and that seems to be like the best behavior in investing if you're in the right thing, is to hold on to it for a long time and have it drip out to you on a weekly basis or whatever. And so in making time pays me as a way for people to time lock their Pulse Chain and Pulse X tokens, and then maybe, any type of ERC or PRC20 token, I could see a really strong case for myself, for my own behavior that I want to change. I want to take my USDC that I have on the sidelines that I want to put back into HEX. I want to take that and drip that to myself over like 3 months here. Every week, I get the exact same amount coming out, and I can dollar cost average into HEX at the bottom. Right now, I'm having to do that manually, which just is a different skill and is fine. But there are a lot of use cases for time locking. One of them is probably to have a better security posture, and that's in the sense that if you're already going to have a vault that's owned by your address, the vault is created by smart contracts. And so you have this vault that is basically a crypto address with rules on it that you can't move, that the crypto is locked for a certain amount of time. Here's how much can drip out to you at these intervals of weekly points. So, and then if you're already if you're already willing to wait for your coins to be available, then there's this opportunity to have a withdrawal request go before the actual withdrawal happens. And with that withdrawal request, that allows you to get notified potentially if somebody tries to withdraw without your permission. If somebody has a copy of your keys, and whether you know it or not, it's really super advantageous to have that smart contract that represents the vault, to have that basically programmed to say, here's another pre-selected recovery address that takes ownership of this vault if a switch gets flipped, basically in the user interface. And so what could very well happen? Okay.
It was a fly. I was just showing off that I got it.
Oh, okay.
My head hurts.
Yeah. Future us and I have discussed these topics at great length, so I hope I'm not butchering them. But basically the idea here is that if there's a delay between the time when you request the money and the time when you need to actually be able to move it, that gives you a window in which to basically divert the ownership of the vault. And so how you could set it up, and probably the best way to set it up would be to have your own cold storage wallet that is the recovery address for the vault. And so that's something that's never touched the internet and that sort of thing. And so that would allow you to undo a hack, in the sense that if somebody else had your keys and they were trying to withdraw from your drip, you'd be notified of it. You could go in and you could tell the vault that you want to now switch the ownership to the backup address, and that would allow the hacker to never get any of the funds. And that's how I would demonstrate it when I do a live demonstration. I would put $10,000 worth of my Pulse Chain sacrifice coins into a smart vault, and then I would read off the seed words for that online. And anybody who wanted to test it, they could load those words in, and they could see that no matter how much they try to withdraw, I can switch the ownership of that to the cold storage seed
it's
words.
kind of like a centralized exchange.
So
I didn't say that.
I mean,
so it's a smart contract.
No, it's the opposite of a centralized exchange.
Yeah, well, wait. When you said smart vault,
joke, Matty. You
think
you have coins in your wallet, but you don't.
Right.
You gotta get permission from another thing to actually send them.
When you said smart vault, that term has been used before with other, with, I think, Gnosis Safe actually has it somewhere in their original text, or their first iteration. So can you delve down into that? I mean, the psychology, as far as I'm concerned, is secondary. I want to know more about the security aspect. Can you please drill down into that, please?
I can tell you as much as I know, as just like you know,
I'm pretty
Frank
familiar
guy.
with it. Do you want me to
All
have a
right,
shot at
here.
it?
I'll
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So it's basically it's a time lock. So whenever you want to withdraw, whatever the withdrawal amount happens to be and everything, we'll just put that aside. So whenever you do a withdrawal of one of these drips, or when the time lock's over, you want to take the whole principal out or whatever, there's always a mandatory 7-day time lock. So first you make a request to take the funds out, then you have to wait 7 days before you can actually take the funds out. So it's within that. So it's like a time lock on a bank vault, the physical clock version. And so then during that period of time, if you by some miracle find out that someone else has, initiated some kind of withdrawal, hopefully you'll know about it. And there's like Etherscan, for example, you can ask them to send you an email if there's any activity on an address, and maybe
Sure.
the back end for the system would have its own version of that and everything. Not guaranteed that you'd know, because communications can be fickle on the interwebs, but you'll at least have an opportunity. And it's a worst case scenario kind of a backup thing, the way I see it, not something to be relied on. That's where your hardware wallet and cold storage and everything comes in. But anyway, so during those 7 days, if someone finds out, or you find out, that the thing has had a withdrawal request, you can. So there's two ways. You can either, let's say you're not at home or whatever, you don't have your devices with you. You can call anyone that can sign a transaction that you know, whether they know about this upfront or not makes no difference. You can give them a link to go to and a password, and they can go in there and sign a transaction that will put the vault into panic mode, basically. So no one can use it. No one can do anything with it. It just stops, except the recovery address. Or if you are in possession of the equipment to do it, and you're in a good place for it, and you've got your cold wallet recovery address there, then you can just use that to tell the vault that the recovery address is taking over from now on, and it just takes ownership. So it's like trading the vault, like sending it to a different address, but it's a one-off thing. You only get to do it once, and you don't send it in so much. You claim it from an address that was set up preemptively at the start. Yeah, so there's no mechanism to add this address later on. Like, obviously, if a hacker got a hold of the thing, they could just set up their own address. And so you have to have set up that recovery address from the get-go when you create the vault.
And what's the protection about the ability to assign the secondary address?
I don't quite understand the question. What was the what?
Oh, okay. So the fail-safe, right? Within the 7-day period, the delay allows you to do the redirect, right?
The fail-safe address is selected and stored at the time the vault contract is created. It's not something you do. You don't create the vault and then add an address when you get around to it. It has to be done at the time you create the vault, or not. I mean, you can choose not to have it, and then you don't have this recovery function. But
okay,
yeah.
so an attacker hopefully wouldn't be able to find one of your addresses, know it was yours somehow from.
Sorry,
and then trace it back, right? That's my problem.
I understand. So the recovery address itself is not stored on the blockchain. A hash of that address is stored on the blockchain.
Great.
So
okay.
When the recovery, So when the recovery goes to happen, it just rehashes, and if the hashes match, then it will do it. Yeah.
Fascinating. Okay. Cool. Still sounds like you don't want to get into that bind to begin with, though, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's for sure.
My question is, with this, since you can technically send a link to somebody else that can stop it and freeze the account, can that be exploited by hackers just to run around and start freezing these wallets?
That particular system requires an additional password to activate it, and you don't tell anyone about it unless you're in a position where you're on holiday for 2 weeks. You don't, it's like a backup to the backup. If you're desperate and you need to get someone else to do it for you, But at that point you tell them the password to use, but it's a secret. And even if somehow or other hackers were running around doing all that, it would be a nuisance. But it only freezes the vault. It doesn't change the ownership over. So you can, not that matters one way or the other. But the new the recovery address has to claim ownership of the vault. That's the only state it can move from at that point, is from stuck in locked up mode to recovered. Is the only thing it can do.
Question.
And
Can
it's
that
also optional,
password?
the password thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Speaking of optional password, can that be replaced with a signatory, like another hardware wallet? Because that would be spiffy.
Yeah, it could, but it would have to be done up front, and that would mean that you'd have to select somebody that could do this thing for you. So the idea was that the whole point of this was that I'm not able to lock the, I find out that the thing's had a withdrawal request, but I'm on holiday, I've left my hardware wallets at home or in the safety deposit box or whatever, as I should have. I don't have anything with me, so I can't do the recovery thing because I'm just not physically able to. So as a backup to the backup, I can call anyone who can sign any transaction, i.e. interact with this contract, and so long as they have the password, they can put the vault in panic. Now, you can pull it out of panic mode back to the original address, or you can move it over to the, you can execute the recovery. I can't imagine why you'd want to move it back to the, in practice, why you'd ever want to move it back to the original address, but perhaps if, I don't know, but it's an option anyway. So
I'd like to
all of this is
I'd like to hex divorce you only so I can marry you again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't
I don't
sound
know.
too excited.
I'll check with my. I have to check with my lawyer. I'm not sure how that works, but yes, okay, in principle. Yeah. Well, these are the ideas that Maddie and I have been talking about, and that's where we're up to so far, with a lot of help from the community as well. So.
But all of this happens on the back end of it, right? So I hope the user
It all
interface
happens
that
in
you're
the smart
developing
contract.
is
It
super
all
easy.
happens within the smart contract itself. So there is no back end. There is only a website that enables you to send transactions in a easily to understand way to the smart contracts. So if that website were to go down, you can go to Etherscan and use it that way, or wait for another one to come up or whatever. It does. There is no data stored in any database anywhere centralized, and every single vault is your own vault. There's not one centralized contract that handles all of this. When you create a vault, you get your own smart contract that is your smart contract, your vault to do your thing with.
Hey Maddie, what about the accruing hedron and things like that?
I mean, so like the question of whether we want to make this like compatible with airdrops or not is it's like a really good question. I think we're more pro than against at this point. But
it just comes down
feedback.
to attack vectors and how much extra coding might be required, and
yeah. It's not like the purpose of it. The purpose of it is not, and I could see it going either way if we felt really strongly or if there was some big reason. But currently, I don't have a position necessarily.
Yeah, because as it stands, the vault is not a wallet substitute. It has specific purpose, like Maddie said. So any airdrops or anything sent to it will just be burned essentially, because there'll be no way to do anything with them.
It's like a free claim situation. If people want to reward our set of users because they're the best set of users in crypto, or like because they're hexicans who are so interested in time locking, like if that's a potential target set of users, then just create a free claim, right?
Well, maybe you could you develop a siloed direct type of mechanism that goes to the secondary address automatically?
We could.
Yeah, I mean, we could make it so that anything sent to it is just sort of automatically forwarded to the the owner address, I suppose. Can we do that? No, you can't do that.
Why not?
Well, because the sender that was sending to it would have to call some function to send it on and pay the gas for it. So the funds would quote unquote arrive as an unspent transaction output, but there'd be no way of knowing that they were there other than hunting through transaction logs. And even if you did know they were there, someone needs to then call the vault contract and say and ask it to then call the other token contract, like say the HEX contract, and say, please transfer these funds to this address. So there's no mechanism in the current standards to allow a sort of a double hop like that to happen that I'm aware of. Not on the ERC20 anyway. Yeah.
Right, because we're dealing with a smart contract. It's not truly a wallet.
That's right.
It's just got,
and it won't do it can't do anything unless it's A, programmed to know how to do it, and B, told to do it, and someone pays the gas. So the mere act of a transaction arriving, which is not what actually happens. Transactions don't actually ever arrive. You claim them, but that's getting into the weeds. So the action of someone sending funds to an ERC20 contract. Let me say that again. Sorry, the act of someone sending funds to the address that is the vault contract cannot trigger that contract to do something, because it's just a unspent transaction output sitting on the blockchain. It doesn't actually call the contract and tell it to do anything. So unless the contract knows how to go look for that particular token and ask what the balance is, and then also know how to transfer it. So to implement that, we would need to have a function where the website could say, tell the smart contract, here's the address of an ERC20 that I want to add to your knowledge, and then use sort of like proxy calls through the vault to say, what is my balance, and transfer it and so forth. But then you've got a whole other sort of can of worms of security.
Yeah, you got admin keys, yeah.
Yeah, and you've essentially, admin keys for your own vault and all that. But the main thing I really need to stress at this point is that this whole vault undo a hack thing was a secondary idea. It's a thing we tacked onto it after realizing that since there was going to be this 7-day time delay anyway for the drip thing, that's a time lock, and we should take advantage of that to add this extra little thing. But of course, as soon as it was mentioned, people were like, "Oh, that sounds really awesome," and it's kind of taken the focus. But the main point of the whole thing was about time locking, and enforcing yourself to dollar cost average out of a position or whatever.
Yeah, but when you start to build a better mousetrap, people say you got to build the entire mechanism from the ground up. So there's always going to be somebody, that's going to cry and say it doesn't do this or that. Do it all.
And that's where I come in. Is I say, cry me a freaking river. I'm an ex-therapist, and I don't care if you don't get airdrops. Even as a huge person who loves airdrops, like, that's not what delaying gratification is really. At the end of the day, it takes the focus away from the thing that's the most important, which is HEX, which is time locking, which is sending money to your future self, and improving your own ability to manage your own behavior.
Speaking of airdrops and claims, guess what was completely safe to claim 3 years ago today?
HEX.
Your free HEX if you owned Bitcoin. That was perfectly free to claim with no risk, no security issues whatsoever. In fact, here's the most ironic part about this. You could have claimed it even if your Bitcoin was no longer in your wallet, with absolutely zero possibility of that ever getting drained whatsoever.
But Johnny, if in this case you had this wallet or this smart contract, you wouldn't have gotten that airdrop. And if Richard Hart wants to airdrop us something for being good boys and girls someday, you wouldn't get that either. So is that the
No,
river that I'm supposed to cry
you'd be
you?
able to get it. The people who
How?
the people who are trying to create the airdrop could just make it a free claim, which is what Hex was. Hex was a free claim. You had to sign something. So if the programmers made a way to be able to sign from a specialized smart contract, I think that would be
Yeah, you can use
conceptually
the
possible.
wallet. You can use the wallet connect function from Maddie's
airdrops are
app
sent
to
to
save
wallets.
away
Wallet
the
Connect.
Yeah.
It's not wallet connect, I don't think.
It's
Because it's a smart contract.
these vaults are not wallets. So if someone wants to airdrop these things that aren't wallets, that's very kind of them, but they're not wallets. Why are you sending funds there? It's
Yeah.
like, what are you doing?
Sorry, your vampire attack failed.
Yeah.
Try again.
I will vampire attack you yet, sir. I want free money. Yeah. If Richard Hart says it's good, I want to know about it.
There you go.
But who's going to know the address of the vault and who's going to care, right? They'll be airdropping to a wallet that's held Hex or holds Hex.
Let them
or
airdrop to Hex.
whatever.
Do
So
that.
you still have your wallet address. That's still there. So I guess maybe don't lock everything up. Always leave 0.5% in the wallet or something so you can claim airdrops.
Well, your vault would have Pulse in it, right? And if they were to airdrop addresses with Pulse holders, right, then you should be able to use the Wallet Connect function with that address in order to claim those free claims if you wanted to.
Well, it's not a wallet. But yeah, we can. Yeah,
but it's an address. It's still an address.
It's an address. But yeah, so what actually happens? Well, with Pulse, with PLS itself, it's literally just a UTXO. So the vault would have to basically go and say, "Have I got any unspent funds?" and send it. And yeah, there's ways to do it. It's scope creep.
Yeah, well, yeah, I love to hear that. But you know what, Future? I know that if anyone can do it, an older man with no hair and glasses can do it. Am I right?
Yeah, probably.
We are the chosen few.
Yep. So long as we're not having too many bad hair days and not getting too depressed. Like the whole reason I'm here today, just let me. I want to have a little cry here. I want to have a little. Get your violins ready. So I'm having a real bad day. Some things went wrong today, and I thought, God damn it! And I'm away from home. I'm a few hundred miles away from home. I was like, I just wish I had some friends down here. And then I was like, holy shit! It's Hex's birthday. I grabbed my phone out like 6 hours into this thing, and here I am. So thank you guys. Thank you to all.
That's awesome.
Virtual friends
Nice
here.
to
Glad
be
to
here.
have you, man. Appreciate your big brain.
Oh well, yeah. You want to try it from my point of view? It's a bloody nuisance. It asks too many questions that can't have answers. It's very annoying.
Yeah, but in there you find some nuggets, so it's all worth it.
Oh yeah, with Maddie's help, occasionally.
Oh, Crispy says he has hair, but I'd say he's a honorary baldy.
Yeah.
So if you're
getting there, it's back here, but
if you're listening at home, or if you're on stream, like I'm very curious to hear your philosophical position about whether airdrops are good or bad for a time locking store of value. I could see it either way. I could see that you're opening yourself up to vampire attacks further down the road. I could also see that, like, I don't know, maybe you're like protecting some sell pressure on the primary thing if you have side things, but the side things always corrupt people's, at least what they're talking about, what they're promoting, that sort of thing is what I've seen so far. I don't know that we've had as many airdrops during conditions of the market going up, so I might be biased, but it's just a fascinating topic, I think.
Okay, so everyone,
we just might have to create a whole new standard for how airdrops are supposed to be done. Write that into this contract, and then never look back.
There you go.
I'm really with Crypto Coffee on this. I honestly have so much coin fatigue, and I have such a big position in Hex and PulseX that I really don't care. I just
Yeah.
don't care.
Well, you know, I know how this system works, and I think it's a great system philosophically, and I think Maddie's come up with some really great ideas. But I've got to be honest, I'm not sure if I'd use it myself for the same reasons. Well, because I can't, for all the stakes that I've currently got can't be migrated to a vault. So I'm not really sure. I really like the time pays me part of it, and how that can be used as a tool to
Rationing
introduce
device.
people to but also a tool to have people experience this delayed gratification thing that we have in HEX in such a perfect way. But for whatever reason, they're just like, no, I'm not going near that HEX, but PLS, you know. Or whatever. I mean, Maddie understands this side of it way better than I do. So it's just an interesting thing. I don't know. This whole it's super secure thing is it's just a little thing off to the side from the big picture that Maddie has in mind. So yeah.
Very
Hey,
true.
Maddie. Maddie,
Yes.
I'm not going to give up on this airdrop thing. Well, number one, in the chat, vote 1 if you like airdrops and you think that they're something you want to add on to this whole thing. So it'll be, Maddie's headache for the next, and of course, Future's headache for the next some odd months.
No, I get all the headaches.
Now you see what happens when
I
you drew
take
him
all
out.
the headaches.
And if
drew him
you
out,
think
I will
that
let you corrupt my chat, but I will.
if you think
do not corrupt my future us.
I'm just kidding. I'm saying that in the chat, vote 1 if you like airdrops, vote 2 if you really love airdrops. Thank you.
But why
And
can't so many
welcome-
of these airdrops not just being dropped out of the air? Like, why do you have to connect your wallet? Why do you have to claim something? Why do you have to
The
send a
inbound,
message? Like,
because the recognition of the
Ethereum
actual contract,
perfectly
it doesn't
offers
allow it.
the
Because
functionality.
crypto is riddled with the wrong incentives, because people are here to just get rich and not ask any questions, not do critical thinking, and not do their own research, and they want to listen to gurus who make them like comfortable thinking, that you can hold your crypto at an external exchange, at a centralized exchange. That's not even crypto. It's getting mislabeled as crypto. People are seeing numbers on a screen and they don't understand the difference between holding your own keys and not. And so, I mean, the hardware wallet or anything that can make people feel like it's more physical or more in their own hands, probably the better.
That's a lot of stuff. Well, I want to give you an airdrop, Maddie. It's going to be for everybody. It's free, and I want it to get to you. But you're telling me I can't get it to you.
I guess you could just send it to one of my HEX addresses. How about that?
Okay, fair enough.
Cool.
It'll be on the drop.
Gen
The
Hex,
drop
what's
set will be
going on?
hexagon.
Shout out to Gen Hex for joining. Thanks for being here.
Hey, how you doing?
What's
up, guys?
There he is.
I just
hey.
I stepped in at a good time when he was explaining
all the intricacies.
Yeah.
You feel melted
Well,
now.
you can call the Vault smart contract function. It's called what is the airdrop address that I should use, bracket bracket, and it will tell you which address to send the airdrop to. How's that?
Well, unless that can be that can be fiddled around with, and then people could give
of course
nasty
not.
dust attack
No.
addresses. So
No,
who's
no, no.
who's the admin that enters that then?
Well, it's got to be set up preemptively at the beginning when the vault's created. Once created, that's it. Done.
But
No
then,
admin
what if the
keys.
airdrops don't exist? That's not doesn't solve
Well,
the
the
problem.
person doing the airdrop, if they have good intentions, is going to want to ensure that they send the airdrop to valid addresses, right? So we've now provided a function that they can find out what is the valid address for this address.
Yeah, but it's a snapshot in time. It doesn't evolve as new airdrops present themselves. That's the problem.
Well, the airdrops are just going to have to get more sophisticated.
Yeah.
Would you
We're
rather
gonna call them
airdrop
airdrop plus.
privacy or airdrops? Not that I can deliver either, but I'm curious. Like, how important is privacy? Because part of an airdrop, in some ways, is like
Well, yeah. Let me explain
people are
something.
seeing what you have.
People don't give a shit about privacy. People want security. Well, how do I know this? Because I spent a long time, years and years, trying to tell people you can either have your Candy Crush game or you can have privacy. And you know what they wanted every time? Candy Crush.
And they knew it too, man. They knew it. They got you grinding away.
And that's psychology.
There you go.
Well,
Yeah,
the only
so-
good
so-
thing
so-
that I can
yeah.
see in these airdrops is that I'm rather selling those if I ever need to sell something before I start selling my hex. So I'm first dropping all of that stuff on the market. And I'm also, I have to say that I didn't really claim for all of them. I'm very selective there because even though it's deemed, some of them are deemed safe by some people, I'm really reluctant to connect my main hex wallets with any of this stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the part of
That's wise.
ERC-20s and programmable tokens and permissions and all the shit. When you got programmable money, it's what exactly is the program? You know, you actually have to know that there's, you know, potentially malicious potential for programming in, you know, malicious ways, like the ones that can only be redeemed on certain sites, or stuff that can't be sold unless you pay them a certain fee. We've seen those.
Oh,
We've
yeah,
seen
these
things that
things,
have
yeah,
a clawback. We've seen things that grant other permissions. I mean, there's a lot of danger in free claim. It's not just so simple. And when free claims are hot, that's usually when the people are going to come in and they're going to put something in malicious. So while you're in the middle of claiming these other free airdrops that you think are all right, eventually one is going to be not so good, and it only takes that one.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. So an airdrop could, of course, be a dusting attack, or it could lead you to, it could be a luring attack that takes you to a counter, you know, a bad site, a bad front end that then leads you to that type of activity that you were just stating that would be the case in a free claim as well. So there's two ways to get you snagged. I prefer airdrops to free claims myself.
Yeah, definitely. Or it can take you to a front end that's a good front end, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it this week.
This week.
Yeah, 10 seconds from now. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Maddie and I have been having actually downright arguments, I'd say. Or he'd like to call them debates, but it's getting into argument territory about this whole, you know, not your keys, not your crypto, which is my mantra. And this idea of using the time pays me thing. I hope you're listening. Oh, you're there, Maddie. Yeah. So we're going back and forth. So there's this idea that you could use the recovery address and the time pays me vault thing as a way to help you onboard people that, you know, just aren't au fait with the technology, and, you know, no coin is not really good with computers and things, and, you know, get hacked because they believed that they were doing the right thing with someone that was trying to help them, but it turns out they were a hacker, all that kind of stuff. Whereas you could, as part of onboarding these people, use the recovery address, like you hold the recovery address, so that if they screw up, you can recover it for them, sort of a thing. And it has all kinds of advantages and makes things easier and yada yada for onboarding and keeping people that you care about safe and all the rest of this. So that's one side of the argument. Then there's my side of the argument, which is not your keys, not your crypto. Get the fuck over it. So that's where
I you know what, I don't know if this is like restating what you just said, or this solves the dilemma. When you have a safe deposit box in a bank, the bank manager holds one key, you have the other. So what if you could designate the backup address as a second signatory that needs to be done for it needs to be keyed in every time with the use of a hardware wallet? Then you'd have a multi-sig type of reverse type of
that's
thing
true.
that's never been done.
That's
Yeah,
a great idea. I think I'll call it Gnosis Safe.
The nuclear
exactly.
program.
Exactly.
The two
We
key
don't want to
program,
reinvent
nuclear.
Gnosis Safe. Right?
Right. No, but it's kind of it's kind of a forked product, and not forking the in the true forking sense. What I mean is it's an offshoot. It's a branch off of that
Yeah,
idea,
just
but
adding.
it could, yeah. But if it's married to this entire psychology portion, then it isn't Safe anymore because it has more to offer.
No, yeah, sure. But again, scope creep. And for the record, I don't understand why people use safety deposit boxes. I just
I agree.
Not your box, not your contents,
It's not insured either.
right?
And the feds
Besides,
the
the
feds can be
government,
waiting for you.
the government came and took it anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now the bank goes bankrupt, and the receivers hold the keys to the door now. And now what?
Well, the one poor bastard when gold was illegal to own in the United States, the one poor bastard that got actually only one time somebody got arrested for hoarding gold was when they were getting it out of their safe deposit box. Just word to the wise. Everyone says, well, I keep a portion of my seeds in my safe deposit box. No, nothing to do with crypto goes in a safe deposit box.
Yeah. I mean, I have safe deposit boxes, don't get me wrong, but they're my boxes. I know where they are. No one else does.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway.
but the time locking part, that's cool to where you can send money to your future self. And
yeah, sending money to your future self and protecting yourself from weak hands.
Yes.
I mean, some of us have strong hands. I used to believe I had strong hands, and it turns out that I almost always have strong hands, but there's always that one day where I don't. So,
same.
So I'm sorted with HEX. HEX has got me covered. Got my PLS and whatnot. I don't know. I was just going to dump it and buy HEX, but then Maddie came up with all this other stuff.
Can't you just write your keywords on the wall in that glow in the dark letters like Gone in 60 Seconds?
Yeah, or lemon juice on paper.
I can. I sell the paint.
Right.
I was gonna say Johnny probably does.
I make the paint. Biological. And you use an ultraviolet.
Papa's
all right,
little pod that he lives in looks like a Jeff
like
Pollock
that.
painting.
I hold the patent on concrete walls. Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, let's move on.
Happy birthday, HEX.
Happy birthday, HEX.
Yay.
Woo!
3 years.
3 years with it only breaking down. Never. Cool.
Hey, the terrible, at least for the price wise, hopefully the terrible twos are over.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
What's the odds of
just ticked over, right? 15 minutes ago.
What's the odds of DJ's Twitter account coming down and my YouTube account disappearing both on the 3rd birthday of HEX?
You lost your YouTube today, man?
It's
funny
yeah, I gotta make
coincidence.
a new one.
What do you mean you have to make a new one?
The short version is tried to fix my AdSense. I found an article saying that if you have more than one account, it could screw up the AdSense. It may be why my AdSense wouldn't connect to my bank. So I went and deleted my old YouTube account, not realizing that because that and the Gen HEX channel use the same Gmail account. When I deleted the old YouTube channel I don't use anymore from a couple years ago, it also nerfed my Gen HEX account, so it's gone.
Oh, so you emergency unstake.
Yeah, I was trying to fix the one, and now like even my login in the chat is not even the same. So all those wrenches I had for all the different rooms and then our channel, we're gonna have to start over.
Yeah, YouTube recently brought that thing in where you could have these handles or whatever they call them, like a at something or other.
Yeah.
And I had a similar sort of a thing happen when I was just trying to set that up, and there's something wonky in the background there where if you've got, there must have been a time where you could have 2 channels under one login or some damn thing, and now you can't. But
I had
it dregs of that data, and it just screwed it all up. Yeah.
I had the Craig Wadding channel when I was doing the coding, the learning to code thing, and I at one time had set it up for YouTube for AdSense, but I'd never had enough hours view time. I had 1,500 subs, but I didn't have enough hours, so I never got monetized. And then when I made the Gen HEX channel, I didn't realize it. I used the same email, and I could never get AdSense to work after I got monetized. So there's super chat money disappeared in there too. So I don't know where that goes.
So make a tweet YouTube creators or whatever it is, and I mean they can fix that. I
I'd
would
say
assume.
somebody.
Like, I don't know if they will, but
you would think somebody could go back in and
it's
fix
linked
it.
to your ID and stuff anyway.
Yeah.
So
if not, we'll make a new one and start over. It's not. I'm not going to lose my mind over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's a lot of work to redo. So I would say like definitely make a tweet and we'll get it out there and get it in front of everybody. And that's at least for all the community. Like for us to do that little bit. For all the work you've put in would be.
Well, and just for the record, before I start getting a bunch of hate mail about being an idiot, first of all, I already know I'm an idiot, but I deleted my Craig Wadding YouTube channel, not my Gen Hex. The Gen Hex just got flushed along with it. I didn't realize it was going to happen. So
yeah, but they should be able to fix that.
Yeah, I just meant in case somebody thinks like,
well,
duh, you deleted your account. Yeah. So, so if you see me in chat and I don't have a wrench, it's me. Just the wrench went with that account. So
okay,
that's
very.
I don't know. No wrench.
I'm gonna get timed out a lot now. Man,
this could be a deep fake, fellas. Don't listen.
Imposter. Anyway, sorry to bring that. Sorry, Hex, for ruining your birthday with the buzzkill.
Hex is unaffected, dude.
And DJ, you DM'd me earlier, and I got home from work, and I went to reply, and I'm like, "Where'd he go?"
And then you can't. Yeah,
it's
so
like,
unfortunate. I messaged a bunch of people this morning, but probably done too many in one go, and I think they thought I was not me, but some robot, and then.
I think it was okay, except for the last part when you asked me about going in on that timeshare for the condo.
Yeah, sorry. I had to fit that in. I just had to.
It was probably just over the
I thought it was like a warm invitation. It was like personal. It didn't say, "Dear sir, to whom it may concern." And now you're telling me that everybody got the same invitation? I'm hurt.
He customized it at the end. It was nice. He said it, and make sure you tell your whole crew from the channel. It's nice.
Exactly.
I liked it.
Come on, it's the same as last year. Last year nobody cared.
I know.
This year they banned me right out. So damn.
We are all the bots.
But Maddie, thank you for that advice. I didn't even think about reaching out to those imbeciles on YouTube. I mean, I'm sorry if they're watching. The amount of support for Google and YouTube and stuff out there, everything just refers you back to an FAQ. It's so frustrating. It's like there's no actual people.
I did some basic math on that problem and sort of roughly calculated how many people they'd have to not do it that way. And when you realize the sheer size of the organization and what's going on in the background, it's amazing they can keep it going and keep people happy just in general, quite frankly. So not sponsored by YouTube, not paid by YouTube, but
me neither.
I don't know how they do it.
Literally.
I just don't know how they
not
do
paid.
it.
As in we lost all our super chats. So I'm just kidding.
Hey, thanks to Steph for the 55 euro super chat. Thank you so much. And definitely he's one in the community to follow, and is just a really amazing Hexakin. So everybody check out 0x Steph on Twitter, and check out Staker app. And I believe Steph had a giveaway that is going to be ending here in like 40 minutes. So
the Lindy effect, and that
thinking about how to cover it, but I'm not sure. There might be too many comments. Too many people participated.
The longer something has been around, the more likely it is to stay around. That is the Lindy effect.
Tell that to my hairline.
Well, it apparently didn't stay around very long.
Or join us on Twitch. Johnny Chaos and I, we're on Twitch. We don't get the views, but we're happy.
Well, you're on Twitch. I haven't been on Twitch in probably 6 months. I only use Twitch for like my extended rants because I couldn't fit everything in like a 2-minute, stream. And then it ended up turning into like 90 minutes of me just talking like nonstop.
I know what that's like, right? You try to make a short audio clip about some rant, You try it 3 times, and then you end up making a rant about how you can't rant because the damn thing's too short. I've been there. I like your rants, Johnny.
Try to
They're
fit
good.
those in the freaking 2 minutes, man. It's just insane.
I know.
you know?
But I do. I mean, like literally, I swear to God, I'll be pacing up and down in the room, yelling to my wife about all this. I don't understand. You know, like Where Did the Earth Go? Remember that one way back when? And I'm like, what is wrong with people? And and then I come on my Twitter or whatever, and there's Johnny vindicating my angst, and I'm like, yes, yes, thank you.
Angry old guy who yells at phone. That is my claim to fame, y'all. Up to almost 13,000 followers now from angry guy yelling at the phone. Nobody was supposed to pay attention to me except for my friends, and I really felt like I was just talking to just my friends. And now,
Yeah.
11,000 other people just showed up. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were part of the FTX crew, though, Johnny.
No.
But that 2 minute
The one with
thing,
the
man,
wig and the glasses was great.
My wife is like, can you give it up already? I've heard nothing but angst over Where Did the Earth Go for 24 freaking hours. Leave me alone. That guy did it in 2 minutes. Why can't you do that?
Well, sorry, man. I didn't mean to get you in trouble with the lady.
You raised the bar, man.
Jeez. Hang on.
He did it in 2 minutes. Well, it wasn't easy.
Oh, dear.
I'll put my hair away, Papas. Look. Now I look like I got a receding hairline. It's all good.
Thank you. I feel the love. And by the way, I'm verbally pasting a HEX logo on this makeshift logo that was created by Joe Hexotic of all people for me, lovingly. I think it was almost 2 years ago. So thank you, Joe Hexotic, for this amazing working logo that doesn't have a HEX logo anywhere in it, but there is a hexagon. So there you go.
Right on. Well, just a little bit of housekeeping. So RH Max, we're excited to have you on. We just need you to have either a logo or your video on. And then Steph, if you're still watching, please hop on if you want to be on the stream. It'd be such a treat. And who else do we have that we can call onto the stream? Let's see. Serena Alonzi, the first HEX YouTuber. That seems appropriate of somebody who should be on the stream. And so, yeah, hit me up if you need the link.
Yeah, I'm happy to drop off. It's been a wonderful time learning here with Future Us and others. Maddie, thank you very much for putting this all together and allowing me my moments to gripe and complain.
Well, thank you for being on. We always learn so much, so thank you.
Bye, everyone.
I thought those were compliments, Papa.
Hey, man.
I must be too used to the I'm too used to the haters. I thought those were compliments, man. Okay.
No. It was a pure compliment. I really enjoyed learning. Everything that you laid out. And if you're working with Maddie, that's a huge benefit. It's for both of you, right? Maddie marrying the psychological and you marrying the security.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Right on that. All right. Well, I think we'll chat later, Future Us.
See ya.
I think you're a very, very interesting person to follow.
Thank you.
Take care, Papa.
Bye, everyone.
So, RH Max is at a party in the Pacific Northwest for HEX birthday. That's what I got.
Oh, sweet.
So there is another event that if that is him, he could be broadcasting from that event. We could see some of the activity going on in that part, since obviously none of us are anywhere, tropical or fun.
That would be great. Yeah.
Wasn't Hexray doing some kind of meetup in San Diego for the thing too?
Yeah, there's one in San Diego, and then
We've
like
checked
I said,
in with
RH has
them.
got one going on.
Oh, have you? Okay.
So if anybody watching right now has RH Max's phone number or something, if you can give him a call or hit him up on Telegram or something. Usually when people are at social events, they don't always check their phones. I know he was trying to join the stream recently, but that would be much appreciated if anybody can reach out to that group of Hexicans that are doing their own meetup there would be amazing.
And we're not paying you to do that either.
That's right.
It'd be fun to see it. It'd be fun to see what's going on in that part. I mean, I remember when we had the first HEX birthday party, and we had the London one going, and we had the New York one going, and then we had all these different meetings going everywhere. It was really kind of cool to kind of be able to step into all those little different worlds. He was live streaming, but then he left to go to the event. Tarnwig.
Yeah, I think he's driving to the event right now, so
maybe don't call him then.
If he was a real Mexican, he'd have chauffeured this party.
I'm guessing it's somewhere in the New York area, which is 12 hours away from me, so I can't even go to that one. It's not close enough.
Safety in cars and driving is a bit of a sensitive topic around here nowadays, so we'd best not call somebody on their cell phone while they're driving.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Unless you're telling them to buckle up.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I was going to pick on Maddie, and then I realized it was going to be rude, because I was going to say, Maddie, can you do this?
No.
Sure I can.
It's wrong. It's just wrong. That was very wrong of me. No, we're hoping you recover, but man, it's so weird to see you like this stiff and not moving. And there is no, and we're live. It doesn't happen anymore.
And we're live.
That would be bad if he was stuck like that. I'm going to Costco. Hey, I'm at Costco. Hey, we're at Costco.
He's not allowed to lift even 1 pound.
No implants. You just they didn't put any Wolverine parts in you, huh?
No.
I chose to heal the slow way.
All right. I would go for the Wolverine upgrades, man. I totally would. Nothing like a reinforced collarbone.
Matty told me he wasn't allowed to lift anything more than 1 pound on each arm. I said, well, how much does your arm weigh? Silence.
About 1 pound, no.
Yeah, but
well, look, to change the subject slightly back to HEX. Steph and I have both been playing around with this new artificial intelligence that hit the Twitter sphere / internet last night. I already trained the GPT-3 chatbot on like some pretty basic ideas of what HEX is, and now it's better at marketing it than I am almost, which is like, yay. But anyway, it's really fun to see what it can do. And I earlier in the stream, maybe 2 or 3 hours in, I ran through like a demonstration of what I had done to teach it about HEX and to get it to explain it back to me, so I could be sure that it understands what delayed gratification is all about. So I don't know, maybe I'll post on Twitter at some point again or whatever, but it's it's just a fun, like, brand new update. It's just kind of like, I didn't know I would ever live to the point where the AI is like, cranking out such good tweets and stuff. I could just type to it and say, after I explained what HEX was, then I could just type to it and be like, hey, write me a couple tweets. Sure enough, it did.
What's interesting about this is why the AI is so effective is because it's not emotional. It's just taking the facts that it's given and crunching them. It's non-emotional. It's non-biased. It has no preconceived ideas. It's just taking the data that's given to it and determining, what to make of that data. That's why the AI gets HEX, but a lot of people that are thick-headed and stubborn can't still get it through their head what it is.
They are going to have to accelerate the launch of GPT-4, though, because I don't know if you've noticed, Matty, if you've checked in with GPT-3 today, but it's changed. Today I went in there and I asked it if it could tell me what the difference between a human and a dog without a tail was. And it said, hex.com. So then I asked it,
great.
Well, did you understand the question that I asked? I was asking about a dog with a hex.com. So Yeah, I don't know what you did, but
Good. I'm glad somebody noticed.
yeah. I don't think hadn't ever spoken to a trained neuroscientist before, and it broke, I think.
Good.
That'd be great if you could just hack into Alexa, and every time someone tries to ask Alexa a question, she says hex.com.
Yeah.
Hex.com.
Yeah.
Well, you can in a way.
I mean, hack into everybody's Alexa for just for today on the birthday. Happy birthday, hex.com.
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I wonder what hex.com would think of that.
Yeah, Maddie, you brought that what I said in chat up, but the first wrench I ever got in a chat room was your chat room, and then I had to make a new account, and my first wrench is in Maddie's chat room. So
right on. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a repeat. Deja vu, huh?
Deja vu all over again.
You get a double, you get a double, right? Weren't we saying that at one point?
It's like I
RH Max
wrench,
is
and then I
talking
had my
to- he's gonna
pulse
try when he
chain
gets to
wrench.
the meetup.
My free copy of my wrench.
We will build it again, even better than before.
Yeah, I gotta bounce out as well, you guys, because it's super late here, middle of the night already in Europe. But thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Maddie, good luck with the stream.
Thank you.
Maddie,
Good
I'm
seeing you,
taking
brother.
off. Thank you so
Another
much.
5 hours. You
Thanks
guys
for
are like
being
my
on,
extended
Access.
family on
Yep.
here, so appreciate you guys.
Appreciate
Access,
everyone
what's up,
for
man?
doing their part.
Bye-bye.
Greg, I've been listening.
Good to see you, bud.
I just didn't have much to any moments to jump in, but hey, you know what? I still owe you a stream, so
Hey,
message
maybe you
me
could
again
be
on Twitter.
maybe you could be the first guy on our new
I'll
channel.
be the first one on your channel, bro.
I'll hit you up.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, thank you, everybody, and we'll look forward to all the work we do in the new year.
Take
Hell
care,
yeah.
man.
You guys,
Have a good
happy
one.
Hex birthday.
Happy
Of
Hex
course.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys.
Hex.com.
Hex.com.
I was gonna say that everywhere. I think with my
Hey, Maddie.
at work when I hang up the phone, I'll be like, "All right, thanks a lot, hex.com."
Maddie, don't take this the wrong way or anything, but and we're live.
Ah!
This is the ongoing joke now. Everybody all together.
All right.
And we're alive.
It's like,
We're
damn you
celebrating
people, I
with
hate
you,
you.
Maddie. We're not hassling you. We're celebrating with you. I never did that before I met you.
You wouldn't have to put up with bullshit if you didn't summon me.
It's true. You say chaos
Summon
3
chaos,
times, and he's
buddy, you're
there.
gonna get it.
Why didn't you tell me my freezer door was open? What's wrong with you people?
Oh, I know why.
Cold
Hex.com.
storage.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I should have known.
Hey, better your freezer door than your barn door. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I do know what you're saying.
Especially on a live stream, man.
When you're
Yeah.
walking around and somebody's like, "Hey, your barn door's open," you realize it was like 3 hours ago when you went in the restroom. You've been walking around
Yeah.
with your zipper down.
Yeah. So that's why all those ladies were smiling at me.
That's why they were all handing me.
I had
equivalent of that is
literally
driving
had that
down the
happen.
road with your gas cap flapping.
I literally had that happen. I was walking from the dairy back down the hill to my home. The dairy being like a corner convenience store, I think you guys call them. And I went past this young lady walking up the thing, and she sort of smirked and kind of smiled and looked at the ground as she went past. And I went, oh, I guess she was thinking about something funny, whatever, didn't pay any attention. And then I walked past another elderly lady, and she kind of grinned and smiled and kind of looked down at the ground as she went past. And I was like, that's odd. Why are they doing that? And it turns out that when you're walking down a hill and people are walking up a hill, the eye line thing is a certain way. And so I checked and went, oh my God. So I thought, yeah, bundle thing.
Could be
And,
worse. You
but
could
that
have
happen. It's
half a
happened.
roll of toilet paper stuck on the bottom of your shoe. That's
No,
always fun.
yeah. Oh man. But yeah, that's actually
But-
that's
But anyways, hex.com. Happy birthday,
Yes.
Hex.
Hex.com. Hex.com. You've got Hex. You've got Hex. Hex.com.
You know, actually, that's not a terrible idea. You know, we talk about getting the word out and stuff like that, but you know, maybe we should find like a couple good hexicans with good radio voices to do like maybe a male and a female version of that hex.com, and then we could use it as our ringtones. So when we're out in public and our phone rings, it's
Then
you stand in
then
line at the
people could
bank. It's like
attack us for
hex.com. Hex. Yeah, they like, where's your seed
$5
phrase?
wrench attack.
Punk.
I vote we sample Huddle Pro.
Well, I mean, it's what's the difference between that and the big hex sticker on your phone cover, right? Phone case.
That's true. That's true. Or the shirt, or the jewelry, or the shoes,
or the wrap on your car. You know,
out so damn bad because the fact that Hex is not a company, it's not promoters, it's not influencers, it's literally fandom, fans, and they don't understand that, right? You know that guy that's got his bar all done up and his favorite team and his whole man cave is done up with all his favorite team colors, the sports memorabilia on the walls and everything else. And if you look at Crypto King's room, that's literally what it is, and it's all about Hex. And that's how we are. I mean, when you go to other crypto conferences, you see people in suits, you see people in casual wear, you see a couple t-shirts with logos there. But when you show up to a Hex conference, what do you see? Hey, I'll just follow that guy right there. How do you know he's a Hexican? Look at his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look at his hoodie. Look at his shoes.
There might be a couple guys.
He's got a patch
there
there. Look at his hat.
With their fly down, but you know,
it's impossible to not find a Hex convention. When I showed up at Excalibur, I just found the nearest Hexican and followed him upstairs. I didn't have to ask where to go. You know.
Yeah.
I mean that, and that's what it is. I mean, you look at all the pictures. Sure, you'll see a lot of people that are dressed up for some of the more formal events and stuff like that. But like literally the most merchandise that has been sold, you know, the past couple years of any type of crypto related anything has been Hex stuff. And crazier than that, it's not like we're buying it from one place either. People send off their own stuff. They had their own stuff made. Why? Because there wasn't a centralized entity that was providing it, because Richard never turned on his damn store.
It's better OPSEC.
But he never turned on his damn store. So that literally forced people that were fans to print their own shit. So they're literally buying and paying for custom stuff that doesn't exist because the demand is so high for that type of wear because people love the product so much. No wonder it freaks people out. Nobody loves that kind of stuff that much. How much do you have to love a product to put a tattoo on your body? How many tattoos did we see in like the first year of Hex? Shit, everybody was getting ink done. You know, XJ got her very first tattoo. You know, she's got a big tattoo, which I wouldn't have recommended for the very first one there. But you know, I mean, people are getting their first tattoos. You know, and I look at that. It's like, look, I don't really. I'm so indecisive. I don't like things that much that I want to like permanently wear it on my skin. But if I were to get a tattoo, it would most likely be a Hex one.
Says the guy that has a 20-foot tall dragon.
Oh, that's true.
In his closet or whatever.
But I don't. But I'm indecisive. I don't want anything permanent, right? If I wanted to transform my appearance, I could transform my appearance any way that I want. If I wanted a fake tattoo, I could transform my appearance any way that I want. So
that's a big commitment. It is getting ink on your skin. That's a commitment. That's why you don't want to do it at 3 a.m. after bar hopping.
Yeah,
because you may find like Harry Potter or the little pig Harry Potter from The Simpsons, Harry Porker or whatever. You may find a tattoo that you don't understand where it even came from. But these hats were all over Vegas. If you guys saw people with these hats, there was a ton of these. This is almost like a collector's edition, I think, at this point. Because if you weren't there, I don't know if you can.
People print them off and give them away. Like
these were a lot of the giveaways with these,
Brian,
but I don't know if you could still get them.
You know, and he sent me 2 hats. I've got. A matter of fact, look right here.
They're nice looking. Yeah.
Right there.
They're good.
Within reach. It's not like you even planned that. It was just within reach.
Yeah, mine was right behind me too. I think
tattoos.
Oh wow.
There's Hex Ray Vision and Valiant Brand.
I
Hex Ray
googled
Vision,
Hex.
hop on the stream, man.
I
saw
googled
you
Hex
earlier.
tattoo, and David Fetter's picture came up on
right here.
images.
All these tattoos, and this is
David,
legit,
hop
man.
on the stream.
5555 Club.
Pulse chain, the chain. I don't see SJ's there. Is that? That's not SJ's. SJ's got like a phoenix. It's pretty wicked looking.
With a Hex logo? I haven't seen hers.
Yeah, she did a whole video on getting it done so people know it's legit. I mean, that's the other thing, right? So people don't think this shit's legit. But they don't know. They just rather just, dismiss it and pretend like none of this is happening, but it is,
It's crazy.
Yeah, I know that guy.
It's funny, like in a world of fake news, when something
People don't
that's
believe
just
the truth.
when something that's just plain truth comes out, it's labeled a cult.
Well, we're trained to be skeptical. He's got his pulse. He's got his Hex shirt on now too.
Yeah, I
It
didn't know it
transferred from his logo onto
Uh-huh.
his body.
Yeah. I forgot I had it with me.
You know
Thought it was a Riviera at home.
what's cool nowadays though, between like 3D printers and Cafe Express and different stuff, even Amazon. I mean, you can literally go on Fiverr, pay somebody $10 to make you a custom whatever.
Yep.
And then have that. I mean, for less money than you think, you could literally get custom logo T-shirts or hats made. I mean, obviously, if you get them in bulk, you're going to pay less if you're trying to merch sell them or something like that. But if you just wanted to get a couple shirts or something for a meetup, it's not as much as you think it would be.
Well,
now, they
this
might
thing-
not be super high quality,
This thing here in New Zealand
Show that tattoo,
was
Hex Ray
60
Vision.
bucks. This
Show
was
the Hex
60 bucks,
tattoo.
and it's high quality kind of
Looks like a
sportswear kind
soccer
of
jersey.
stuff. You know,
Looks
I'm
nice.
gonna show it.
but it's a,
X-ray. What's
I'm
up,
just
man?
talking about nobody believes it's real unless you really show it. So why he's here? I'm
This
show the
is-
Hex tattoo.
this
Oh,
is
it's real. I
burned-
saw him in the
Your
pool. It's real.
This is burned hex, forming a steak with 3 types of sauce on it. That's my
There
logo.
it is.
Yep.
Legit.
I like it.
Legit.
Nice.
We couldn't have planned that if we wanted to. There it is.
Beautiful.
Hi.
Oh, there we go. There we go. You got the close
Now
up.
you gotta show it one more
There he
time.
is.
There you go.
There you go.
Little
Yeah,
diamond pattern
that's a
in there.
nice one, man.
Nice.
Cool.
Have you guys ever noticed, speaking
We
of
can't hear you.
tattoos?
He's
Can't
muted.
hear your Hex
Oh.
Ray.
Yeah. Speaking of tattoos, have you guys ever noticed Hexius Man's got tattoos, but he's got the white ink and it's hexagons like on his forearm? Yeah, it looks really cool. I never even knew white ink was the thing for tattoos.
Oh, there's infrared too, or the UV ones.
Oh,
Got another
yeah.
one?
Oh, he's got a doily. That's where he
Doily.
sits his coffee cup
Looks
when
like
he's
a doily.
streaming.
Ultraviolet activated tattoos.
That's
That'll be
pretty cool
awesome.
looking. I
You
like
could
that.
you could have
Whoa,
tons of them
cool.
at work, but they don't come out until you go to the club.
Well, they have the ones that you get done, and they have it's like the colors like a green screen, and there's some app for the phone, and you can hold them up there, Rick and Morty. So it's like
Yeah.
that little green portal thing.
Well, that's more in the software than
Crazy.
it is in the actual tattoo.
Yeah, that's the thing is you have to find someone who has the app that actually wants to, Pokemon your arm or Pokemon Go your arm.
Well, the ultraviolet tattoos. I've got ultraviolet ink for like face and body paints, but it's not permanent. So you can do like effects and stuff. So you can do like color transitions. So like if you walk into a black light, your face can turn into a skull, and then you walk out of the black light, you're like, what? What are you talking about? Nothing's
That would be
going on.
cool for a Halloween party or something. Like
Oh,
you
yeah.
have it painted on, but I don't know about a permanent tattoo.
But those are
They get a young priest
yeah.
and an old priest.
You can see them in a nightclub, but you can't see them in real life. But some people do that. They do like hidden messages and stuff.
KG, what's up,
What's up, everybody?
Hey,
Happy birthday.
Good to see
You
you.
still can't hear Hex Ray. He's still muted.
He's got laryngitis, he said. I'm interpreting for him. Yeah,
All I can
yeah, what
see
Jen
is
Hex
nothing.
said.
I just see him
This
going.
laryngitis is
Unmute you.
Hey, click your settings in StreamYard and go to audio.
You might be on the wrong mic.
So he's got the muted little microphone there. So StreamYard
muted.
The mic button.
Oh, there,
and
he's got his.
Now there's
itself
the
down the
microphone floating around.
There.
There's
StreamYard
that's
is
Hex Ray Chick in the background there scooting the microphone. That's what's going on. Hi, Hex Ray Chick. We still don't hear you.
Shout out to her too.
Down the bottom in StreamYard, X-Ray, there's a square button that says mic on it. There you go. Still can't hear you, but that's one problem gone. Now that's not muted anymore. Still can't hear you.
All right, now you got to click in the settings.
Man,
And
Hex
then
Ray
you gotta
Vision, if
click
you only had
audio.
your own channel and streamed, you could learn
And
how
then
to do
on
this.
microphone.
This is an elaborate troll. Yeah, I can feel it.
No, we can't. No, there's nothing.
He really does have laryngitis.
Does he? Oh man, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you believe? You have to verify it. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
So before this
click
gets
your
crazy,
fingers.
before
You've
this
lost your
gets crazy,
voice,
I
just
just
click
wanted to
your
say
fingers.
what's really neat about all the different designs that came out there, because Richard said nobody could copy his logo exactly. And this was one of the most outrageous things in the world, because that spawned all of this creativity and different variants of things. And everybody started thinking about different ways they could use the Hex logo, different ways that it could be drawn, different designs that it could be put into. And we've got all of this fashion now, hex-oriented type fashion, Pulse X, and all of this stuff that is really just awesome and creative and colorful that you just wouldn't see anywhere else.
This is where Hex Ray Vision comes back, like Burning Man dancing to the music.
He said he would dance if I played music. I play music and he disappears.
No
he probably
expectations of
plugged
the
in
work
his
of
mic and now
dance.
he's rebooting or rejoining to see if it connects.
No. No. Can't see you now either. What are you doing, X-Ray?
This has got to be a troll.
Oh, that's good.
All right, there we go.
He's dancing. We still can't hear him, but he's dancing.
Communicate through dance.
Yeah.
You remember that time on Hex's 3rd birthday when Hex Ray came on and was trolling the channel?
That was so epic.
That was so awesome.
Epic. And the price was so low back then.
And you could buy Hex for 3.1 cents.
For less than $1, less than $100.
Yeah.
Man, if I could only go back to those days, man. Things I would have sold. Cash
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And what's funny
Oh,
about
well.
that is 2 years from now, people are going to say they wish they could go back to this day.
2.4 cents about 4 days ago. Now it's back up to
For
3.
a second. Everyone likes to count the absolute bottom. That one dude bought one coin at that price.
No, I just payday.
Coin at that
Today was
price.
payday. I just wish I could have. I bought some last payday, and I'm going to buy some this payday. But in between, I wish I had left a little extra dry powder to buy some more.
She's a hard road timing the bottom. Some.
One
long
dude
as you
gets
get it
one
low
coin
enough.
at that price, and the price immediately starts going back up. So progressively more. That's the whole. So it's like this fiction where people think that they're going to catch the bottom, and then we just listened to David earlier today. He's like he can't even get his money moved. So by the time these people get around to actually acting on the, if Hex ever hits this price, I'm going to get in and I'm going to get it. You're not, because you're not going to have your money ready. You're not going to have your limit orders set. The price is going to spike down. It's going to move back up, and you can just play would have, could have, should have till you're blue in the face, because it's never going to happen. You're not going to get the prices unless you're ready to trigger right when it does.
There's always next time, John.
Oh yeah, there's always a next time. You going to go back and buy Bitcoin at 30 cents? When's that going to happen? When's that coming up next?
I don't know. Next week. Next week, probably.
Yeah, 30 cents.
Catch the day.
Depends on if Coinbase sells the rest of theirs or what.
And that's something that's really awesome too, guys. The fact that we are saved from all this CEX fuckery.
No, you're right. I mean, every time you turn around, it's another exchange, another CEX that's hitting the news.
Did you guys catch the part where the Hussein guy was talking about how they paid Alameda to be their market maker, and they basically just dumped their coin into oblivion with their allocation? Because that's what they do. They dump coins into oblivion. When you give a exchange your coins, they're just dumping it. They'll just dump them to oblivion. That's how they're getting their money. So it's one of those added features, because we didn't pay for an allocation. We didn't give anybody any bribes. We didn't have any of that pre-distribution that could be thrown in our faces later. The only thing we got to worry about is the large whales.
Probably could have bought Binance, but we're not into centralized exchanges, right?
I bet if you examined Binance's books, you wouldn't want it.
Yeah, imagine.
I'm fairly certain.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step off. I'll check back in a little bit. If you guys are still on, I'll jump back in.
Yeah,
but I need
please
to take care
do.
of a couple things.
Later,
Thank
brother.
you,
Good
though.
to see you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Shout out to Marco the Hexican having his birthday on the same day as the Hex birthday.
Yeah, happy
Every
birthday,
year.
Marco.
Oh, nice.
Every year.
And Kaylin.
Talk about tattoos, man. Changing your
happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
the
her
same day, that is next level. Well done.
I know, right?
Well done, Marco's mom. Well done.
Thinking ahead.
Hey, Marco, are you at the event? Are you going to stream in?
He's spending the day with his fam.
Why don't you come in here and play?
He should. Serena
He
should get in here.
because he's the one that made me
Hexiest
click
man
my
in the
damn
world.
Twitter back.
Why is everybody
Twitter back on?
Everybody's enjoying the content, I guess, because they're tuning in, but they're not hopping on screen. So I just want to let you know, now's the time to join.
Yeah, hexiest man in the world. What about that white tattoo thing that you've got here that we were being told about? You gotta come show off your hex tattoo so we know that it's there.
All right.
Be here.
Hey, it's Serena.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Great. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys too. It's been so long since we've all been on a stream. So yeah. Nice to meet you, KG. I've never met you before on stream, but hi.
Nice to meet you as well. Hello.
So are you at the event, or you got your screen behind you, so you must not be at the event either.
Oh no.
Nice background.
Thanks.
Now you're one of the first, or the first Hex YouTuber. Can you explain how you have the distinction of that honor?
Yeah. So when I first got into Hex, there was no other Hex videos on YouTube other than Richard talking about it. So yeah, I decided, let me just make this video and see what happens. So here I am.
And she was dealing with haters alone too.
Oh yeah.
And she came in like, and I don't care.
Yeah.
I like that girl. She is fierce.
Hey, who's got more t-shirts now, right? So
right.
Exactly.
And what was the first video about? Like, what was the first Hex video? Like, what'd you say?
Yeah.
I think I did a Hex review. And then I think either the second one was like, oh, is it a Hex, or is Hex a scam or not? Something like that. So I need to do a new updated review because it's been like, what, 3 years? So Yeah.
Doing just fine. Now you
Jury's
get to tell
still
them,
out.
all right, suckers, you gave me shit in this one. Now guess what? Hey, K4K.
Hey, it's K4K.
Hey.
Welcome.
Oh, I'm on the show. What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
I don't know where to look. I'm like still figuring out. Maybe I should close this other one because I'm like behind on everybody. Okay, this is live over here on my screen.
The same thing.
Awesome
happened.
stream, Maddie, as always. And I hope you do have
Hey,
another
thanks.
Hex conference because you do them perfectly. You know,
Thank you.
you make it a
No
good price
embezzling.
point. It's not too crazy,
Number
and
one.
everybody learns a lot, and we all get to bond together. So.
Absolutely. Well, you, sir, have been crushing it. You are, the go-to source for everything when it comes to lots of things in the Richard Hart ecosystem, especially Pulse X. You people really like your delivery style and how technical you are, and just how you conduct yourself. Really pointing out what's good and bad about crypto. So please teach us.
Well, first rule of crypto is don't give your crypto to other people.
All right.
Boom. If you do that, you're like beating most of the people in crypto. So you're beating Kevin O'Leary. Crushed his returns.
Yeah.
You're beating billionaires by using your brain and listening to Hexicans, listening to Richard Hart. So
You make it sound so easy.
I guess it's just people just hear from the wrong people when they first get into crypto and they trust them. And I did the same thing when I got in. I was listening to like Chico Crypto and stuff. And this one guy who had like unicorn stuff in his background. You know, you're just trying to find what's the new coin. Oh, that's a good idea. You know, It's with the energy grid and you get to share the energy profits, or the supply chain coin, and like, so you can't. There's so many supply chain coins in 2017. And I was like, oh, dude, no one knows about this one. And all I did was do some research on like, I read their white paper, read the website, watched some videos, and I was like, boom, getting in. And they did go up, actually. But then you run into that issue where if you hold a scam to zero, it does go to zero. So, yeah.
You weren't for the coin for Dennis. You know, because our Dennis.
Oh yeah, Dentacoin or whatever.
Gosh,
yeah,
man, they need a coin.
Yeah, I remember Deep Brain Chain, and oh my goodness, the AI. It was like AI. They tried to do everything. It was just word salad, the coins, and you were like, which one do I pick?
Red Pulse. That sounds like a.
We were all new.
Oh my god, I remember Red Pulse and like Neo and Ontology and all those and Ant Shares. Oh my god.
Do you guys remember Syndicator? Is that still even a thing?
Yes, there's like news or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and you still you had like the app on your phone, which I still have actually. Haven't logged in for how long, but you would go in and like vote and like guess on something, and then based on if your guess was right, then you get, I guess, rewarded or something like that. But
I don't know, man, but I had that Walton chain and I had that
Oh my
D
God.
chain, and y'all got it. Those receipt things for whatever on.
Dude, I ran Walton.
It was going to be the thing, man. It was going to be the bomb. They told me it bombed all right.
Masternode coins. Yeah, I remember those. Had some of those. Dude, none of those exist like anymore.
Cloud mining. Give your.
It all sounds
you
legit.
can't afford to mine, no problem. Just give us money so we can mine.
And dude, that's why Richard Hart, when I found him, was like a breath of fresh air, because he was saying all this stuff that was like kind of contrary to what everyone else was saying. But when you thought about it, you were like, wait, that makes sense. Okay, blockchain's only good digitally. You touch the physical world, no good anymore. You got to trust that guy. It ruins the whole point of the whole system. So, that little bit of information, that whole stream of all the information he was pouring out, if you soak that in, you just become a winner in crypto, basically.
Yeah.
That whole self-sovereignty thing is, obscure to people. It's something new. That's the problem, because we come from the traditional world where it is that you're giving somebody else custody of something. When you go into a bar, you have to show your ID to get into a bar. When you make a bank account, you got to give them all your information, right? So when you leave your money at the bank, you hand over your cash. It's in their custody. So we're used to all these things where we are giving away our custody. So when people move over to the crypto space, they get hooked up on these Robinhood apps or the Webull or the whatever, Toro, and they think that, okay, I'm in crypto now because I bought it here and they hold it for me. No, they don't. You got an IOU. You don't even know if they ever had any crypto to sell you to begin with. There's
That's
no
right.
way to confirm that until you try to move it. So
Yeah, and I think Robinhood doesn't even allow you to remove it. There's no redeemability.
there's no wallet. There's not even a wallet. There's not a wallet. You are literally paying them for them to say that you own crypto. That's what you're doing. I found that out because I was cracking up because someone said, "Oh, I've got Doge," and I wanted to get them into Hex. I'm like, "Okay, so just move it over to the wallet." And they're like, "What's a wallet?"
Oh boy.
I'm like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "Well, okay, well, can you sell it for something else? Can you sell it for Ethereum?" "Yeah, I can sell it and buy Ethereum." "Okay, sell it and buy Ethereum." "Okay, now move the Ethereum over to your MetaMask wallet." "How do I do that?" You can't. So what do you got to do? You got to sell this thing they supposedly sold you that has no wallet. It's not on the blockchain at all. And then you have to put the money back in your bank account so you can actually buy it from an exchange to move it onto a MetaMask wallet. So then you can buy your HEX. So actually, they never held crypto to begin with. They supposedly owned crypto because they paid them money and they said they owned crypto. That's crazy, but it's true. That's how some of these things work.
Yeah, it's like trading a spot derivative or something.
Custody.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man.
Well, it's crazy. You know, you were saying, Johnny, that we all got used to. Oh, we don't really have control of it. We let the banks hold it.
Yep.
But that's only like in the past couple hundred years. Like hundreds of years before that, it was like, hey, I got gold and silver and keep it between me and my family or me and my tribe or me and my group or whatever. And you bury it somewhere, you hide it somewhere in your home or something. And so it was a bearer share. You owned it if you held it. If someone else took your gold, you don't have the gold anymore. They have it. So now crypto's just like, we say digital gold all the time, but people don't think about all the layers of that. Like it's digital bearer shares of ownership. Like you do not just give it to someone. They have all the rights you do then. Like you lose all of it. They actually have more, especially on centralized exchange. But like giving someone your seed words is just as bad. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I recognize too, like it's so obvious to us, but most people, and I know I have a few people in my life that are in Robinhood with their crypto, and I keep trying to tell them like you don't own your crypto, but that's not even a discernment they understand that I'm trying to make. They're like, what do you mean I don't own it? I can sell it. And I'm like, well, they're holding it for you. You have numbers on a screen that say you own crypto.
Yes.
So it's not even, the wires aren't there yet.
They don't know what counterparty risk is yet.
They aren't even required to hold it. Like literally, I'm selling you you're literally being sold a bridge in Florida that I may or may not own. Literally, that's what I've got a bridge to sell you in Florida. Here, sign here. I'll give you a piece of paper that says you own the bridge in Florida now. Are you comfortable with that? Now go find your bridge. Good luck.
Hasn't the Eiffel Tower been sold like multiple times as a scam?
I've got shares in the moon if anyone's interested.
The same thing with Robinhood. They don't have to give you anything, man. You literally give them money and then you sell it back and then they give you back your money or somebody else's because there's no regulation on this shit at all. And there's no wallet. There's no physical custody. They're not required to have physical custody. Literally, they're selling you a bridge in Florida. It's insane.
Yeah, now I like telling people to just use exchanges as a bathroom. I don't know who came up with that, but basically you go in, you do your business, and you're out. You don't just hang out in there. You don't stay in there all year. You just go in, you do your stuff, and you leave.
I actually started that rambling. I said that exchanges were the bad part of town. You get in, you get what you need, you get out before you get mugged. So I started that, and then Rand picked that up, and he called it a whorehouse because he didn't want to use my exact analogy. So you're like, I know you watch me, you bastard. I know it. I know you're watching me. It's like because It didn't quite work out as well as my get out or get mugged kind of scenario. So
it's like the guys saying "not your keys, not your cheese" now, and I'm like, that's not as good as "not your keys, not your crypto." And I feel like Richard started that, or at least that's where I first heard it. So I give him creds.
Trace Meyer did the "not your keys, not your crypto," and
What year was that?
The day where you were supposed to remove. This is what he was trying to do for the industry.
2014 or something?
He suspected this a long time ago, that you should remove your coins from the exchange because there's no way to know whether or not they actually have those coins. Because once it leaves your wallet and goes into their wallet, all you are looking at is the screen where they're telling you what's supposed to be in your wallet or what you're accredited for. It's not actually your wallet. Otherwise, if it was, it would be unstoppable. You wouldn't have to wait for confirmations of exchange. You wouldn't have to send a 2AF. You wouldn't have to do any of that, because what you're actually doing is you're requesting permission from the exchange to send money from their wallet to the new wallet that you request to. You're not actually holding crypto when you're holding it on an exchange. And people they don't get this concept, and they wouldn't understand it anyway, because they're used to the bank's fractional reserve currency. If you go to the bank and you say, all right, I'll take out $20,000, they'll say, you got to go home, order it.
Yep, that happened to my mom. She was like getting money because like my grandfather died like I don't know, like a couple of years ago, and so she got all this some money from him or whatever, and they were just dealing with the bank, and they were like, yeah, we can't let you withdraw any of this money, or like you're gonna have to wait like several weeks or whatever. And she was like, what? My like
money.
family's money, like give me my family's money, like you can't even give me control of this, like you have the death certificate and everything, and they just didn't have the money. It wasn't even like that much.
It's not it's not your money at all. Once you give it to the bank, it's the bank's money. They own it now. They literally own it legally, and they owe you.
I do love that crypto is like a solution now we have. Like before crypto, it'd be a more depressing world to live in. Like if we just didn't have crypto existing and we're like, oh, that's how the banks are.
Yeah.
Then you just play the game of get as close to the banking industry as possible to win.
Right. So this puts us at the source of the money. And that's the game. And I got one worse, K4K. I got a $20,000 cashier's check written from a bank that was same as cash, according to the bank. And I showed up with that and said, this says same as cash. Give me my cash. And they're like, we can't do that. I'm like, what do you mean you can't do that? Wait a minute. Is it legal for you guys to write a check that you can't cash? Because if I wrote a check that I couldn't cash, my ass would be in jail. Do I need to call the cops? Where's my money? Call the cops. Right? And so they called 5 different branches. They could not get me $20,000. 5 different branches could not get me $20,000. Insane.
I think you shared that story at the HEX conference. I loved that. It was eye-opening as well, and I shared that with my parents. I think that's what triggered my mom to tell me her story. So
yeah, 20 million, you could go, okay, yeah, give you a pass. You got 24 hours, but 20,000.
20,000. They only had $5,000 at each of their available branches. But look. Here's something people don't know. If there was a bank run today, okay, everybody went to the bank and said, I want my money. Do you know how long it would take to print it?
Probably years or something.
920 years running the presses 24/7, 7 days a week, printing $100 bills, because we've been living on a digital unit of account this whole fucking time. And nobody's even aware of it. So when people say I don't understand digital units of account or crypto, they don't understand the fact that their cash isn't real. It never was. It hasn't been for a very long time. 920 years to print the money that's in circulation.
That's why I love. I think Richard might have said it early on. Whenever people use the you know, the comeback of like, oh, you're in crypto. Is that stuff even real? It's just digital. I'm like, all your dollars are digital already.
You have no
It's just
idea.
a
And the
bad.
worst
It's a
part is
bad.
they can just add zeros.
It's a
That's what they
bad
do.
version
They
of
just add
crypto.
zeros onto their accounts, man. They're just, hey, let's just draw a zero in here. Literally, that's what fiat money is. And they're like, we're the ones that are crazy. Are you?
It has one node.
Just add zeros at random.
And anyone can see that my crypto is my crypto by just going on the blockchain. You ask your bank if the money's actually there. Prove it, please. What are they going to do? Take you down the vault and show you a box with your name written on it?
If only.
And they don't.
Vault's empty.
Yeah, they don't get it, man. It's crazy. But we didn't get it. So this is
no, we didn't. I was just going to say the same thing until I started learning about crypto and what made it special. I didn't know any of this stuff. I mean, I'd heard about it.
People use money and they don't think twice about where it comes from. All they know is it works. And that's why I said, you know, sometimes we spend a lot of time being a little too technical with people when really all they need to know is how it works. Not necessarily, you know, just that it does work. They don't even need to know all the details. Look, this works. It's just as good because it works. And actually, it's a little bit better because at least you know it's real because you can actually see it on the blockchain, as where this other stuff, they just add zeros where they damn well feel like it. It's insane. And the people in power, they just add zeros for their buddies and just pass it out.
Yeah, didn't they just announce that Pentagon lost, or they don't know where like 2 trillion is or something? They're like, oh, out of this 3 trillion, we don't know where 2.12 is at. It's like, wait, what? So there's just these trillionaires running around. All right. Seems legit.
Print another trillion. We'll be good.
Ultimate inflation bug permission. It's ultimate admin key.
Bug. Yeah.
Dude, that's the life, though. Imagine being that admin.
Hey, I need a new pair of shoes. Bing.
Yeah, it's scary, though, because they're thinking bigger than the new pair of shoes, you know?
Of course. World domination.
Yeah, it's scary, though, because they're thinking bigger than
the
new pair of shoes, you know?
Of course.
What's happening, y'all?
World domination.
Throw out the
scary,
capture,
though,
man.
because
You
they're thinking
gotta
bigger than the new pair of shoes, you know?
You gotta confirm he's real.
World domination.
Throw out the
scary,
capture,
though.
man.
Thinking bigger than the new pair of shoes, you know? Oh.
There's a delay.
I was like, was that me? Or did everybody else hear that too?
Hey, what's your name?
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yes. Okay, so I totally switched laptops so we could do this. And shout out to Don. This is Lululemon right here. This guy got me addicted to the most comfortable clothes on earth.
Nice.
And we can
Now,
hear the hex ray now. It's amazing.
What I wanted to know was how many likes did we hit pre-stream, Maddie? I've been dying all day to figure out if we hit our goal of 100.
I had more glitches when I tried
like,
to start this stream. I couldn't even get my headphones to work.
Yeah.
There's like 360.
There's a lot of likes now. A ton of likes now. But I want to know, do we hit our goal?
Can't hear you, Hexiest man.
Because I was
you can't hear me?
I do now.
I looked last night and we were already at 30, which is record breaking in a bear market. So that's definitely something to speak of. I think that, I think I could have pushed a little bit harder too, but it's just, it's like, it's fun for people to just know about something, whether they go and do the action or not. I think it brought a lot of attention to the stream. So thank you for cross promoting. That's one of the best skills I've ever learned in Hex about how to get a larger audience of people who, build community together is, the examples of cross promotion that we've seen in this community.
Awesome. Well, then I'm going to leave it up to you. I'm guessing the answer is yes, but should we reveal another secret word on the scavenger hunt?
Oh,
let's do it.
Let's do it. Let me see if I can find the. Oh shoot! That's.
What are you gonna see words or something?
Well, if someone screenshots that, we're in trouble.
Did that just have the?
No, dude.
All right. Happy birthday.
We got to start over the stream, Maddie.
That's another set of.
Quick, move the funds.
That's actually another set of.
Hurry, move them. Seriously, someone's already keying them in.
Oh my god!
All right.
Move the funds.
I'll have to have Hex Ray Chick working on that while I figure out which one to hear we should add.
So, wait, are you so K4K and Hex Ray? Are you guys both growing? Are you guys both on the whole beard till pulse chain thing?
No shave till pulse chain is what I'm up to.
Or are you just growing
joining
yours
me,
out?
K4K?
Yeah, I'm not shaving till pulse
Oh,
chain. I don't know what month I started it, but I don't think I'm growing anymore. It just kind of lingers around and doesn't do much. So
Oh, it's fresh, bro.
I don't
I'm
want to look
telling
like
you,
Methuselah.
fresh.
I don't think I'll ever get the full grown beard until I'm like 30 plus. I think that's just my genetics because like my brother didn't grow it in until he was past 30, so just a couple years away, I guess. Years of beard growing.
Looking good, man.
Proof of beard. All right, this one, it's crazy. We got these different words here. In fact, the two words that have been revealed so far are dad and child. And the word that we're going to reveal here live is man, because Richard Hart is the man for creating the best community that I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
So that's the next word. We have man, dad, and child are the three.
Yeah.
If you guys want to go to the list of goals that we can hit to unlock more of these words, it's on my website, Hex-Ray Vision Crypto. I got them all listed there. I'm going to have to take Maddie's goal off, and he's going to have to replace it with another goal. But if I didn't reach out to you personally, Serena, KG, anyone else, anyone that comes to me with a personal short-term goal we can help them with, I'll put it on that list, and it'll unlock another secret word. So
what are the words for?
There's just some strange words that might or might not be associated with an address that's out there.
Okay.
A scavenger hunt, and there may or may not be some money in there. So
we'll
just have to put some of these words together. Now, Johnny Chaos said he wants people to quit getting wrecked. That was his goal. It's very hard to put that in numbers.
Yeah, hard metric.
My suggestion was to, when we hit a certain length of average length or a certain number of wallets, we should unlock another one. So what do you guys think about that? We can add that to the list as well. Because right now we're at, I think we're at 2450, 2,450 days is our average. So maybe like at 2,500.
Are you talking a 12-word seed phrase or 24-word seed phrase?
There's
65 words.
Here.
Hex, you really might want to move the funds, bro.
There are with just 12 words, right?
I don't even.
In order? Are they out of order?
They're out of order because if I put them in order, as soon as we hit 9, someone's going to brute force it. This is like this is the experimental scavenger hunt to see how it goes, and then there may or may not be future scavenger hunts with more money that I can run even better and get more attention.
Dude, that's such a cool idea. Like I love that.
I've actually got to find out what wallet that one went to that I flashed the camera. And
yeah, I was gonna say
the big one for later.
That's only got a billion hex in it.
I know, it's like my honey pot.
The OA keys.
I like what you're doing.
The admin keys.
Hex-Ray is just to hide those.
I like what you're doing, and without like belaboring the point of like he may have shown the keys so people can rewind more likely. Let's move on to like I really think that that it's really cool that you're rewarding the right kind of behaviors that you want to see. There was one time when I thought of doing a scavenger hunt and just dropping 12 seed words in like a new Telegram group I created just as a reward. But then I realized that I might be rewarding the wrong behavior. I don't want people spending their entire lives hanging out in my Telegram rooms. Like, you know, there's so much more to life. And so I like your approach of getting feedback from the community, having it be a dynamic thing that you get input on. I just think it's a more fun way to do it as well, the way you're doing it.
Yeah, we'll just keep ramping it up as we get closer and closer to Pulse Chain.
Very cool.
Aw, she bought him a water.
Man. It's a keeper.
So sweet.
She's a keeper.
She's a keeper.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a really cool idea. It is cool that you're also including the community and making it goal-oriented, promoting positive and healthy behaviors. That's really cool. Great idea.
Yeah, in fact, the best goal we have on there right now is to get Cabana Crypto a private jiu-jitsu lesson with Juliana Pena, which I'm sure he was trolling me, but hey, you send me a goal, I'm here to help you. All right, you want
love it.
Juliana Pena's legs wrapped around your head? I'm here for you, Cabana. Nothing but love and support in this community. So KG, if we're not already in that group of the streamers or whatever, just DM me something that you want to work on or that you think would be great for your channel, and we'll just add that to the list.
Should I on
anyone,
Twitter?
Anyone else? Future US, all you guys. Hex, Don gave me 6 ideas to take over the world, and I told him think of like one bite of an elephant, bro.
I like the one that you said, the 1,000 subscribers. I like that one.
Okay, we'll put that one down then.
It's
Well,
confusing.
where's the confusing. Show us the tattoo with the white hexagons.
Oh, all right, yeah. I better take this off
Yes.
anyway.
You gotta prove
tattoo time.
This is all real here.
And you got to tell us which articles of clothing are Lululemon as well.
Both of these shirts that I'm wearing are, the underwear are, the socks are, and I'm wearing jeans today.
How much do people have to pay to see the underwear? That's my question.
Oh, bro, that's the feature I'm doing on your OnlyFans, Hex Ray.
All right. We got to fund the next scavenger hunt, man.
There we go. Can barely see him though. Hold it up.
Let's see.
I see like
There you go.
or something. That's pretty cool.
That's crazy.
Hold on.
Are you a lizard?
Yeah.
What are we
Hold
looking
on.
at?
Proof of
He's
lizard.
got hexagons.
It's like hexagons in his it's like a white outline.
This is
Yeah.
proof of ink.
Oh, there we go. That's better.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Like someone hit you with a tennis racket.
I'm gonna start.
white.
I'm gonna
Is
start filling these in with like the hex. What do you call them? That like the hex logo, like in each one of them.
Okay. Is that black light? The ultraviolet?
Not yet. You have to go over it. You can get them glow in the dark and UV, but you have to go over it again with that stuff. So I can keep it white and go over them with that. But yeah,
That's painful.
The whole arm is all.
If you want it to show up at in real light versus black light, you can get just the UV, and then it totally shows up in the nightclub.
Exactly. Yeah, you can do that. I wonder if it would leave a scar or anything, but I don't think it would leave much of one. I don't, if anything. So yeah, you could do that.
Maddie, how do you feel after 9 hours?
I'm just getting started, man.
Dude, shout out to Maddie, man. Seriously, dude. That's awesome.
And the
bro.
crowd goes wild.
Always. And K for K did a 6 hour. Was that yesterday?
Yeah. How did
I
that
think
go?
so. Yeah, I mean, it went by really, really fast. I just had a lot to talk about, and there was great comments, and I just was going through all the comments. I wanted to make sure I got to everybody's, and I did. Said I was going to stay up till, like, I would have stayed up 3 more hours if there was more comments, but ended up, I was like 2 hours behind on the
you
chat.
were.
And so I was
Isn't
like, oh
that
my
the
gosh,
best?
these people probably came in. They were like, hey, what's up, K4K? And I'm like, I get to it 2 hours later, so they probably just thought I missed them or whatever, but I did get to everybody.
I tried to make him
Well
stream
done.
some more. He's like, "Get out of here, man! I'm going on Maddie's stream tomorrow. I've done 6 hours. I did my time in Azkaban."
Well, you wanted to talk about the
exchanges.
the exchange guys like just dumping infinity bags on people. They don't have anything in the account. They can just you deposit money into an account. They either use the money that you gave them to dump on your own head, or just use ghost accounts that have nothing in it at all, but they can make orders on the exchange. So send it to zero, liquidate you. You better not have any leverage. Even if you have no leverage, bankruptcy got you. It's like
really funny about
it's
this
just
is
a lose
give
if you use a
him the
centralized
power
exchange.
to do this to you. You literally give them the power to do this to you. You give them your coins to sell on your head. That is the fascinating part about
That's
it.
so crazy. So crazy.
So let me ask you a question. How does this apply to when Hex can set up a margin trading platform of their own on Pulse Chain? Is the same mechanics at play?
Not a
do you want to
DeFi
be the
version.
house? Do you
It's
want to be the
overly
house
collateralized. So
in that casino?
And you have to look at the code. The thing is, if it's within the smart contract and it's deposits within the smart contract and you can see it on chain, you know that money's there. But when you put your money onto a centralized exchange, once it touches the real world, they put it in their box, they show you a set of numbers, and they say these set of numbers match this set of numbers, except you don't know if those two sets of numbers match. You have to take their word for it. So that's the difference, right? So if it is all on chain and it's within the smart contract, you should be able to reference the smart contract and see whether or not those reserves are there. But again, I'm telling you that don't do it. Just don't. People made the most money by sitting on their hands and doing nothing. This compelled to action thing that makes you feel like you have to do this, or you have to do that, or you have to chase this gain, or you have to chase that gain. That is the behavior that's going to cost you everything.
Amen.
Don't I know?
So true.
But if you want to do it, here's my Bybit link down below.
Oh my God.
People get that twisted, don't they? When Richard like put that as a joke.
Wait, what did he do?
The Hex haters. Like this was like before Hex launched.
Right.
Mm-hmm. He gave himself a Bybit link. Hey, if you guys want to be dumb, go ahead, click my button, send me money.
Oh, I see.
He took it away. Then he took it away because he's like, okay, this is just dumb because people are actually using it.
Yeah, people actually used it.
He was
They don't
actually
want your
using
money.
it kind of as a device to find out if people were listening to him or not. And then he found out that people were clicking it, and that's why he got rid of it. Because people were still clicking it, even though he told them not to. And Wolf of Wall Street did this, right? Wolf of Wall Street interview with him, he was talking about, we could send out these disclaimers to people. We could tell them, this is the worst thing. You're going to lose money, blah, blah, blah. Everything in the disclaimer. We can say, this is the worst piece of shit. Venture capitalists are going to sell in your head. This thing is probably most likely going to go to zero. And people would still buy it because people don't read disclaimers.
Yep.
And that idea, that gambling concept of I'm going to win the jackpot really screws with people bad, because when people don't have a path, they're just leaning on luck. One day when I hit the lottery, one day when I'm rich. They don't plan for it to actually happen. They don't really think it's going to happen. They just want to wish for it to happen. And then when it actually does happen, the self-sabotaging comes in. I don't know. Let me tap out. I don't think I can handle this level of success. Let me tap out. Quick, tap out. Because that's how we're programmed.
That literally happened to me.
It's really scary.
Top of the last bull run, I got freaked right the fuck out when I realized what the net worth was compared to all my friends and family. And I just didn't know how to handle it emotionally. I didn't see it coming. I didn't think it would ever be a problem. But
That's
when
the
it actually happened,
syndrome, right?
Yeah. When it actually happened, I was like, shit. Because then I couldn't
Maddie was
talk to them
sitting on my
about
back
it.
deck. He came to visit me, and I was talking to him about, we were having the discussion about sudden wealth syndrome, how we don't plan for success, how you spend your life trying to build your businesses, your companies, your job, whatever. You try to save, and you're always planning, well, I'm going to get ahead. And then you're ahead, and then you're like, wow, like this thing just like outperformed everything I've done in the past 30 years in 2 years.
Yeah.
So did I learn all these skills for nothing? Why did I spend all my time doing? You mean really? I just had to make one right decision, and like my whole life is useless now.
I call it hitting rock top instead of hitting rock bottom.
It kind of is,
because you're like you hit. Have you guys ever done that at work where you earn the biggest paycheck you're ever going to earn where you're working, and it's actually depressive instead of exciting because you're like, well, it's not going to get any better than this where I'm at, right? You peaked, yeah, and it's hitting rock top. It's just as painful as hitting rock bottom, I think.
I think that's why Richard just doesn't stop, even though he's winning harder than everyone.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, if I allow myself to just get complacent, I'm going to not like myself. So he just keeps trying to do more. Because he's like one of the only people in the world who can right now.
Yeah.
Winning is everything to him. If you want to find, it takes us, look, not everybody wants something so bad, right? Okay, we like to be good at things. We like to be skillful at things, but do we really want to be the best at things? Do we really want to be the absolute best, or are we lying to ourselves? Because the people that really want to be the best at something, they are 100% committed to that thing. Mike Tyson was the best boxer. Why? Because he wanted it better than anybody else. Michael Jordan was the best basketball player. Why?
Yeah.
Because he worked harder and wanted it more than anyone else. It's not just a matter of the work that goes into it. It's that drive to be the best in your field, to be able to have those bragging rights, to be able to say, no one can touch me. And not all of us have that drive. Yeah, sure.
I've never had that drive. I don't even understand that drive, just for the record.
So I'm an artist. I'm a special effects guy. I do special effects work. I do, and I also build surgical trainers. Okay, I've never been to Hollywood. I know the top talent in Hollywood. I've got some of them on speed dial. Okay, I'm not competing with those guys. Why? Why do I have to work that hard? I don't have to work that hard. I can be big fish right here. I don't have to work that hard, right? So I don't have the drive to be the best. I've never had the drive to be the best in my field. But I recognize that the people that do have that drive, the sculptors that are the best sculptors sculpt every single day. The boxers that box the best are boxing every single day. They're training, right? People that are the best, people that draw the best, they draw every single day. Even if it's a couple minutes a day, they at least put in that effort to do that every single day because they want to be the best. That's how you are the best. And Richard wants nothing more than to be the best man in crypto, the best founder with the best products. And fortunately, he really did pick a space where there isn't a lot of competition because none of these people want to succeed. They all just want to get by.
Dude, they all hide. They all hide from him. They act like he
So
doesn't
true,
exist. It's crazy.
They just want to get by.
Mind-blowing.
They just want to get by. Look, so this is how we're rewarded for mediocrity. Okay. If you can slap together, I don't know, something like this in an hour, why would
Slap
you
together
sell a masterpiece if you sell 1,000 of these, and if you made one masterpiece, you could only sell one of, right? If you're getting away with doing little shit like this and people are buying it all day long, why would you be encouraged to do a masterpiece? Why would you build a Statue of Liberty, a giant dragon head, whatever? Why would you do that if this is what you're selling? You wouldn't.
He's kind of
In
cute.
the world of crypto, they're selling you a promise and a story and an ERC20 token with a send and receive function, and they make money on it. And then when they're done, they build another ERC20 token with a new story, and then they sell that to you. And that's what they're trained to do. And sometimes they don't even write the code. They just copy and paste and repurpose and rebrand and use the same damn thing over and over again because every 3 years, because of recency bias, people forget. And there's a whole new group of morons that are like, that sounds like a good idea. Give me some more of those tokens that are supposed to do tracking.
I'd be concerned if Richard wasn't planning to build out a whole new world of crypto. Like if he was like, Hex is done. That's all I wanted to do, guys. I'd be like, I'm kind of disappointed,
And he could have.
And he could have, because it was already so good. But we need Pulse
Absolutely.
Chain if you see all the developments happening. It's just we want that other option. It's always good to have options in capitalism. So the market will decide.
And then when he's done with that, the wallet, it's like he
wallet.
doesn't want. Johnny's so right. He literally wants to be the greatest. Just like Michael Jordan up here, just like the other greats you mentioned. And that's a drive that is so hard to understand. We all might want to do our best and be our best selves, but to be the best at something, it truly takes a certain kind of mind. And man, Richard absolutely has it. That's why I'm Richard Hart maximalist, because it's like I know that guy's intention is to be the absolute best. So Pulse Chain's delayed. Who cares? That's because it's not the best yet. It's man, it's motivating. It's so cool to have someone like that, as the catalyst for all this.
Henry Ford did not invent the automobile.
Exactly.
But everybody knows Ford, right? Well, Richard Hart, everybody's going to know him because he's going to take crypto to the next level. And I know right now there's some haters out there and they're laughing their ass off and they're saying that guy's crazy. Well, guess what? They called the Wright brothers crazy too, because up until that point in time, nobody had ever flown a plane. Nobody had ever heard or ever fathomed the concept of putting a man in the air like that. Okay.
Many had tried and failed.
Many had tried, and many have
Glued
crashed.
feathers to their
And it
arms.
had never happened. It had never happened. You know where you find the most awesome things in history is when you find a large group of people saying it had never happened.
So true.
What up, Hexkins?
What up?
What's going on, Ray?
Hello, Ray.
How's it going?
Welcome.
Thank you, Maddie.
Well,
Nice to meet you.
you know, you had messaged me and said you're a day one Hexican and you've never come on stream before, so welcome.
Thank you guys, man. I feel like I know all you guys because I watch all your streams and it's been a long time. It's even my community of guys is gonna trip out when they see me on here. They're gonna be like,
hell yeah,
I thought you weren't gonna go on there,
That's
but
what's up.
so it's cool to see you guys, man. You guys feel like family,
Awesome.
and even all my guys. Like I'm always sending them my video or your guys' videos so that way they see who you are, they know what you're about, they understand it's bigger than just crypto and coins and making money. It's way bigger than that. It's lifestyle. It's understanding that this is financial freedom, and it's an opportunity that's unprecedented. So it's super cool to be here with you guys to celebrate the 3rd birthday of Hex. Since
I got
day
chills.
one, yeah, man.
I got chills.
Dude, since
Me too, man. That's crazy.
Seeing all you guys grow has just been tremendous, and yeah, man, it's super awesome to be here. I've grown a ton from all you guys have really taught me like little nuggets of things, and you guys all have your specialties, so it's super cool to be here. So thank you.
Dang, that's why they call you Ray Speak More. Love when you talk.
Man. Straight up, man.
That needs one of those, man.
Yeah.
That's so
Thanks.
cool, bro. So at day one, and this is your first time on stream.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That just opens up, like, it just shows how big our community is. Like, there's literally day oneers out there that you haven't even heard of yet. You haven't even talked to them yet. You know what I mean? It's like, that's so cool, bro. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, pleasure, bro. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the community. You know, I look at the list, I look at the rankings, and I'm like, who are all these people? I know there's some people in there that are really famous, that have done a lot of things behind the scenes. For me personally, there's you know, I have a community of about 30 people that I work with and I help out and do more organic work. And there's a lot of footwork to be done, and more on the hand-to-hand combat side that has to get done to make sure that people know about Hex. And even though I'm not streaming, I'm in the trenches with you guys, and there's a lot of other people doing the same, I believe, because I haven't seen, you know, thousands of streamers, you know, but there's a lot of people in the top 1,000 that I think are significant people. You could tell by the numbers that they've held so strong, that they've been around, and they have the same convictions that we do, right? And so it says a lot about the community, that there's a lot going on that we don't even understand. We're just kind of like in this very beginning stages of this. And so there's going to be a lot more breaking out, I think, as Hex starts to increase its popularity and virality. There's going to be a lot of people who start to join the community in a more you know, public presence sort of situation. So, but yeah, so this is I appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you, Maddie, for having me on. And yeah, this is great.
My pleasure. And you know, one of the strongest things that we have as a community that I think is that we don't talk about enough is human resources.
Mm-hmm.
And you've heard if you go to hexsearch.io, you can go pick up on the times when Richard has said that human resources are so important. And yet at the same time, it's like we also want to remember our true, you know, our true fight here is to be DeFi, is to have both a centralized leadership and decentralized community being built up. And so I think it's really special that there's new people coming forward every day who are, you know, they're feeling that passion, and that's really why I want to invite everybody who's listening right now, like, please participate in the HEX conference. Like, there's a HEX conference coming up in about 5 weeks, and you know, get on one of the community streams, whatever it is. You know, Gen Hex does them. There's Discourse Syndicate, F and Hangout. There's so many opportunities to hop on a stream with somebody and give it a try, and then, you know, hit me up and I'll get you on the roster. So
awesome, man.
And we
I have the perfect soundbite from Richard if you want to hear it. I don't know if it'll play through.
Yeah, bust it.
give it a shot. The stupid people are already talking as loud as they can. If you're not an idiot and you've got something good to say, please share it. Please speak about controversial things.
I got like a whole soundboard of him.
Yeah, dude,
I got some too.
We need the new people
awesome.
because there are certainly new paid haters daily. Seriously, there are new paid haters daily. There is sponsorships going out for people to hate against Hex. If you don't believe it, check out your latest TikTok.
Yeah, and where's the SEC with those guys, right? It's crazy.
Nowhere.
And didn't
That's
Eric
so
get
crazy.
paid to short Hex or something?
Oh, I'm sure.
Or
I'm sure
he's-
Eric Wall's a paid
something like
troll
that.
too. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense how somebody could hold on to being wrong for so long, and sound so stupid when supposedly they're so bright.
Right.
It does not make sense. There's you cannot sit down with Dev Kyle and have a 3-hour conversation and leave there dumber than you went in. It doesn't work that way.
So true, man.
He did it at
Unless you're a
Malta with
Bitcoiner,
Richard
they
himself
can't
too.
change their mind.
You what, Maddie?
Unless you're a Bitcoiner, they can't change their mind. I mean, you know, we're all like a lot of us came from Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And you know, even like one way I think of the Hex community is like kind of, you know, it's a group of people that all got a UTXO fork. You know, we're, you know, and then everybody else who could hear the message and who wanted to participate in something that maybe was different than what the rest of crypto turned into. So I think we're we're the ones who are fighting for something. I think that really it shows. That's why we keep attracting the right people. That's why we have Ray, who's on here for the first time in 3 years, and he's been following along the whole time. He's already up to speed. He already knows all of us very well. He already knows the things that we've said, and he's got something new to add. So that's a really powerful dynamic that I've seen when I met people in person on the 5555 tour that Abid and Patrick did. You know, when everybody's not trying to compete against each other, but trying to work together, that is where there's real magic. And we get to, you know, I got to go to 8 different cities where everything was already set up, and I got to just meet people who had listened to hundreds of hours of me talking, and I had listened to hundreds of hours of other people talking. And it really builds on the knowledge base that our community has. So it's something special what we have here, and it inspires me every time I see somebody join the screen here.
Absolutely.
We're all economically tied together forever.
Seriously, I know. I know, man.
But part of what we do is to inspire other people to stand up and take a position and share their thoughts. When I started doing this, that was literally all I was trying to do. I never meant to be a streamer. I still don't have my own show. I get summoned every now and then. I got to look up here. I get summoned every now and then, but I try not to do shows if I don't have to. It would be great if some other people would step up and take the plate and do more content. I'd like to see new fresh faces in Hex, because what that shows is that it's catching on. What it shows is that, you know, people are listening. People are stating their own opinion. It's not the same guys saying the same thing that they had for the same 3 years. It's people that are taking the words that they've said, inspired by it, doing their own research and adding their own twist and their own personality to it. And you guys can be the next heroes in the group, because we're all just guys that have a camera and a microphone, and we just wanted to talk to each other to make sure we were all sane. Because it was hard to believe back in the day, just for us. And it's hard to believe the potential of what we were seeing. And we needed, just to keep our sanity, other people to talk with and bounce ideas off of, to find out, you know, are we going crazy, or can this thing really do what we believe it can? Guess what we found out.
Johnny, some of us make artificial organs in our spare time. So I think you might be selling yourself a little bit short as like just a dude with a camera.
Okay,
but
well,
I appreciate what you're saying.
Well, but that's not what I'm known for, right? So that's all behind the scenes, and that is the background that I come from. I'm not here for the prestige. I'm not here for the trophy. I'm not here for the attention. I am here to help provide content that helps other people have talking points to take onto their streams and share. And it started out that I only had, you know, a couple hundred people on my Twitter, and I was able to share some of those ideas with my friends. Then a couple thousand people showed up. I don't know what the hell happened there. So now I'm like, I have stage fright, and I'm standing on stage in stage fright going, where did all these people come from? Now I'm not just talking to myself, and you get all the trolls in there, and everybody's hating on you, and they're looking for a reason. It just.
I remember Johnny, when you first tweeted something. It was you tweeted something and it went pretty viral. Like a lot of people hit it, and you're like, why did so many people respond to this tweet versus all my other ones? And I responded to you and I said it's because you gave them truth, but it hurt.
Yeah.
And ever since I told you that, you've been doing the same thing. And I just want to commend you for doing that, man, because people need to hear truths that hurt. And it's kind of like a good slap in the face. Sometimes people need that in order to get a reality check. And I think you're really great at doing that, and keep doing that. You got to keep putting that out there.
And I think it's nice to have another harsh truth guy other than Richard, because a lot of people like to immediately dismiss Richard. But the more voices we have that are in agreement, and the more content that we have that's in agreement with that direction of those statements, the more validity it's going to have.
Right.
Freddie? What is this?
Hey, look at all
Freddie's
that
always
awesome
swagged
gear.
out.
Yeah, he's swagged out.
Freddie.
I want that jacket.
He's swagged out.
Yeah, I love this hoodie, man. It's so comfy. Am I lagging at all?
I gotta hang out with Freddie, man. You're a hip hop head too.
Can you guys hear me?
Myself also.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Can
Shout
you hear
out
me
hip
now?
hop heads, bro.
Yeah.
Where'd
we hear you?
Where'd you get the hoodie, Freddie?
Now he's
I think he
frozen.
might
Freddie,
be
can you
delayed.
hear us though?
And he's gone.
We're pushing StreamYard to its limits.
Yeah.
perhaps.
Hey, guys, I'm
That's
gonna
okay,
make room.
guys. I am once again on here for like way longer than I intended to be, and I usually like gank everybody else's
Hex
freaking
merch.
talk time. So I'm gonna let you open this up and get some fresh faces up in here.
Thanks for coming on, Johnny.
Good to see you, Johnny.
You're the
Later,
man,
Johnny.
Johnny.
Take care, guys.
Later, man.
Hi.
All right, Johnny. Peace
Yeah,
out,
Johnny.
man.
See you,
Hey,
brother.
Maddie, I'm right behind him as well. Thanks for having me on, brother.
Later,
Good to see you all.
KG.
G.
KG,
Later,
peace out,
Camper
man.
Always
K,
good to see you,
Hexius
man.
man,
Good one,
Serena.
brother.
Thanks,
Bye.
Ray.
Yes,
Peace out,
sir.
bro.
Ray, good to meet you, future.
Hey, good to meet you too, man.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. K for K is a ping pong wizard.
Oh yeah. Well, him and I, we're tied right now, 1-1.
Oh, dang, bro. I might need to get a little ping pong against you.
Where you
I'm
getting
gonna
ping
bounce
pong at?
to and make room for someone else here on stream. Hopefully, someone comes up. I did want to give a shout out to Susanna Arts.
Yeah.
Sweet
Oh,
little-
damn.
That is so nice.
Just-
That's clean.
She's
try
so
to-
good at what she does, man.
She's amazing. And so I'm going to be wearing this to the Hex birthday party here at the Park Club, starting in about an hour. So,
Dude,
way
I'm
to go.
so
That's
bummed
awesome.
I'm not there.
And I want to
Awesome.
leave you guys with a round robin question. Like, imagine we've all done a lot of onboarding where you hold their hand and spend an insane amount of time dealing with people like Coinbase usually, and then once you get their money into a MetaMask, it's pretty quick, right?
Mhm.
So just imagine how fast it's going to be when we have a decent fiat on ramp, and off ramp, and
Stripe
when we have a decent layer one with Pulse Chain. Just imagine onboarding people for $50 like we used to back in the day and watching their life change. That's when we get to see Hex's real potential, right? Because right now Hex is held back by Ethereum and it's held back by the exchanges very, very much so.
So
So
true.
I'm looking for that. If you guys want to discuss that, thanks again so much for having me. I'll be taking some pictures at
Thanks
the
for
party
coming.
with the homies.
Well, yeah, take
And,
some pictures.
Please
Sure.
do.
Yeah, man.
And join my scavenger hunt. Get up on there and give me some things that we can all work with. Craig Waddings didn't work too well. We tried to help him fix his AdSense and he lost his channel. So
Dude, yeah, that's a
That's
bummer.
a-
That's
that's
our
a
we're gonna have
second
to
home.
we're gonna have to work on that one. So if anyone can reach out and help Craig Wadding, let's work on that one and send me your guys goals. Let's do this. Oh, sorry, and I have one more important announcement. I've secured the location for the Salt Lake Watch Party for your conference, Maddie. So Friday and Saturday,
All right.
we're
Where
going to
at?
be meeting at a studio that's actually called Love Cult up there in South Salt Lake. it's a really cool studio for a religious podcast, but it's called the Love Cult, and I thought that was pretty awesome for the Hex meetup. So we'll
Where
be
in
there.
South Salt Lake is it?
It's just right off I-15 and the 4500 exit.
Oh, perfect.
By
Nice.
Taylorsville. So I'm going to be dropping that in the Salt Lake group, and we'll start to get that all together.
Okay.
We do need to get some Wi-Fi there because they don't have any Wi-Fi. They do all pre-records. So other than that, we're going to be partying there. So everyone else, try to get a meetup going in your area because there's nothing cooler than hanging out with Hexicans. I love you guys.
That's awesome,
and I love
bro.
Hex. Happy birthday, Hex.
Thanks for visiting. Peace out, bro.
See you
See you,
guys.
brother. Have fun tonight, man.
Later, Hex, right?
Thanks for being on.
Yeah, man.
Nobody speak.
Freddie, we got you back.
Nobody speak. Stop.
So K4K,
Oh, cool.
you posted.
No.
All right, future us. Future
I
us.
gotta go. I just want
You
to
gotta
make it
go.
funny.
Well, thanks
I
for
gotta go.
being on.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Later,
See you
man.
guys.
Pleasure meeting you,
Good to see
bro.
Hi, nice to meet
Peace
you.
out, brother.
Awesome.
Later, future.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we have. Yeah. It feels like I know you all already. You know.
I know.
Yeah.
I know your voice well from all Maddie's streams. It's good to see you.
There you go. All right. Well, it's good to be here, and I might come back later if I can. What we got left? 2.5 hours. Okay. Cheers.
Cheers, brother.
man.
Cheers, man.
K4K, you put something up with the Stripe Pay. I saw that. I was seeing how Stripe Pay has that new service coming out where you can. I think you posted that.
I don't think I've ever posted about Stripe, but
Oh,
maybe
yes.
that might have been
Stripe-
someone else.
Yeah, Stripe has a new thing that they're letting you basically have a direct on ramp into crypto.
Oh,
Really?
do you mean Simplex?
No, it's not Simplex. It's a new service. Basically started within the last day or two.
Oh,
Oh, really?
yeah, I haven't tweeted about anything like that, but
Yeah. Oh, it was.
I think I saw a tweet about that today.
oh, that's
Gold Key.
cool. So, what Stripe is integrating crypto or something?
Yeah, they're
Just another on ramp. What are the fees
yeah.
like? Because it seems like all the quick ones are all like, and 15% fee. Like, it
Yeah, I
sucks. I'm
know.
never gonna tell people to do that.
I know Simplex just killed me with that. So, but yeah, I'm not sure what the fees are for Stripe Pay, but definitely want to dig more into it, see how that works. I know that Stripe Pay is one of the biggest financial. They do a lot of the payment systems behind the scenes with products when you buy stuff on an online store like Apple or any of these other stores and stuff like that. So you don't really see them on the front end, but it's more of a back end tool. Now they're trying to step into the realm of being more like almost like a Coinbase or something like that,
I feel like every financial institution wants a piece of the crypto pie. They're like, ooh, how can we
Especially
get our
since the
middleman
FTX.
fingers in there?
Yeah.
Especially since the FTX
They're
fell
like,
out, man.
ooh, I can charge 10% because I'm the only middleman.
Yeah.
It's like, all right. But I try to go for efficiency, even if it takes a little more time. Like, I want people to get bang for their buck,
Yes.
The front end that Future Us and I made is designed to not have a fee. First of all, it's integrated with MetaMask. If you go to tshare.app, it will walk you through inside of MetaMask how to buy crypto through MetaMask. What MetaMask does is it senses which country you're in, and it gives you the options that are relevant only to your country because each jurisdiction is different. The other thing that tshare.app does that that I need to remember to submit to go to hex.com is it looks to see if you have MetaMask on your device already. And if you don't, it takes you to metamask.io without even like bringing up an issue. It
That's
just
dope.
automatically does that because that's something that is available. And so, so there's all these little ways I think that we can improve the onboarding experience. And I was really, all I did, I made tshare.app with Future Us is kind of just like a way to prove basically that that great ideas can be integrated quickly, without a professional team, without charging a bunch of fees or anything like that. But it's just kind of, just another proof of concept, like community project that actually works really well. If you are an OG, you can go to go.tshare.app and it gives you stats on all your stakes that you can even look in other people's wallets if you do and account equals like ampersand account equals, and then it'll it'll give you some statistics that you might not be able to find other places. So.
And it's got the other the ETH forks too, right? It works with the ETH forks.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
think you were like the first to get that going.
Second, but the first that doesn't promote vampire tech stuff.
There you go. That counts as the first to me, man.
Maddie, what's your philosophy on so with adding your KYC to MetaMask? So I have personal conflicts with wanting to do it that way, and but definitely want to hear your
like using Coinbase as the point of KYC, and then basically dealing with USDC on there, which isn't going to give you a fee in order to get it. That's a really cool way to go, because then nowadays you can do a swap on MetaMask or matcha.xyz. You can do swaps with the ETH fees only being $3, $10 in that range. And so that's great for onboarding.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I guess I kind of thought of it in the sense where if you have, you have your crypto wallet, MetaMask, right? And obviously you should be using cold storage in conjunction with that, so that way that you have the two isolated there. But using that also as your kind of like your storefront where you purchase your crypto, for me, it's always kind of like rubbed me the wrong way to try to connect Walmart, your store for crypto, to where my wallet is. Like I would never bring Walmart or give them access to my safe so they can pay for things, right? And so I kind of felt that it was like inviting the store to come grab money from my safe so I can pay for things at Walmart, kind of a thing, And so I kind of avoided it in that sense. I mean, is that just totally thinking about the wrong way, or how do you feel about that?
You're thinking about it as more of an advanced user, and you'll be able to walk people through the way that you did it, and you'll be successful at doing so. I really like to think about onboarding, because I'm a streamer. I like to think about onboarding like more on the edge cases than I do with the people who are in my personal life. I still believe to this day that if I gift somebody $100 worth of HEX, whether HEX was 55 cents or whether it was 2 cents, I still believe that $100 worth of HEX that's time locked for 10 or 15 years could be enough to like change somebody's life, or like send somebody to college, or maybe do nothing, right? But like I like to prepare for the eventuality that like maybe things do work out, right? Even if you picked Bitcoin when it was when it was 6 cents, that didn't mean that it was going to work out for you, because you didn't have time locking, you didn't have the right tools and technology. And so for me, tshare.app is like how I would walk somebody through creating a 5, 10, and 15-year stake without ever even explaining what stakes are. It's just kind of like, it's just a game that you play. And and that would be like that is that is the style that I like to onboard somebody. If I can send them $100 worth of HEX and then get them to do the staking themselves, and do 25% at 15 years, 25% at 10 years, 25% at 5 years, and 25% liquid. And I also like to think about like who's going to get it if I explain it to them, who's going to get it eventually, because the world is going to move to like storing value through time locking,
right?
And who are going to be the people who they're never going to get it, so might as well just like try to make it as easy as possible for them, even if they don't keep using it like all the time as a store of value. I think still one-off like situations are cool.
Yeah, it's definitely like the hardest part is just getting people to dip their foot in the pool, kind of a thing.
Yes.
And so yeah, the kind of the fastest way you can kind of throw them in the pool is important.
Look at all of our stories throughout the past 9 or 10 hours of people saying things. It's like lots of us put $100 into Filecoin or some like, whatever it was. Like a lot of us, we paid for our education through a few hard knocks, and if we had had people there to guide us, sure, it would have been better. But there's just too many people, I think, that deserve to have a better store of value than fiat. So we just all the strategies we can use, the better. And that's why I feel kind of bad even like giving out kind of my like what I favor, is just because there's somebody who's going to be doing things the exact opposite of me, and we need that too.
Right. Right.
But I think I think the way you said is, I mean, it's true. Some people that are women that are recently onboarded, colleague of mine in the industry, she basically just wanted to go the MetaMask route. Coinbase was taking way too long to KYC, and she's like, I can just buy this stuff in MetaMask. And I said, well, yeah, you can. And it went through like Wire or MoonPay, so I don't even know. And I understand. I don't even know if MetaMask keeps that data, because it takes you to like another site. It took her to another pop-up basically to get that, and then it went into the MetaMask. I mean, of course, that's not how I go about it, but it worked for her, and it got her on and got her in. And so, and the fact that Maddie said it automatically detects which country you're in, so it might be some different options. Like, I know it's not you putting your stuff right in the MetaMask platform. Like, it takes you to a site that's outside of it.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely isolates it. Because yeah, it is like where's the line? Where do they draw the line to create some protections for the users?
Right.
I've heard some rumors that Microsoft recently purchased MetaMask. Is that true? Have you guys heard that?
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, check that out.
I don't think that it's for sale. It's run by a foundation.
I heard some. Yeah, I got to do some more digging, but I heard that Microsoft. Microsoft is playing with purchasing.
I don't like that.
I just posted something today of Richard Hart when he was in Amsterdam, and somebody asked, because way back then when he was in Amsterdam for that tour, or part of the tour, he was asked, "Hey, you want to do MetaMask? What needs changed?" And basically, Richard just rattles off like just off the top of his head like 10 plus different things of like, "Yo, MetaMask sucks. Like we'll get to it, but it's fine for now." Is basically all it is. Like, it's fine for now. Security wise, it's okay. But I feel like if people like Microsoft are going to take control of it, it's probably going to get worse over time. In my opinion. So we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
And I like investing in the stuff where the guy who's in charge of running it or setting it up, him and his team are all about they want the highest appreciating asset in history. They want to be that. I want to join that team. Like, has there ever been a founder in crypto who called a price appreciation target and hit it well before, and it was a large number? Like, no one's ever done that. Why is that not news?
No,
right? Crypto founder declares 10,000x. It happens before he said it would. Like, 10,000x calls it. It's like Babe Ruth calling it at the park. He's like, "Yo, it's going there, home run." Everyone's like, "Nah." And he's like, "Boom, home run." And it's like as if everyone just closed their eyes and didn't watch it happen.
Calling the top on the day, 27 million to charity. I mean, just these things that, like calling the top on the day is crazy. I was with my financial advisor earlier this week and told it a new financial advisor and told him that. What's up, brother?
Sorry to interrupt. We're at the local Washington HEX meetup.
Yeah.
All right.
No, this is Maddie's stream. Yeah. No, I'm about to.
Dude, we're Hexkins. We're decentralized. We're everywhere.
Yo, what's up, fam?
What's up, Allie Brand?
Allie Brand.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Yeah. Sorry, we can't hear anyone. We're at dinner right now, but just want to say hi and San Diego. And hi, everyone. Let's see if there's a special message going on.
Maddie, we love you. We love your mental health stuff. I appreciate all you've done for the community. And I'm standing behind you and standing with you. And yeah, super excited to have you guys part of the community. And Steve D, I just want to let you know, Steve D, he was voted the hottest Texas in Washington. So all the ladies watching Steve, he's going to be on a cruise. Hold on a second. Hold on. Look at his hands. You know how big his hands are compared to mine? He has the biggest hands in the table. This guy, Steve D, he's the man.
You know what they say with people with big hands? They wear big gloves.
Yeah, big gloves.
And yes.
Good to see you.
Yeah, that was good.
Anyways, thanks for letting us hop on. We can't hear anything you're saying, so just want to say hi and happy Hex birthday. Richard, Maddie, everyone, have a good time, and we're out.
Happy third, guys.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Hex community is the best.
Yeah,
it is, bro. That's so cool.
It is, man.
Did you guys see that clip they did of the Prada song when I think they were at that same joint that they're at the bowling alley and they had the spacesuits and everything?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that was fun. That was cool.
Yeah.
What, that came out today just with them or something?
No, it was like it was like maybe a month ago. They did a local meetup. I know that Crypto Compassion, John Boy went up there and they did a little I don't know if it's an Instagram story or a tweet, but they basically did the Prada song. They had girls there with spacesuits, dudes there with spacesuits. It was pretty cool. I don't know, I think it was a bowling alley or something. Hex Luther.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's happening?
HEX.com. What a background.
Yeah.
That's
I
awesome.
like it. So bright.
How's it going, man? Are you watching? Have you been streaming all day, or just jumped in, or?
Yeah.
He's been on since 9 hours and 51 minutes ago, at least. I think he had a 5-minute break, so. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Did you see the headstand on the yacht?
Raj, what's happening?
Oh my god! Hi.
This is
Where's
awesome.
the golden mic?
Oh, I think it's froze up a little bit.
Hey, Namaste Hexicans. Hope you can hear me. I just came here to have my 5 minutes of fame. No, actually, Matty sent me an invite, and it is like dishonorable to not accept it. So thank you, Matty, for having me here. And I just wanted to say hi to Serena. I still use her old videos to onboard new people.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Like,
That's cool.
Timeless. Yeah, because 3 years later, really, the Hex contract hasn't changed. The basics are still there. So, yeah, it works.
That's true.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, it's so powerful that we all have something that we all agree just works great. Like, and it has had no issues. Lots of things fail all the time, but not Hex. Not Hex. The code works
how do you
great.
debate it?
Even Bitcoin had like bugs early on, inflation bugs. Ethereum had a DAO hack. What's Hex had? Flawless operation. 3 years. That's crazy.
Only growth and scaling. That's it.
Community just grows organically.
More chains.
More
Crazy.
chains,
Yep.
continuously growing stake links on
It would be
average.
a huge Hex market.
I'll take the
Yeah.
bait. All right. So you're saying like, why isn't it just that like everybody proclaims that Hex is just simply the best, which it is, of course, but like I think the way that I look at it is that there were some design decisions that were made. One of which was that Hex would be marketed using the right type of I don't know, what am I trying to say here? Hex was in some ways designed to appeal to people who needed to be saved from themselves. Crypto had something wrong with it from the early days of it getting popular, which is that it was too profitable. It was so profitable to make your own coin that people created pump and dumps. And there's a big difference between something that pumps and dumps because the founders paid people off and bribed people to lie to people. The people who got lied to are the ones who invested and lost all their money, and it went down to 99% or zero. Versus something where the game, you're told up front what the game is delaying gratification. And if you want to play the game, you can. You don't have to, and nobody's lying to you about it. And so the fact that we have Hex as something that it advertises 38% APY, like I will be the first person if there's nobody else telling you that 38% APY sounds scammy AF.
Yeah,
it sounds really scammy.
That was
Things
my
that are
first thought
10%
when I heard
APY
it.
right now with all the
We have
implosions
normalized it a lot.
and stuff that's gone on in crypto, like the easiest way to tell if there's a crypto scam is to find out if it promises APY. Now, HEX is different. And so you have to get past the first layer in order to really appreciate that the interest is paid in HEX and that the HEX is not being given out based on some centralized, bribery system. It's not,
or new money.
It doesn't even appear that the founders ever sold a single coin, despite having a huge amount of the supply. And so it is really, really different. And so crypto is already so different than everything else, as we've talked about on here, but then appreciating how strange we are in HEX to be thinking that a 38% APY is possible or that it's sustainable or something. Well, everybody else has been paying their 38% APY equivalent to Bitcoin miners to blow up the environment. And it's, that Richard, when he launched HEX as a finished product, figured out a different way to bootstrap security. They have to sell it, correct? And if they don't, then they can just end up collapsing more later. They can take leverage positions to even buy their crypto miners. They can incorporate, they can borrow against themselves. All these things in finance and crypto are even in crypto, there's more wrong things than right things. And so just HEX being a crypto makes it sound like a scam because most cryptos are scams. The name HEX is it's more like Occupy Wall Street type of thing, in my opinion, the way I hear it, than some sort of oh, come check this out. It's it's not very inviting to hear I put a HEX on you or something. But again, that's part of the point, is that HEX is different. It's not like any other cryptocurrency. And so the fact that you even say HEX, kind of there was a time when I wanted to use HEX crypto with everything to explain that it was a crypto, but even that association was people made good arguments on both sides that really, you don't have to associate with the rest of crypto to really start to explain it to somebody. But then you have to figure out when to stop explaining it to somebody, because otherwise you'll give them information overload, or you'll make content every week, twice a week for 105 weeks. So, this is the path maybe we're all headed down sooner or later, but I can speak from personal experience that it's really easy to information overload people with something that you care so much about. And so I think that no matter how people, adapt to this new era of crypto, where, I'm sure Pulse Chain being a huge success might cause HEX to skyrocket even more than HEX would on its own. It might increase adoption organically. It might open doors that are closed right now. So there could be a lot of things that are already kind of written into the stars and kind of in motion that, we're just being patient for. But that is the name of the game. That's the whole point, is not, not focusing on what your number on your screen told you your HEX was worth. But when you value your wealth in HEX terms, then you're asking yourself, how many T-shares do I have? How long are they going to last? What's the rate going to be when I have to renew my T-shares, or when I get the opportunity to have that HEX unlocked? I'm going to have to make the decision: do I want to rebuy my T-shares as much as I can? And that's why I think since last year's birthday, this year we are starting to see these tools like hexfire.io, which we talk about on Tuesday nights. Is
great website.
That's a really cool place to be able to see what's going to happen in the future that's already written into the blockchain.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. I'm so excited to see how things are going to shift. We're going to go into a time in history where eventually every piece of monetary value is going to be transferred over digital currencies, whether they be CBDCs or cryptocurrencies, one form or another. It's going to be tokens. All digital goods are going to be over tokens. And it's almost a trick to think that, or to hear someone say, hey, you got to cash out and take profits. It's almost a trick to get stuck in the paradigm that you need to transfer your tokens into cash in order to make them tangible. Because there's going to be a point in time in the future where you won't ever need to do that. You will only be using digital assets in order to pay for things. And so you don't even need to ever cash out. There's no need to ever do that. And there's other ways to do that. Like, how do you do that? Well, what do the wealthy do with their assets? You know, they borrow against their assets in order to monetize their assets. They never sell their assets. And so there's different people in our community, like Funding Jim, who knows about, you know, they offer these different tools and resources so you can monetize those assets without having to, you know, take out your digital goods, which are the most valuable things that you have. It's more valuable than those paper dollars that you're going to convert them to, which is not the future money. It's going to eventually be obsolete. So you're going to convert your best goods into this obsolete thing, and eventually it's gonna waste away, right? Or you use it for some instant gratification. But in the long term, the assets you want to be holding are those digital goods that are going to be perpetually usable. So yeah, it's exciting times, man. We're right at the cusp of this digital transformation. You know, governments are testing the CBDCs and all this kind of stuff. It's going to be a battle for sure. We're definitely in the trenches right now. It's not going to be an easy one fight. I mean, there's legal battles going on. You know, Maddie, you know what's going on firsthand. All of our Hexkin streamers are kind of dealing with that stuff. And yeah, it's going to be a hard fought battle. But guess what? Just like the Bitcoiners had to deal with the legal battles in the beginning and hear the scam, you guys are a scam, or you guys are this or that, we're going to have to deal with all the same battles. We're going to have to they now have all the Bitcoiners in legislation now, and they're fighting for us to not get the spotlight. They're fighting to make sure that we are in this category, that we're not real cryptocurrency. But that's not reality. That there's more than just Bitcoin. Come on now. It's based off of the same logic and set of rules that Bitcoin was created upon, the foundations of cryptocurrencies and blockchain ledger technologies. It's the same stuff. And so there's not just one. I mean, there's not just one kind of apple on an apple tree, and there's many kinds of apples, right? And so it's a fundamental reoccurring theme in nature. There's not just one thing, right? There's many flavors of many things, and we're gonna see Hex take the spotlight. We're gonna see it happen, and we just got to be patient and really dig our head in. When we get insecure about what we hold, you have to like dig deeper, and not trust like that sense of fear, and ask more questions, not just give in and cave in to what someone's telling you.
So true.
Yeah, that's what we're all here for.
I believe Hex has the potential to become the stable coin of the world.
Yeah,
that's what I see it as. So,
yeah, man.
I mean, the US dollar is a stable coin. That's what we base the stable coins off of, right?
Right.
If we make that transition to where we're only using Hex to transact, then it becomes that stable coin. And it's the same monetary policy that the dollar was before it became corrupt. So, I mean, the potential is already there. It was written into the code. It was thought about beforehand. And Richard says he's going to create the stable coin, but I suspect he may have already done so. He's just waiting for it to take place.
Yeah, Maddie, they couldn't freeze your crypto, but they could freeze your bank accounts, couldn't they?
Sorry.
So my bank accounts were closed. They were not frozen.
Yeah, different
but
terms.
It's still. It's only once,
they got rid of him as a customer.
Yeah. They couldn't stop your crypto. Basically,
they couldn't close his crypto.
Exactly.
They couldn't close his MetaMask.
Exactly. Yeah,
it's like if that's not value,
self-sovereign.
I don't know what it is.
Self-sovereign. Dr. Moore,
did you just try to go use it and they were like, nope, not going through?
I got a letter that was dated strikingly close to the letter from the SEC, the subpoena from the SEC. So, and then I went and talked to my bankers, who I've known for 7 years on like a personal basis, and they're like, yeah,
dude.
So, and then I heard Rags to Riches and other people who are like,
wow,
who have like worked in finance say like, yeah, there's liaisons for that. And then there was like the guy who he's a retired SEC agent, and he like also clarified for people questioning me, people actually talking shit and saying that like I was lying or that like that didn't happen to me and stuff. They like didn't bother me that much because I'm like, well, I know I'm not lying, and like, So do 99.9% of people. So, but it's, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's nice to hear like from plenty of, you know, external sources that are like, yep, that's the thing.
Oh yeah, no, dude. I've told you about my buddy who's an SEC attorney. I did lunch with him today. Actually, I finally got to connect with him, and I told him about your bank accounts being closed, and he goes, and he didn't flinch. He's like,
yeah.
He's like, yep. He's like, oh yeah, that will happen. That can happen.
How's it going, everybody?
Hey,
what's going on, Briz?
Hey.
Mic check, mic check.
What's
Everything
up,
sounds
Briz?
good.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Just don't ask him what's in his oven.
I'm actually. I pulled out some brownies just now.
Oh, thanks. Should have asked. Oh man,
Are these
They're just
special kinds of
regular
brownies, buddy?
brownies, though.
Nothing special about them.
No.
No raw eggs on top or anything.
You didn't
like
make
that?
them with love, bro? You didn't just make them with love at least?
I baked them with the spirit of Richard Hart.
There you go, bro.
So how we
Yeah,
doing?
dude, there's still like Bitcoiners who
Birthday
are tweeting
brownies.
like Bitcoin is signal, crypto is noise. Like, why? Why are you saying this? Guys with 300K followers.
You know, people
What is
people
that?
people are lazy when it comes to investing, and I get it. Like, I didn't always want to study. I didn't want to study every single thing I put my money into. I just wanted to make money. You know, I wanted to show up to work, and I wanted to retire one day. I wanted to go to college, and I just wanted to get my degree and then get paid and buy a house and have a family and have this, that, and the other. I just wanted to do that. I just wanted to live my life and not have to get, you know, the jab or whatever. You know, I just wanted to live a normal life. Nobody wanted to deal with the complexities of success. Well, unfortunately, we live in a world that either monetizes you or you monetize it, and you have to make a decision what side of the fence you want to be on, because they're doing the homework. And if you don't do the homework, they will do it for you, and they will get paid for it. So you have to decide what side of the fence you want to be on. And unfortunately, Bitcoin's exactly the same. I mean, you want to make money in cryptocurrency, you have to learn where the ropes are. You know, it's not just with Bitcoin. It's not just with this, that, or the other. Are there lots of scams? Heck yeah. Anywhere there's opportunity and technology, guess who shows up first? The criminals. You know, so there's going to be plenty of crimes going on. There's going to be plenty of scams. There's going to be plenty of black holes that you don't want to fall into. So, but you have to do the homework. There's also lots of opportunity. Just like, you know, what do they say with what is it with Apple? They say there wasn't, you know, Apple wasn't going to be the only, or Microsoft wasn't going to be the only computer manufacturer ever. You know, there was going to be another computer manufacturer that came along and kicked their butt, and then Apple came along, right? And so there's never just one flavor of things. So yeah, Bitcoin isn't it, guys. Like, they're not the only company or thing in the world. So you guys got to go in there and get your, you know, freaking opportunities, man. You just got to, but you have to do the homework. If you're just getting all your information from someone else, you're missing the whole point. You have to think for yourself. When you think for yourself, you get to connect your life experience to an actual thing instead of it just being some dead information. Like, life is organic, you know, and life can tell you and teach you a lot of stuff that you already know and have the wisdom about. But if you don't connect your personal wisdom to a thing, you're just taking input and you're not being who you are, like who you were created to be, which is also a creator, right? We are all creators. And so you have to be a creator, and part of thinking is creating and manifesting and connecting what you grow as a tree to what the rest of the world grows. And so it's just how we were all created to be, like the symbiotic thing, right? And if you don't use your own thoughts, you don't use your own thinking or life experience, you're not being symbiotic. You're not going to connect to nature. You're going to be a dead tree, and you're not going to be able to produce, because every tree has a symbiotic relationship to its environment. And anything that thrives and has a lot of fruit in life has a symbiotic relationship, right? And so, you know, same with trees. You can see it in nature. You know, go for it, man. Dig in. Bitcoin's no different. Cryptocurrency is no different. You got to dig in and give to it. It'll give back.
Well
Well
said.
said, bro.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I think you put Maddie to tears. He had to turn off his cam.
Yeah, I think he didn't exactly. He had to go get the tissues.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Like, I think so many times, like I tried to, I think a lot of times I've tried to figure things out and just like try to look for the person who has this information and that information. And most of the time, a lot of the knowledge that you'll get from these people who have these great insights, usually it comes from nature. You know, we can look at all these things that nature can provide us, but usually now when I'm trying to solve a complex problem, I usually will go to nature first and say, okay, well, how does this look in nature? You know, is this a possible thing in nature? And just like network effects, right? You can look at network effects and you can see how they form. If you were to zoom out at the bird's eye view of a city, for instance, and you see, in the middle of the night, you'll see all the street lights on cities, and you see it's flowing into the central hub of a city. The analogy is that life will flow to where the source of life is, where most things are providing nutrients or opportunity or a hub for everything to flow to, just like your heart.
As a wise scientist once said, life it finds a way.
Yes. And so we're more and more as we get wiser as humans, we start to see there's this relationship that we have with nature that's way bigger than just being in the forest. It's like even in this place that's very technological, it has no choice but to go further and closer to this natural organic state of life breathing function, things
Excellent
that just
points.
work.
Yeah, that's what's up. And welcome to Bristology.
Hey guys.
Yeah, what's up, Bristology?
Thanks for joining
Maddie,
us.
What's up, Briz?
I mentioned it in the comment section earlier, but I checked my mail today, and I had this extra thick package, and it's
Okay.
like dark wrapped like cellophane, and it was
Okay.
like open immediately. I was like, oh my god, did I just get a freaking subpoena? So I drop off all the mail, I bring it up into my room, I freaking open it up, and it's just a bunch of checks I ordered. So
Nice.
It wasn't a subpoena.
Man, that sounds
Good,
like
man.
some legacy banking stuff, man.
It really was though.
Disaster
I'm
averted.
sorry.
You still
Sorry
use
to hear
checks?
For rent.
Maddie,
it's
what's
the only
that?
thing they accept.
What's that envelope look like so you can see what that thing looks?
It's like
It comes in the
UPS. It's like the
So
most
no to
basic
avoid it.
envelope.
Did they make you sign for it?
Yeah. No, they sent it to me when I was out of town just to be like dicks. Yeah.
Toby one says he'd love to come on, but he's feeling sick, so we should all send him some love.
Yeah, shout out Toby.
Tell him
Hey,
he can
Toby
come
one.
on, but
We love
only
Toby.
put the mask on.
Shout outs, Toby.
Yeah, Toby. Awesome.
Toby.
I'm usually I usually it defaults to private chat, so I so often forget to click on the comments. So I've been missing a lot of them.
We get it. You don't care about the chat.
No, bro, it's just sometimes I just
No love,
forget.
no love.
It's rookie mistakes.
I mean, so there have been other things that were like popularized by like being investigated by the SEC. Like, I'm not saying that's what I want to see for HEX necessarily, but like, isn't XRP like just that's like what they get all excited about? Like, we get excited about time locking and rewarding the right behaviors and that sort of thing, and they get excited that they're like, up the government's ass with like an SEC thing.
Yeah,
the problem
it's
is
just library they had their whole thing where they were
that's right.
The problem is
library was
that
doing the
they're
whole
all
FU
afraid
thing, and that
that
didn't turn out well.
XRP is going to get delisted from Coinbase like it has, and delisted everywhere else.
Yeah.
But
But
we
HEX
as
is
We've never
Hexicans-
been listed.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
we're
don't
like,
care.
You can't
So it's like-
Please
delist
don't
the
list us,
unlisted.
actually, because like then they just do the infinity scamming on you. So if
We
they
don't
don't
want
list
to
it,
be
they
on
can't
this
use
bad
their
exchanges.
fake accounts that have zero balances, but actually sell coins they don't have. Like we don't need that.
Let's buy ads on Nomics. We can have half of them go to howiecoins.com, which is like a SEC education website, and then the other half of the traffic can go to just like go to advertising the fact that if you like the SEC being involved in crypto, I guess HEX is the thing right now, but I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know that XRP ever did a new all-time high while they were being investigated within the SEC, but I could very much see either the SEC backing off once they see that how squeaky clean I am, or
Aren't they have buildings full of people who sell the price down?
The reality is with XRP,
That's probably why
they do.
There's no use case with XRP until it finishes its legal disputes, right? So
yeah, they're just trying to work with the banks. Their whole thing is like we want to be in banking.
Imagine depending on banks and hoping for the future. Lol.
I know. That's the opposite of crypto, and so it's going to be really funny to me if the SEC wants to drag this out as long as they drag out anything else, and then it's like, what happens if HEX is doing a new all-time high?
Yeah.
How many people do they need to investigate in order to find out nobody has anything to give them that they're looking?
I know, right? Like it's interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's still curious what they're even trying to find out. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is speculation, but here I can maybe I can share my screen here. I just have to send it over to my computer. But I found an example of what it looks like when somebody gets caught in crypto. I think it probably happens a lot because we know crypto is such a corrupted space. We know somebody who has a YouTube channel such as myself, is very unlikely to spend many hours, many days just volunteering, right? But I mean sports fans do that all the time. I mean it's not a big deal, but in terms of so here's I just found this last night in between chatting to GPT-3 about HEX. Never thought I'd be able to say that. But here's so this is what it looks like is so there was a founder of something called Trade Coin Club. They got almost $300 million worth of Bitcoin given to them. And they tricked basically 100,000 people into giving them one Bitcoin because they ended up with 82,000 Bitcoins. Okay. And then you can see what the distribution was within the organization, where there's 3 or 4 main people that got listed, that got subpoenaed or court ordered or whatever you want to call it. But these 3 promoters plus the founder. And it was the founder kept.
Was there a
founder
coin?
kept? It was a Ponzi. So they said that they had a trading bot that would give people 0.5% APY per day or something, 0.35% daily.
Take
right?
notes, guys.
Yeah.
Red flags.
Yeah, so it's basically
club and trading bot.
Yeah.
Make a quick 300 mil, guys. Lol.
But so they tried to keep the Ponzi going, so they paid people out with the funds that were brought in along the way, and basically just trying to run out the clock to steal as much as they could. And so the complaint alleges, now we don't even know if any of this is true. This is, I'd like to see some addresses or something to really believe anything that the government has to say. But according to this, it says that the founder, I guess, kept 83,000 Bitcoin. Okay.
8,300.
And then the promoters, how well did the promoters get paid? Well, this guy got 238 Bitcoin, 1.4 million at the time. This guy got 735 Bitcoin, 2.6 million at the time. And then this guy, I guess he didn't do a good job promoting because he only got 158 Bitcoin. And that was worth over half a mil.
Either.
Terrible.
So it's I don't have to worry about that.
He must have Tralt or whatever his name is. He must have been the trading bot because he lost the hardest.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what it looks like when they do a press release, like, hey, here's what happened, here's what we did. And I don't know if their case numbers started at 0 and this is the 201st case that they did in 2022, or if they only had, if this is the first case that they announced in 2022 or something. But basically, the point is that I'm sure they keep very busy, just like sending mail all day long just to people and be like, rat on your friends, and then some people just like
I mean, I'm glad
volunteer
they
to
caught
do
that. That's
And
good.
yeah,
They did it.
glad
It seems like they
caught
got
them.
him. If
Well,
that's
dude, that
all
was from
legit.
2016 to
yeah.
2018. That was from 4 to 6 years ago. You know what I mean? Like that's how long it takes their whole machine to actually end up making a press release about something.
It's going to be very easy to see that any money that's ever touched my bank accounts you can see the addresses that I have. If you know my bank accounts, and you know my addresses, then you can see that I invested the money that I'm taking out of HEX. Like,
Yeah, you
I'm
minted
the
your
one
own
who
reward.
did it on chain. And it's like, you're never going to get a better example than me. I didn't even use a mixer ever. Okay, you're never going to get a better example than me. And I have enough addresses, because I'm an airdrop hunter. I have enough addresses to keep you busy for a long time, unless you have a bot that just tells you very quickly like what the deal is. I mean, it's very transparent. I don't know that there could be any better system for proving that you're not on the take. There's no better system than crypto.
Right.
So true.
So
yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's some FUD I can dispel just because we have an audience here, and I've said it. I think I said it on like the 6-hour stream or whatever. But I got this information from an unrecorded space that had like Funding Gym and a bunch of the Hex community had RG3 in it, and I did record most of that and put that on YouTube too. If people want to see that, it's all about the SEC and people talk about it and the subpoenas and what's it possibly mean, and people asked questions and got answers. And some people were worried, like, hey, what? Well, this SEC thing, is it going to stop Richard from being able to launch Pulse Chain? And it's actually the exact opposite. It's like the SEC's job is to make sure people aren't getting scammed and they do get made whole or whatever. So they wouldn't stop Richard from launching the thing that would give airdrop these people potential funds. So like, why would they stop him from launching it? So it's
They have no choice anyway. They have no power to stop it or control whether it gets launched or not anyway.
They have no power, and why would they stop him? Is basically there's no reason to stop him.
Power here.
It's in everyone's best interest that it does launch. So they wouldn't be like, hey, don't launch that thing that gives potential value to these people, because we didn't sacrifice for any value anyway. To be clear, it was just a political statement. But anyway, it's just for the new people who haven't heard that other side.
Yeah, and why would they want you to stop your airdrops anyways? Because they're only going to make more money off of you as the consumers they're protecting if you even receive the airdrops. So you'll see retroactive behavior on their part, but in terms of preventative maintenance, if you want to call it that, they're not doing a whole lot of that, as we know. They're doing stuff retroactively, and it's in their best interest as well for you to even receive those airdrops. So if you're worried about getting your airdrops, just don't worry about that. That's nothing to worry about.
And plus, the government doesn't stop stuff from happening. They just prosecute after stuff happens.
Right.
It was just a question that came up in that space. Someone was worried about that as like, so I don't know how many people in the community have that view, no matter how wrong it is after you think about it for a bit. So just wanted to throw it out there again.
Yeah, I can't think of any instances where a police officer was like, hey, don't buy those drugs. Never.
If anything, they try and sell it to you, and then they're like, I gotcha. It was a sting.
On the contrary, they're there trying to sell them to you. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man.
It's funny.
Hey, Maddie, my eyes are drying out, so I'm going to peace out for now. Maybe I'll come on at the end or something.
Awesome.
But,
yeah.
Thanks for having me on. It was good. I'm glad we got to listen to Ray speak more. Come on for his first debut. It was awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome, Ray.
Hey man, it's super cool to be here with you guys. And so K4K, yeah, man, if you ever want me on the show, man, I'm down. So yeah.
Yeah, sure, man. I mean, I don't usually do interview stuff. That's not my thing.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll have people on one day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just not the interviewee type.
Yeah.
I don't mind being interviewed. I just don't do the interviewing. That makes sense.
Hey, dude, if you wanna put together some research or you're digging into something, holler at me. I'm down to help with that too. So
Sure, man. Yeah. Well, join the Telegram if you're not in there already.
Okay, cool.
Pulse Theory.
Theory.
Anyway,
Cool. I'll
good
drop
seeing
the link.
everybody. Happy Hex birthday, number 3.
Good to see you, brother.
Woo!
Yeah.
Number 3.
See you,
Let's
K4K.
get okay. All right.
Hey, Maddie, I think I'm gonna hop off too, brother. Thank you for having me on. Happy birthday,
Hey,
everybody.
thanks for coming on.
And
Yeah.
can't wait till your conference, man. You always put on the best conferences.
Oh,
thank you.
Hell
yeah,
yeah, brother.
absolutely.
Have an awesome
Hey,
day,
later, Freddie.
everybody.
See you, Freddie.
Peace out, Freddie.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Hey, later, man.
Hey, Ray, I'd love to do an interview with you, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, bro. Especially
Yeah.
if you're a hip hop head, we can talk about some of that too.
Heck yeah, we got to talk about how this is going to turn into the cryptoverse. You know what I mean? Like things are going to transition. I mean, obviously, there's still some projects out there trying to create a bridge, right? But as Richard says, NFTs are kind of pretty much garbage at this point. There's a lot of room to grow, and a lot of strides to be taken in order for things to really be bridged into a real
How
environment.
much do you guys think like FTX was holding up all the NFT bullcrap?
Oh, dude.
I heard they were a big proponent of the Bored Apes stuff, right? Like they were one of the major founding donors for Bored Ape Yacht Club.
For which is the company that owns them now? It's the same guys that
Yugo
own
Labs?
Yep.
Yugo
right.
Labs. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who they were donating to, and so the fact that went under, that could be they're saying that it could be significant problems for Yugo Labs as being a major donor. So as far
Like
as
Richard said, monkey JPEG go to 0.
yeah.
It's like we're not out of this bear market into the monkey JPEGs go to 0.
It's so true, man.
And you know what? It looks like they're going to 0.
What have you guys seen with the ledgers in terms of SBF? Have you guys had any discussion about that yet? Because I know that there was some concerns. Have you guys seen the breakout tree that shows all the assets underneath SBF and FTX?
You talking about how Ledger, the company, was one of them?
Yeah.
From France?
They were saying
Ledger,
that Ledger was
the wallet company.
Yeah, it was purchased
FTX bought it,
Mhm.
or Alameda did. One of the two. They own it.
Right.
They purchased
That's probably
Ledger?
just a reputation thing. They probably didn't change like how they actually operate. And
Yeah, I
there's
don't
probably
think
not
so.
like there's not
Yeah.
like a reason to fear that just at face value.
Yeah, I'm not worried. The only thing I've ever worried about with any of the things is just ongoing support for them. But you still have access to your crypto. It's on the blockchain. It's not in your device.
This is a Ledger X. Isn't that something else? Ledger X is not Ledger.
Is that not the
Ledger
company?
X is the device. Isn't the device a
Ledger
Ledger X?
Nano X is one, or
Yeah.
Ledger X is one of them.
They
I
might
think
be
Ledger X
pushing
is
in
something
different
else.
brands, like because a coin ledger itself is like a pretty common word. So it could be that they're just marketing it under similar names.
LedgerX.com, I think, is the website. So I don't think this is actually. Maybe it's not the Ledger device at all.
So yeah, Ledger X was like a trading platform.
Oh,
that
good to know.
FTX bought.
Very good to know.
And
It
then they
squashed
just
that FUD.
Yeah,
See, that's
I'm like,
that's why
I'm
I
like,
gotta
the
bring it up.
French
We won't-
company?
we'll
Are
figure
you
it out
guys-
if we don't.
I don't know. If
I was about to go throw out my ledgers.
Well, it's like
and go buy some treasures.
Smash them.
It's like you just said earlier, Ray. Like you earlier, you just said, "Hey, if you ever have something in your gut that's telling you that's creating fear, ask more questions." Those were the exact
Yes.
words, and that was exactly what you did.
Good advice.
And I got mine answered too, because I was like, "Damn, I need to get some more treasures," and But
Yeah, and
I
you
don't
got to
need to worry about it.
Yeah, you got to mitigate those risks, right? And so imagine if that was a possibility, right? That's potentially a possibility. Maybe someone does buy Ledger in the future maybe you should spread out your assets and not just have them on a ledger. Maybe you should also buy a Trezor, or if you have a Trezor, maybe you should also buy a ledger. You know, how many of you guys only have one bank? Maybe you only have Bank of America. Maybe you should also have a credit union.
Have multiple exchanges.
Right.
In case one of them collapses.
Yeah, you
know.
know.
Hey, if you guys want a pro tip on getting a discount on a ledger, go to if you're signed up with crypto.com, if you go into their mobile app, excuse me. If you go to their mobile app, you can actually buy the ledgers through their mobile app at like a 20%.
That's a terrible idea. Then you're serving yourself up to crypto.com, which is going to wreck you.
No, you're buying a ledger from them through the app for 20% off. So
sounds like you're showing a centralized exchange.
Do you have a ref link for that, Riz?
I do actually.
He has a link for it.
So so you're telling me crypto.com does not go to a centralized exchange?
No, I'm saying that you can buy ledger for 20% off.
Answer carefully, my friend.
On crypto.com mobile app.
Oh, yeah. You can get a discount on.
I'm not telling you to buy coins on crypto.com. I'm telling you to buy a ledger.
Advertising scams.
I don't think crypto.com is a scam.
I think it is. Don't they like charge?
Aren't they next to go down? They're going to be next to go down.
Beyond the gas fee.
It's like Coinbase. It's pretty much the same exact thing as a Coinbase.
They take a percent on withdrawals.
Yeah, they're not a charity.
So if you do withdraw from crypto.com, I mean, depending on which coin it is, it could be a substantial amount. I mean,
that's a middleman.
It can be up to 20% of your coins. If you had coins, if you had coins from crypto.com that weren't like ETH or something, ETH, they take a far less amount. But I mean, like I bought some dumb coin a while ago, and a couple years ago, and it took like 25% of them, 25% to get them off. Unless you use their DeFi wallet, then it charges less.
So let's use this as an example of, I really want to point out this line is like, that's how easy it is to like create the old system. We just got done trashing everybody about FTX and how stupid and influencers who shilled, but you want to save 20% on something that's so important. And I really have to speak against like sending people to crypto.com. Like crypto.com is a bad place.
What if the people are just using it to bridge in their money because they still need to on-ramp their money from the bank?
Because you shouldn't ever go to a centralized exchange that has a withdrawal fee that can be up to 20% of the value of the coin. It's just it's not real enough. Like Coinbase, at least Coinbase will let you onboard with 0 fees. If you go from your bank
off ramp if you're using USDC.
Exactly. And so that's where DeFi shines, because DeFi can eliminate a centralized fee. Whereas remember with Coinbase, remember all these places, Coinbase included, they're not only charging you the fee that they show you.
10% back, my bad.
They're not only charging, so Coinbase not only charges the fee that looks like it's about 2 to 3%. But then they're also charging a spread. So the price that they're quoting you is a lie that's marked up so that they can profit more.
What's your recommended off ramp then?
I like, so what I like is USDC on Coinbase to MetaMask, and then matcha.xyz to HEX. You have to throw a little bit ETH in there too, which is an extra step. But what that's going to save you if you're throwing on $1,000, that's saving you $20, maybe more. And that's I just don't like promoting crypto where middlemen are getting rich. Every 2%, every 4%, that's an insane amount of money if you jam the entire world's GDP into that multiple times, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Right.
So so it actually becomes like just insanely too much money to pay to a middleman. Does that make sense? So like the price that they're quoting you for Bitcoin and Ethereum. So like most people would just buy Ethereum. They would convert their dollars from their bank into Ethereum. They're going to pay basically like a 4 to 5% fee just to get into Ethereum, even though it's only showing them like a 2% fee. And then that's even if they don't do it without credit cards, because credit cards can add surprise fees on for what you're doing and limit your amounts and all this other stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, but if you just do Coinbase, USDC, then into HEX or whatever, ETH, whatever you're buying, and then you can convert it using DeFi, using matcha.xyz back to USDC when you sell it, and then you send the USDC to Coinbase, and the Coinbase cashes you out to your bank account with no fee on that exchange.
So just to clarify, because I think that's the best way. Here's my problem: Coinbase won't let me do business with them. And this goes back to 2014. With this goes back to when I had my coins on Mt. Gox and they got
clean up your
jacked.
act.
And then, then I think I'd owed Coinbase like $300 back in 2014. After I got hacked, I was just like, oh man, forget this. And my card had changed. And anyway, so crypto.com is what I've used, but I have one of their credit cards, not shilling that, but I do know that if I have USDC and I wire it to my bank, then I'm not charged fees in that case. But if I'm sending something to MetaMask, then that's when it's charging those fees. But if I'm sending,
so it's not real
bank,
crypto if you're not holding it yourself.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I'm just saying, as far as my onboard from fiat, like it's been, what other options would you guys recommend? Like, isn't Gemini, like for onboarding from fiat, Gemini, would you say that's the next best? Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's what I need to do then.
How would you differentiate? Because because Gemini is also a centralized exchange, right? Is where it becomes a bad player is that it takes a spread? Is that what people should be looking for? Okay.
Crypto.com is bad because they charge a withdrawal fee when you take your crypto off of there. So it's Coinbase doesn't do that. You pay like a gas fee to get crypto off there.
That's way better. That is.
Sure. Yeah,
I've never actually tried to take any crypto off of crypto.com.
I can't speak on off-ramping money, man. Everything is not. I'm a hodler, man.
That's what's up.
Yeah, dude. As far as Gemini, are they still solvent right now? Weren't they wrapped up in the FTX thing also?
I mean,
I have no idea.
It's a good lesson of just,
I know Genesis was. I don't know.
Be careful.
Right.
Richard has said, don't put 500 or 1,000 more than whatever is too much to lose to you. Like, do $1,000 at a time. Do 500 at a time. Do 2,000 at a time. Whatever is the amount that you can stomach giving to somebody else, because that's what you're doing when you give up your keys. You're giving it to somebody else and hoping they give it back.
I know someone that she had bought on BlockFi like the day right before everything went south, and hadn't gotten a chance to get it in the MetaMask, and then tried to withdraw and got torched. It's still pending, and it just shows how dangerous centralized exchanges can be. So you got to make sure you're looking at the right ones.
Right.
I mean,
she tried to hit that withdrawal button and that Alanis Morissette song started playing. Isn't it ironic?
It's so true, man. So true. I felt so bad. I mean, I didn't tell her to go that route. She had found it through watching the altcoin daily guys, which, if I can I don't want to go on too much of a rant other than, man, these guys were the biggest FTX shills, and they haven't said a damn word since. They just report the news as though it's just terrible. And Sam Bankman-Fried's this. It's like, man, this was the guy paying your bills for the last year, shilling people to get on BlockFi and FTX.
Right.
Like those guys just irritate me so badly because the hypocrisy and just the sitting there, and they're just part of the machine. Those two.
Seriously, man, the rabbit hole is really, really deep. I mean, obviously, BitBoy's been exposing a lot of all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of conspiracy theories. I have my own conspiracy theories.
Spill them. I want to hear them. I got conspiracy theories out the wazoo.
I don't want to get Maddie canceled here if I start saying stuff. But
Maddie's not here. He can't stop you.
Right. Yeah, a couple of my friends are watching right now.
No conspiracy theories. Guys. Your own channel. This is about Hex's birthday. Keep covering that.
He was probably halfway through like a bottle of water and just had to choked on it.
We'll keep
it ran from the toilet.
We'll keep it.
He's like running back to his computer.
Have you guys heard that saying that like the average conspiracy theory is proven to be true within like 3 days or something?
Oh yeah, it goes like this. This is what's the difference between reality and a conspiracy theory? 6 months.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You know, it used to be fun to talk about conspiracy theories, like maybe they were true and maybe they weren't, and now it's just like, okay, I see where this is all going now, you know, and so it's crazy, man. But
seems like Twitter might be the only safe space to talk about them now. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
Rumble.
But happy birthday, Hex.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Hex.
Happy birthday, Hex.
Well, no, real quick, just
Happy
on the stream,
birthday.
on the topic of streaming, and platforms, Rumble. Have you guys been signing up accounts on Rumble, because they've been taking on a lot of people that have been booted from YouTube, and they're getting a pretty big audience. Like I know, for example, if anyone's familiar with the Andrew Tate guy that he got like really popular really quickly, he goes over to Rumble and he's having like a couple 100,000 live viewers, you know. And so it's like I'd at least secured my username over there. You know, I recommend people do that at least, so that people don't take your idea, because Rumble is I'm going to start streaming on Rumble as well. I don't know if I can do them both simultaneously, but I'm going to try doing that because we need a presence over there. I mean, gosh, you get in early over there, be one of the first cryptos to be discussed. That could be a really good thing.
You could be the PewDiePie of Rumble.
Yeah, the Rumble PewDiePie, man. Exactly. Didn't PewDiePie get overtaken by that group in India?
T Music or something like that.
It was T something. But yeah, I think they were in a war. I know they were like neck and neck with that billion followers or something. It's crazy, like a large fraction of the world. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I think it's worth checking Rumble out. Who do we have all on Twitch? I know that we've got DJ Cryptomatic. He does Twitch. Who else does Twitch?
Hexologist used to do.
Exo
Twitch.
used to do Twitch. Like these other platforms, I think would be good to get our voice on. You know, especially if we can do them simultaneously.
Right.
I've seen Johnny Chaos on Twitch a few times. I don't know if he still does that though.
Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, Johnny's on Twitch. That's one of the, but he intentionally makes himself hard to find. So I usually give out his Twitter when we're doing these kinds of things. And then you have to discover whenever he goes live. But it's Odyssey spelled the weirdest way you can think.
Yeah, 2 E's.
Odyssey is where Tangent is, ever since he got, in my opinion, unfairly banned from YouTube. So that's somewhere that I've got a page over there, and yeah, I think if people create like, to me, if you're creating content, it's good to have a plan for backup.
Absolutely.
You know, just because YouTube can take you down by mistake, or they can do some bullshit rule or something. A lot of people, if you're already a Hex streamer or if you're new, remember when you use StreamYard, you can connect your Twitter and it'll stream to Twitter. There are times that I'm getting hundreds of views, sometimes thousands of views on Twitter.
That's crazy.
And I don't ever touch it. It's already set up.
Now, can it go YouTube and Twitter?
It just automatically goes to Twitter, and then it automatically goes to Twitch.
At the same time.
There's like an early Quant Gang episode where YouTube just like went down for some reason, and we just continued the stream on Twitch. Everybody hopped over, and it was fine because
so
it was
simultaneous though. Like can you choose to go to? Okay, that's awesome. You can go to all three.
Yeah.
At the same
So
time.
I'm streaming to all of Twitter right now, Twitch, YouTube, and then there's a way to link Instagram that's a little bit buggy, but I could be doing it to there. I heard TikTok now does some sort of live thing that I'm not into yet. We've tried like linking Twitter Spaces, which is kind of a, I'm not sure I figured that out completely yet, but the free Twitter stream you can get by not changing really anything you're doing, that's the spot where I think a lot of Hexicans who've already built a huge audience could probably improve on, to just set that up.
So it's literally just ticking a box, then, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah.
You're just connecting your account and then clicking it.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, that's,
and
that's
there
really good,
was
man.
actually there was a time when more Hexicans were using it, and then they Richard had read, so he announced to the community that they were ending the program to be able to just stream seamlessly to Twitter, and because it was called something else back then, and I just never disconnected mine, and it still works. I think for people, even if they're new, they changed the name of it. They didn't end the program. And so there's a lot of Hexicans that even turned off their automatic streaming to Twitter, and that's one of the places where we show up strong for each other. So
absolutely,
that's cool.
If you have a channel, turn it on. If you use StreamYard,
Yeah, because I've noticed you'll have it, and then I noticed Gary has it. That Gary will do it. But with Gary, I've checked if it's gone either way.
Coffee does it
am I on
now.
YouTube too? That's really good to know.
He streams there. So yeah, it's a huge opportunity to just get more supporters that are already on board and new ones too.
Especially all the increased engagement on Twitter right now, ever since at least the stats that Elon's putting out, like people are spending so much more time on Twitter than they have been historically. And so that'd be crazy not to.
Yeah, it's a simulcast, right? Like anytime you can work with any platform that allows you to simultaneously cast into multiple platforms, that's already a leg up on any singular platform. That's huge.
And then Twitter is backing up. Twitch, sometimes libraries capped at like an hour, I think, or 2 hours until you get a certain achievement unlocked. But StreamYard backs me up, YouTube backs me up, Twitter backs me up.
So Twitter does too. So you can actually play the video from your feed on Twitter, or so it's in your actual feed still, like after you stream. Oh, that's dude, I can't believe I didn't notice that. That's really
great.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good alpha for people who
that's huge alpha, because we're such a Twitter community. Like if everyone did that, I bet that would change the numbers of viewers incredibly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we want to be reaching out more as well, but we got a lot of followers, I'm sure, that aren't Hexicans that follow us as well from different things we've done in different spaces. And so that's a really good idea, because YouTube, you know, not too many people are glued to YouTube all day, but Twitch or Twitter, I mean, they are.
The more I use YouTube, the more I hate YouTube.
Hey man,
I'm getting tired of it.
Us Hexicans, man, we're contrarians, you know, like we're better to invest in the contrarian streaming platform, right? So, you know, there's opportunity where there's fewer users. So there's much money to be made for sure. That's what's up. Have you guys noticed the quality of Twitter's kicking up, like in terms of your feeds?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
night and day difference.
Oh my gosh, man. I'm getting so much stuff. I'm actually like learning stuff.
Yeah.
I used to just get a bunch of like stupid. It was just, I mean, some people are into seeing boobs and butt all day long on their you know, threads.
That's because you taught the algorithm to send that to you.
Yeah, right.
No, I swear I didn't. I swear I don't know. I'm a Christian by faith, but I don't click on any of that stuff. You know what I mean? But that stuff actually is populating my feed, right? And so I just avoid that stuff. I block it, but it still sends it to me. I'm not getting any of that right now. I get stuff
bots are
like,
getting killed.
I try to learn code. I try to learn product management. I try to learn all these types of things, how to improve myself, work on business goals, learn about cryptocurrencies, whatever, right? All that kind of stuff. And now I'm only getting that stuff on my feeds now. I'm not getting a bunch of garbage that I was getting before. And so like the health of my feed is so much more robust than it was, you know, just 2 weeks ago. It's crazy.
Agreed.
You know, it's really crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I'm
it was
happy about that.
DZ from that's over on BitBoy Crypto. I guess he was at like 195,000 followers or something. And he lost like 100,000 because they were all bots from all the NFT stuff he was doing. So it's like they're definitely cleaning house.
Cool.
With the
Right.
bots. They're cleaning house.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome to see that people can affect change positively, powerfully in a very short window of time. And I think it's the phrase. There's a phrase called the power of one, right? Like we all have this opportunity to make significant impact just as individuals. And I think sometimes we underestimate the infinite power that we each have as individuals. And man, like it's awesome and empowering to see an individual thrive and really move things at a powerful pace for a positive force, you know. And so not everybody would agree with those statements, you know, like some people are like, oh, Twitter's been terrible since Elon took over, you know, because they have different political views or whatever the reasons, right? But this is my firsthand experience that when you see just, you know, Elon and Twitter aside, when you see something powerful happening, it's empowering for yourself to realize you guys have, as individuals, have infinite power as individuals to impact huge things, man. Like, it's really cool. It's been empowering for me personally to see it.
Absolutely. I wonder how many Hexkins we have on. I wonder what our imprint is on Twitter. Anyone have any idea how many like Hexkin Twitter accounts there are?
Man, I don't know. There's a lot of us though. All I see, you know, there's a ton of Hexkins that post, and it's enough to keep occupied and not have to go anywhere else, really.
Yeah,
But,
well, I mean,
I think that would be tough to quantify though, because Ray Speak More, I just looked at his Twitter and he's got nothing of Hex in his bio at all. So it's like there's still those Hexicans that are
true,
you know,
very true,
following and keeping track of the Twitter sphere, but they don't have anything about it in their bio yet. So to say how many accounts there would be, I don't know. That's tough to say. But
yeah,
that's
true.
Thank you guys for the love. I'm getting a lot of hits on Twitter, so thank you guys. Appreciate you guys even joining the stream, man. Like, today's a special day. I remember when this whole thing launched, man. We were just in the trenches, like, man, is this gonna work? You know, it was scary. Like, all of us were on edge, all still getting familiar with Richard Hart on a deeper level. And you know, all we had to base our decisions on is what we knew fundamentally about cryptocurrencies, and just tippy-toeing into the situation and testing the waters as we went without getting eaten by a crocodile, kind of a thing, you know. And so, you know, how do you know whether you're making a good decision? You know, it was really tough times, but it's super exciting to be here right now, and to have come out the other side victorious, to put your mind and focus on a thing that, you know, fundamentally was checked all the boxes in terms of being something that should work well. And so, yeah, it's important to have a checklist and follow those things to the T. And but when that happens, you know, like you make good decisions, usually it produces great results. And so being here right now as a year 3 Hexican is a result of making good decisions. And all of us as Hexicans that have like figured it out up to this point, it's a result of all your guys' good decisions. And so it's really special. It's really special and really rewarding to be here on a 3rd birthday like this to celebrate good decision making. And hopefully it like creates a positive feedback loop, as Richard always says, right? Creating you know, these evergreen content, evergreen decision making is a thing. So super cool, man. Super grateful to be here with you guys.
Yeah.
100% flawless operation, 3 years running. That's unheard of.
Doing the thing.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. It's cool to hear you say that, what it was like 3 years ago, because I was listening to Maddie earlier this morning.
Yeah.
He was on with a bunch of the guys that were all day ones and just talking about what that experience was like, you know, with the getting into the original Telegram and all that. I got a video on my channel, which is pretty cool in the sense that it's my neighbor was a day one OG Hexican, and I had no idea about it. And I lived right next to him for two years prior to that. And so like on Gen Hex where I stream on Saturdays, it was always the joke of like, man, what a shitty neighbor. Like I love him to death, but it's like, why didn't he tell you about it? And I'm like, yeah, man, why didn't you tell me about it? But he and I hadn't like communicated much until I started my channel after being at Maddie's conference and getting motivated enough to do it, the one in March. And then I finally did the channel. And then anyway, ended up, saying I did a channel, then turned out that it was about Hex. And he's like, you're kidding me, right? And I'm like, no. And he starts spitting off the terminology. I was like, no way, man. So there's more of us out there than people might think, man.
Yeah,
crazy.
there's a ton of us, man. I'm excited to see what the new year's going to bring. I mean, if this is how things are in the bear market for the Hexakin community, I can't even fathom what it's going to be like at the top of this next bull run. It's going to be wild, man. Like, we're going to be the loudest voice, and like people are going to be crying that we're so loud. It's going to be so great. It's going to be the best, the best revenge you can get on anybody is success. So it's going to be great to have, incredible success in the community and all that. So I'm pumped up. I actually got to bounce, guys. I got hit up by my wifey here. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yep, you got to run when the bell rings, man.
Yeah, straight up, man. You get in trouble.
Yeah.
It might affect your hex stakes. I don't know, man.
Yeah, right. Got to go buy a nice bag.
Just don't keep those seed words where she knows where they are.
Might affect my DCA strategy or something. I don't know.
Exactly, right?
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks for joining.
Appreciate you guys. Holler at
See
me
you
if
next
anything,
time.
man. I'd love to hang with you guys again. And happy 3rd birthday. Big
Yeah.
3. Big
Yes,
3
sir.
going on 15.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
All right, homies. Peace.
See you, brother.
Peace out.
Bye.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions I wanted to ask him, but I'll leave it for you to interview him next. So you can ask him those
All right,
questions.
sounds good, man. You can pop on as well, bro. We can do it together.
Sure, if you want. Let's do it.
Yeah, dude, that'd be awesome. Yeah, so how did you know him before Maddie, or did he just reach out to you and was like, "Hey, I'm a day one Hexakin," and he just saw that there was a stream going?
He was in the chat or in the Telegram.
Oh, that's awesome.
In my Telegram, just DMs that I never check. He just popped up.
That's cool. That's super cool.
So apologies if there are other people who like have messaged me and I don't get paid to do this. It's all volunteer, and checking messages is not something that I've mastered yet.
I bet you get a lot of them too. A lot of them.
I just do my best. And the best way to reach me is to just leave a comment in a live stream. I live stream twice a week, so it's not like I'm hiding out somewhere.
True. Oh, hey, thoughts child. Since I've now seen the chat, Ray, it's just what he was. It's right through Twitter. It's Ray Speak More. Oh, it looks like Brian. What's up, Brian? Brian is now just posted it.
Cool. Yeah. So Hex Luther, what's been going on with you, man?
Oh, just started a new career in HVAC maybe 7 months ago.
How's
I've
that
been
going?
focusing on that. It's doing great. It's paying the bills, so enjoyable career. I don't know anybody that likes to work with their hands, but if you're that type of person, something like that fills that scratch that you need to create something. So
yeah,
it's been a good decision for me. Also been working on 369.z, which is a higher quality merch store for Hex and Pulse Chain and Pulse Hex merch. We just launched that about a month ago. And
yeah, I've seen that.
Running away with that. Like, this is one of the shirts we've got.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, cool. That's really nice. What's the name of the site?
369.xyz. So it's spelled the letter 3, and then 6, and then the letter 9.
So you spell out 6. You're saying.
Spell out 6. Yep.
Made in Hexaco.
That's right.
That's cool.
Nice.
So yeah, I partnered up with Schmyrus.
Yeah, the tattoo guy, right?
Yep, he does the tattoos. He did the SJ tattoo. I don't know if anybody saw that.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I see Thoughts Child's shirt right there. That's awesome.
Yep, and then that is actually SJ's tattoo as well. That Phoenix. So that's
oh, that's right, the one that he did, huh? That's right.
Wow,
that's really cool.
That's funny. Hex.com and chill. The Netflix logo. I like that. 55. So when you say higher quality, you're saying like the materials
from the material to the print itself. So if you want something that's going to last a lot longer, granted you will have to pay a little bit more for it, but you won't be having to rebuy your favorite shirt for quite some time. So
That's
I
good.
don't know about you guys, but that was my main motivation for actually creating this, was because my favorite hex shirts soon became unreadable or unseeable after you wash it. So just wanted to find that solution and put it out there.
That's
Cool.
good, man. Are you guys gonna get into hats?
Yeah, a hat is what we want to throw up next. So,
because man, I'm telling you, from my experience with swag, just from different companies, different industries, working with marketing directors, and finding high quality hats, man, is a difficult thing to do. You know what I mean? At least especially that are affordable. And so, but if you're doing higher end, I guess that gives you more room to work with, so you can actually get better base layer, better base stuff to work from.
correct. And hats are still kind of hard to find. I mean, the market for purchasing a hat anywhere they're out of stock, or
especially if they're good.
Getting them to ship them in just to put a print on them is very difficult. But we've got some contacts that we've created that lets us find all the stuff we want. Sometimes it's out of stock, sometimes it's not. But
cool, man.
yeah, that's what I've been up to the last 7-8 months.
Nice. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really cool.
How many
different merch options do we have now? I mean, we've got
a lot.
And then Marco makes some amazing stuff too. Like
Marco's stuff is cool. Yeah,
his stuff is really cool, man. Like in his hats, like where they have the patch, you can change the patch, like Hex, then Pulse, do different things like that.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Man, Melv Tony, every time you post the price, man, it makes me mad that my limit order didn't fill the other day. So I'm just gonna have to.
What happened?
It just didn't. I got greedy. It was when it was at 0.247, 0.0247, and I wanted to hit 0.0245, and then right from there it went up. Like it looked like it went down, but just not enough for how much I had put in the limit order. And because I'm like, I saw that it went, I'm like, yeah, it hit. Then came home and I'm like, oh my gosh, didn't hit.
Well, you did the right thing in principle, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. But yes, but I mean, I'm just gonna have to mark it by at this point, or at least just put another limit in for. So hey, wait, quick question on so with Matcha.xyz, I've got my limit order still open at that. If I wanted to change it, I know if I cancel it, that's going to charge me gas.
Yeah, don't cancel it. Just make a new one.
USD, just make a new one and just and it'll just fill that one instead.
Yeah, it'll fill that price first, because you set a new one for a new price that's higher. If it hits that, it'll fill that one first.
Gotcha.
And then if you no longer have HEX or the USDC in your account, it won't even be able to fill it. So it'll just expire.
Gotcha. Well, I'll leave it because hey, I'd still love to fill it at that price too, but let's make sure I got the USDC in there.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Awesome. Well, hey, Maddie, when you were streaming with the gentleman that created the Hex Fire site, which is awesome, a couple months ago, I think you guys, I think it might have been David Feeder on there also, but you were bringing up a different site beside Matcha and 1inch that you can place limit orders on. And I thought there was one that had like 2 week, like you place one for 2 weeks, or am I tripping?
1inch lets you set it for a month.
You can do it for a month on 1inch.
Yeah, you can do 30 days for a limit order on 1inch. But yeah, if you're in the United States, you have to use a VPN.
Right. Yeah. Was there a third one though, Maddie?
Which is not something that we can.
Yeah, I would recommend it because that's technically. Yeah.
So like, and then so it's metric.exchange, I guess.
That's right.
The one that I've heard of. I've never covered it. I think Coffee covered it.
I need to put that in my. Wait, how do metric? It's not pulling up for me. Do I have to put a www there? Normally that doesn't matter.
Doesn't work for me anymore right now either. I had it bookmarked.
Maybe it doesn't go there anymore. Maybe they cut it off to the US or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could be it.
Who knows?
So Match.xyz sounds like our option in the US. Unless you're elsewhere, of course. But if you're in the US.
Like, I think about half the audience is outside the US. It's a nice split.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's crazy to think that as Hexicans we can go. I mean, I was just in Minnesota and North Dakota, like 2 weeks ago, and there were Hexicans that I was gonna meet up with on my layover. You know what I mean? It's like it's and then I ended up meeting with a cousin that I hadn't seen in 25 years instead, because I mean, you know, I'd had plans to meet up with a Hexican, and but and my cousin asked, she was like, how do you know, how do you know a lot of people around here? She's like, I thought you used to mostly do international business. And I said, and I got a community of someone anywhere, any state, any country in this crypto community we're part of. So I got her onboarded, which was pretty cool.
Right on.
So yeah, she's a doc, a cardiologist out there. So we got a cardiologist in Minnesota that's a Hexican now.
What a great time to onboard people, you know, during the
exactly. Day. 90. What is it now? I mean, still 97% discount, or what? What is it now? It's 95 now.
A little bit above 2.5 cents is 95% off.
Okay, all right.
So we're above that. So we're like 93.
A little less than. Okay. Man, that damn order.
Hey, Serena, how'd you make such a badass background?
Oh, I didn't make this. I just found it on one of those free background websites. I was typing in like hex and hexagons and pink and yellow, and I just found this. So
I'm obsessed with that. I need something to do for the Hex conference that is not going to cost anything.
Yeah, it's like a free. It's like safe to use. What are they called?
It's like royalty free. Or
yes,
something?
yes, royalty free.
Wow,
yes.
you even went to that extent. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I don't want to use anything just in case someone gets mad or whatever. So
right,
it made sure it's safe. So yeah, if you want it, I can send it to you because it's pretty cool.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah, that definitely like solves like one thing off the list.
There you go.
The Hex conference. We know that Richard will be speaking, which is, I would like to point out, is rare to know a future time and date that Richard will stream, just because he doesn't work for us. And, you know, it's
exactly.
like, it's always an honor to hear him give his latest take on things. So that'll be on January 9th, the fourth day of the online conference. I've got a landing page up for that one. And then I'm thinking of redoing, just because like the bear market is such a good opportunity to like look at all of the methods I've had to run things and to be like, do I really need to pay Survey Monkey $500 a year to like just, you know, to have an easy place to send people so that they can figure out like what time they're speaking at. Maybe I can just DM people. Maybe I'll just put in a little bit more elbow work, and then, you know, just be able to buy a little bit more Hex and that sort of thing. And so I think I'm probably just going to message people like I did for this stream and see if that works, just to get the lineup in place.
Yeah.
And then that's when I can really make like the website, like the blog and the landing pages for everything, and make it all look really nice. But it's really like an integrative process of like doing graphic design, like typing up what the instructions should be, like organizing people and kind of iterating through those back and forth. So it's a huge help to have like little things get checked off.
Yeah, man, I can't believe that you did all that Hex conference, man, all the work you put into that, and
the in-person thing, man, is so hard. It's so much harder than online. Online is like, I've got it down.
Yeah, conferences, especially the in-person ones, man. I mean, those are usually teams of people putting those.
There's negative externalities. That's the problem. Is like you
Right.
sign a contract and they can just charge you whatever they want. It's like giving them a blank check. So, yeah, and it's like events are just hard anyway, because people don't always decide that they're going to buy a ticket for something until it gets close to when it's time to go, and then it's like you have like a chicken and the egg problem, which is like, well, how do I decide how big to make the conference until people buy the tickets? And a lot of people, they just go into debt, or they risk stuff, and then it creates inefficiencies. And so I just counted on the community, and the community counted on me, and then everybody got a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, You've been the only one to pull it off, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
with that amount of success, I would agree.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, well said.
It's still Maddie's conference is still the only conference I've been to. So
right on.
With how much I wanted to go to PulseCon, it never happened for me. I decided not to go. So
yeah, I went to Vegas. I wasn't able to. I wasn't able to check out the conference, but I got to see Maddie everywhere I went. I got to, there was still an event every single night of different things going on. That's Hexkins know how to have fun, man. It's so true.
And it's worth it. It's worth it to like see people at this point. It's like
oh yeah.
In the beginning, it was like, get your bag set first, and there was kind of this thing of, because you don't want to encourage new people to like spend all their money on a meetup, especially with like most meetups would cost like $1,000 just for the ticket or more than that sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, but I don't know. I'm kind of changing my opinion a little bit on just the fact that, because I was not even going to do an in-person conference for the simple fact of being in a bear market.
Right.
But I think people still probably need it and want it, and I think it's still probably valuable.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you've proof of concept. You've shown that you know how to do it. So
that's true. That's true.
That's a huge part of it. I wonder if there's anyone tuned in that's in San Diego right now. It'd be interesting to see what's going on in the nightclub. I wonder what
we need a live feed. Let's be a fly on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. X-Ray is probably too busy having fun, but let me see.
I was pretty on it last year of like checking in, because it was competition between New York and London to see who was throwing the best party, and then the people who were watching online got to see everything. So
that
was really
I
cool.
remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember last. That's so crazy. I think it's already been a year. I remember last year from the audio. The audio from trying to hear people was really difficult. I remember that in London. There's some funny memes that were done about that, but
well, it was cool because we like checked in with Hexy Bastard, and he's like, oh man, like, because he's from that country, right? And so he was just like, hey, I'm in the big city. Like, he was, I don't know, already lit, feeling good, like saying, I'm gonna go to dinner with these people, and then I'll get to meet Richard Hart, like this and that. And so we got to see through a few different people's eyes, of course, and it was really fun to see all the people meeting up in New York and all the people meeting up in London, and just the whole thing went super well as usual.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I wonder if anyone is doing any wait, what did Briz say? Copy? Oh, he was talking about the background. I was wondering, if there's anyone that we could share their camera, if they can just open their camera and live stream on StreamYard, just because you could do it on any browser on any phone. You just need to click. I think on
just click the link.
Do Safari. You just click the link and it'll open it.
Yep.
I just texted X-Ray. We'll see. Oh wait, he just said it doesn't start for 30 more minutes. Oh, so that's why.
We'll get him on here anyway. We could wait in line with.
Oh, he was on here
wherever they're waiting. I saw him. I was getting my setup put together. So.
Yeah.
I will be shutting this down in probably about like 30 to 45 minutes. So I'll message people now to let them know that like we want to do our last check-in with San Diego.
Yeah.
It looks like Gen Hex has his new YouTube account.
Oh, nice.
Comments there. So go ahead and hit that and subscribe.
Oh, Brian, I'm just now seeing that. I was underneath Briz's. I had to scroll. Very good to know. Yeah, we're there every Saturday. We're on at 3 p.m. Mountain Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. 2 p.m. Pacific Time. Let's see. I'm gonna sub to it.
No, I want to know more about this SLC meetup we're having to watch this stream.
I know it sounds like it's gonna be fun.
I didn't know anything about it.
I didn't either.
Now I'm excited.
I need to check the SLC Telegram to see if he'd put anything in there about it. But that's gonna be
That Telegram group has been a ghost town for as long as I can remember.
Well, there's a reason. It has a, let's see. Oh, there's been a few messages. Oh no, I think. Yeah, it's been a few days since we only have 8 in the Telegram, so it doesn't get that much activity. I need to add a few people. I've actually met up with a couple of
We need to add more people. There's only 8 of us.
Yeah, there's
That's funny.
well,
I didn't
and I've met
realize
a
it was
couple
so small.
Well, I've met a couple other Hexicans recently, actually, that reached out to me, and I've gone and grabbed coffee with them, and over here in Utah, and it's been awesome. It's been really cool. Like, just reached out, hit me up in Twitter, and was just like, "Hey, can I take you to coffee?" One was like, "Can I take you to lunch?" And we went and had a good time.
Oh yeah.
That's what's so cool about this community, man. Like, especially if you've done any of the in-person things, it's like you genuinely have friends everywhere. Like, you have friends everywhere. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm in recovery, and so like AA is a thing that I know I have friends and family anywhere I go, but Hex is truly like that, like almost the same type of feeling. It's wild. It's like, I know if I meet a Hexican in person, I'm gonna like him, you know, and it's awesome.
Grizz wants to know if you kissed on the first date.
If we kissed on the first date, nah, man. His mustache was too long.
So anyone else who's listening, there's 28 more minutes now. There's going to be a hard deadline for the end of this stream, and so it's another streaming tip is if you go over 12 hours, it automatically like changes a bunch of stuff on YouTube. And so if you're going to do exactly a 12-hour stream, you should probably stop it at like 11 hours and 55 minutes. In this case, I did get started a little bit late, and so, but I'm gonna end at the top of the hour. So, not based on the recording time, but the top of the actual hour. So
yeah, no, smart.
Good to know.
Dude, is that when you turn your camera off? Is that when you had meals? Because like every time I've checked in throughout the day, I'm like, dude, Maddie's just still there on screen.
I'm in less pain to just be focused on something interesting. It's like try to look presentable. So it does take the focus away from the pain. Having 2 broken clavicles is
yeah, dude. Oh my gosh.
It's like a whole chore.
Oh my gosh, man. So when are you supposed to? What's the
so it's like I'm 3.5. I'm in between 3.5 and 4 weeks into a 6-week recovery.
Gotcha.
But like now I can't drive. I can't lift more than a pound with either arm, and that's how it's been for like 4 weeks.
Yeah, man, a pound. I mean, dude, this is more than a pound. You know?
Yeah.
A gallon of milk.
Yeah, I can't lift a gallon of milk, so it sucks. But it's also awesome to like not have any brain damage and like to have things that are going to heal. So yeah,
absolutely. No,
miracle.
Man, it's a complete miracle, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that car didn't. How fast were you guys going?
I can't say.
Okay.
Legally,
I can say that the car's top speed is over 150 miles per hour.
Okay.
Because it was a Tesla. It was a Tesla competitor, basically. So
man. Yeah, I'm sure you guys were going the speed limit. I'm sure you guys were obeying the law. Oh, bro.
At the end of the day, like wear a seatbelt, and like that, like the guy in the back seat was not going to wear a seatbelt, and I yelled at him, not knowing that we were going to get into an accident, but he put it on, and
wow,
he survived.
That's crazy.
Like we all did. So that would have been different otherwise. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was it's really scary. So just buckle up, but it's that important for sure.
Yeah.
If you don't make it a habit, then you won't do it in times when you're excited or when you're doing something new or dangerous, or it's like you really have to do it every time. It's just
no, and that's a bad habit I got to break, man. And I just wait till on any of the vehicles that the noise just stops. It eventually stops, but hey, just
not on newer vehicles though. They just keep going and going until you get
I guess newest one I got, it's 2018, so probably. But
it probably just becomes white noise to you. It's still there, beeping at you.
True. Just tuned it out.
Shout out to Thosh Child. Sorry you can't make it on, but glad you're prioritizing your family and personal life, and so shout out to you and all the content you make about Hex.
Viva la Hexico, brother! Yeah. Hell yeah, man. So Serena, you were legitimately the first Hex streamer, huh?
Yep, the first.
That was so crazy.
That was it was nerve-wracking because I was like, do I do it? Do I not do it? And then in Richard's book, I know like he said, oh, it doesn't matter how retarded you feel, just do it anyway. So I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. So I'm glad I did. Looking back, I'm like, oh my God. So
how long? What was the time? What was the span of time between when you did your first stream and then someone else started streaming?
I think. Well, I made my videos before Hex launched, and then I know Hexologist started streaming probably like maybe a few months after.
So it was
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure. I'm not. Yeah.
Did Hexo say he started on the launch day or the day after or something? Didn't he start right around the same time Hex started?
Is that
actually streaming?
Is that when Hexo started?
Yeah, I think so. He had already been like involved in Telegram and stuff, and creating memes and doing content creator stuff. But
so if he did that right when Hex started, and then I made my videos like a few months, I guess, before it launched. So yeah, probably a couple months if he started on day one. Yeah.
So what was your thought process going into that though, to begin with? Like what made you want to even start producing that content before Hex launched? What gave you that kind of drive and, hey, I'm going to do this?
So it was a bit of both of just believing in Hex, and like I've never seen anything so genius like it that like I really believed in it. And I couldn't wait until it launched. And I remember going around and like handing out business cards with it and really trying to spread the word. So just, I guess something that I really believed in. And then the other reason was because I've always been super like afraid of being on cameras and streaming. And it was just a fear of mine that I'm like, I want to just get over this fear. So it was both of those things that just made me, and then plus Richard's sci-vibe, I read it a few times. So just saying, no matter what, just do it. Even if you're not sure, you don't feel, if you feel stupid or whatever. So all of those things just made me be like, okay, I'm just going to do it. See what happens. What's the worst that can happen? Right. So just trying to push myself, I guess, out of my comfort zone and also talk about something I really believed in. So, and I'm glad because like a lot of people got onboarded from that. I know like Gary funding Jam and Kinetics, like they always talk about how
that's cool.
I helped them out and I got them in. So that's pretty cool. There's a few other people, but yeah. So
that's wild. And how well do you feel like you understood Hex then compared to now? Because Hex, I mean, it's there's layers. You know what I mean? Like I think what the words Maddie used earlier today was like, "What's my next understanding of Hex?"
Yes.
Like when you were talking about the interest rate earlier this morning, probably feels like it was a few days ago, but it, like like how well do you feel like you understood it then?
Pretty well. The only thing is like you said, you're always learning more, right? So I understood it really well, but then it wasn't until like probably a few months later. I know because I always watch the Discourse Syndicate streams. So there was somebody that's no longer in the community, but he was talking about T-shares and he did like a drawing with like a graph and really explained it. And then it was like, oh, okay, that was really a new way of hearing it. And I think that person really, I guess, opened up a good understanding of T-shares to not only me, but a lot of other Hexicans. So yeah, like from before I posted videos versus a few months later and then until now, it's like there's so much that there's always new things. But now, like, yeah, I know like there's nothing, I guess, new because it's the same. But yeah, from the first like year, I guess there's always more. Yeah, it just takes somebody else to have a different, I guess, way of explaining things to make it, I don't know, understandable in a different way. Yeah.
I mean, and look, there's still people searching for new things to report on, especially technically. So for example, earlier today, it's the first time I ever heard somebody talk about the total possible T-share rate to where they had mapped it out, not only in the past, like not the rate, but the total number of T-shares, the maximum T-share amount, basically like not only in the past, but also in the future. That's really, really cool to me, but it doesn't mean anything to, like, you know, I don't know. What do you guys think?
What is the maximum T-share rate?
So what Crispy Man was looking at, and I was taking a break during this time, but I was still listening.
Yeah.
I think the way that he described it, when he was the only one on the screen with Victor from Pulse, from freepulse.io, when that's the easy way to find it if you're scrubbing through the YouTube video. But basically what they're talking about is that maybe at one point you could, the total amount of hex that's liquid could create 50 million T-shares. But the amount that goes down every day because the T-share rate increases, it's like pretty substantial because you're measuring it and like, oh, there's another 10,000 T-shares that can never be created and that sort of thing. And so having that kind of a metric that you can chart not only in the past but probably in the future to some extent as well is super interesting. And so you know, it's like it's truly legendary to have Serena here, and I want you guys to keep asking her all these great questions because it's you know, her and I think, and a lot of people have seen a lot through how this community has evolved, and I think anybody who even comes in now is going to see the space evolve a lot going forward 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did want to ask Serena, so to have that conviction so far ahead of the Hex launch, you must have been following Richard Hart for quite some time. When did you find him? How long were you listening to him? Like, what was the process going through him telling you, I'm going to create this coin, it's going to do this, and then you just studying, listening to him, and building that conviction up?
Good question. What's up, Hexman?
Hexman.
Hi.
What's up, brother?
What's up, fam?
Yeah, so I didn't like know about him back in 2017 or anything like that. But I think it was maybe 2018, maybe. Yeah, I heard about him and then I just started watching all his videos and I'm like, oh, this guy's smart. He knows his stuff. And then, yeah, when he started talking about Hex, I was like, oh, that's so cool. And then I remember being in the Telegram groups, like the early Hex Telegram group. And yeah, just the whole 4 more weeks thing. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry, what was the rest of your question?
So it was, how did you find him? And what was the kind of the selling points that created the conviction for you to begin with? To say, yes, this is going to be something huge. This is going to be phenomenal. It is what he says it's going to be. How did you get yourself to the point where you're going to create videos on it before it even launched?
Okay. Yeah. So my friend told me about him. And then, yeah, after watching all his videos, like when you understand like what he said he's going to do, like Hex and how it's going to work. And I did a lot of research and thought for myself. So yeah, that just made me believe in it because it makes sense. It's genius. There's nothing else like it before. It's the first of its kind on the blockchain. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. But
no, perfectly. Because I mean, just from when I found Richard Hart, he has this way of speaking that makes you stop and think and go, huh, he's got a good point there. So I'm sure, I can relate to that, and that's probably what you went through.
Yeah. I love the way he
Listening to him.
speaks. Yeah,
Yep.
like
Especially back then when he was more free and just
yeah, exactly.
throw it
And
in your
like
face.
yeah, when you listen to him, like he seems so genuine. I don't know why there's so many people that don't like him. Maybe they don't like the way he talks or whatever. They think he's rude, but like I
Transference and
love
some
it.
other
I love
issues.
it.
Oh, he cuts through the bullshit, and that's
Yeah.
like because I got into crypto back in 2013 in August. First Bitcoin's $95 a piece. Got burned by Mt. Gox. Took time away. Still had some investments and some got into Ethereum, a bit later. But then I was like, all right, I'm gonna start. Then it was basically in early 21 that I started catching up on crypto, and then I was watching a BitBoy stream like a couple months, maybe a month before the Pulse Chain sacrifice, and I was like, and I just I didn't feel like anyone was getting through to me. I was just taking in information from any of the crypto channels I could get it from, and then he was a guest on Around the Blockchain, and he talked about the Mt. Gox hack. So he was like speaking to my pain. I was like, oh my gosh, man, like this guy, and then he was just, and people were challenging him on there, and he was just saying just facts, and so I can understand how listening to him back then got you going with him. That's that's.
Hey, D-Raj made a good point though. There was also a referral bonus.
That too. But I mean, I wouldn't also just refer people to anything if I thought it was like crap, right? So because I genuinely believed in it, that's the reason. But of course, the referral bonus helped.
Yeah, no, hell yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
he created it for a reason, I mean, that's part of the genius. So when did you get into crypto? Were you already in crypto before?
2017 is when I got in.
Okay.
Yeah. It was like the hype. And I remember I was accumulating, and that was like the whole, was like a couple years later, the Quadriga CX thing happened. So I was somebody who I started with Quadriga, but I was smart from day one and used a ledger and never kept funds on there, so I did not get wrecked.
Wish I did that. I don't know if they had a ledger back in 2014.
Yeah, that was like the first thing I did. Anything I bought in like ledger, like I never left anything on there, thank God. But yeah, so I've been in for a while now.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Do you guys want to know something funny about BitBoy?
Yeah.
So back like when it was the whole HEX, like you can claim your HEX with your Bitcoin. I remember in the DMs, I was telling him, like we were having a conversation, and I'm like, oh, like claim your HEX, like don't miss out, whatever. And then he didn't. So yeah, that was just funny. I told him back
gosh.
then. Yeah.
Did he say why? Did he say why he wasn't going to claim it?
I'm pretty sure he thought it was a scam and thought it was sketchy, just like everybody else did. And we were supposed to like back then, like, oh, we're gonna think of streaming together, but then we never ended up streaming together. But yeah, so it's just in like that conversation when I'm like, yeah, claim HEX, like it's free, whatever. Yeah, so that's funny.
It was not easy to claim HEX.
Yeah, so explain that. Explain what that was like.
It was not easy.
Because I've heard stories about it, but because I know it was like
it's not
some
like you
Merkle
click a
tree
button.
function, right?
It's nothing like that.
Yeah, because it used and I heard you could maybe even use someone else's Bitcoin address or something like. It's not like you could just connect your Bitcoin wallet, right?
You have to like take custody of your coins. Do you know how stressful that is? Maybe you do. And
I don't know how stressful that is.
But
I've always had
stressful.
custody
If
of my
you're doing
coins.
it for the first time, just some person with a top hat is like giving you great life
Yeah.
advice. So you're like, okay, I'm gonna take all of my coins off of Coinbase that I've been saving my life savings, and I'm gonna take it and put it into this unknown wallet that I've never used, that I haven't played around with, that I don't know anything about, and then
Which wallet
somehow
was it?
sign a transaction and believe that the signed code that I'm putting out is not somehow my private key.
So true, man.
Dude, it was the reason I bought a Trezor, like literally, so I could sign from my Trezor inside like the Trezor desktop thing. I was like, oh, okay, here we go. Here we go.
You're saying when you
Started
did your
the whole
claim was
thing.
the reason you bought it was during the claim phase?
Yeah, because I needed a wallet where I could sign a transaction from, and that was
So-
one of the wallets that
I had to use like a
you were able to sign.
wallet or
So,
something.
yeah, which
Yeah,
one
Atomic
did you
Wallet
guys use?
did it as
which,
well.
which one did you use, Maddie?
I think Atomic, is that a name of a wallet?
Yeah, that's the wallet.
I think so.
Yeah, that's a
Bitcoin
wallet.
wallet. That's like OG
Yep.
kind of.
Yep.
Yeah, that one sounds familiar because that's one of the things that I'm. Yeah, and then Serena, what was
Yeah,
it?
I've had
What was you
an
using?
atomic wallet before.
Like to claim it or
Yeah,
like
like which like as far as like is to be able they have the whole claim like the whole claim phase.
Mm.
Like you know, I mean, were you as scared of taking custody of your own funds as Maddie was and as X-Mac was?
No, because I had a ledger and I had all my stuff already on the ledger. So
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't there's nothing to be afraid of. I was just like, oh, sign the thing, claim your free hex. And I'm like, yep, I want that. So that's what I did. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that Diraj, that's spot on.
Yeah,
That's
they
what I
were
thought
Bitcoin-
signing the transaction would do.
they
It'll
knew
like
so
shoot
little.
my Bitcoin out.
Most Bitcoiners knew so little about Bitcoin that they couldn't even tell whether claiming hex would be a scam or not. Like they just didn't have the skills.
Yeah. See, it's so
including
crazy.
myself, until I taught myself.
Well, it was only a signature, right? So like it wasn't like you were approving something on
spend or
MetaMask that's like,
something.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right? So I mean, hey, I'm not no technical person either, but I was like, okay, I'm only signing something, like there's no risk here. Plus Richard was, if you
I
watched
don't-
him and believed in him and saw like he was genuine, it's like, yeah.
But I hadn't
remember
used
those, like-
MetaMask.
Yeah,
Sorry?
Too much.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah.
I had even used MetaMask too much. Like I was like a Bitcoiner.
Oh, okay.
You remember the videos that Richard was releasing at the time on like how to do the actual like signature of them? They were like a 30-second, a minute video, so short, so like not explaining any of the context around what signing meant or anything like that. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's
bang, bang, bang.
scary.
Here's how you do it. It was like, oh yeah, that's what I meant to do. Okay, all right, buddy.
Yeah, I think I made
But-
some videos too about how to claim it and everything. And reasons,
Mhm.
I think 19 reasons why you should claim your hex and like stuff like that. I
No way.
have a whole bunch of videos. Yeah.
Dude,
It's a deep cut
I
right
think that's
there.
why there's so much. I think that truly, I think a large majority of the haters are people that were just Bitcoiners that bought into that idea that it was a scam, just like BitBoy had, like in the text, and they just refuse to believe 3 years later, a 10,000x later, that they could have had free money. You know that it's got to still be a scam because I missed out. It's like confirmation bias. It's like they're just waiting for it to be a scam. They're just waiting for the rug to pull somehow when it's like that can't happen.
Exactly.
You know, like
Yeah, they're still
it's,
waiting.
they're
So
still not even willing to learn enough about
they're gonna
it.
wait forever.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's they don't even, they won't even take the time to learn enough about it, which is unfortunate because it's like, you know, it's too bad that all the marketing strategy Richard has tried, and I mean now he's doing the, you know, outrage marketing and getting new eyes and stuff like that. But not everyone is liking that. I'm talking even just outside of the community, and it's like, but it is getting new people. But it's like, in how many ways does someone need to tell you the truth for you to be able to actually understand that there's
go
something
do
good?
a Google search and you'll see what other people are seeing, which is not Hex is the greatest thing of all time. It's Hex is a
Right.
scam, and they have good arguments that people
Right.
who are not technically inclined can't refute. It's
Very
like
true.
Hex
Very true.
it looks bad because of high APY. It looks bad because the founder owns the majority. It looks bad because the founder is like flaunting his wealth. Like it looks bad because where did the ETH go? It looks bad because, you know, this, you know, it just, and, you know, there's content out there. And so I'm probably going to do a video like tomorrow or the next day. Like every so often I'll find like a really good FUD article and just like tear it to shreds live.
Yeah.
But they're still out there, and it's, I think you're less popular in the Hex community if you take on stuff like that, just because people get tired of hearing about it, kind of, and it's
Yeah,
like there's
yeah.
kind of becomes a divide between new people and old people, and so it's like, but I don't know. It's good practice if you don't care about how many people are liking your stuff. It's good practice just every once in a while, like go actually research the FUD, and then, you know, when I went to the Bitcoin conference, I just talked to people, and that's the real, like,
That's the real
on the
test
internet
right
it's
there,
different,
bro.
but when you're sharing a common interest, like I can tell you about old Bitcoin stuff that new people can't tell you. So
Yeah.
you know, there's a level of like there's a level of like verification there too.
Yeah,
at
where
the
they can be like,
social,
all right, you know your stuff. Yeah.
at the social layer. Yeah. And
Yeah,
we're
man.
gonna keep moving in more and more, because we're building up greater discrepancies between like what it's like. How long can Hex go? Is it gonna be 4 years? Is it gonna be 6 years? Is it gonna be when Hex is older than Bitcoin is now? Is that
Right.
when the rest of the Bitcoiners are gonna start to look into it? That when they're gonna start to hear organically from everybody they're around, and so
Right. Or like Hex Luthor said,
I'm
when
curious.
it's the currency, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it becomes the currency and you gotta use it.
The
It's
new
like your bank's like,
stablecoin.
sorry, sorry, you gotta buy that in Hex. I'm sorry. No, but that's a
Outside of
scam.
Bitcoin, I don't hear anyone, and like this was always something that just warmed my heart about Richard, was that like he's the only founder that's like, yeah, Hex is going to be like the global world reserve currency. Who else says that? Like
Yeah,
no
that's
one else
too
says
I mean,
that.
Michael Saylor says that, like Robert Breedlove says that, like,
About
there's
Bitcoin,
lots
They're
of
not
outside of
founders
Bitcoin
though.
though, outside of Bitcoin, there's like no other founder that's like,
True.
yeah, this is going to be like, and even to have that mentality about the coin that you're in and the thing that you're building and producing, like your bar
Yeah.
is set so high for the level of like where you want to take this thing and the journey that we're going to go on to maybe get there one day. Like that's insane. I'll put my
But
money
it's not
behind
where
someone with
he's
that kind of
taking it.
vision.
It's not where he's taking it.
It's not. That's where we're all taking it. But the genesis and the birth of that idea was him. Without
It's
him,
it's
none of it
outrageous,
would
right?
be.
It's
For sure.
Yeah.
it's like an outrageous idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
You got
Right.
that kind of vision? Compare
Yeah.
it to any of the other founders out there. I'll take the man with the vision and the long-term plan for this like global
Absolutely.
domination and world takeover any day, man. Any day.
Right?
Yep, 100%.
Who knows
Yeah.
what he's talking about? Yeah. It's
Well,
like I've
and
yet to hear someone put it like I've yet to hear someone in any debate and any disagreement that he's had with them where I've been like, oh yeah, like I think they kind of got the best of Richard there. It's like it's kind of I mean to be undefeated is pretty good record also. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
Out of 4 coins, a 10,000x. I'll take
Yeah.
that too in my back pocket any day.
Yeah.
We're already operating at like levels of percentages there, which is like how many coins are in this space. 4 have done a 10,000x. What is that as a percentage out of all of the other coins? 0.000. How many zeros are in there before it's
that's
like,
unreal.
we're already at the top like tier of this thing. Like anyone who can't see where this is going to go over the next, like, you're either willfully blind or you're just like you don't want to know at that level. A lot of people get gatekept because of their ego. It's
right. Yeah, or there's someone in your past that Richard reminds you of that he just presses your buttons and so you tune out and don't want to listen to him or something.
So we
just
have
something you can't get
2
past.
more minutes left. I want to make sure that you guys
Ooh.
all get to shill your contact links and stuff so that people can follow you. And then we will swiftly pick up this conversation, on December 2nd of 2023, of course. Like you'll see a lot of stuff is like the HEX conference online. It's always January 6th through 9th. HEX birthday, always December 2nd. So that's a little bit of consistency there. So just like HEX gives us too, right?
Absolutely.
I love that.
Where can people find you guys?
Ladies first.
Thanks. You guys can find me on YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram at Serena Alonzi, just like how it's spelled here on the stream.
Awesome.
All right, I guess we'll go clockwise. You can find me on Twitter at Hexiest Man in the World. I think it's at the Hexiest Man, and then I'm on Telegram, I believe, as Hexiest Man. But then my YouTube is the confusing one. It's Network Effects spelled. I thought I was clever with E-Hex and P-Hex. So it's Network E-P-H-E-X. That's my YouTube, youtube.com/C/Network E-P-H-E-X.
And then for me, just Twitter. That's all I care to have right now. So it's at Luther_Hex.
I'm just Hexback everywhere. Instagram, Twitter.
OG.
I'm over on Facebook, but under my real name. on Facebook, but you'll see my profile pic from Twitter there, so you'll be like, oh yeah, and I know what's going on.
Just make sure the mutual followers of this, because there are scam accounts that are going around, probably, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I've seen one scam account of mine yet. You can't replicate me. They
I'm still wary of
it. Sweet.
I am putting together all the links so that I don't miss anything. And
nice.
I guess I should put the outro music on here. Let's see. Thanks everybody for coming.
Thanks for having us, man.
Maddie. It's been a really fun day
fun.
of hanging out, and I'm sure a lot of people watched at home. Some people are watching on the replay. Hit the like and subscribe button. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday night. And next week will be week 106 for me in a row.
Wow.
And then I stream sometimes other
man.
times. But please follow on Twitter and YouTube. I just started a TikTok, and I don't know how I feel about it yet, so I'll leave that to you. But let's see. Yeah, again, like make sure to follow all the other people who participated in the stream today. I'm gonna link everybody who I think I have a link for everybody who was on stream today, but I'll leave that in the description. And then maybe it would be in our best. It would be in a good tradition if we raided somebody. What do you guys think?
Let's do it.
Should we raid someone?
Yeah, you mentioned.
Absolutely.
Maddie, didn't.
Where are we going?
Sorry, Maddie, didn't you mention earlier that you were gonna raid Randy?
Yeah, I did, and then it looks like
Maybe he's done.
Is he still alive?
His streams are so good. Shout out to Randy. I love your streams.
Yeah, shout out Randy for sure.
He's awesome.
OG.
Yep.
If we're talking about the same Randy, I don't know if
Randy
there's another person called
Hilarski.
Yeah.
And he's also red pilled AF, so he's pretty cool.
Effin' Hangouts live.
Effin' Hangout.
Oh
Let's do
yeah,
that.
there we
that's
go.
Cool.
All right, see you.
All right, everyone, effing hang out.
Oh, join t.me/smartvaultme. I do daily alpha in there. Just whatever I'm thinking like is going on in crypto. If I'm streaming that day, I'll put that in there. It was originally meant to be for Time Pays Me before it got a better name. So this is just, if I have an interesting tweet, I try to post once a day in t.me/smartvaultme, and then once it gets to 1,000 people, then I will stop talking about it, and you'll be in the OG inside group.
Yeah.
So there's like 975 people in there now. So hopefully it's the last time I bring it up. But other than that,
get in there, dude.
Yeah,
I'm in.
It's gonna
I'm in
change
right
crypto.
now.
I honestly think that's gonna change crypto. I know that's a new topic, but I mean, when people can lock any ERC20 in there, that's crazy. Or PRC20, that's crazy.
I hope so. Well, yeah. As always, like as I sign off here, like thanks everybody for being on. Stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Yeah.